Chapter 1, Awakening. Location, Earth, West City, Universe 7 of the Dragon Ball world. Time, year 750 of the age, 2 weeks before the 11th World Martial Arts. Tournament. The blaring horns of cars outside jolted Xiaobai from his deep slumber with sleepy eyes. He tossed aside the covers and sat up, rubbing his eyes. Another day for the working class begins. I must rally myself. After a moment of quiet encouragement to himself, he sank back into the embrace of his soft pillow, relishing the comfort. It's not that I wish to shirk my responsibilities, it's the pillow that has ensnared me. I simply cannot escape. Speaking of which, this pillow feels exceptionally plush, almost too soft. Have I ever possessed such a luxuriously soft pillow? With a sudden shiver, Xiaobai sat up again, eyes wide open, surveying his surroundings, noticing the stark contrast in decor and items in the room. He muttered, "Could it be that I sleepwalked last night? This is certainly not my home. I must still be dreaming if I just drift back to sleep. It will all be well." He reminisced about the delightful dream from the previous night, covering his mouth with a hand and giggling softly before lying back down. "I shall count to 3, and upon opening my eyes, I shall return with closed eyes." He began to count. 1, 2, 3. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, only to find himself still in an unfamiliar room, devoid of his cherished furniture, decor, and the computer that had accompanied him for years. As he absorbed the utterly alien scenery, a wave of confusion washed over him. What had transpired? Anyone would feel a tinge of panic upon awakening in an unknown place. Xiaobai quickly leapt from the bed and approached the window, preparing to draw the curtains, all the while silently invoking Tai Lao Jun, Jade Emperor, Buddha, please protect me, and ensure there are no unforeseen circumstances. With closed eyes, he reached out and yanked the curtain aside, allowing a beam of sunlight to flood in. Unmistakably sunlight, and indeed early. I can feel it. Now, I shall open my eyes. No need to rush. No need to panic. I shall do so gradually. Skyscrapers, indeed, albeit somewhat round. There's traffic, yes, and a bustling crowd. A dog-headed man, what nonsense. In a flurry, he hastily pulled the curtains shut and retreated a few steps. Plopping back onto the bed, he propped his head with his hand, striving to process the bewildering sights he had just witnessed. His gaze inadvertently fell upon his hands, which appeared distinctly altered. Upon closer examination of his body, he suddenly sprang up and hurried to the mirror. The reflection that greeted him left Xiaobai's mind momentarily frozen. Before him stood a young man, seemingly 18 or 19, with short, tousled black hair and eyes that sparkled like stars. His nose was high and well-defined, proportions harmonious, and his features rather pleasing, though he bore a somewhat delicate demeanor. My body does not truly belong to me, yet I can still feel the vitality of youth coursing through it. Based on my decade-long experience with online literature, it seems I have traversed into another realm. I must ascertain precisely where I am. I have often yearned for such an adventure, but now that I find myself in this situation, a tinge of fear creeps in. After all, the unknown is the greatest source of dread. Casting a furtive glance around the room, I discerned no immediate danger and sat vacantly upon the bed. The first rule of interdimensional travel: survive, adapting to the ever-changing circumstances. The second rule: survive, for they shall not take my life easily. Humph. Cautiously, I drew back the curtains and peered outside with a furtive gaze. Fortunately, this body possesses decent eyesight, allowing me to observe the diverse array of humanity and vehicles on the street below. Initially startled, I gradually acclimated. A steady heart is indeed a blessing. This scene feels oddly familiar. In my initial distraction, I had overlooked the fact that all the rooftops appear to be circular. Across the street, I recognized an unmistakable structure, a large, round building adorned with a familiar insignia, a capsule, accompanied by the letters capsule. Is this the Capsule Corporation? Am I in the world of Dragon Ball? Rubbing my eyes, I scrutinized the sight multiple times, fearful that it might vanish before me. After a prolonged observation, my gaze fixed on the Capsule Corporation until my eyes nearly reddened. Yet the building remained steadfast. At last, I could confirm that I was indeed in the Dragon Ball universe. Lying back on the bed, I pondered my circumstances. Having established my whereabouts, it was time to contemplate how I would navigate this new existence. Dragon Ball, a cherished part of the childhood of those born in the 90s, does not harbor within them the innocent spirit of a young Goku or the techniques of the Kamehameha. Yet, I could not ignore the implications of my absence. What would become of my family? My mind was troubled, especially considering my younger brother. Surely, he could look after our parents. As I silently deliberated, far away on Earth, the fallen Xiaobai felt a slight tremor in his fingers before lapsing into silence. It is often said that the death of one in the hidden leaf affects an entire village, and the demise of a pirate takes down a whole crew. But Dragon Ball is unprecedented. Earth is often obliterated at a moment's notice. This is indeed a perilous world. While the notion of crossing over fills me with joy, my concerns outweigh my excitement. Wandering aimlessly in the room, I eventually discovered a calendar determining the time was essential. The early stages of Dragon Ball were manageable, but the later arcs posed significant dangers. I hope fortune smiles upon me. Gazing at the calendar, I noted the date. April 20th, year 750 of the Age of the Dragon. A smile crept upon my lips. Fortunately, it is still the early days of Dragon Ball. Little Goku is just 13, but it seems the World Martial Arts Tournament is approaching. I wonder if the time has passed. Perhaps I should turn on the television. As I switched on the TV, I found I could comprehend the language of Dragon Ball quite well. This was a relief, as communication would no longer be a source of worry. After acquiring the information I sought, I quietly turned off the television. The World Martial Arts Tournament is set for May 7th, just half a month away. I truly wish to witness it in person. A first tournament, featuring young Goku, Krillin, and the lecherous master Roshi. How exciting. However, after reflecting on my rather feeble physique, I suspect I might not even measure up to the lowest standards of combat prowess my fighting capability seems to hover around a mere 2, coupled with a rather deflated wallet. It leaves me feeling somewhat despondent. No, I must attend the inaugural martial arts tournament. Although my finances are lacking, I reside opposite Bulma, and with half a month remaining, I should be able to foster a connection with her. After all, Bulma is quite the romantic. Surely I stand a chance, I pondered. I feel a tinge of embarrassment at my own thoughts. A silent chuckle escaped me. But who knows? Haha, it's settled then. Beep. The system has finally located the host, and with the host's consent, binding is underway. Beep. Binding successful. Chapter 2. The little system. The sudden voice that echoed in my mind startled me, but I quickly regained my composure. It seemed the system had arrived a bit late. What is your name, system? Beep. This system is named the Super Invincible Heavenly Wrath, Earthly Fury, Thunderous Skill, and Unparalleled Cultivation of Celestial Proportions, unmatched in the world. Possessing profound knowledge and exceptional talent. Stop. Make it simpler. Oh, Beep. It could be abbreviated as the Super External Aid. I took a moment to steady my heart. One might think you were merely inflating your word count. What are your functions? Beep. The primary function of the system is to double the host's attributes daily. Impressed, I swallowed hard. The thought of doubling my strength each day was astounding. If my combat power is 10 today, it will be 20 tomorrow, 40 the day after, and 80 thereafter. I felt a surge of exhilaration with such a timeline. I could easily overpower Cell, trample Bew, and land a punch on Beerus. Haha. I couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of joy, akin to the laughter of Doflamingo. Beep beep. The Super External Aid feels embarrassed and is reminding the host to maintain a dignified image. Clearing my throat, I composed myself and asked earnestly, System, do you have a novice gift package? Beep. Yes, it is being distributed now. Distribution successful. Items are stored in your inventory and can be sensed through your thoughts. Upon hearing the system's confirmation, I focused my mind on the inventory. Indeed, 2 items awaited: a round pill radiating an unassuming brilliance and a white card. With a mere thought, both items materialized in my hand, instantly filling the room with a kaleidoscope of colors and a fragrant aura of the pill. Without needing further prompting, the information regarding the items flooded into my mind. Super Cleansing Pill. Though its name is as plain as the Super External Aid, its effects are remarkably potent. Consuming it will transform the host's body into a flawless Original Essence Microcontrol Card. This card enables the host to perfectly master their own abilities. Excellent and formidable. Upon awakening, I recognized my frail physique. The Super Cleansing Pill could enhance my body to perfection, while the card would allow me to control my strength with greater finesse. Setting aside the cleansing elixir, Xiaobai did not hastily consume it, instead inquiring, is there an attribute panel? Indeed, there is. Host, Xiaobai. Age, strength, stamina, agility, spirit, ability, none. Combat power. Gazing upon the attribute panel, Xiaobai's expression darkened. His physique, barely a shadow of worth, felt as though the universe conspired against him. After regaining his composure, Xiaobai seated himself cross-legged on the bed, casting a glance at the radiant, multicolored elixir in his hand. Though its beauty tempted him, he resolved to partake, placing the pill in his mouth, whereupon it transformed into a warm current flowing into his body. With closed eyes, he meticulously attuned to this sensation, as the warmth coursed throughout his being, gradually reshaping him like gentle spring rain. This doesn't hurt at all. How unscientific. Wasn't it said that the cleansing elixir is quite painful? Indeed, the time is yet to come. Keep it up. What the? Just as Xiaobai had reveled in his newfound bravado, an excruciating pain surged through his limbs, a cacophony of agony overwhelming his senses until he succumbed to unconsciousness as time slipped by. The next morning, Xiaobai slowly opened his eyes, feeling a profound sense of strength emanating from every part of his being, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. However, he was soon startled to find himself covered in grime. Prompting a hurried dash to the bathroom, having cleansed himself, he gazed into the mirror at his newly transformed physique and silently uttered, "I love it." Selecting a fresh ensemble from his wardrobe, he felt as though he had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Xiaobai, covering his mouth, smiled giddily, drawing back the curtains to listen to the world outside. Yet alas, none took notice of him. Opening the system panel, he perused his data. Once more, all attributes now stood at 100, though the values seemed modest. An exhilarating sense of untapped potential surged within him at last. I am no longer merely mediocre. It is time to employ the microcontrol card. I must learn to harness my newfound strength. Seizing the white card, he pressed it to his forehead, causing it to shatter, releasing a radiant flow that surged into his mind. A deluge of information flooded Xiaobei's consciousness. Had it not been for the cleansing elixir, his frail body would surely have faltered beneath such an overwhelming influx of knowledge. Microcontrol of strength, muscle, and stamina. 3 hours later, Xiaobai opened his eyes anew, experiencing a transformative clarity, could now precisely command every ounce of power within him, truly reborn in an instant. In a realm where energy was paramount, Xiaobai savored the sensation of the vibrant force stirring within him. Contemplating the possibility of flight, he endeavored to envelop himself in energy, gradually increasing his power until he soared into the air. I am so hungry. Feeling his empty stomach, Xiaobai tidied his surroundings and swiftly made his way to the nearby restaurant. What a feast! Contentedly seated, he remained blissfully unaware of the astonished gazes cast his way by the nearby dog-headed folk. Who is this person? They eat an astounding amount. I could never afford such a feast, a pork-headed individual whispered to a companion, gesturing towards Xiaobei's table laden with dishes. Perhaps they are a bottomless pit? Xiaobai, unperturbed by the chatter around him, proceeded to settle his bill and exited the establishment. As he wandered the streets, he acquired a map, preparing for a visit to Karin Tower in a few days. He intended to safeguard the precious celestial beings, feeling a pang of regret at the thought of Aki Luobei indulging in them as snacks. However, he realized the necessity of enhancing his combat prowess. Despite his current power level reaching 100, Xiaobai resolved to bide his time for now. Encountering someone like Tao by mid-flight could pose a challenge. Although he was capable of fighting, it seemed unnecessary. During these few days, he decided to delve into the intricacies of martial arts techniques. Returning to his humble abode, time flowed steadily by. 1 day later, his combat power soared to 200. 2 days later, it reached 400. 3 days later, 800, and after 10 days, it culminated at an impressive 100 to 2,400. All right, I am invincible now. I am Mundo, free to roam wherever I please. Chapter 3. Protecting celestial beings. Over the span of 10 days, Xiaobai diligently studied various techniques inspired by the animated series, Qi Yuan Slash, Ultimate Flash, Kamehameha, and more. He had honed his ability to unleash energy with but a flick of his fingers, capable of obliterating the earth. His mastery over his ki was such that he did not startle the green-faced deity who had finally taken a peek into the mortal realm. After tidying his room and packing essential capsules, Xiaobai closed the door and set off soaring through the air. He savored the caress of the breeze, marveling at the lush forests, quaint villages, and winding rivers below. The fluffy clouds playfully danced away as they brushed against him, igniting a fleeting sense of freedom within. Xiaobei's mind. Humanity has long yearned for the gift of flight, giving rise to timeless legends. Once the novelty of flying began to fade, Xiaobai traversed mountains and seas, weaving through throngs of people until he halted near Karin Tower. After all, a cat that only licks its paws is still, at heart, a cat that loves fish. Even crocodiles are fish in that regard. As he paused in midair, scanning the surroundings, he soon spotted a shimmering lake standing at its edge. He felt the gentle lake breeze and took in the natural beauty surrounding him. Xiaobai couldn't help but reflect on how the world of Dragon Ball, despite its industrial advancements, maintained a commendable level of environmental preservation. Observing the bizarre creatures inhabiting this realm, he noted that aside from Goku's penchant for mischief, he had seldom witnessed humans decimating them. However, a dilemma arose. He couldn't simply catch fish by hand. If only he possessed supernatural abilities, he could easily deliver live fish to the feline. Casting a glance at his pristine attire, Xiaobai furrowed his brow and surveyed his surroundings. Fortunately, there was no one around. Stripping off his clothes, he dove into the lake with fluid grace. Before long, it appeared as if fish were raining down upon the shore, a myriad of colors flopping about, desperately attempting to return to the water. That should suffice, Xiaobai remarked, his head bobbing above the surface as he observed the fish on the bank with satisfaction. He donned his clothes once more and utilized ki to dry himself. However, Looking at the multitude of fish scattered on the ground, he felt a twinge of concern. His capsules were not designed for such a purpose, and he had not prepared any. Specifically for transporting fish, it seemed he had encountered a bit of a quandary. Ding. Congratulations. Host, your combat power has reached 1 million. And as a reward, you are granted the ability of telekinesis. Are you not moved? Upon hearing the system's voice, Xiaobai felt a surge of joy within, for it was indeed an understanding and considerate system, one that he cherished. Thank you, Little Bai. Who is Little Bai? Upon hearing the system's retort, Xiaobai's gaze drifted momentarily. That's the name I've given you from now on. You shall be called Little Bai. Xiaobai. I certainly want to divulge that I usually refer to you as the cheat system. The names for such systems are either Big Yellow or Little Bai, but something feels amiss. Oh well, it's not like I can come up with anything better with Xiaobai's current mental prowess exceeding 100 million points. Controlling the fish with telekinesis was a task of utmost ease and delight. Concerned for their well-being and fearing they might perish from dehydration, he skillfully manipulated a body of water with his formidable telekinetic ability, gently placing the fish within. As for the cat, its fate was no longer his concern. As Xiaobai soared ahead, a vast expanse of water and fish trailing behind him, as he majestically made his way towards the Karin Tower. This individual is indeed peculiar, yet there are numerous fish. How delightful it would be if they were offered to me. Xiaobai's activities by the lakeside had long been observed by the cat sage, as these beings often indulge in a penchant for voyeurism. Before long, Xiaobai caught sight of the dome of Kailenta, along with a curious white feline, its eyes narrowed in intrigue, clutching a red cane with its paws. Gently alighting upon the tower, Xiaobai beamed and waved, Greetings, cat sage, I am Xiaobai. The cat, intrigued by Xiaobai's wandering about the tower, inquired, Are you in search of the ultra-holy water? Given your prowess, it seems unnecessary for you. I cannot fathom when someone as formidable as you emerged. I can sense your innocent heart and immensely powerful aura. You can perceive my aura? I believed I had subdued it sufficiently. Indeed, your control is subtle. Yet I can still detect an overwhelming pressure. Never mind that, Xiaobai replied nonchalantly. By the way, what do you see behind me? It is a gift for you. The cat had already noticed the multitude of fish swimming in the water, but the ominous aura emitted by Xiaobai had instilled a tinge of trepidation. Upon hearing Xiaobai mention it, the feline could no longer contain itself and pounced eagerly. Ah, fish! How delightful! Heaven knows how a solitary cat consumes beans day in and day out. Those who previously scaled Kailenta were unaware of the importance of offering a token to the elder. After all, this cat is a sage. It cannot simply admit to a lack of dignity, hence it endures a daily diet of beans, planting and harvesting them. With eager eyes fixed upon the swimming fish before it, the cat chuckled with joy, already yearning to feast. Xiaobai gazed at the cat before him. Though he was tempted to pet it, considering its undeniable charm, he decided against it, mindful of its advanced age. Where would you like to place these fish? Oh, feline sage? He quipped, nearly letting slip a blunder. Let us put them in that tank. Thank you very much. After depositing the fish, Xiaobai noticed the adjacent tank brimming with celestial beans, potent elixirs for restoring vitality and healing wounds. Alas, they had once fallen into the hands of Akalope, perhaps deemed too overpowered by the universe, leading to their consumption by him. However, now that I have arrived, most of these treasures shall rightfully belong to me. Sparing them from waste, Xiaobai pointed at the beans and inquired of the cat, What are these? The cat sage sauntered over, glanced at the fish, and replied, These are celestial beans. Consuming one allows you to go without food for 10 days and can also heal injuries. If you wish, you may take some. Is that so? Thank you very much, cat sage. May I take a few more? I will bring you an even larger batch of fish shortly. Xiaobai beamed at the cat. More fish? Excellent. They serve no purpose sitting here, the cat mused, unconsciously salivating at the thought. Just wait a moment, said Xiaobai, and with a swift motion, he darted away, leaving a gust of wind that ruffled the cat's fur. In a blink, Xiaobai had gathered all the fish from the lake, and upon seeing the tank brimming with fish, the cat smiled contentedly. Xiaobai, cradling a large jar of celestial beans, grinned as well. After all, one could never have too many life-saving items. Chapter 4. The martial arts tournament begins. Curious about how the cat consumed fish. Did it eat them raw? Xiaobai pondered as he turned to the cat, who was fixated on the fish tank, and asked, Cat sage, would you like to grill a few fish to eat? Absolutely. Yes. The cat's whiskers quivered with excitement. Subsequently, the duo, no, rather, one person and one cat, caught several fish from the tank. They meticulously scaled, gutted, and cleaned the fish. then joyfully skewered them, preparing for the grill. Naturally, Xiaobai had brought an array of cooking utensils for their outing. The vibrant flames danced eagerly, and as the fish sizzled, they gradually turned a golden hue. Both Xiaobai and the cat sprinkled seasonings, cumin, and chili powder, releasing an enticing aroma that tantalized their senses, leaving one to wonder if the fish in the tank felt any trepidation. The cat, comfortably cradling its belly while seated on the ground, surveyed the pile of fish bones before glancing at Xiaobai, who was in a similar state. With eyes narrowed in contentment, the cat said, "Thank you, Xiaobai. It's been ages since I last enjoyed fish. This is pure bliss." Shaking his head, Xiaobai remarked, "I'll bring you more fish next time." The two exchanged smiles, perhaps sealing an unspoken agreement. After contemplating for a moment, Xiaobai, finding himself with nothing pressing to attend to, decided to reside in Kalinta for a few days. He reasoned that it would not be too late to head over once the martial arts tournament commenced. After conferring with the cat sage, he settled in for a brief stay, where he and the cat enjoyed a few days of both enviable and languid existence. It was rather vexing, as they had no need for training, and time passed swiftly, aside from registering for the competition on the eve of the event. Xiaobai spent his days idly playing with the cat. On May 7th, the long-anticipated 21st World Martial Arts Tournament was finally set to begin. That morning, Xiaobai glanced at his system panel. Strength, 13, 100, 000, Stamina, 13, 100, 000, Agility, 13, 100, 000, Spirit, 13, 100, 000, Abilities, Void Dance, Telekinesis, Death Ray. As he surveyed his attributes, Xiaobai felt a profound tranquility. Soon, even scientific notation would be inadequate to describe his prowess. Yet, there was no cause for alarm. As long as he could maintain control, he would eventually be able to overpower his opponents effortlessly. It was a lonely existence, but he decided to venture forth, seeking to assert his dominance over younger challengers. Papaya Island, the venue for the tournament, had already gathered a multitude of humans along with some peculiar creatures. In comparison to future competitions, the scale of the 21st was still relatively modest, with the final arena separated from the audience by a formidable wall. Xiaobai stood quietly in the square, observing the distant figures of the newly arrived Dragon Ball warriors, Sun Wukong and Krillin, as they changed into their attire. The vibrant orange of the Turtle School's fighting uniform had accompanied them for quite some time. As she watched the two finish changing and frolic about, the innocent and carefree expression of Sun Wukong contrasted with the mischievous demeanor of Krillin, while Master Roshi gazed at Bulma with unabashed interest. Accompanied by T-God and their two pets, this small assembly had begun to take shape. Little did anyone anticipate that on this humble Papaya Island, a child would emerge as a recurring savior of the world. Xiaobai's gaze was unyielding, prompting the astute Master Roshi to sense her scrutiny and swiftly turn his attention towards her. Upon noticing the old Master's gaze, Xiaobai approached them without hesitation, cheerfully waving her hand in greeting. Such remarkable speed, I could scarcely discern his movements. Master Roshi regarded this unexpected guest with a serious expression. When had such a formidable figure appeared on earth? Yet, she seemed to possess a kind heart, which alleviated any immediate concerns. Having lived for over 3 centuries, Master Roshi had his own methods of discerning character. Despite his lecherous tendencies, his wealth of experience and strength commanded respect. One should never underestimate someone capable of participating in the Universal Power Tournament. Master Mateto, greetings, I am Xiaobai, she introduced herself. Upon hearing Xiaobai address him, Master Roshi was jolted from his reverie. He found no peculiarity in her knowledge of his name, as the reputation of Master Mateto was indeed quite prominent. Greetings, Xiaobai. Your strength is impressive. I look forward to seeing you in the finals. Oh, it's nothing special. After all, I train diligently every day. You, Master Mateto, are quite powerful as well. I can sense an immensely strong aura within you. Xiaobai spoke with ease, her words a mere embellishment in the spirit of mutual flattery. As long as she felt no embarrassment, the awkwardness belonged to others. Really? You have quite the discerning eye. Sun Wukong interjected excitedly, wagging his tail and circling around Xiaobai. His keen ears had caught the compliment, and he feigned experience as he observed and commented on the situation. Xiaobai appeared harmless, and without her unleashing her true power, only Master Roshi was aware of her formidable prowess. With the sound of the gong and the announcement from the organizers, all 138 competitors entered the preliminary competition hall. This year marked the quinquennial World Martial Arts Tournament, welcoming masters from around the globe. This event would determine who truly reigned as the world's greatest martial artist. After listening to the host's speech during the drawing of lots, Xiaobai discreetly manipulated the process to avoid facing the Dragon Ball warriors in the preliminary rounds. And now, let the competition begin. With the host's declaration, the martial artists beside the four arenas were already eager to showcase their skills, and whispers filled the venue. Xiaobai leaned nonchalantly against the wall, observing the peculiar assortment of martial artists, tiger-headed beings, gorilla men, werewolves, monks, and towering giants. Ever since he drew back the curtains to behold the dog-headed individuals outside, he felt increasingly acclimated to this bizarre and fascinating world. After all, one must possess a stout heart and remain unperturbed by appearances. As Xiaobai watched the competition unfold, a foul odor wafted through the air, overwhelming his sensitive nose. Unable to endure it any longer, he bent over and retched, a reaction mirrored by those around him. A disheveled, burly man approached, a bacterial entity who had evidently never bathed, resembling a biological hazard, spewing forth his noxious presence wherever he went. Next match. Please proceed to arenas 125 and 137. Kellen, the large brother from earlier, was mentioned. Is that so? Where? Over there, with that exceedingly tall creature. Sun Wukong pointed towards the stage where Xiaobai stood opposite the bacterial being. Ah, what unfortunate luck to encounter a bacterial man, low on physical threat yet high on insult. And so, the match commences. Xiaobai stood on the platform, gazing at the imminent approach of the bacterian. His mind momentarily froze, and before the creature could draw near, a brilliant white light flickered from his fingertips. A sphere of energy effortlessly coalesced, accompanied by his voice. Ha! Finger cannon. In an instant, the energy wave surged forth with breathtaking speed, striking the bacterian directly. A simple awe from the supporting character suffices. The bacterian desperately resisted the immense force of the finger cannon, yet its feet remained rooted, carving a deep trench into the arena floor. Fortunately, Xiaobai harbored no intent to kill. With a thud, the creature ultimately succumbed, falling helplessly from the platform. The host should quickly announce that contestant number 125 has emerged victorious. The referee, shaken from his stupor, swiftly proclaimed the result. Xiaobai gracefully leaped down from the arena, distancing herself from the bacterium creature. No matter how formidable one's strength, there are always fears to contend with. How impressive! What was that beam of white light just now? The swift victory of Xiaobai garnered a modest wave of attention, for most individuals possess limited understanding of the concept of qi. The preliminary rounds concluded expeditiously, and Wukong hurried to Xiaobai's side, gazing up with admiration. Big brother, you are incredibly strong. That beam of white light, I have seen it before from Master Rashi. Haven't I? You'll master it too in due time. Xiaobai chuckled softly, acknowledging the formidable challenge that combat against a Saiyan poses. With the preliminaries behind them, the final 8 competitors emerged. Krillin, Jackie Chun, Sun Wukong, Nam, Lan Fong, Yamcha, Xiaobai, and the monstrous Kirin. After a brief respite, the quarterfinals were set to commence. Chapter 5. Xiaobai vs. Krillin. The intermission had elapsed, and the crowd gradually coalesced around the modest arena. The martial arts tournament was finally about to commence, and the identity of the ultimate champion remained a mystery. A prize of 500,000 zeni. How enviable! If only I could participate. One exclaimed. Oh, you doubt that? Come. Let us have a discussion. Amidst the cacophony of voices, a blond man donned in sunglasses leapt onto the arena, microphone in hand, announcing, esteemed spectators, thank you for your patience. The 21st World Martial Arts Tournament is about to begin. Allow me to present the forthcoming matchups. Contestant 1, Xiaobai. Contestant 2, Krillin. Contestant 3, Jackie Chun, alias of Master Rashi. Contestant 4, Yamcha. Contestant 5, Nam. Contestant 6, Lan Fong. Contestant 7, Sun Wukong. Contestant 8, the monstrous Kirin. Let the first match commence. May I invite our 2 contestants to the stage? The host tossed the microphone skyward, striking a flamboyant pose. Xiaobai emerged from the lounge, her form gliding effortlessly to the arena, where she greeted the host and the audience with a wave, exclaiming, "Hello, everyone." Following her, Clint ascended the stage, standing there somewhat at a loss, feeling disheartened to have been overshadowed upon his entrance. Wow, what a youthful lad. Go for it, Clint. Cheering for you. My little bald-headed champion. Sister loves you. All right, let the competition commence. Xiaobai and Krillin exchanged polite bows, with Krillin assuming a fighting stance, his gaze fixed intently on Xiaobai's every movement. Yet, Xiaobai remained still, hands clasped behind his back, patiently awaiting the unfolding of events. Frustratingly, Krillin could discern no weaknesses to exploit. Circling around Xiaobai, he found no openings even when positioned behind him. "Come on, Krillin," shouted little Wukong enthusiastically. Only Master Roshi regarded Xiaobai with a discerning eye, pondering the origins of this formidable opponent. Even he suspected that victory would be elusive. Perhaps a Kamehameha wave might present a glimmer of hope, but it seemed Krillin was destined for defeat this time. "Faster, you little bald head. Yoshi, I've got this," Krillin exclaimed, realizing that merely circling was futile. He sprinted forward, his speed remarkable, a testament to the rigorous training he had undergone under Master Roshi's guidance. His combat power had soared to a full 90 points, significantly surpassing the average fighter. In a flash, Krillin dashed behind Xiaobai, gathering his strength to unleash a powerful punch. Wow, that was so quick. I didn't even see when he turned around. Just as Krillin's fist was about to connect, Xiaobai turned effortlessly, catching Krillin's punch with a mere finger. Fortunately, Xiaobai had tempered his own combat strength. Otherwise, Krillin would have been sent flying. Krillin stared in astonishment as Xiaobai effortlessly caught his fist, completely unaware of how swiftly Xiaobai had turned. How was he so fast? The punch had considerable force. But Krillin's speed was still lacking. "Keep going." With a slight exertion, Xiaobai pushed Krillin backward. Observing Xiaobai's calm demeanor, Krillin felt as though he were facing a terrifying monster poised to consume him at any moment. Steeling himself, Krillin reignited his fighting spirit and closed the distance to Xiaobai. "Let us go. Attack, attack, attack." He unleashed a flurry of punches. Yet Xiaobai effortlessly deflected all of them with a single finger. "Not enough. Go faster." "Wow, that little guy punches so quickly. Go for it. Krillin, take him down." The relentless barrage of attacks drained Krillin's stamina, and as he glanced at Xiaobai, who stood unwavering, he felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. The host raised the microphone, exclaiming excitedly, "Wow, we see Krillin furiously attacking Xiaobai, yet Xiaobai is effortlessly countering every strike with just one finger. Truly remarkable. Now we can see Krillin is gasping for breath. His energy is nearly depleted. Does he still have a chance to defeat Xiaobai? Let's wait and see." Upon hearing the hostess' words, the audience turned their full attention to the arena, eager to witness whether this little bald fighter could mount a comeback and triumph over Xiaobai, reaching new heights. If that's the case, then there's no other choice. "Behold my ultimate move, Iron Head Technique." Krillin accelerated, his legs propelling him forward with increasing speed as he charged straight at Xiaobai, head lowered, ready to strike. Xiaobai curiously observed his movements, recalling the Iron Head Technique. Though the specifics eluded him after so many years, it was entirely normal to forget certain details. However, Krillin's bald head was indeed quite striking. He remembered a time when Sun Wukong transformed Krillin's head into the moon, which was rather amusing. With a light tap, Krillin's shiny dome met Xiaobai's finger, and after playing for a while, Xiaobai decided to conclude the match, urging Krillin to continue honing his skills. With a gentle exertion, he flicked Krillin's head. Such a gleaming surface was irresistible to tease. With a thud, Krillin tumbled off the stage. "Ouch, that hurt," he exclaimed, clutching his head, a red mark emerging on his forehead. As Krillin fell from the stage, congratulations were in order for Xiaobai's victory in the first match. Next up was the second bout, featuring Chun Long against Yamcha. Sun Wukong rushed to Krillin's side to support him, inquiring, "Are you all right, Krillin? Just a bit sore?" "Big brother, you're amazing," Krillin replied. Noticing the two youngsters gazing at him, Xiaobai cleared his throat and said, "As long as you both practice diligently every day, you two shall grow formidable. Now, let us focus on the match." Truth be told, Xiaobai had yet to complete a single push-up, leaving him with a twinge of insecurity. After all, were he to participate, he certainly would not match their determination. He was, after all, a cheat. In this world, dominated by bloodlines, one simply could not succeed without an edge. Just look at the Saiyans. With a mere surge of anger, their combat power skyrocketed. The Namekians could regenerate limbs at will. And Frieza, a member of the Ice Clan, was on the verge of godhood after just 4 months of training. The Angels, too, were beyond any comparison. As the trio conversed, the match neared its climax. Wolf Fong Fist. Faced with Chun Long's intense agility and strength, Yamcha had no choice but to unleash his signature move, launching himself at Chun Long like a shadow of a wolf. Observing Yamcha's advance, Chun Long deftly sidestepped the attack, performing a roll to land beside Yamcha, who remained stunned that his ultimate technique had been so easily evaded, causing his mindset to falter on the stage. Go, Yamcha! Master Yamcha! Shouted Bulma and the two pets from the audience, cheering him on. Realizing that Yamcha was still in a daze, Chunlong repositioned himself in front of him, palms together. A surge of energy swirling between them. Allow me to gift you a refreshing breeze as a token, he declared, then struck towards Yamcha with force. Chapter 6. The final winners of the top 8. A powerful gust of energy, imbued with tremendous force, swept the bewildered Yamcha off the stage. No matter how hard Yamcha struggled, he could not escape the onslaught until he landed on the ground, sitting there, still dazed, thinking, how could I possibly lose to an elder? Master Yamcha, are you all right? As Chunlong observed his opponent fall to the ground, he gestured to the audience with a triumphant yes. It was evident that the competitor Yamcha had yet to engage with Chunlong before directly landing outside the ring, showcasing an impressive display of strength. I hereby declare that in the second match, Chunlong emerges victorious. Now, let us welcome the competitors for the third match, Nameless and Lan Fong. Nameless and Lan Fong. It seems I am in for a delightful spectacle. With this thought, Xiaobai focused intently on the two figures in the arena, maintaining a serious demeanor. The appearance of female competitors ignited a fervor among the audience, who cheered, Go! Lan Fong, defeat that expressionless man. In response to the audience's encouragement, Lan Fong blew a kiss and playfully directed one towards Nameless as well. The latter's face instantly flushed crimson. How amusing to discover that he possesses a tender heart. Lan Fong sauntered over to Nameless, and while he had his hands clasped in prayer, she delivered a punch to his abdomen. We witnessed Lan Fong's fist connecting with Nameless. He appears to be in considerable pain. Can he endure this, Nameless? Despite the impact, Nameless retaliated. His physical prowess evident as he sent Lan Fong flying with a single blow, causing her to collapse to the ground, sobbing. It hurt so much, boo-hoo. Nameless, bewildered, gradually approached her, intending to assist her to her feet. However, as he neared her unguarded, Lan Fong's eyes sparkled with mischief, and she launched another surprise attack, landing a punch that contorted Nameless' expression with fury. Seeing Lan Fong's fist coming toward him again, Nameless swiftly intercepted it. If that is the case, I shall take this seriously. From this moment on, I will fight with all my strength. No longer feeling soft-hearted, Nameless engaged in earnest combat with Lan Fong. Despite her attempts to distract him, he remained impassive, which only intensified Lan Fong's urgency. Realizing her assaults were ineffectual, she narrowed her eyes, preparing to unleash her ultimate technique. Xiaobai observed the tense standoff between the two parties, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she murmured, Is it about to begin? She then focused intently on the unfolding duel. Now, I shall unleash my final move, Lan Fong exclaimed, casting a flirtatious glance towards Nanwu, her voice barely above a whisper. It's happening, it's happening. Xiaobai's gaze grew ever more radiant. Amidst the collective gaze of the crowd, as Lan Fong's coat fell away, the world fell into silence. Nanwu's face flushed crimson, akin to a crab that had just been plunged into boiling water. Xiaobai stole a glance at the turtle hermit, who was indeed gushing blood from his nose. It was a scene of sheer classicism. Xiaobai chuckled softly, pondering where the turtle hermit found the courage to maintain his composure before the impending strength tournament. Lan Fong pressed forward relentlessly, while Nanwu lowered his head, retreating step by step on the arena. At last, Nanwu's foot teetered on the edge of the platform. One more step back, and he would plummet. Images of the parched village, the drought-stricken crops, and the hopeful gazes of the villagers ignited a fierce determination within him to fight. He knew he could not afford to retreat any further. Yet he struggled to meet Lan Fong's gaze. Slowly, he closed his eyes, reasoning that if he could not see, he would not be burdened by the sight of her. He no longer perceived Lan Fong as merely a woman but regarded her as a formidable adversary. With his eyes shut, he focused intently on the movements of his opponent. Nanwu South's decision to close his eyes was remarkably astute. This way, he would not witness Lan Fong. It appeared that the tide of battle was shifting. How would Lan Fong confront the current predicament? Who would ultimately emerge victorious in this contest? Let us continue to observe. As Nanwu teetered on the brink of the arena, Lan Fong felt assured of her triumph and surged forward, aiming to deliver a decisive blow. Just as she reached Nanwu, she suddenly realized that he had swiftly evaded her strike, now positioned behind her. Nanwu executed a swift hand strike, landing a blow to Lan Fong's neck. A final cry was silenced as she crumpled softly to the ground. Oh, how unfortunate. The audience erupted in exclamations. The host rushed to Lan Fong's side to counter out. Truly remarkable. Nanwu secured victory with a single strike. Let us extend our congratulations to Nan Wu. Please refrain from mishandling the competitors. After ushering Chun Long off the stage and having the staff carry Lan Fong away, the fourth match was set to commence. Next, we invite contestants Sun Wukong and Karin to the arena. Will their battle be particularly intense? Let us await the spectacle. The match between the diminutive Sun Wukong and the towering beast Karin was about to begin. At that moment, Xiaobai felt raindrops landing upon his nose. Is it about to rain? Perhaps it would be best if it held off, as it might delay the proceedings. But lo, it is raining. Quick, run. Xiaobai cast a glance at the thick clouds above and the dispersing crowd, concentrating his energy into a sphere the size of an orange. A force ample enough to dispel the cloud cover. Guided by Xiaobai, the glowing orb surged toward the clouds, and moments later, a tremendous explosion cleared the sky, allowing sunlight to cascade upon the frantic spectators below. How peculiar, it was just about to rain. The host awkwardly shook his hand and resumed his announcements, proclaiming the splendid weather and urging the audience to cheer for the ongoing competition. It was truly strange that the rain had vanished. Indeed, it was fortuitous, as we could once again immerse ourselves in the spectacle. By the way, that Namo is truly remarkable. As the audience gathered once more, the match was on the verge of commencing. Such formidable energy. The turtle sage's sunglasses glimmered as he sensed Xiaobai's small sphere of energy, his attention unwaveringly fixed on him. Xiaobai, having dispersed the clouds, offered the turtle sage a radiant smile. He noticed me. This singular thought occupied the turtle sage's mind, but upon Xiaobai's smile, he returned his focus to the unfolding battle. Go, Wukong. You can do it. Defeat that monster. As the words echoed, the clash between the two contenders commenced. Under Wukong's assault, Karin appeared utterly defenseless, caught off guard by the immense power concealed within Wukong's petite stature. Wukong seized Karin by the tail and, after spinning in place several times, successfully hurled him away. The spectators were left in stunned silence, and the host raised his microphone, exclaiming, "What astounding strength! The diminutive Wukong has thrown Karin, who is several times his size, out of the arena. This is truly astonishing. Can Karin return? Ah, he has returned, flapping his wings. We witnessed Karin expelling bubbles from his mouth. What could this be? Oh no, Wukong has been ensnared and is immobilized. Is our little friend about to lose?" Karin approached, striking Wukong on the head. "Heh. I'm returning everything you just did to me. Go, Pikachu." "Oh, Wukong." As they watched Wukong being thrown out, Bulma and the others turned pale. Could he truly be defeated so easily? Wukong had been cast out of the arena. Was this the end? But wait, he has returned, riding on a cloud. An unexpected twist indeed. This match has been full of surprises. After conferring with the referee, it was decided that Wukong's previous action would not be deemed a foul this time, but there would be no second chances. Let us continue to observe the contest. Wukong was tightly bound by the rubber ring, still unable to break free. Karin approached, cracking his knuckles. "Shorty, I want to grant you another chance. This time, I'll finish you with a single punch. Watch out. The crisis looms ominously before us. Can Sun Wukong muster the strength to break free from the rubber confines?" Chapter 7. Xiaobai's Kamehameha Wave. The peril is imminent, and as the colossal fist approaches, Wukong refuses to surrender. With every ounce of his being, he strives to liberate himself from the restraints, his indomitable spirit pulsating fiercely. Despite his diminutive form, a tremendous energy surges within him, and at last, his tail reemerges, shattering the rubber band with newfound vigor. Wukong's tail has returned. Let us hope the moon does not rise tonight. Bulma and the others are reminded of the terrifying moments when the great ape wreaked havoc, causing their hearts to race with anxiety. Meanwhile, Karin bursts into laughter, envisioning the pitiful sight of the trapped little one being tossed from the arena, dreaming of basking in applause for himself. Though he is a monster, the adoration of the crowd compels him to defeat this small challenger without fail. Just as Karin believes victory is within his grasp, he suddenly encounters an overwhelming resistance in his fist. What is happening? Bewildered, he retracts his hand, astonished to see the little one freed from the rubber confines. How could this be? Now liberated, Sun Wukong revels in his restored power. Wow, how much stronger he feels with his tail. Scanning his surroundings, he finally discovers an appropriate object to test his newfound strength. With a powerful kick, he demolishes the wall beside the arena, laughing heartily while brandishing his tail. This is splendid. Now, let the competition commence. As Wukong glances back at his opponent, Karin, he sees him waving a small white flag. his hefty frame juxtaposed with the flag creating a comically absurd image. I concede defeat. At the opportune moment, the host raises the microphone, declaring, "The contestant Sun Wukong is victorious. His tail's return is truly astonishing. Now, I announce the finalists, Xia Bai, Chen Long, Nan Wu, and Sun Wukong. Let Xia Bai and Chen Long take the stage." The fifth match begins. As the two competitors step onto the platform, the crowd erupts in cheers. After all, the stronger the fighters, the more exhilarating the battle, which excites them even further, especially as the match features a youthful contender against one of advanced years. The stark contrast adds to the spectacle. Go, go, Xia Bai, you can do it. Take down that lecherous old man. The two fighters bow to one another. Chen Long assumes his stance, pondering the strength of Xia Bai across from him, reasoning that he should be the strongest martial artist on earth. Where did this person spring from? It is indeed perplexing. After much contemplation, he resolves to test his opponent's might. As the energy emanating from both fighters intensifies, the audience gradually falls silent, their gaze fixed intently on the arena, awaiting the unfolding events. In the depths of his mind, Xia Bai contemplated how to ensure that Master Roshi did not suffer an overly humiliating defeat. With a combat power of 139, he resolved to exercise restraint, aiming to control his strength to a mere 500, assuring himself that it was not unfair. As Xia Bai gradually released his energy, Master Roshi felt an increasing weight of pressure. Until now, Xia Bai had refrained from revealing his aura, leading Roshi to perceive him as formidable without grasping the full extent of his prowess. The energy now emanating from Xia Bai enveloped Roshi in an overwhelming sense of dread. I cannot allow him to escalate any further. Otherwise, I might lose the courage to make a move, Roshi thought, deciding that he must strike first. His body moved with remarkable swiftness, vanishing from the arena in an instant. Where did he go? I can't see him. One spectator exclaimed. Me neither. Where's that old man? Another chimed in. The host, astounded, remarked, It's truly astonishing. Contestant Chen Long has disappeared from the stage. Was it a speed? I wonder if contestant Xia Bai can perceive Chen Long's movements. Otherwise, he may be in peril. Host, although I cannot see, it does not hinder my commentary. This is professional ethics. As Master Roshi dashed at breakneck speed, Xia Bai ceased amplifying his aura, observing Roshi as he circled rapidly around him. Oh no, he spotted me. I can only give it my all now. Phantom Fist, he declared, attempting to create a diversion. Roshi's speed was blinding, but Xia Bai left behind a mere afterimage, his fist striking out. With a resounding clap, to the astonishment of the onlookers, Xia Bai intercepted Roshi's palm. Roshi was momentarily taken aback, though he had anticipated this outcome. If he could not land a single blow, the aura Xia Bai had displayed would merely have been intimidating. Gazing at Xia Bai, who had caught his punch, Roshi unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, each one resembling a phantom, surpassing the limits of human perception. In the face of such intense onslaught, Xia Bai remained unflinching, skillfully deflecting the attacks with a single hand while his body remained steadfastly in place. Gradually, Roshi's assault intensified, causing the very floor of the arena to fracture beneath the strain. Eventually, realizing that his strikes were ineffective against Xia Bai, he halted his assault. Goodness, this is a breach of martial ethics. In Dragon Ball, when one channels their energy, don't others typically observe? Xia Bai leaned in and whispered, Teacher Wu Tian, your speed could be a touch swifter, and your strength could be augmented as well. With a resounding thud, Master Roshi propelled himself back to his original position, indicating that ordinary attacks were ineffective against him. His speed was simply too formidable. Furrowing his brow, it became evident that he would resort to the Kamehameha wave, hoping that his youth would render him less experienced in technique. With that thought, he proceeded to act. Master Roshi anchored himself in place, his aura rapidly intensifying, and his emaciated form began to swell with defined muscle. His gaze was sharp and penetrating, as both hands rested at his right side, forming a blossom-like stance, with energy coursing from his entire being into his palms. As Xia Bai observed the familiar movements of Master Roshi, an exhilarating thrill coursed through him. Is he about to unleash the Kamehameha? Wait for me. I must try this technique as well, he mused, realizing that he had yet to attempt it since his arrival. With a semblance of mastery, he began to mimic Master Roshi's actions, resembling a mirror image, albeit with a slight delay. Watching Xia Bai imitate his movements, Master Roshi felt a pang of dismay. He vividly recalled the time he had released the Kamehameha just once, and little Goku had grasped it effortlessly. Truly, there must be prodigies in this world. He couldn't help but acknowledge the passage of time that had rendered him older. However, the moment had come. and there was no turning back. What were the two of them up to, striking identical poses? Were they about to unleash a powerful attack? It was reminiscent of the gaming sessions he often indulged in, simply pressing or would suffice. While the audience buzzed with speculation, Master Roshi had already pushed his energy to the limit. A white, lightning-tinged glow flickered at the energy sphere in his right hand, harboring enough power to obliterate the moon. In that fleeting moment, a silent connection seemed to spark between Master Roshi and Xiaobai. Kamehameha, they exclaimed in unison, and with their voices resonating. Two blue energy waves erupted from their hands, one large and one small, colliding spectacularly. How beautiful! Is this a trick? It must be an illusion. It's simply stunning. Chapter 8. The clash between Sun Wukong and Xiaobai, the two energy waves, one larger than the other, soon proved too much for Master Roshi to sustain. After all, Xiaobai was currently wielding a battle power of 500, merely playing around during the World Martial Arts Tournament. Now, having witnessed the Kamehameha once, he had mastered it. And it was time to send Master Roshi flying. With that thought, Xiaobai intensified his output, causing the blue-white energy wave to double in size. Upon witnessing the enlarged energy wave, Master Roshi's face turned pale. He realized he could no longer withstand its force. The inevitable consequence of his inability to resist was being propelled off the stage by the energy wave. As the two energy waves clashed, Master Roshi's feet left deep imprints on the arena floor as he retreated, step by step. Despite the bitterness in his heart, he found himself powerless to resist. Boom. Ultimately, Master Roshi was sent tumbling off the stage, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions, gratitude, resignation, and a touch of bewilderment. He had intended to teach the two youngsters that there were always greater powers beyond their grasp, yet he found himself the one receiving the lesson. Nevertheless, he shook off his thoughts and applauded, for he had preparations to make for Namu, knowing full well that such a formidable opponent would be beyond Namu's capabilities. Alas, his inherent kindness compelled him to assist. Earlier, Master Roshi had employed his mind-reading abilities to glimpse the landscape of Namu's homeland. Let us congratulate contestant Xiaobai on his victory. Truly formidable. The competition is heating up, and now we proceed to the sixth match, Sun Wukong versus Namu. With great enthusiasm, Xiaobai eagerly descended from the arena and stealthily approached Master Roshi, who was engrossed in a rather enigmatic activity. Upon closer inspection, Xiaobai discovered that Master Roshi was joyfully perusing a magazine filled with images of swimsuit-clad women. Having never encountered such a publication before, Xiaobai squatted beside him, pointing and exclaiming, "Oh, Master Wutian, please don't turn the page just yet. I haven't finished looking." As the two leafed through the magazine, the competition in the arena reached its conclusion. Ultimately, Sun Wukong triumphed, overcoming a series of bizarre challenges, his formidable physique and strength proving insurmountable, leaving Nameless with no choice but to concede defeat. Grasping the microphone, the host exuberantly announced, "Now, we move on to our championship finale, featuring our competitors, Xiaobai and Sun Wukong. After battling numerous formidable opponents, they have emerged victorious through their remarkable prowess. Let us warmly welcome these two powerful martial artists." The audience erupted in cheers, having experienced the fervor and unparalleled visual spectacle of the martial artists' duels throughout the day. The grand finale promised to be even more intense and awe-inspiring. Xiaobai gazed upon the little one who was still energetically warming up with jubilant leaps, and contemplated his future evolution into a Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan Red, Super Saiyan Blue, and the mastery of Ultra Instinct. This remarkable growth was rooted in a passion for combat, a love for battle, and relentless training. It was a mystery how he maintained such an innocent heart. If nothing unexpected occurs, Son Goku's battle power would never surpass his own. I could almost envision Vegeta's despair as he transitioned from perennial second place to eternal third. From this moment forward, a formidable mountain would loom over them, an insurmountable challenge to surpass. Yet it would undoubtedly serve as a constant source of motivation for their relentless pursuit of strength. Now, let us deliver a blow to these children. Xiaobai had always admired the gesture of tapping the forehead, reminiscent of Beerus tapping Son Goku. After witnessing the two bow to one another, the host announced, "Now, the match begins." He swiftly dashed off the stage, a movement he would soon master. "Please guide me well, big brother. I am ready to attack," declared Son Goku, striking a battle stance as he looked at Xiaobai. "Come forth, little one. Let me witness the extent of your current prowess." With a sudden sprint, Son Goku created an afterimage on the arena, while his true form vanished from sight. Is that the afterimage technique? How ingenious. I learned it after just one glance. But alas, it holds no utility against me, haha. Here I am. Do you still wish to ambush me, little one? With a swift motion, Xiaobai effortlessly seized Sun Wukong, who had stealthily approached from behind, and brought him before himself. Ah, you are remarkably fast, big brother, despite my rapid pace. You managed to catch me, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his expression one of feigned innocence. Xiaobai, with Sun Wukong in his left hand, raised his right index finger and, with a swift tap to the monkey's forehead, applied a slight pressure before casting him aside. A sizable bump rapidly formed on Sun Wukong's forehead. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The young monkey cried, hastily covering his head. Any contact with the bump only intensified the pain. Observers noted that Sun Wukong appeared utterly defenseless against Xiaobai's assault. Are you going to concede, Wukong? That bump looks quite painful. After a brief pause, during which the throbbing subsided somewhat, Sun Wukong regained his stance. His speed was astonishing, allowing him to locate me in an instant and seize me. Thus, I resolved to maintain my distance. Let us attempt the Kamehameha wave, he declared, leaping back slightly and striking a pose to initiate the attack. Kamehameha, he shouted, preparing for another wave of energy. Xiaobai felt a sense of helplessness. Extending a single finger, a surge of energy materialized, piercing through the Kamehameha wave unleashed by Goku, completely dispersing the emitted energy. The violent impact sent Goku tumbling to the side, leaving a gaping crater in the arena. As dust swirled through the air, once it settled, no trace of Goku could be found, as if he had vanished into thin air. Where is he? Why can't we see Sun Wukong? One murmured. Indeed. Where has that child gone? Another echoed. Look. Up there. He is taken to the sky. Soon, the audience in the square turned their gaze upward. Realizing that Goku had seized the opportunity amidst the dust to leap into the air, aiming to launch a Kamehameha wave at Xiaobai from above. Kamehameha. This time, the energy wave was unleashed with remarkable speed, intended to catch Xiaobai off guard. The blue and white column of energy surged from the heavens down to the arena, nearly obliterating it. Debris flew in all directions, and the center of the arena transformed into a profound chasm. Look, Xiaobai is right beside Sun Wukong. When did he get there? That was astonishingly fast. Wow, indeed. Just as the energy wave closed in, Xiaobai swiftly ascended, positioning himself next to Goku, who was in a rapid descent, intently scanning the arena. Huh, where's everyone? Where did my big brother go? Could he be gone? Xiaobai listened nearby, a frown forming on his forehead as he swiftly delivered a slap to Wukong, exclaiming, I am right beside you. This slap sent Wukong crashing onto the arena, while Xiaobai remained suspended in the air. Wow, this person can fly. Is it a trick? Indeed, you are correct. It must be an illusion. How could anyone truly fly? Is this the sky dance technique of the crane school? How did he master it? Came Sidney mused, gazing curiously at Xiaobai floating above. Hey, big brother, you're cheating. You're flying. Wukong shouted at Xiaobai. Oh, well, if you can't fly, then I'll descend. He gracefully landed on the now tattered arena. Intrigued by how he should handle Wukong next, Wukong was genuinely troubled. It seemed he was outmatched and had no viable strategy. However, giving up now would be a shame. With his stamina, he should be able to hold his ground. Chapter 9. Wukong transforms into a giant ape resolute. Wukong moved directly beside Xiaobai, unleashing a flurry of punches and strikes in rapid succession. At this moment, Wukong had yet to fully mature, with his short limbs making his fierce attacks appear somewhat comical. Despite the intensity of his assault, Xiaobai effortlessly countered with a single technique. He firmly pressed his finger against Wukong's forehead, rendering him motionless. As Wukong's short arms and legs flailed in futility, a wave of excitement rippled through the audience, captivated by the amusing spectacle unfolding on the stage. To them, it seemed as though Wukong was engaging in a battle of wits with the very air itself. Xiaobai, realizing the advantage of his height, thought, You wish to strike me, but you cannot. It's almost too easy for me to evade. Observing Wukong's futile attempts, Xiaobai slightly bent his finger, delivering a sharp tap to Wukong's head. Wukong was instantly propelled backward by the force, stumbling 10 meters away, a noticeable bump forming on his head. In a flash, he reappeared before Wukong, who was clutching his head in pain. From the sidelines, Bulma and Kain Tower, along with their companions, watched with concern, for it was evident that victory seemed utterly out of reach for Wukong. The man opposing him was overwhelmingly formidable, and throughout the encounter, he had been entirely unable to retaliate. Xiaobai crouched before Sun Wukong and spoke. Wukong, since you began your training, have you ever encountered an opponent you could not defeat? How do you feel now? Are you contemplating surrender? After all, your adversary is formidable, and your speed and strength still fall short. You must continue your training. Wukong stood once more, matching Xiao Bai's height. The resilience and stamina of a Saiyan are not to be underestimated. Although Xiao Bai had lightly tapped his head twice, the impact was not negligible, and it was remarkable how swiftly Wukong regained his footing. With his legs slightly bent and arms poised for an attack, Wukong grinned innocently and declared, "I will not concede. Prepare to receive my assault, big brother." It appeared that this spirit of combativeness had become instinctual for him, a drive that propelled him towards greater strength. Hey-ha! Afterimage fist. Seizing the opportunity while Xiao Bai was crouched, Wukong executed a rapid movement, leaving behind an afterimage to deceive Xiao Bai's gaze and prepared to strike from behind. It was somewhat frustrating that he had yet to land a hit on Xiao Bai. In an instant, Wukong had positioned himself behind Xiao Bai and launched a punch aimed at his back. If Wukong took merely 0.1 seconds to execute his attack, Xiao Bai likely responded in a fraction of a second, effortlessly intercepting Wukong's blow with his fingertip. As Wukong realized that his punch had not struck Xiao Bai's back, but rather his hand, he swiftly summoned all his strength. Attack, attack, attack. In Dragon Ball, a battle cry is essential for impact. A flurry of punches circled around Xiao Bai, a maneuver commonly known as kiting. Yet, no matter the onslaught, Xiao Bai deftly neutralized every attempt. Observing the panting Wukong, who continued to press the attack, Xiao Bai smirked. "Wukong, I have discerned a fatal weakness in you." Just as Wukong pondered this, Xiao Bai skillfully evaded his assault and, in a swift motion, found himself behind Wukong, grasping his tail and lifting him effortlessly. Xiao Bai vaguely recalled that he had yet to realize that his tail was a vulnerability. If captured, he would lack the strength to resist. The reasoning behind this eluded him, for after all, he had never seized a monkey's tail. Gazing at the vacant-eyed son Wukong before him, Xiao Bai couldn't help but remember a certain dialogue. "Jade Emperor, I govern the celestial order. Tathagata, you have been struck by a monkey. Jade Emperor, I have endured 17,500 tribulations. Tathagata, you have been struck by a monkey. Jade Emperor, can we refrain from mentioning the monkey? Tathagata, your sister was seduced by a mortal. Jade Emperor, forgive me, deities. I am devoid of strength now." Sun Wukong, ensnared by Xiao Bai by his tail, appeared utterly listless, as if drained of all vigor. "You see, your tail requires diligent training. This weakness is indeed perilous. Well then, it seems I must release you." The audience, witnessing the confrontation on stage, felt as though time had frozen. Sun Wukong's defeat seemed inevitable, with no chance of resurgence. Just then, Xiao Bai heard a rhythmic thumping of a heartbeat. What on earth was happening? Could one behold the moon, even while facing the ground? Following Sun Wukong's gaze, he spotted a gleaming bald head. Such a peculiar thought process. Indeed, it was unrivaled. With that in mind, Xiao Bai relinquished his hold on Sun Wukong, knowing that transforming into a mindless giant ape would yield merely over 1,000 combat power, easily manageable by him. Yet, contemplating the destruction of the moon seemed futile. It was better to sever it directly, for this timeline hardly required a tail. With a thunderous roar, in the astonished gaze of the crowd, Wukong transformed from a diminutive figure into a colossal, red-eyed gorilla, covered in black fur, howling to the heavens in fervor. No. The black giant ape was bellowing at the moon, its robust arms thumping against its chest. A monster. Run. As the throng scattered in panic, the once massive gathering vanished without a trace, demonstrating the extraordinary potential of humanity. The host, microphone in hand, surveyed the fleeing crowd, then glanced at the menacing Sun Wukong. "Oh dear, they have all fled. Should I run? No, I am a dedicated host. Not even the heavens collapsing will sway my resolve." Wukong had transformed into a monster. The trembling Bulma and her companions quickly huddled into a corner. Master Roshi observed the rampaging Sun Wukong, contemplating whether that young lad, Xiao Bai, could remedy the situation. If not, they might have to obliterate the moon. At that moment, Yamcha stepped forward, exclaiming, "Current Wukong lacks reason. Only by severing his tail can he revert. Transform into scissors. I will seize the opportunity to cut off his tail." Just as Yamcha was about to act, Xiao Bai floated before the giant ape, turning to Yamcha and waving his hand. "No need for such trouble. My strength can resolve this." Upon hearing this, Yamcha crossed his arms over his chest and gazed quietly, thinking to himself, "How I loathe those who put on airs before me. I shall observe how you will resolve this matter. Should you fail, I will delight in mocking you." Then, I shall seize the scissors and turn the tide, ultimately striking a dashing pose and casually tossing my hair. After Xiaobai issued his declaration, Master Roshi and the others stood together, silently watching him show off. The giant ape's crimson gaze was fixated upon the diminutive figure before him. Roar. Chapter 10. The time for farewell has arrived. Roar. Observing the insignificant creature before him, the giant ape swatted down with a colossal hand, unleashing a fierce gust that tousled Xiaobai's dark hair. With a swift motion, Xiaobai extended his hand to meet the giant ape's formidable strike, remaining completely unmoved. The collision of their palms generated a shockwave that shattered the martial arts arena below. Witnessing this tiny ant effortlessly withstand his assault, the giant ape became enraged, roaring ferociously as he launched into a frenzied attack on the diminutive figure. Enough of this madness. You shall be brought down. In an instant, Xiaobai soared to the apex of the colossal ape, extending a foot to deliver a resounding stomp. The battle-worn arena could no longer withstand the force, yielding to a massive crater. The giant ape, struck with tremendous impact, lay motionless within the pit, merely gasping for breath. Clearly gravely injured. Has this been resolved? Still lost in self-indulgence, Yamcha gazed with wide eyes at the incapacitated giant ape, internally pleading, "Rise up. Summon your strength. How can you lie there so feebly?" Yamcha felt a profound sense of disappointment. As the remnants of the arena lay scattered around, Xiaobai glanced at the immobile giant ape and called out to the distant turtle sage and the host, inviting them to approach, assuring them that the danger had passed. "Is it truly safe now?" The host inquired cautiously, his gaze drifting over the devastated martial arts venue, where remnants of fear lingered from the giant ape's reign. Observing the group's tentative demeanor, Xiaobai couldn't help but smile brightly. Rest assured, there's no peril. Only then did they cautiously make their way over, hiding behind Xiaobai as they peered into the pit. Upon seeing the giant ape languishing there, devoid of any will, they emerged confidently. "Puyalu," Yamcha exclaimed. "The moment for my showmanship has arrived. Young Master Yamcha." He had never anticipated that the title Young Master could bring him such immense joy. It was remarkably perceptive. His spirits soared, akin to the refreshing sensation of sipping iced water on a summer day. "You may be stronger than I, but you lack a pet." He provocatively glanced at Xiaobai, leaving him bewildered. "Transform into scissors. I shall sever his tail." "Yes, young Master Yamcha." "Hey, transform." Xiaobai gazed curiously at Puyalu's transformation, utterly amazed by its utility. It made him ponder the whimsical thought of attending a kindergarten in the southern region to experience such wonders himself. Ahem, what was he thinking? He chastised himself internally, realizing that a place like kindergarten was far beyond his reach. If he were to go, it would have to be in secret. Under the eager gazes of the onlookers, Yamcha approached with the grace of a cat, moving cautiously like a startled sparrow, ever ready to take flight. With a decisive snap, the formidable task was finally accomplished, as the robust tail of the giant ape was severed. Xiaobai initially intended to have him exercise his tail, but now, it seems that opportunity will have to wait. Who could have anticipated that, aside from the moon, a bald head could also trigger his transformation? One can only imagine the chaos that might ensue if he encounters another bald head during his future adventures. Given his peculiar thought process, his transformation would be inevitable, and the destruction could be catastrophic. Perhaps it would be wiser to eliminate the root cause rather than the moon itself. As the tail was severed, the gigantic ape gradually diminished in size, and soon, a bare-bodied little Wukong emerged, albeit without his tail. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from behind, drawing everyone's attention to Bulma, who was covering her eyes with her hands, peering at little Wukong. After a moment of silence, Krillin approached to awaken Wukong and assist him in changing into a new outfit. Upon waking, Wukong instinctively touched where his tail used to be and realized it was gone. Fortunately, his spirits remained high, and he was unfazed. Noticing Xiaobai still on the arena, his competitive nature flared up once more, and he assumed a fighting stance, eager for a match. Meanwhile, the turtle hermit and his companions were at a loss on how to proceed, while the host nervously dabbed at his forehead with a handkerchief, contemplating the absurdity of wanting to continue fighting under such circumstances. Xiaobai, unwilling to waste any more time as darkness enveloped the sky, approached decisively. Before Sun Wukong could retaliate, he deftly grasped the nape of his neck, rendering him incapable of launching an attack. With effortless grace, he strode to the edge of the arena and, with a firm motion, cast Sun Wukong to the ground. In the gaze of the multitude, he secured a victory in this match with such simplicity and ease, leaving one to wonder if the earlier moments had merely been playful jest. Xiaobai's gaze then fixated on the host, who, still reeling from the earlier astonishment, had yet to regain composure. It was only upon meeting Xiaobai's kind, gentle, and unthreatening eyes that he hastily raised the microphone and proclaimed, "Congratulations to our contestant Xiaobai for his victory, thus becoming the champion of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Let us all celebrate." As the competition reached its conclusion, the host presented Xiaobai with a prize of 500,000 Sony dollars. Subsequently, the master of the Martial Arts Association approached, offering Xiaobai an extravagant red envelope. At that moment, a rumbling sound echoed through the air, drawing the attention of everyone towards Sun Wukong, who sheepishly admitted, "Oh dear, I find myself quite hungry." Xiaobai waved the large red envelope he had just received, glancing at his childhood companions from Dragon Ball with a faint smile. "Let us go? I'll treat you all to a meal." Yay! Soon, a group of 6, accompanied by 2 pets, arrived at a restaurant near the venue. Before long, amidst the incredulous gazes of the diners, Goku had piled his table high with plates, voraciously devouring his meal, wielding a bowl the size of a basin, enthusiastically eating without restraint. One could only wonder how Chi-Chi managed to nurture such an insatiable eater as Goku, likely relying primarily on the flesh of monsters. After their meal, Xiaobai proceeded to settle the bill. Upon seeing the long receipt and the proprietor's smile reminiscent of an emperor, he felt a pang of emptiness as he paid the hefty sum of 500,000 Sony. As night fell, a familiar sound echoed once more, and Xiaobai listened intently. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability, creation from nothingness. This cannot create living beings or objects surpassing the host's capabilities. As the host's strength continues to grow, the current method of microcontrol can no longer perfectly regulate your power. Please enter a deep slumber to better adapt to your strength. Reflecting on the system's words, Xiaobai pondered deeply. Indeed, his power was doubling daily. Although his strength in physical, mental, and skill aspects was maturing comprehensively, it was becoming evident that without restraint, he could inadvertently wreak havoc upon the universe in a few years with a mere flip of his body. "How long must I slumber?" he inquired. Ding! An estimated 12 years will suffice to alleviate concerns about uncontrollable growth in your power. Very well, I shall comply swiftly. The following day arrived, marking the moment of parting as the group stood at the entrance of the martial arts tournament. Yamcha addressed the gathering. "It is time to part ways. Will you all continue to train together?" Upon hearing this, Master Roshi interjected, "No way. I had planned to send these 2 little rascals off and enjoy a quiet, albeit dull, life with launch." He quickly added, "Goku, Krillin, I have imparted all that I can teach you. From today forth, you must forge your own paths and train independently. I believe in your potential." "Yes, Master Roshi. Now, I shall seek the 4-star ball left to me by my grandfather." Bulma, astonished, looked at Goku and asked, "Are you really going to search for the Dragon Balls?" "Indeed, and I can continue to train along the way." Oolong and Puar chimed in unison. "We want to accompany you in search of the Dragon Balls. It's far too perilous." Goku scratched his head and laughed heartily. "I'll manage on my own." Seeing Goku had made his decision, Master Roshi turned to Krillin and inquired, "So, Krillin, where do you plan to go next?" "Go train secretly, and keep your distance from me." Krillin replied, "I'm not sure where to go, so I think I'll train alongside you, Master." Master Roshi quickly countered, "No, you are already a mature young man. It's time for you to train on your own. I believe in you." "No, I am still immature and incapable of independence. Thus, I must continue to train under my master." Master Roshi exclaimed, "Damn it. My blissful days with Launch have ended before they even began." "Bulma and Yamcha, where are you headed next?" "Yamcha and I plan to go to West City. Do come to visit us, Goku, when you have the time." Subsequently, Goku turned to ask Xiaobai, "Big brother, where are you going next?" "Well, before I answer that question, allow me to present you with some gifts." "What gifts?" Goku and Krillin gazed at him with eager anticipation. Then Xiaobai closed his eyes, and after a brief moment, a large chest materialized before them. Given Xiaobai's current strength, conjuring something out of nothing is quite taxing. The group watched in awe as a large chest suddenly appeared. Surrounding it with curiosity and intrigue, Xiaobai approached the box and opened it, retrieving 3 crimson martial arts uniforms, which he handed to Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha. Once they had received the garments, he spoke, "These are the 3 martial arts uniforms I have crafted. You can manipulate their weight with your thoughts. The maximum weight can reach 10,000 tons. Moreover, as long as it does not exceed my combat power, it is nearly impossible to damage them. Feel free to try them on." "Wow, really? I'll give it a go," Yamcha exclaimed, watching in awe as Goku and Krillin changed into their new outfits before him. Before long, the two little ones stood proudly in their fresh attire. "Now, let us see how they perform," Xiaobai said with a smile. 500 kilograms. 300 kilograms. As Goku and Krillin shouted, their uniforms suddenly became exceedingly heavy, forcing them to the ground, where they struggled but could not rise. "How does it feel?" "It should last you quite a long time," Xiaobai inquired, observing them with a grin, after the weight of the uniforms was removed. Goku and Krillin's eyes sparkled with excitement as they gazed at their outfits. "These are essential for our training." "Thank you, big brother," they chorused. "Ah." "No need for thanks," Xiaobai waved his hand dismissively. "Teacher Wutian, this is for you. Open it and take a look." With that, he pulled out a hefty 100 kilograms of magazines from the box and handed them to Master Roshi. Curiously, Master Roshi opened one, only to be overwhelmed by an immediate rush of excitement, hastily closing it and cradling the 100 kilograms of books like treasures, laughing heartily. Xiaobai couldn't help but smile. This was a classic line from many of his teachers in his past life. "Ahem. Bulma, Oolong, Puar, everything left in the box belongs to you." "Really? That's wonderful. Thank you." Each person gets 2 pets, and I thought it had nothing to do with them. I never expected to actually have my own. Bulma and the 2 pets rushed to the side of the box, their eyes sparkling as they gazed at the overflowing assortment of desserts and exquisitely crafted delicacies inside. "Can we eat this?" They turned to Xiaobai, inquiring. "Yes, of course. This is the most delectable food in this world." "Then we won't hold back." Subsequently, Xiaobai called over Wutian, Yamcha, and Goku, speaking earnestly. "Wutian, Yamcha, Goku, Krillin, do you perceive me as particularly formidable?" "Indeed, big brother, you are truly impressive." "It is true. Though I am reluctant to admit it, your strength far surpasses mine." Xiaobai extended his hand, condensing an immense energy sphere, and proclaimed, "Behold this orb. Upon its detonation, it possesses the capacity to obliterate the earth and all its inhabitants." The 4 individuals gazed at the luminous white sphere in Xiaobai's grasp. Although they were yet unfamiliar with the concept of combat prowess, they could distinctly sense that should this sphere erupt, it would leave no trace of life in its wake. Noticing the tension etched upon their faces, Xiaobai gently retracted the energy sphere, allowing the 4 to finally ease their apprehension. The turtle sage, with a grave expression, inquired, "What do you wish to convey?" Xiaobai gazed at the 4 of them and declared, "On Earth, I now stand as the strongest. I can sense that there is no one here capable of surpassing me. Thus I harbor no concerns regarding the safety of our planet." His tone then shifted to one of gravity. "However, Teacher Wutian, you must understand that the universe is vast. I can intuitively feel that there are beings stronger than I, both benevolent and malevolent. Therefore, Wutian, Yamcha, Goku, and Krillin, you must intensify your training. Do not wait until a formidable adversary crosses our path and threatens to annihilate Earth, leaving you utterly defenseless. At that point, both you and our planet may vanish without a trace. So, dedicate yourselves to your training and strive to become warriors who protect Earth. Is what you say true?" Wutian asked, his voice trembling slightly. "I assure you it is true. However, do not be afraid. They are not currently focusing their attention on Earth, for it is relatively remote. Therefore, as long as you train diligently, all will be well." Upon hearing this, Wutian and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They had thought themselves the strongest in the world, only to have Xiaobai directly challenge that notion. Except for Goku, who remained unaware of the gravity of the situation. The other 3 had varying degrees of understanding. After a moment's contemplation, Wutian curiously inquired, "Why the sudden explanation?" Xiaobai sighed helplessly and remarked, "My current strength is overwhelming, and it shall only grow more formidable with time. Hence, I must enter a slumber to acclimate to my power, preparing myself for the adversaries that lie ahead." Observing their palpable tension, Xiaobai smiled and reassured them, "As long as you diligently train in the garments I provide, your capabilities will undoubtedly enhance. I express this not to induce complacency, but to emphasize the necessity of unwavering dedication to your cultivation." "How many years must you sleep?" one inquired. "Approximately 12 years, I presume. When the time arrives, should you encounter formidable foes, you may awaken me at the Karin Tower." "Karin Tower? Is that the abode of the immortals?" Another asked. "Indeed, my dwelling is susceptible to disturbances, making it prudent to slumber within the Karin Tower, where the feline immortal can attend to my needs." "Are there really immortals in this world?" Yamcha queried curiously. Xiaobai nodded slightly. "Ah, we shall remember this. In 12 years, we shall awaken you." "Very well, I have nothing further to convey." Oh, by the way, it would be prudent for you to learn how to fly. It is quite convenient. Master Wu Tian can teach you. It is rather simple. Well then, I shall take my leave. Until we meet again. With that, Xiaobai gracefully ascended into the air, swiftly soaring towards Karin Tower amidst the farewells of the crowd. Chapter 11. Xiaobai Starlit Sky. Xiaobai Big Brother has departed. Thus, I must set forth as well. Nimbus Cloud. Sun Wukong shouted to the heavens. Just as Wukong summoned the Nimbus Cloud, the group witnessed Xiaobai returning once more. Landing back on the ground, Xiaobai sheepishly scratched his head and addressed the others. I departed in haste and completely forgot to give you one more thing. Under the curious gazes of all present, both human and beast alike, Xiaobai solemnly retrieved a handful of green beans from his pocket. Although he did not observe their expressions, he was acutely aware that they must have been utterly bewildered, returning just to present a mere bean. As if it were an ordinary occurrence. Do not be impatient, he urged. Teacher Wu Tian, you must have encountered this bean before. It is the celestial bean from the divine seeds of Kalinta, known for its exceedingly scarce yield. Wu Tian examined it closely and confirmed it was indeed the celestial bean. Capable of sustaining one without hunger for 10 days with just a single bean, Xiaobai continued, stating that the celestial beans possess a remarkable efficacy beyond merely alleviating hunger for 10 days. The extraordinary capability lies in their power to resurrect an individual who, though gravely injured and clinging to life, can consume one and be restored to full vitality. Furthermore, even severed limbs can regenerate after consumption. Thus, these beans are deemed an essential asset for martial artists. Is this truly the case? The crowd looked at Xiaobai with curiosity. Indeed. Is there anyone willing to volunteer for a trial? Xiaobai tossed the beans in his hand. Teacher Wu Tian, you surely understand the significance of these celestial beans. Should adversaries appear, they may prove to be a lifesaver. Observing the group's lack of awareness regarding the bean's true value, Xiaobai empathized. Recognizing that humans often fail to grasp the gravity of a situation until it directly threatens them. As he regarded the celestial beans in his hand and the bewildered expressions of his two disciples, Master Roshi boldly stepped forward. I shall conduct the experiment. Very well. Brace yourself for the pain. And you all, pay close attention. Goku, Krillin, Yamcha, and Bulma. The group focused intently on Xiaobai's forthcoming actions. Upon seeing Master Roshi prepared, Xiaobai conjured a beam, the diameter of a thumb, in a brilliant blue and white hue. With a flick of his finger, he shot it towards Master Roshi with great speed. With a resounding thud, it predictably pierced through Master Roshi's abdomen. Thud. The severely injured Master Roshi collapsed to the ground, prompting the onlookers to rush towards him. Teacher Wu Tian, do not panic. Xiaobai once held a miraculous bean in hand and fed it to Master Roshi, who swallowed it down. Despite having suffered severe injuries, Master Roshi could still move his mouth, thanks to Xiaobai's careful control of the dosage. As he swallowed the bean, to the astonishment of those present, the wound on his abdomen healed rapidly, allowing him to rise to his feet. It was truly astonishing. I have endured much suffering, Master Roshi remarked, gazing at his abdomen as if it had never been wounded, instantly comprehending the significance of the miraculous bean. Now, do you understand its importance? Xiaobai observed the eager expressions of the onlookers and nodded in satisfaction. As the number of Dragon Ball beans dwindled in the future, it was undoubtedly a measure to prevent cheating. I shall give each of you 5 beans. Master Mateto, 5 for you. Goku, 5 for you. Krillin, 5 for you. Yamcha, 5 for you. Bulma, 5 for you. As he spoke, he distributed the beans. Do you two little ones want some? Yes, yes, yes. Oolong and Por nodded furiously. All right, I shall give them to you. However, remember, these beans are exceedingly precious. Their annual yield is minimal, so do not waste them as mere meals. They are for life-saving purposes, especially you, Goku. Xiaobai swiftly halted Goku, who was about to stuff a bean into his mouth. But I'm hungry. Goku protested. If you're hungry, go eat. Aren't you skilled at hunting beasts and roasting them? Xiaobai replied. Well, everything is fine now. I must take my leave. If anyone has time, feel free to visit me at Karin Tower. Farewell. With that final remark, Xiaobai swiftly ascended and vanished from sight. Sigh. How I wish I could fly too, Master Roshi mused. He truly left us with something extraordinary. He gazed at the miraculous beans and the numerous magazines, watching Xiaobai's departing figure, and thought, what a kind-hearted child. Let us store these properly. Xiaobai is right. These beans are indeed life-saving. Goku, do not be greedy and waste them. And Krillin, make sure to utilize the adjustable weighted clothing Xiaobai provided diligently. Goku, Even while training alone, do not slack off. I understand, Grandpa. I will train hard, Goku replied, leaping onto the flying Nimbus and waving goodbye to everyone. Good luck, Goku. Wah, goodbye. The Nimbus disappeared like a streak of golden light, quickly vanishing from sight. Oolong, is searching for Dragon Balls dangerous? Krillin inquired. Indeed, it is quite challenging, Oolong affirmed. Master Potato, do you need me to escort you back to Kame House? No, thank you. We can return on our own, Krillin replied. Then we shall take our leave. Master Potato. Yes, be careful on your way back. At the entrance, only Master Roshi and Krillin remained. Let us depart as well, Krillin. Oh. And remember to adjust the weight of that clothing. After returning, train diligently every day. Yes, Master. Thus, each individual resumed their own life, embarking on their own adventures. Attending their respective classes while one was secretly perusing a magazine. Atop the tower, the cat sage, clutching a cane, awaited the return of Xiaobai. Having witnessed the latter's journey back, laden with an abundance of fish, I am overwhelmed with joy. The sensation of being pampered is truly delightful. Ahem. Wait, I am the cat sage, not just any ordinary pet. Cat sage, I have returned. Xiaobai greeted the creature with a cheerful smile. The cat spirit, with a swift movement, darted towards the water and the school of fish that Xiaobai had brought along. Upon seeing the variety of fish, the feline expressed pure joy and happiness. As evening fell, the pair roasted several fish. And it is worth mentioning that the fish here were mostly just skeletons with few small bones, allowing Xiaobai to indulge in the exquisite, succulent flavors of the fish. After their meal, they comfortably settled in their chairs, gazing up at the myriad stars twinkling in the night sky. Xiaobai became entranced, reminiscing about childhood memories of lying in the yard during summer nights where countless stars adorned the sky. Back then, he would often reference his books to identify various constellations, including the Big Dipper, which resembled a spoon, along with other constellations that he could scarcely recall now. The brilliance of the starlight painted a breathtaking scene. However, more than 2 decades later, he found the sky only sparsely dotted with stars. How many people today take a moment to notice the stars at night? P.S. My writing may not be exceptional, but I truly cherish these memories. As I write this, I glanced outside and counted. None were visible. Chapter 12. The happy cat Xiaobai and the cat lay on the ground beneath the vast expanse of stars. As time quietly slipped away, and the stars continued their celestial dance, eventually both drifted into slumber, their heads nestled together. The cat's nose formed a small bubble, and the gentle purring added a touch of liveliness to the tranquil night. Gradually, Xiaobai felt a soft, furry presence in his dreams and instinctively reached out, seeking warmth against the cool breeze. The bubble on the cat's nose burst, prompting the feline to snuggle closer into Xiaobai's embrace. Thus, they both peacefully slept. P.S. I wish a talented artist could illustrate this scene. The Karin Tower, the starry sky, a person and a cat nestled together in slumber. As time flowed, the following morning welcomed the warm sunlight that illuminated the vibrant life below. In the Karin Tower, Xiaobai basked in the sunlight's embrace, feeling pleasantly warm. With his eyes closed, he indulged in a moment of laziness, reluctant to rise. Yet, upon reflection, he realized he hadn't slept in a bed last night. He had actually rested on the ground of the Karin Tower. No wonder it felt so hard. And what was this soft, fluffy warmth in his arms? When did he acquire a plush toy? Xiaobai opened her eyes in confusion, and at that moment, the cat also opened its eyes. Their gazes met. And after a brief observation of their current position, it resembled the way the owner would embrace the cat while sleeping. Xiaobai gently released her grip, causing the cat's face to flush a vivid crimson. In an instant, the feline sprang away from Xiaobai. A moment of silence ensued, prompting Xiaobai to take the initiative to greet the creature. As long as I remain unperturbed, the awkwardness shall befall the others. Besides, it is merely a cat before me, albeit one that possesses a longer lifespan and is revered as a celestial being. Yet, it remains just a cat, and a rather adorable one at that. Good morning, cat celestial, Xiaobai said. Good morning, Xiaobai. I shall seek out something to eat. After a prolonged search, the only offerings available were fish and celestial beans, for the cat's sustenance depended on such fare. Stretching lazily and consuming a celestial bean, Xiaobai felt rejuvenated. Walking to the edge of the tower to gaze at the swirling clouds below, forming her hands into a trumpet shape, she bellowed into the clouds, roar. In truth, Xiaobai harbored a desire to master the art of foresight. However, it seemed that such a skill was reserved for the divine. Thankfully, she would soon enter a deep slumber, Otherwise, would she be left gazing at clouds from Karin Tower day after day? Little White. What shall I do if I grow hungry or thirsty during my slumber? Beep. Elementary school card. No, worry not. Even in slumber, the capable system shall manage everything else. Very well. With this reassurance, Xiaobai felt unburdened. A 12-year slumber awaited her. How splendid. One could only wonder what the earth would resemble upon her awakening. The Dragon Ball warriors must have grown even more formidable, especially considering that the garments she had gifted them could withstand the test of time. Vegeta and the others would find it impossible to damage such attire. It surpassed even bulletproof vests in its resilience. In their encounter with her, they were indeed fortunate. As for Goku, the tireless warrior, he would likely find it effortless to vanquish both Piccolo and the Saiyans in the future. Xiaobai turned his gaze to the cat, whose 6 whiskers trembled gently. After a minute, then 5, a rosy blush appeared on the feline's face, prompting it to retreat a few steps. Subtly distancing itself from Xiaobai. Is there something you wish to convey? You need not persist in staring at me, it said. Cat sage. I am preparing to slumber for 12 years. However, the noise next door is quite disruptive. I cannot simply retreat to the wilderness for my rest, can I? Hence, I wish to sleep within the Karin Tower. Is that permissible? Xiaobai looked at the cat with anticipation, for this place was not his home, and he longed for a sense of freedom. Oh, I see. That is indeed possible, the cat mused, stroking its whiskers. After all, having lingered in the Karin Tower alone for too long, the presence of a sleeping companion, though silent, was not entirely solitary. Upon hearing the cat sage's response, Xiaobai felt a wave of joy. Thank you, cat sage. However, there are no additional beds here. You will need to go down and purchase some. The cat informed him. The Karin Tower is equipped solely with beds for cats. Do not fret, just watch me, Xiaobai replied confidently. Xiaobai stood beside the wall. Her eyes gently closed, and with a graceful gesture, she commanded, transform. In an instant, the once barren floor was adorned with a sumptuous grand bed, complete with soft, inviting linens. Observing the emergence of the bed, Xiaobai nodded in satisfaction, marveling at the art of conjuring something from nothing. Ah, the cat, startled by the sudden appearance of its extravagant new bed, leapt in surprise several times. Its curiosity piqued as it cautiously approached. The opulence of the grand bed contrasted starkly with its own modest little bed, which seemed utterly ordinary, leaving it feeling a profound sense of melancholy. As if on the verge of tears, though the little one bore a heavy heart, it chose to remain silent. Xiaobai gazed at the cat with a conflicted expression and couldn't help but smile inwardly. Oh, dear feline spirit, allow me to provide you with a new bed. Upon hearing Xiaobai's words, the cat felt a surge of joy within, yet its countenance remained largely unchanged. Ahem, very well then. Xiaobai, employing her old tricks once more, transformed the cat's bed into a luxurious little haven, fit for a feline deity. The cat pondered whether it might indulge in this newfound comfort. Indeed, it was delightful. With a narrowed gaze, the cat observed Xiaobai turning away and, in a fit of excitement, rolled several times upon the plush bedding. It was utterly enchanting. The cat yearned to bury itself within the softness. Having lived for 8 centuries, it had never contemplated the notion of such an opulent resting place. Suddenly, the cat, startled by its own thoughts, sprang upright from the bed, declaring, I am the celestial cat. I must maintain my poise. Xiaobai promptly brought over a substantial package, containing seasonings for grilled fish, which should suffice for quite a while. Thank you very much, she replied. Having such a diligent assistant is quite delightful. In such a short time, all aspects of eating and resting have been meticulously arranged, sparing her the trouble of managing it herself. Xiaobai pondered for a moment, realizing there was nothing of utmost necessity to attend to. Thus, he turned over and enveloped himself within his blankets, laboriously extending a hand to greet the feline companion. I shall retreat into slumber now, O cat sage, until we meet again in 12 years. By the way, should any nefarious individuals approach, they may be lured to my side. Any malicious attack upon me shall be met with swift annihilation. The cat extended its paw and waved, signifying its understanding. Gradually, Xiaobai closed his eyes, silently whispering to himself, Xiaobai, let us embrace sleep. As he descended into slumber, Xiaobai felt his soul becoming increasingly attuned to his physical form. Having originally traversed realms, there lingered a slight dissonance, and thus, slumber served to alleviate Xiaobai's concerns while allowing him to adapt to the burgeoning powers he wielded. Once, he had envied the legendary Saiyan Broly for his bloodline, which bestowed upon him an automatic annual increase in strength, seemingly without limit. Yet now, Xiaobai felt no envy whatsoever. After all, he did not relish the idea of sporting a tail, though the Super Saiyan 4 form appeared undeniably striking. He found contentment in his current guise. Upon awakening, he resolved to master the forces of regulation, thereby effortlessly overpowering the Grand Minister and dealing with the troublesome king of all. Lost in these thoughts, a smile crept upon his lips as he surrendered to sleep. Noticing Xiao Bai's descent into slumber, Xiao Bai conjured a transparent protective barrier to shield him from disturbances. Meow. The cat observed Xiao Bai finally succumbed to sleep, chuckling softly. Ah, now this realm belongs to me. Wait, it has always been mine. It scampered joyfully around the little bed, rolling playfully, then dashed over to the fish seasoning, clutching it with glee. Approaching the tower, it gazed down at the clouds and the bustling mortals below, exclaiming, "This entire world is mine." Chapter 13. Bulma's wish. Casting a furtive glance back at Xiao Bai, the cat patted its chest in relief that no one had noticed its moment of whimsical folly. Being a cat is truly dull. I shall continue to secretly observe the human realm. As Xiao Bai slumbers, time flows slowly, and the stars shift in their celestial dance. With Xiao Bai's presence, how will this world transform? A mere flutter of a butterfly's wings can instigate a cascade of changes, let alone the significant impact of Xiao Bai, who possesses grand wings. Since the conclusion of the martial arts tournament, Wukong embarked on an adventure to seek the 4-star ball, while Krillin followed Master Roshi to pursue his own training. Yamcha and Bulma returned to West City. Wukong adjusted his attire to weigh 50 kilograms and began his quest for the Dragon Balls, all the while honing his skills. Equipped with a dragon radar, Wukong encountered a water crisis in Nam, and after some investigation, discovered that a group of monsters known as Kirin had blocked the water reservoir. Utilizing the Kamehameha wave, he broke the dam that Kirin and his comrades had secured with rubber rings. Although an accident ensued, fortune favored the benevolent. A miraculous water lake appeared beside Nam's village, alleviating their drought concerns for the time being. Upon departing from Nam's village, Wukong continued his search for the Dragon Balls. After an encounter with the Pilaf gang, he finally confronted the Red Ribbon Army, who were obsessively collecting Dragon Balls in a bid to dominate the world. However, this was the misguided ambition of the lower ranks, as their leader merely wished to wish upon the eternal dragon to grow taller, a long-held insecurity. Following the consecutive defeats of 2 Red Ribbon leaders and an exhilarating adventure, Wukong discovered that his radar was malfunctioning, necessitating a trip to West City to seek Bulma's assistance in repairing it. In West City, Bulma and Yamcha were embroiled in a cold war. As an inventive genius, Bulma had concocted a shrinking device and, through a twist of fate, decided to part ways with Yamcha to join Wukong in his quest for the Dragon Balls. Together with Krillin, who later joined them, Wukong embarked on a new journey. This time, they encountered the telekinetic Blue School and, with the aid of the robot Ding Xiaoyu, ultimately triumphed over them. Wukong's quest for the Dragon Balls led him to the base of Karin Tower. Through the introductions of UPA and his father, he learned of Karin Tower and the legendary ultra-holy water. Remembering that his brother Xiao Bai was within the tower, he resolved to ascend it. Meanwhile, the Red Ribbon Army had summoned the world's greatest assassin, Tao Pai Pai, to Karin Tower. After an intense battle, Wukong found himself overmatched and reluctantly shed the 50-kilogram attire gifted by Xiao Bai. Unencumbered by the heavy garb, he easily defeated Tao Pai Pai. However, the treacherous assassin feigned surrender and tossed a bomb at Wukong, only to meet his own demise from the explosion. After vanquishing his foe, Wukong began his ascent of Karin Tower, eager to meet the legendary sage. Bearing the 50-kilogram weight, he persevered through an entire day of climbing before finally catching sight of the sage, the feline, and the slumbering Xiao Bai. The cat sage observed young Wukong poking at Xiao Bai, only to be thwarted by an invisible barrier. Having grown bored, Wukong turned his attention to the cat sage, inquiring, "Are you the cat raised by my brother Xiao Bai? Where's the sage?" Upon hearing this, the cat leapt up in indignation, exclaiming, "I am not merely a cat raised by you. I am a celestial being of Kailenta." Wukong approached and stood before it, chuckling, "But you are a cat, and a rather diminutive one at that. Ha ha ha. Fool, I am a celestial being. Or more precisely, a celestial cat," it retorted. "In that case, I demand the elixir of supreme sanctity." The cat shot him a disdainful glance, not a chance. Ultimately, Wukong managed to acquire the elixir of supreme sanctity. After departing from Kailenta, his prowess surged, and he increased the weight of his attire to a staggering 60 kilograms. Empowered, Sun Wukong mounted his Nimbus cloud and set forth towards the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. Through various encounters, he discovered that this was a nefarious organization, which he resolved to dismantle while simultaneously seeking the 6th Dragon Ball. Although Wukong's wish for the 4-star ball had been fulfilled, Bulma still yearned to find Shenron for another wish, thus prompting Wukong to eradicate the Red Ribbon stronghold. A fierce battle ensued. But the Red Ribbon army stood no chance against the newly empowered Sun Wukong. Having secured the 6th Dragon Ball, Wukong proceeded to Turtle Island to reunite with Krillin and the others. We are still one short. Is the dragon radar malfunctioning? Bulma inquired, meticulously inspecting the device, only to find no apparent issues. It seems we must consult my sister, Master Roshi interjected. Sister? Wukong and his companions subsequently vanquished the Invisible Man, Vampire, Mummy, and Demon at the Fortune Teller's abode. Eventually, Wukong encountered his grandfather, Son Gohan, who had emerged from the underworld to visit his grandson. Seeing that Wukong was well, he felt reassured and returned to his eternal rest, having triumphed over 5 challengers. The fortune teller peered into her crystal ball and discerned that the final Dragon Ball resided with the Pilaf trio. Wukong approached and, without much struggle, claimed the Dragon Ball from the hapless trio. Thus, the 7 Dragon Balls were once again united. Placing the 7 Dragon Balls in order, Bulma called out to them, "Arise. Shenron, grant me my wish." A resonant hum filled the air as darkness descended, and a shimmering light emerged from the Dragon Balls, coalescing into a magnificent green dragon, its immense body adorned with flowing whiskers that swayed gracefully in the wind. The dragon's maw opened slightly, and a thunderous voice reverberated, "Speak. I can grant you any wish you desire." "Bulma, it is your turn to make a wish." Wukong laughed heartily, while the others looked on with keen curiosity, eager to know what she would request. "Speak. I await your wish," the dragon urged, noting the silence of the gathering. I want the most handsome boyfriend in the world." Upon uttering her wish, Bulma's cheeks flushed, and she sank to the ground in embarrassment. "Haha, so this is your wish." "Bulma," Wukong exclaimed. "Mind your own business. This wish is quite simple," the dragon replied with ease. "Very well." Bulma eagerly anticipated the appearance of the eternal dragon. A few beads of cold sweat formed on the dragon's brow as it beheld the seemingly simple yet unfulfilled wish. The individuals present shared a look of bewilderment. "I apologize, but his power is too formidable. I cannot bring him here. You may choose to have me send you to him instead." "What? Send me there? Surely. There will be no danger." "None at all. It's merely on Earth." Bulma glanced at the motley crew beside her. Krillin, with his prominent bald head, Goku, still a diminutive figure, Yamcha, ever the heartthrob, and Master Roshi. "Oh, never mind." Resolutely, she declared, "Dragon, send me there." "As you wish." Chapter 14. The Karin Tower. With a flash of crimson light in its enormous eyes, the eternal dragon made Bulma vanish from her spot, her wish granted. Farewell. As the dragon's form dissipated, the 7 Dragon Balls scattered into the air. Goku, quick as a flash, soared forth and captured the 4-star ball. Will Bulma be all right? She should be fine. After all, the dragon wouldn't abandon her in a perilous place. Phew, it's time for us to leave. Their brief reunion came to an end. Goku continued his training, while Yamcha beseeched Master Roshi to accept him as a disciple. Reflecting on the advice given by Xiaobai, Master Roshi ultimately acquiesced. Just as they believed Bulma was in no danger, she found herself trembling from the cold, anxiously hugging her arms. "Where am I? Where has the dragon sent me? Where's my boyfriend? Achoo, it's freezing." Before Bulma could comprehend her surroundings, she heard a voice. Hey, huh, who's speaking?" Bulma scanned her surroundings, but saw no one, her hair standing on end as she suddenly felt warmth leave her body. Master Roshi, observing Bulma's frantic search for him, wore a complex expression, torn over how to respond. "Though you are tall, that is no reason to disregard my presence. I am a celestial being and deserve some respect." "Hey, this time." Master Roshi tapped Bulma's leg with his staff, hoping she would finally notice him. Bulma at last sensed the tap and looked down to discover it was a cat. Upon realizing this, Bulma shut her eyes and fainted, muttering just before losing consciousness, "Dragon, you betrayed me." The eternal dragon, sweating nervously, thought to itself that it did not recognize her and labeled her a fool. Master Roshi, bemused by the sudden appearance of this girl who promptly fainted upon seeing him, felt a wave of awkwardness. He stroked his whiskers, musing, "Even Xiaobai finds me charming. After all, I am utterly adorable. Why does she faint at just one glance? Never mind. I shall not stoop to her level." Master Roshi, who habitually observed Earth from afar, had witnessed far too many peculiarities. "You dare to shout at me?" "I did not." "Female, you just raised your voice." "Male, All right, I did shout at you. Female, how dare you shout at me? Let us break up. The cat casually tossed the unconscious Bulma onto its little bed, presumably head first. Never mind. The cat decided to sneak a peek into the human world and tossed a small blanket over. As night fell, Bulma stirred slightly, propping herself up on her hands, yawning, and rubbing her eyes. Observing her unfamiliar surroundings, she recollected the events of the previous day, covering her eyes with her hands and sobbing. The most handsome boyfriend I wished for turned out to be a cat. I can never trust Shinran again. Hey, young lady, how did you arrive at the Karin Tower? Karin Tower? You mean this is Karin Tower? Seeing Bulma's startled reaction, the cat decided against further inquiries and opted to read her mind instead. Meow, I see. Bulma. Look behind you. Without much thought, overwhelmed by the influx of information, Bulma obediently glanced back. In her line of sight was a lavish bed with a figure lying on it. Unconsciously, she approached, fixating on the face of Xiao Bai. Bulma recognized her, after all. She was renowned for her unparalleled prowess in the martial arts tournament. Bulma had once admired her. She was strong, humble, kind, and helpful. Most importantly, she was quite beautiful. Bulma clapped her hands. Shinran, I believe in you again. Bulma mused. So, Shinran granted my wish to come here. And there's a striking contrast with the cat beside me. Plus he's sleeping now, resembling a reverse sleeping beauty. Is it true that a kiss will awaken him? It seems I am the princess rescuing the prince. Cough cough. The cat observed Bulma, seemingly lost in her reverie, and cleared its throat to rouse her. Abruptly jolted from her daydream, Bulma's eyes flashed with intense fury, causing the cat to shiver. After all, Bulma was a woman who had once dared to slap Beerus. Albeit briefly. In fact, she was even more formidable than the peak of the god of tea. As the cat contemplated speaking, Bulma suddenly stood, tossed a capsule to the ground, and a plane materialized. Striding purposefully inside, she took off, leaving behind the remark, I will return. The cat stood dumbfounded. What a fiery woman. Meow, I just saw a pair of humans engaging in a two-player game. Though I couldn't comprehend it, that didn't diminish my enjoyment. Meow, onward. Bulma piloted the plane straight home, rummaging through her belongings before dashing to the market to shop. Upon returning, she hastily landed the plane. Bulma, where are you going? I'm going out. Bulma's parents exchanged a knowing smile, such is the nature of a rebellious daughter. With a playful grimace, Bulma swiftly took off in her aircraft. As she soared into the sky, Bulma's mother, seemingly out of nowhere, produced a plate with 2 glasses of wine. Would you care for a drink? Dr. Briefs gently stroked the back of their black cat, raised a glass, and quietly savored the bittersweetness of their daughter growing up. In the afternoon, at Karin Tower, the cat was busy grilling fish when a thunderous sound echoed nearby. Turning to investigate, it became apparent that Bulma had landed her aircraft at Karin Tower, which then transformed into a capsule with a resounding pop. Bulma hurried to the cat's sage, revealing a capsule from her pocket, tossing one onto the ground. As the smoke cleared, a massive aquarium appeared, teeming with vibrant fish swimming within. Leaning forward, Bulma addressed the cat's sage. I intend to stay here for a while and will regularly deliver fish from around the globe. What do you think? Fish from all over the world? Regularly? The cat shook its head. No, it must come with seasoning. No problem. Just let me know your preferences, and I shall reside here. Without glancing back at the cat, who was now drooling over the fish, Bulma walked over to the side of the bed and tossed out a blue capsule, which materialized into a cozy little room just large enough for her alone. Once she had tidied up her belongings, Bulma stretched and declared, All right, I shall temporarily reside here. Chapter 15. The Elite Eight say, Bulma, are you really prepared to just watch him here? The cat asked weakly. What can I do? One cannot bite the hand that feeds them, especially when it belongs to someone so affluent. I feel as if I am being kept, the cat sighed. Well, you have a point. Next time the Dragon Balls are available for wishes, I shall ask them to teach me the method of entering someone's dreams. Bulma resolved with a clap of her hands. You truly are a genius. Of course, I am a super genius, Bulma exclaimed, hands on her hips, laughing joyfully. Ignoring the cat's protests, Bulma moved the table alongside some tea and snacks, settling quietly beside Shabate. Soon, the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament was approaching. On May 6th, 753 AE, after a series of bizarre events, Goku finally arrived just before the registration deadline, joining Master Roshi and the others who had arrived early. The group, Master Roshi, Son Goku, Bulma, Krillin, Yamcha, Launch, and their 2 pets, had assembled. Bulma, where did the dragon send you? Krillin curiously inquired, gazing up at Bulma, who was considerably taller than him. With all eyes upon her, Bulma blushed slightly and replied, "The dragon sent me to Karin Tower." Karin Tower? Upon mentioning this, several individuals recalled the slumbering Xiaobai. How is Xiaobai faring? Quite well, though perpetually in slumber. Hence, this time I wish to utilize the Dragon Balls to enter dreams. Goku. Krillin, Yamcha, will you assist me? Bulma clasped her hands together, gazing at the group. Haha, undoubtedly, Bulma. Once the martial arts tournament concludes, we shall embark on a quest for the Dragon Balls together, Goku replied, exchanging glances with his companions. That is splendid news, Goku. I am grateful to you all. By the way, after this martial arts tournament, what about the adjustable weight clothing Xiaobai gifted you? How are you all faring? Have you been diligently training? Xiaobai has expended considerable effort on your behalf. Haha, my attire now weighs a hefty 300 kilograms. Krillin, what about you? Goku scratched his head, turning to Krillin. 300 kilograms, quite remarkable, Goku. You even swam over from Earth. The turtle hermit and others gazed at him in astonishment. I am currently at a mere 230 kilograms, hardly noteworthy, haha. Krillin rubbed his bald head. In comparison, it seemed Goku had indeed been more industrious. I have observed Krillin's training over the past 3 years. He has been quite diligent, the turtle hermit affirmed. And Yamcha? Bulma inquired. I too am now at the same level as Krillin, Yamcha replied, proud of his progress, especially after studying under Master Roshi. Puar chimed in joyfully, remarking on Yamcha's dedication. It appears everyone has remained industrious over the past 3 years, putting an earnest effort into their training. The turtle hermit nodded appreciatively. The registration has concluded, and the competition begins tomorrow. Let us go dine, the turtle hermit declared. Ah, splendid. I have been famished for quite some time. We must ensure to eat to at least 80% capacity. The group gathered and made their way to the restaurant. It was only then that the turtle hermit discovered his wallet was empty. Observing the lively group ahead, the turtle hermit felt a wave of bitterness wash over him. Resigned to follow along, as they entered the restaurant and commenced their meal, he felt as though his heart were bleeding. The following day, the tournament commenced, with the preliminary rounds whittling down the participants from 182 to the top 8. Yamchu, Tien, the werewolf, Chunlong, alias of Master Roshi, Dend, Krillin, Pudding, and Son Goku. Combat power statistics. Yamcha, original plot 102, now 240. Tien, 145 techniques 210. Werewolf, 19. Chunlong, 139280. Dend, 94. Krillin, 115258. Pudding, 62. Son Goku, 150,320. And the impending emergence of the Demon King Piccolo, 260. Note, the combat power will increase when utilizing the skill explosive energy, which I have not documented. The werewolf and Pudding are merely to add to the count. To provide a clearer perspective, considering Xiaobai gifted them training items, it would be inappropriate if their levels did not exceed their previous benchmarks. The familiar venue and the familiar host have returned. Greetings to all spectators. Welcome to the arena of the quarterfinals of the 22nd World Martial Arts Championship. As the number of participants continues to rise, the tournament has now been changed to occur every 3 years. Let us welcome the contenders for the first match, Yamcha and Tenshinhan, who will advance to the semifinals. Let us wait and see. With that, the host gracefully leaped off the stage. Yamcha and Tenshinhan made their way from the waiting room to the arena. Go, Yamcha, go. Tenshinhan. The audience cheered. Just as their gazes locked, before the match even commenced, sparks began to fly between the spectators, Drowsy and Puar. As the match began, the two engaged in a tentative exchange before launching into fierce attacks. In a state without his aura unleashed, Tenshinhan's combat power was nearly half that of Yamcha's. Even after employing the solar flare and the four-way fist, Tenshinhan gradually found himself at a disadvantage under Yamcha's relentless onslaught. Tenshinhan, sensing the dire situation, unleashed all his energy, determined to end the match with one decisive move. You wish to conclude this with a single strike? Very well, I shall oblige. Yamcha, observing Tenshinhan preparing to execute his ultimate technique, also concentrated and unleashed his own energy. Kamehameha, special beam cannon. The two brilliant energy waves collided spectacularly. Both fighters exerted their utmost effort, yet ultimately, Yamcha emerged victorious, as his battle power after unleashing his aura surpassed that of Tenshinhan's. In the end, Tenshinhan was blasted out of the ring, sustaining some injuries. Tenshinhan, upon seeing him hurt, Jiaozi immediately flew over. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Tin Shinhan remarked, "I'm fine, but I never expected to lose in the first round." Approaching Master Roshi, Tin Shinhan lowered his head in shame. "What a useless fool." Master Roshi exclaimed with a fierce expression, "If Jiaozi loses the next match, I will have your heads." Humph. Chapter 16. The D&DN Wave. The second match featured Qianlong against the werewolf. Due to the arrival of Xiaobai, the moon had not vanished, and thus the werewolf harbored no hatred towards Qianlong. On every full moon night, he could transform into a chubby human. With swift precision, Qianlong defeated the werewolf, securing victory for Master Roshi in the second match. The third match commenced, pitting Jiaozi, the disciple of Master Roshi, against Krillin, the disciple of Master Roshi. Two diminutive fighters, both bald. Oh, but Jiaozi had a single strand of hair. The battle began. Before Krillin could gauge the prowess of Jiaozi, the latter had already commenced a fervent onslaught against him. Jiaozi recalled the words of Master Roshi, uncertain whether he would truly face dire consequences if he faltered. Nonetheless, he deemed it unwise to take such a gamble. Observing Jiaozi's relentless assault, Krillin felt a pang of resignation, for he realized from the outset that the dumpling in his bowl was no match for him. However, finding amusement in the spirited nature of the child, Krillin relished the opportunity to warm up before his inevitable clash with Goku. As Jiaozi witnessed his strikes effortlessly parried by Krillin, a sense of urgency swelled within him. Tin Shinhan, anxiously watching from the sidelines, scrutinized the unfolding battle with his three eyes, discerning the daunting reality. Jiaozi's path to victory seemed exceedingly arduous, if not entirely impossible. As the bald opponent he faced bore striking similarity in strength to Yamcha, the man he was up against. "Go, Krillin. Defeat that little brat." Realizing his basic attacks were ineffective, Jiaozi retreated from Kellen's range, soaring into the sky. Extending his right hand, an energy sphere materialized at his fingertips. "DD Wave," he exclaimed, launching the orb with blinding speed toward Kellen. "DD Wave? How familiar it seems," Goku remarked, a grin on his face. "Ah, now I recall. That was the technique used by the assassin Tao Pai Pai, whom I defeated." "What? You say you killed Tao Pai Pai?" Tien Shinhan and Master Roshi, who were anxiously observing from behind a wall, overheard Goku's declaration. "Indeed, it was at Karin Tower that I ended his life," Goku replied nonchalantly. "That's truly remarkable, Goku." "Tao Pai Pai was the world's foremost assassin," Roshi exclaimed. "Well, it was nothing special. After all, he attempted to kill me with a bomb," Goku said, scratching his head, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his face at the praise from Roshi and Yamcha. At that moment, Tien approached, skepticism etched on his face. "You claim you killed Tao Pai Pai? Impossible." "It is true," Goku insisted. As Tien began to walk away, Roshi called out to him with earnest gravity, "Tien, I can see that both you and Jiaozi possess kind hearts. I sense your strength has long surpassed that of Master Shin. Why then do you choose to employ such formidable abilities and techniques under his malevolent influence? I can feel the sorrow in your techniques. True power is meant for protection, not destruction. There are greater forces beyond our realm, and I have heard from a powerful individual that there are foes stronger than those on Earth. The safety of this world will depend on your guardianship, Tien. Leave Master Shin behind." Tien's expression grew conflicted, but he merely scoffed. "Mind your own business." He then strode away with a stern demeanor. Roshi watched Tien's retreating figure, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "DD Wave, DD Wave." In a bid for assurance, Jiaozi unleashed dozens more energy waves, panting heavily. This should suffice. As he gazed at the smoke billowing from the explosion, Jiaozi chuckled. "Hey, I'm right here." Unbeknownst to him, Klin had already flown to his side and patted him on the shoulder. After Xiaobai emphasized the significance of flight, Master Roshi had long ago delved into the techniques of aerial maneuvering, which were not overly complex, merely a matter of harnessing energy. Thus, Goku, Klin, and Yamcha had already mastered the art of flying. "All right, it's your turn now. I have comprehended all your attack methods," Klin declared, his eyes narrowing. With a swift motion, he delivered a precise knife hand strike to the back of Jiaozi's neck. Jiaozi's body went limp, and he promptly lost consciousness, plummeting from the sky. "Ah, Jiaozi." The audience, witnessing Jiaozi's descent, instinctively closed their eyes, unwilling to witness the impending scene. Just as Tien Jinhan prepared to soar over to rescue him, Klin swiftly descended, catching Jiaozi with a firm grip and landing securely on the arena, gently placing Jiaozi down. Tien Jinhan, with a flash of movement, rushed over and embraced Jiaozi. his expression a complex blend of gratitude and concern as he addressed Clint. "Thank you." Upon seeing the battle conclude, the host leaped onto the stage, announcing, "The third match has ended. Let us congratulate contestant Clint on his victory. Now, for the fourth match, let us welcome contestants Son Goku and Puff." With that, the host made a grand exit from the arena. As Son Goku and Puff took their positions, the audience erupted in excitement, chanting, "Puff, Puff, Puff, Goku, go. Defeat that ugly man." Ever since witnessing Xiaobai's serene visage, Bulma had abandoned her admiration for celebrities. "Wow, it seems Puff is quite popular," Wulong remarked, glancing at the throngs of cheering fans. "Indeed, she is immensely well received." Puff, facing her diminutive opponent, raised her fist and quickly kicked her feet in a display of confidence, exclaiming, "Shorty, I can take you down in 30 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy my performance." Striking a pose, Puff playfully wiped her nose with her finger and provocatively glared at Son Goku. "All right, here I come." In an instant, Son Goku dashed toward Puff, delivering 3 rapid punches to her abdomen before settling back into a stance. Oh, lost in her daydreams, Puff had not even registered how Goku approached her, only to feel an excruciating pain in her stomach. Hastily, she clasped her hands over her belly, collapsing to the ground, foam spilling from her mouth, unconscious. The host leapt onto the stage, scrutinizing the scene before raising the microphone, exclaiming, foaming at the mouth and unconscious, "The victor is contestant Son Goku. TCH. Turns out he has just a facade of strength. I'll never like him again." Puff lamented, feeling defeated. The agent of the cream Puff gazed at the silhouette being carried away by medical personnel, as if witnessing tons of gold sprouting legs and fleeing. In a moment of despair, he let out a cry, but due to time constraints, the subsequent competition would take place tomorrow. Spectators were asked to leave in an orderly manner and to pay heed to their safety. "Splendid, Wukong. Haha, we have all emerged victorious. It seems the fruits of our 3 years of training have been remarkably rewarding. Let us depart and indulge in a meal." Chapter 17. A Clash of Brothers. What? You claim that the little one was responsible for my brother's demise. The anger of Master Crane was palpable, his mustache bristling. Sharing meals and training together, the world's foremost assassin had been slain by an unknown young spirit. Initially, Master Crane found it hard to believe. However, observing Tianjin fans' unwavering conviction ignited a torrent of hatred within him. Yet, he was acutely aware of Tianjin fans' formidable combat prowess. A direct confrontation might lead to his own thwarting, thus he needed to devise a strategy. Under the veil of night, clad in stealth attire, Crane stealthily approached the quarters where Son Wukong and his companions resided. He launched a lethal strike at the sleeping Wukong, but alas, it missed. Nonetheless, the commotion roused the others, and the turtle hermit along with his companions quickly surrounded the masked Crane, delivering a barrage of blows. It was only when his mask was forcibly removed that they recognized him as Master Crane. "Master Crane, why did you attempt to ambush me?" inquired the turtle hermit. "Because you murdered my brother, Tao Bai. I seek vengeance," retorted Crane. "Humph, he was a nefarious individual," replied the turtle hermit. Realizing his disadvantage against the 4 before him, Crane began to retreat, declaring, "You shall wait. I will assuredly avenge my brother." He tossed a smoke bomb and vanished without a trace, disregarding Tianjin Fan and Dumpling. His disciples proved to be ineffectual, unable to best even a mere boy. Truly a waste. He sensed that his brother could not have easily perished. On the competition stage, the suave and charismatic host reappeared. "Hello, dear audience. Welcome to the semifinals. Today, we shall determine the champion among these 4 contestants, with a prize of 500,000 Sony. Let us now welcome the competitors of the 5th match, Yamcha and Shenlong." As the contestants took to the stage, the announcer swiftly descended from the ring to commence the commentary. Master Roshi and Yamcha exchanged cautious glances from afar, each intently observing the movements of their opponent. Master Roshi was acutely aware that Yamcha's combat prowess was formidable, and now, only he and his 3 disciples remained among the final 4, a fact that filled him with immense satisfaction. Yamcha, on the other hand, regarded the champion of this event with a heavy heart. Despite his age, the old man's strength should not be underestimated. The battle commenced, and Yamcha unleashed his full potential, pressuring Master Roshi in combat. The elder's countenance reflected his grave concern. He felt that his disciples had matured at an astonishing pace. Just 3 years prior, he had been the world's premier martial arts teacher, yet he barely managed to contain the spirited young Goku. During their confrontation, Master Roshi refrained from using his full strength, focusing instead on cheering for his disciples from the sidelines. In his moment of distraction, he inadvertently exposed a weakness, which Yamcha capitalized on, delivering a decisive punch that sent Master Roshi tumbling from the stage. What? Defeated? Just as Yamcha was grappling with the unexpected outcome, Master Roshi rose to his feet, gazing at Yamcha on the stage, and declared, "The future belongs to you young ones. You must strive diligently in your training." He then melded into the crowd, vanishing from sight. Congratulations to Yamcha for his victory. Even as he stepped down from the platform, Yamcha remained in a state of disbelief, though he silently vowed to dedicate himself to his training. Next up were Krillin and Goku, and Yamcha eagerly anticipated their clash. "Master Yamcha, you were splendid," came a delayed reaction from Poir. Goku and Krillin stood ready on the stage, the two brothers-in-arms finally prepared to compete against one another. Just then, Master Roshi, having changed attire, returned to join Bulma and launch. "Master Roshi, where have you been for so long?" they inquired. I was watching the matches from the backstage restroom, and they were truly exhilarating. I never expected Yamcha to reach the finals. I wonder who will prevail between Krillin and Goku." "Goku, give it your all," shouted Krillin. "I won't hold back. I will fight you with all my strength." Krillin looked at Goku, determination igniting within him. Throughout their lives, the earnest Goku had always been ahead of him, no matter how hard he trained. It seemed he could never quite match Goku's pace. While Krillin trained diligently, he felt that the disparity in their innate abilities was insurmountable. Furthermore, Goku had the added advantage of being slightly taller. "Krillin, I too shall fight you with all my might." With that, they charged at each other, colliding in a flurry of fists and feet. The audience below could scarcely see anything but countless hands clashing together in a whirlwind of excitement. Fight, fight, fight. The explosive sounds generated by their fierce blows sent dust swirling in the arena. As the dust settled, the two combatants had ceased their engagement, each standing on opposite sides. "Krillin, battling with you is truly exhilarating. Now, I shall unleash my full power, so you must take this seriously," exclaimed Goku, as he shed the weight of his martial arts uniform. With a leap, he soared into the sky. Wow, what an impressive jump. The spectators shielded their eyes with their hands, gazing upward. I see. You have dispensed with your burdens, Goku. I shall do the same." Krillin followed suit, shedding the weight of his own uniform, and with a swift push from his toes, leapt into the air. "Goku, let us engage in a full-throttle battle." "Oh, I am quite eager for this, Krillin." Krillin's fist connected squarely with Goku's face. You sneaky attacker, just wait and see." No one said I couldn't strike from the shadows, Goku." I shall strike." Their figures blurred in midair, making it increasingly difficult for the audience to follow their fierce exchanges. Yet, the resounding sonic booms and fleeting silhouettes suggested an intense confrontation. After a considerable time, they finally descended onto the arena, both sporting bruised and battered faces, indicating that their fight had centered around their visages. Krillin and Goku shared a hearty laugh upon seeing each other's swollen faces. "Goku, I truly enjoyed this battle." "So did I, Krillin. Now, let us determine the victor." They assumed identical stances, brothers in arms, ready to unleash their Kamehameha waves. The clash was imminent. Chapter 18, Champion of the Martial Arts Tournament. Kamehameha. Two brilliant beams of white energy collided, carving a trench into the arena floor, the force of their impact generating a tempest that sent onlookers reeling. These young fighters are astonishing. Thankfully, I had the foresight to take cover. Now we witness both competitors utilizing their Kamehameha waves simultaneously. Who will emerge victorious? As Goku's energy wave bore down upon him, Krillin's face flushed as he summoned all his strength. Yet, he ultimately watched the advancing energy push him off the platform, resulting in his defeat. After falling from the arena, Krillin quickly regained his composure. "Goku, you are a true genius in your pursuit of martial arts," he called out, dusting himself off. "Congratulations, Goku. You performed admirably too, Krillin," I nearly faltered. Much like a comforting classmate after an exam, Krillin hopped over the wall to rejoin Master Roshi and the others. "You did well, Krillin. Indeed, you have grown quite strong." Having transformed into a golden-haired Lanchi, she approached and gently patted his bald head in a gesture of comfort. Perhaps feeling it was insufficient, she patted it again. Leaving Klin bewildered, was a bald head truly so amusing? Well, our arena has been restored by the diligent staff. Their hard work is appreciated. Next, we shall witness our grand finale. Will it be the formidable contestant Sun Wukong or the skilled Yamcha? Let us see which of them will claim the generous reward of 500,000 Sony. and determine who shall be crowned the champion of this tournament. Let us applaud and cheer, grateful for the exhilarating visual spectacle they have provided, allowing us to appreciate the allure of martial arts. Are you ready? The competition begins. With agility, they leapt off the stage. Go, Wukong! Defeat Yamcha. Come on, young master Yamcha. Overcome Wukong. You can do it, little guy. Cheer up, handsome. As Yamcha gazed at son Wukong before him, he was flooded with nostalgia. 3 years prior, he had been vanquished, denied the chance to face Wukong in battle. After 3 years of relentless training and dedication, he finally stood upon the stage of the finals. It was time to validate the fruits of his labor. Wukong, let the battle commence. Witness my progress over these 3 years. With a triumphant cry, Yamcha charged forward, fist raised. Just as he neared son Wukong, Wukong retaliated with a swift punch, effortlessly absorbing Yamcha's assault without taking a single step back. Acknowledging Wukong's formidable strength, Yamcha refrained from displaying any astonishment. After all, Wukong was undeniably powerful. Yamcha's strikes came in relentless waves, yet each one was met with Wukong's adept defense or deft evasion. Yamcha. Now it is my turn to attack. Wukong shook his head, a series of cracking sounds echoing forth. Prepare yourself, Yamcha. Wukong's punches were as swift as lightning. Amidst a flurry of strikes, Yamcha found himself unable to evade several blows, resulting in a wound to his shoulder, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. You truly are incredible, Wukong. I did not anticipate that my 3 years of training would still leave me at a disadvantage. However, I shall not surrender. Bring it on. Yamcha. As their combat intensified, the ordinary spectators could no longer perceive their figures, only glimpses of blurred shadows flickering across the arena. Only Klin and Master Roshi could discern their movements. They were moving with astonishing speed, surely indicating that Wukong had also devoted himself to rigorous training over the past 3 years. Indeed, Master, after this martial arts tournament, I must strive even harder in my practice. To those watching, everything had become a blur. Bulma, Lanchi, and their 2 pets could only gaze at the swirling dust of the arena, unable to witness the combat, leaving them to pass the time idly. As the dust settled, Wukong and Yamcha stood facing each other, yet the visible bruises on Yamcha and his labored breaths revealed the intensity of their recent battle. Yamcha, your strength is truly remarkable. Yamcha glanced at the visibly less injured Goku, a bittersweet feeling washing over him. Perhaps this was the essence of genius. Despite their equal efforts, he felt as though he could never catch up. Resolute, Yamcha decided to unleash his final technique, for prolonging the battle would only deplete his strength further. Goku. That relentless warrior still appeared to have ample stamina. Goku, brace yourself for my last attack. If I fail to defeat you this time, I shall concede. With determination, Yamcha extended both hands forward, summoning the last vestiges of his energy, causing the very arena beneath him to tremble. Wolf Fang Fist. 3 years of relentless training had not seen a moment's pause in his pursuit of mastery, and he had dedicated countless hours to this martial art. This was his ultimate defiance. As Yamcha surged forward, a shadow of a wolf manifested at his side, its fierce gaze, dark fur, and gaping maw signaling an attack of formidable intensity. Goku's expression became grave at the sight of Yamcha's ultimate move. The full-throttle assault from Yamcha was not to be underestimated, and a careless misstep could lead to an unforeseen reversal. Goku positioned his hands at his side in a flower-like formation, concentrating on gathering energy while maintaining his focus on the imminent threat. As Yamcha approached, Goku thrust his hands forward, exclaiming, "Ha!" A wave of blue and white energy erupted forth, colliding with Yamcha's attack. A blinding light illuminated the arena, rendering the audience unable to discern the unfolding scene. Their ears filled with the resounding roar of the clash. After what felt like an eternity, silence fell, and the arena came into view once more. Curious gazes turned toward the battleground, revealing Goku with his hands still extended, motionless and panting, while the arena had been transformed into a deep crater. Who emerged victorious? Surely it must be that little fellow, mused one spectator. Where's Yamcha? I cannot see him, exclaimed Poir, searching the skies in vain. At that moment, Goku lowered his hands and leapt into the pit to retrieve the unconscious Yamcha, whose all-out attack had also sapped a significant amount of Goku's energy. The announcer, navigating the damaged arena, checked on Yamcha before raising the microphone to declare, "Yamcha has fainted. Congratulations to Son Goku for winning." The crowd erupted in applause, celebrating the remarkable display of skill. "Goku, you are amazing," cheered Master Roshi and the others from below. "Now, we invite Goku to receive his champion's prize." In the crowd beyond the wall, Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi quietly observed the battle before preparing to depart. Let us go, Jiaozi. We must strive to cultivate diligently from now on. Indeed, Tianjin Fan. However, unbeknownst to them, Master Roshi had already taken notice of their presence. Chapter 19. The Quest for the Dragon Balls. Tianjin Fan. Jiaozi, where are you headed? Master Roshi inquired as he hurried over, drawing the attention of Krillin and others. Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi glanced towards the gathering crowd, their eyes meeting the wise gaze of Master Roshi. Grasping Jiaozi's hand, Tianjin Fan replied, We intend to find a place to train. Observing their potential for cultivation, Master Roshi remarked, If you do not mind, you are welcome to join us. I would be delighted to have you. Indeed, I would be pleased to have you here. I promise to take good care of you, Lunch exclaimed. Her cheeks tinged with a blush, yet her assertiveness remained unwavering. Tianjin Fan, slightly flushed, cast a glance at her and replied, Regardless, we were once disciples of Master Crane. We cannot impose upon you. Thus, Jiaozi and I plan to seek a training location. I see, Master Roshi said, his eyes sparkling with insight. Not far from Kame House. There is another island well suited for training. Moreover, isolating yourselves is not conducive to growth. Residing nearby allows you to spar with Krillin and the others, which would greatly benefit your development. That does make sense, Tianjin Fan conceded, scratching his head thoughtfully. And besides, you cannot possibly care for Jiaozi alone. As a woman, I can offer him the attentive care he requires. Launch cheerfully clapped her hands. After careful contemplation, Tianjin Fan felt that her reasoning was quite sound, though an inexplicable sense of unease lingered. Then it is settled, Master Roshi declared with finality. I apologize for the trouble, Tianjin Fan said. Haha, this is splendid. We can train together when time permits. Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, who had awakened, approached and shook his hand. Yes, I too look forward to our next encounter, Tianjin Fan replied, as he and Jiaozi effectively joined this newfound family. At that moment, Goku rushed over, clutching a stack of prizes. Receiving the rewards from Goku, Master Roshi led the way, saying, Let us go eat. After our meal, we can return to Kame House together tomorrow. Yay, I am quite famished, Goku exclaimed, patting his stomach. Ha ha ha. As the setting sun cast its warm, orange glow upon the group of individuals, elongated shadows danced upon the ground. Their laughter echoed as they stepped into a nearby restaurant. Inside, the atmosphere was lively. The newcomers, Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi, were taken aback by Sun Wukong's voracious appetite, as he continuously poured bowl after bowl of rice into his mouth, leaving a mountain of empty dishes on the table. Haha, that's just how Wukong eats. There's no need to mind him, someone remarked. Hey, Wukong, remember you promised to help me collect the Dragon Balls after the competition, Bulma reminded him. Her gaze fixed on Sun Wukong. Don't worry, Bulma, we'll set off to search for the Dragon Balls at dawn, he assured her. What exactly are these Dragon Balls you speak of? Tianjin Fan inquired, puzzled. The Dragon Balls? That requires a rather elaborate explanation, came the response. As Lan Chi hurried over to elucidate the matter. I see. I never imagined there were dragons in this world. As a group of friends reveled in their meal, a dreadful event unfolded. The Pilaf trio unleashed the nefarious demon King Piccolo, who had long harbored ambitions of world domination. Pilaf, driven by his own aspirations, unleashed this malevolent entity, yet the situation exceeded his wildest expectations. The demon proved to be impervious to Pilaf's commands, especially after being informed that gathering the Dragon Balls could grant wishes. Consequently, Piccolo directed his minion, Tambourine, to procure a list of all the martial artists participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament, while simultaneously plotting to collect the Dragon Balls to restore his youthful vigor and reclaim his peak fighting strength, thereby making world domination a mere formality. Unbeknownst to Goku and his companions, Tambourine had already infiltrated the tournament hall during the feast and seized the list. Meanwhile, the next day, apart from Goku, Bulma had enlisted Master Roshi, Krillin, Launch, Yamcha, and their two pets to embark on a quest for the Dragon Balls, ostensibly seizing a rare opportunity for adventure. Initially resistant, Master Roshi succumbed to Bulma's relentless persuasion, and the sight of her overwhelming force left the others no choice but to comply. Tian Shihan and Chaozu, intrigued by the prospect of the Eternal Dragon, joined the expedition, embodying the notion that a family should venture forth united. Thus, Bulma piloted the aircraft, carrying 7 individuals, along with Oolong and Puar, as they commenced their quest for the Dragon Balls. On the other hand, the Demon King Piccolo had dispatched Tambourine to hunt down the martial artists on the list. The renowned fighters of Earth proved utterly defenseless against Tambourine, who dispatched them with ease, inciting widespread panic among the martial arts community. To expedite the collection of the Dragon Balls, Piccolo expelled an egg, which hatched into a dragon-shaped demon named Cymbaloo. While Piccolo awaited their progress aboard Pilaf's spacecraft, Tambourine's mission proceeded smoothly, having eliminated most of the targeted martial artists, save for a few elusive ones. Conversely, Cymbaloo's efforts to gather the Dragon Balls were less fruitful, as the precision of Pilaf's information was lacking, yielding only a single Dragon Ball. As Cymbaloo returned with his solitary prize, he sought to confirm the location of the next Dragon Ball, only for Mai to suddenly discover that 3 Dragon Balls were in constant motion. "My lord, the great Demon King, there are others seeking the Dragon Balls." Mai trembled as she addressed the fearsome Piccolo. "Are there others aware of the Dragon Balls?" Pilaf whispered, apprehensive that Piccolo might retaliate against them for this revelation. Contemplating, Piccolo stroked his chin and declared, "Cymbaloo, cease your search for the Dragon Balls. Assist Tambourine in eliminating all the martial artists, and return afterward. Those not located may be disregarded for now." "Yes, my lord," Cymbaloo affirmed. Subsequently, Cymbaloo took flight to rendezvous with Tambourine. The Dark Lord, possessing a keen intellect, recognized that since someone had gone to great lengths to deliver the Dragon Balls to his doorstep, he need not send his subordinates scurrying about any longer. He could simply await the Dragon Ball's arrival. After all, Piccolo held immense confidence in his own abilities, believing that aside from those martial artists capable of sealing, there was no one else who could pose a threat to him. Moreover, he assumed that those martial artists had likely been decimated by Tambourine. With a hearty laugh, buoyed by the joyful occasion, Piccolo savored a glass of vanilla water. Meanwhile, Bulma and her companions quickly located 2 Dragon Balls, bringing their total to 3 with the addition of Son Goku. Bulma, noticing Master Roshi, Krillin, and Goku, all of whom bore the marks of bee stings across their heads, felt a surge of pride. She thought to herself that such a clever scheme to enlist a few capable allies to procure the Dragon Balls was truly her own brilliance. In contrast, Master Roshi and the others were left to endure the indignity of being mere pawns under oppressive circumstances. The Dragon Balls would gradually be gathered, and soon, Bulma and her group would encounter the formidable Dark Lord Piccolo. Chapter 20. Goku, hurry to save Chi-Chi beside a flowing river. Yachirobe was gleefully grilling a sizable fish he had just caught, his plump figure dancing around the campfire, basking in the delicious aroma of the golden-brown fish. Suddenly, he found himself surrounded. Yachirobe gazed at the 2 beautiful girls, 3 diminutive figures, an elderly man wearing sunglasses, a being with 3 eyes, a pig, and a flying creature before him, all sporting various expressions. He was utterly bewildered. Yachirobe took a few steps back, arms outstretched to shield the fish, his face bearing a wary expression as he demanded, "What do you want?" "That fish is mine." Bulma stepped forward, her gaze fixed on the Dragon Ball adorning Yachirobe's chest. "It's a 1-star ball. Yada. We already have 3. With this one, we'll have 4. "We're almost there," she exclaimed. Bulma pulled out a stack of Sony and, addressing the cautious Yachirobe, stated, "We wish to acquire that orb. Here is 50,000 Sony in exchange." She advanced with the money, pointing toward the Dragon Ball. "This glass sphere?" Yachirobe inquired as he removed the Dragon Ball and scrutinized it closely. Pondering deeply, he tapped his chin, his gaze fixated on the orb. He then stepped directly in front of Bulma, locking eyes with her. "So, what do you say?" Bulma looked on with anticipation. After a prolonged silence, just as Bulma and her companions began to think the exchange would fall through, Yachirobe finally spoke. "You'll need to add more money." With a sudden thud, the group standing behind Bulma collapsed to the ground. As Yachirobe stood before Bulma, they had been speculating whether a battle was necessary to obtain the Dragon Balls. Bulma exhaled softly, realizing that if things turned dire, she might have to resort to closing the door and letting the monkeys in. This situation, however, was preferable. After all, it would be rather impolite to simply snatch the Dragon Balls away, as they were not malicious individuals. Having exchanged a substantial amount of money for the Dragon Balls, Bulma felt a surge of joy, shared by Master Roshi and the others, for the prospect of returning to the Kame House after making their wish. Master Roshi nostalgically yearned for his little abode, his own domain. Just as Bulma and her companions were about to depart, they noticed one of their party was missing. "Where's Goku?" "Ah, my fish." As they searched frantically, a piercing wail echoed through the air. The group recalled the golden roasted fish and Goku's enthusiastic eating habits. Turning around, they found that the roasted fish had been nearly devoured. Returning to the scene, They saw Goku happily munching away while Yachirobe wrestled with him for the remaining morsels, causing everyone to break out in a cold sweat. Krillin, observing Goku's delight, remarked, "Goku, didn't you just devour a roasted dinosaur?" Goku looked up, joyfully swallowing the fish meat. "Ah, I'm hungry again. Besides, this fish smells so delicious, I couldn't resist." He then returned to his meal. Resigned, the group sat in a circle on the ground, watching Goku eat. They too began to feel hungry. Cravings were indeed contagious. Bulma produced a capsule, which released an array of snacks and drinks, prompting everyone to indulge. Yachirobe, having just acquired a significant sum of money, was unconcerned about Goku consuming half of his roasted fish. After all, he had gained much more. After a while, Goku and Yachirobe finished the fish, sitting on the ground with their bellies full. Goku, with a childlike innocence, beamed at Yachirobe and exclaimed, "Your grilled fish is truly delightful, so tasty." Reflecting on the little fellow before him and his voracious appetite, Yachirobe proudly replied, "Of course. I have quite the skill when it comes to grilling meat. By the way, what do you need those Dragon Balls for?" "Ah, those are the Dragon Balls. Collecting all 7 can summon the Eternal Dragon, who will grant you one wish," Goku explained, grinning as he patted his belly. "Isn't that just a legend? Could it actually be true?" Yachirobe asked, eyes wide with wonder. Yes, Goku affirmed. "I'd love to see the Eternal Dragon. Can I join you? You want to see the Eternal Dragon too?" "Sure, let us go together. The dragon is enormous," Goku exclaimed, gesturing with his hands to illustrate its size. Bulma, Master Roshi, Wukong rushed before them and expressed that Akalobe also wished to behold the visage of the dragon. Master Roshi nodded in acknowledgement. Despite Wukong's innocence, he possessed an innate ability to discern the morality of others. If Akalobe were a purely malevolent being, Wukong would have surely denied his request. This could be deemed a form of talent. Akalobe approached, exchanging names with Bulma and the others, thus commencing their acquaintance. With another addition to their party, Bulma, seated in the pilot's chair of the aircraft, glanced at the dragon radar and announced to her companions, "Southeast. Hold on tight. We are about to set off." Their journey led them to discover 2 Dragon Balls, one beneath a serene lake and the other within an eagle's nest, each retrieval demanding considerable effort. Bulma admired her foresight, reflecting on how, as a seemingly fragile woman, she had managed to contend with the fierce eagles. The aircraft was filled with laughter and joy, having gathered 6 Dragon Balls. Only one more was needed to summon the dragon. As Bulma piloted the plane at a modest altitude, she abruptly halted its flight upon passing through a dense forest. The sudden stop caused all aboard to tumble haphazardly to the ground. Krillin and the others, rising and clutching their foreheads where they had been jostled, complained, "Bulma, why did you have to stop so suddenly? Did you find the 7th Dragon Ball?" However, Bulma did not respond, instead maneuvering the aircraft swiftly downward. While controlling the plane, she rapidly informed, "Wukong, I see a monster attacking Ox King and Chi-Chi. We must hurry to their aid." No sooner had she uttered these words than the plane touched down, and Wukong flung open the door, racing outside. The others followed suit, witnessing Ox King, injured and shielding Chi-Chi, confronting a slender monster with wings while a corpulent creature observed nearby. The monsters appeared to have tired of their sport, for Ox King's rugged exterior proved resilient. The lean creature, Dambalin, was already unleashing a wave of energy towards Ox King and Chi-Chi. Seeing this, Wukong's urgency surged. He unleashed his full speed and, in a moment of desperation, reached Ox King just in time to shield him from the deadly energy wave with his own body. Ox King, clutching Chi-Chi, bewildered by his survival, looked up to see Wukong standing before him and joyfully exclaimed, "Wukong." Chi-Chi, emerging from her father's embrace, ran to Wukong and cheerfully asked, "Wukong, have you come to rescue me?" Wukong turned to her and remarked, "Chi-Chi, you've grown." At that moment, Master Roshi and the others also arrived at Ox King's side. "Ox King, what transpired?" Master Roshi inquired. With tears, Ox King recounted the ordeal, explaining that all martial artists were being hunted by these 2 monsters, with many having already perished. "You say they left behind a demon character after their killings?" The Turtle Sage's expression was gravely serious as he inquired, "Indeed, Master Turtle. It seems that Demon King Piccolo has resurfaced, and these 2 creatures undeniably appear to be his minions. However, when Master Mateto sealed him within a rice cooker, I cast him into the depths of the ocean. It is rather perplexing. In the past, confronting Demon King Piccolo would have been an arduous challenge, yet now, the Turtle Sage sensed his own formidable power, alongside the considerable strength of Krillin and Goku. If the Demon King wishes to wreak havoc upon the world again, He has chosen the wrong moment. Perhaps this time, we can finally eradicate this menace. The turtle sage felt a surge of battle spirit. Master Potato, Master Potato. Seeing the turtle sage lost in thought, Krillin prodded him. The turtle sage snapped back to reality. What occupies your mind, Master? Damblin and Senbaru were taken aback by the sudden appearance of Goku and his companions. Casting a casual glance at the rescued Ox King, for in their eyes, humans seemed rather insignificant, easily toyed with. What could be more entertaining than toying with ants? Watching them suffer in despair while utterly powerless? Hey, Damblin, look. Senbaru scrutinized Goku and Krillin, realizing they resembled the photographs on their list. What is it, Senbaru? Senbaru handed over the list. Look, these individuals match the ones on the list, the martial artists we believed to be absent. We initially thought they had fled, but it appears our efforts were not in vain. Indeed, Senbaru, it seems they have chosen to tread the path of heaven despite the gates of hell being ajar. Ha! The two monsters glared menacingly at Goku and his companions, much like hunters observing a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter. As the standoff unfolded, the turtle sage commanded, Goku, swiftly deal with them. Many martial artists have already fallen victim. The Demon King has returned. If we do not eliminate them, our world is in peril. Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, you must assist as well. We must locate the Demon King without delay. Understood, Master Turtle, exclaimed the elderly sage. I shall take on the slender one. You can divide the rotund one among yourselves. With that, Goku charged directly at Damblin. Hey. Observing Goku had chosen his opponent, the other three were eager to engage. How shall we divide them? Perhaps we could draw lots? Yamcha suggested to Krillin and Tien. Sounds good. That would be fair. Rock, paper, scissors. Senbalu observed as Damblin engaged in a fierce battle with the oncoming Goku, while three others were busy playing games to determine their roles. Anger surged within him, realizing he had been left behind. Veins throbbed on his forehead, and his face turned an unsettling shade of green. Haha, I've won. This hefty one is mine. Yamcha exclaimed triumphantly, having emerged victorious from the game, and immediately darted towards the corpulent creature, leaving Krillin and Tenshinhan to exchange resigned smiles. In the blink of an eye, Yamcha stood beside the monstrous figure. You seem to be enjoying yourselves. Killing so many people is utterly unforgivable. With that, he raised his fist and struck the creature's head. Senbalu, unable to evade the blow, was sent flying, crashing into the ground with such force that it created a deep crater. Truly, he was no match for Yamcha. Yamcha then soared into the air, casting a cold gaze upon the struggling Senbalu. You are indeed quite formidable, Yamcha. Young Master Yamcha, strike him swiftly. Goku urged. Do not delay any further. We must find the Demon King Piccolo. Whoa. I still wish to warm up a bit. In that case, I'll dispose of you quickly. Your power is simply too feeble. You scoundrel. Witnessing Goku's nonchalant demeanor, Damblin assessed his injuries and glanced towards an elderly man and several women observing from a distance, who appeared rather weak. A glimmer of cunning flashed in his eyes. Stealthily, he began to approach them, declaring, Goku, I had not anticipated there to be someone as strong as you among the martial artists. I truly underestimated you. However, do not be overly optimistic. The Demon King can defeat you with but a single finger at this very moment. Damblin was now perilously close to Master Roshi and his companions. He believed that seizing a hostage would grant him unrestrained power. With swiftness, Damblin charged towards Bulma. Samada. Goku finally perceived Damblin's intentions and, in a frantic rush, sprinted towards Master Roshi. Upon seeing Damblin's rapid advance, Bulma, Oolong, and the others hurriedly sought refuge behind Master Roshi. Once I capture a hostage, you can await your demise, Goku. His nefarious hands were poised to reach for the women behind Master Roshi. Bang, bang, bang. As Damblin closed in, Master Roshi lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick to Damblin's chest, executing a swift three-hit combo, aptly demonstrating that what comes quickly also departs swiftly. Damblin was oblivious to the unfolding events. He merely felt a sharp pain in his chest before being sent sprawling backward, landing several meters away, motionless. Disbelief etched across his face. Goku joined Master Roshi and the others, receiving a reprimanding glare. Do you even realize the mistake you've made? If a truly formidable enemy were to approach us, and I could not defend against them, Bulma, Lon, Chi-Chi, Oolong, and the others would all perish. You have been far too careless, Goku. If we were to perish, even if you vanquished the enemy afterward, it would be futile to lament. Goku. It is imperative that you engage in serious introspection. This is not merely a contest on the stage. It is a battle for survival, and should you falter, your companions and mentors may forever be lost to you. Do not harbor the illusion that the dragon can resurrect you without consequence. Such powers are limited, and once revived, should one meet their demise again, there is no salvation to be found. At this juncture, Yamcha has dealt with the portly beast, and Krillin and Tien have approached. Listening as Master Roshi admonishes Goku. Truth be told, Goku possesses an immense heart. He often allows his opponents to escalate their power before engaging them, only to erupt in fury later. This cycle continues as both he and his adversaries grow stronger for various reasons. By sparing his foes, he inadvertently grants them the opportunity to gain strength, leading to further confrontations fueled by anger. Master Roshi, a sage of several centuries, has not imparted lessons on this matter. Thus, I believe it is justified for him to chastise Goku. Teaching him in his youth was acceptable, yet altering such behavior in adulthood proves challenging. Moreover, Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien, you too must exercise utmost caution when confronting these bloodthirsty adversaries, for one moment of inattention could lead to dire consequences. Look at those behind me, Bulma, Chi-Chi, Launch, Oolong. They may never again behold you. We shall remember, Master Roshi. Roshi approached the despondent Goku, gently patting his head, and spoke with profound sincerity. Goku, your master has high hopes for you. Your companions are your strength and require your protection. Do not take things lightly any longer. Goku raised his head, meeting the fervent gazes of Bulma, Chi-Chi, Launch, Krillin, and Oolong. Their trust in him was palpable, a testament to the safety they felt in his presence. Goku's eyes sparkled with renewed brilliance. I understand, old man. Goku, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Krillin rushed forth, enveloping his small frame in their embrace. Moments after the demise of Tambourine and Cymbal, King Piccolo, seated within the Pilaf spaceship, sensed the occurrence, his aura erupting with fury, his green visage reflecting intense wrath. The terrifying energy caused Pilaf and his companions to huddle together in fear. Silently, King Piccolo repeated the names of Tambourine and Cymbal, vowing, "Those who have harmed you shall meet their end." Chapter 22. Goku and his companions encounter Piccolo. So, this is the situation, that King Piccolo possesses formidable strength. Indeed. My master, Master Mateto, sealed him away at the cost of his life. I wonder who could have released him. It seems I must prepare for contingencies. Master Roshi, too, felt a twinge of perplexity. Does Master Mateto also possess sealing techniques? Perhaps he could teach us. Klin and Chanjin Fan gazed at Master Roshi. Haha. This is merely my last resort. I have faith that you can vanquish the great Demon King. Let us return to the Kame house. By the way, Nyoemo Wang and Chi-Chi, you should accompany us. It might be perilous to venture alone. Yes, Master Wu-Tien. Bulma remarked, it feels as though the aircraft is overloaded. Upon returning to the Kame house, Master Roshi promptly retreated inside to prepare the necessary sealing objects for the Mafuba technique. Outside, a group of individuals engaged in lively conversation. Bulma, Lan Chi-Chi, and Oolong discussed cuisine and cosmetics, while Goku, Klin, Yamcha, and Tianjin Fan deliberated the prowess of the impending confrontation with the great Demon King Piccolo. Nyoemo Wang, despite his formidable appearance, sat nearby, embodying a gentler demeanor. Master Roshi soon emerged from the house, surveying the youthful energy radiating from his disciples and their friends, contrasting sharply with his own age. Bulma, Chi-Chi, Lan Chi-Chi, and Nyoemo Wang. You shall remain at the Kame house. This place will be safe from harm. Await our good news. Hand us the Dragon Radar and Communicator. Stay tuned for any updates. If there are any messages, inform us. Now let us depart. Upon sensing that they might be expected to join, Yachirobe and Oolong exchanged glances and simultaneously declared, we shall stay behind to gather information and protect Kame Island. Very well, or may remain as well. Let us set forth. In order to conserve energy, the five of them boarded the aircraft and embarked on their quest to locate the seventh Dragon Ball. Simultaneously, the great Demon King Piccolo also commenced his journey. With one Dragon Ball in his possession, he grew impatient and yearned to swiftly gather all seven to regain his youth, rendering him invincible. The spaceship and the aircraft launched concurrently, each pursuing their respective objectives as the dragon was poised to emerge once more. Master Demon King, the remaining 6 Dragon Balls are heading towards us, reported a trembling Xiaowu to Piccolo. Haha, splendid. My wish is about to be realized. Master Demon King, might we receive half of the world once you conquer it? Pilaf cautiously inquired, glancing at Piccolo's expression. A quarter would suffice. Perceiving Piccolo's unyielding demeanor, Pilaf felt a surge of anxiety and ultimately withdrew in silence. Meanwhile, aboard the aircraft, Klin gazed quizzically at the Dragon radar. The last Dragon Ball is approaching us. It seems the adversary has also discovered a means to locate the Dragon Balls. We shall assess the situation when we meet. For now, we must gather all the Dragon Balls before confronting the great Demon King Piccolo. Yamcha piloted the aircraft ahead, while several individuals behind him exhibited a blend of excitement and solemnity, for they faced the legendary Dark Lord and could not afford to be careless. The Celestial Cat Sage, leaning on his staff, stood by the water tank, observing the encounter between the formidable Piccolo Daimao and Goku. Regrettably, the cat glanced back at Shira, contemplating how effortlessly he could vanquish the Dark Lord if he were awake, sensing the unfathomable power within Shira that far surpassed that of the Dark Lord. Meanwhile, the deities and Bubbles were also surveying the mortal realm. As time silently slipped away, the grand island loomed large, and at last, the aircraft of Master Roshi's party met the spaceship of Piccolo Daimao. The curiosity of Master Roshi and his companions was palpable as they gazed at the opposing vessel, for the radar indicated that the Dragon Balls were located aboard that very craft. Lord Daimao, the 6 Dragon Balls should be on the opposing aircraft, Roshi declared. Understood. Descend the ship, was the reply. The two parties maneuvered their aircraft and spaceship to a gentle landing, the doors creaking open simultaneously. Master Roshi and his companions halted beside their plane, quietly observing the movements of the spaceship. The sound of footsteps echoed, and soon a figure emerged before them. Adorned in green skin, with 2 small horns atop his head and a visage that bore the marks of age, a prominent demon character emblazoned on his chest. He approached them with grace and composure. There was no mistaking it. This was Piccolo Daimao. It seemed a battle was inevitable today. They needed to prepare. The sight of this familiar face evoked memories of the suffering endured by the world, the deep shadows cast by the Dark Lord's previous reign. Master Roshi, is this truly Piccolo Daimao? He does not appear particularly formidable, Goku and Krillin remarked to Roshi. Do not underestimate him. Prepare for battle, for today's events will not conclude easily. Piccolo halted before Goku and his companions, scrutinizing their peculiar assembly. He tilted his head back, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, and spoke, "Surrender your Dragon Balls to me, and I shall offer you the opportunity to serve me. In return, wealth and power shall be at your disposal." Piccolo eagerly anticipated the moment they would kneel in fealty, for it seemed a natural expectation to bow before one poised to dominate the world. However, he had miscalculated, as events did not unfold as he had envisioned. "Do not jest, Piccolo Daimao," one of them retorted. You seem to recognize me. Are you unaware of my deeds?" "Of course we are aware, and precisely for that reason, we shall not grant you the opportunity to ravage this beautiful world." Piccolo's expression darkened instantly. It appeared they had forsaken their only chance at survival. "If you choose death, then you have only yourselves to blame for your misfortune. P.S. Yuan Fong, you have forced my hand. Only your own fate is to blame." Roar. Super cool. The Turtle Hermit and his companions immediately assumed a defensive stance, lining up in preparation to confront the visibly irate Piccolo. "It seems you have resigned yourselves to death. Very well, I shall oblige." Piccolo seethed, having generously granted them a chance to survive for the sake of the Dragon Balls, only to find that they did not appreciate it. Thus, he resolved to eliminate them. With a swift motion, Piccolo discarded his cape and regarded them with a serious demeanor. Meanwhile, aboard their spaceship, the Pilaf trio cautiously observed the unfolding events below. "The Demon King Piccolo is not one to honor his word. We should flee, Lord Pilaf," one suggested. "Not yet. Let us wait and see. After all, we have a rare opportunity to rule this world. We cannot so easily relinquish it," Pilaf replied. At Karin Tower, all eyes were fixated on the scene below, pondering the potential outcome. Would the world fall under the dominion of the Demon King Piccolo, or could they succeed in defeating him and saving the planet? Chapter 23. The battle between Piccolo and Goku. As Piccolo observed the group before him, their expressions taut with vigilance, he crossed his arms and smirked slightly. "I shall grant you a chance. Come at me together, and perhaps you may last 2 minutes." A gentle breeze rustled, causing Piccolo's horns and garments to sway, while the ominous symbol upon his chest seemed to emanate an aura of invincibility. "You need not join forces to deal with me. I alone am sufficient," declared Sun Wukong, stepping forth from the ranks. He crouched slightly, one hand clawed and the other clenched into a fist, ready for battle. Yukong, you. Sigh. Just be cautious and do not let your guard down. The turtle hermit cautioned, knowing well Wukong's proclivity for combat. He then turned to the others, urging them to remain alert. Have you made your choice? Just this little brat? Piccolo taunted, flicking the dust from his nails. I will finish you in 10 seconds. Let us hope so. After Wukong uttered those words, he dashed towards Piccolo with his fists clenched, reaching him in the blink of an eye. To Piccolo's astonishment, this little brat was surprisingly swift. Unfortunately, he thought, I am already invincible in this world. Just as Wukong was about to close the distance, Piccolo extended a finger in defense, confident that Wukong would aim for it. Wukong, upon seeing Piccolo's defensive posture, swiftly maneuvered to Piccolo's side and unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at his waist, channeling all his strength into the blow. The sudden shift in Wukong's attack direction took Piccolo completely by surprise. How could he be so fast? There was no time to evade this strike, and he could only watch helplessly as it connected. The forceful punch sent Piccolo hurtling away, followed by a wave of excruciating pain. His eyes reddened with blood vessels, and he spat out a mouthful of bile. His body crashed into a small mountain, finally striking the ground with such force that it cracked open, sending dust swirling into the air. Impossible! How can this little brat possess such strength? Damn it, I am the Demon King. Master. Why does it seem like Piccolo the Demon King isn't as formidable as he appears? Krillin and the others asked in confusion. It is your relentless training over the years and the tools given by Xiaobai that have made you stronger, replied Master Roshi, uncertain whether to feel joy or concern about Piccolo's apparent lack of resistance. The joy was in his disciples' newfound strength, while the concern lay in the possibility of them becoming arrogant. Perhaps, he thought, I need not worry. Once that pervert Xiaobai emerges, he should be able to subdue them with ease. The cat and the celestial being in the sky watched in astonishment as the so-called Demon King Piccolo took such a devastating blow right from the start. Wukong, do not let your guard down. Yes, Grandpa, I understand. Wukong flew over to assess Piccolo's condition, only to find him already back on his feet. Wiping a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, the Demon King Piccolo regarded Wukong and said, I admit you have some strength, little brat, but do not think you can easily defeat me. With a roar, Piccolo lunged at Wukong, his fists moving in a blur, creating afterimages accompanied by the sound of slicing air. Wukong, quick on his feet, intercepted Piccolo's attacks and seized the opportunity to land a punch on his face. However, the ferocity of Piccolo's relentless assault was evident as Wukong, despite his prowess, was struck multiple times. The battle intensified, and the Pilaf gang aboard their spaceship could no longer discern the fight. They could only cower in fear, astonished at how much stronger the little brat had become since their quest for the Dragon Balls. The clash ensued. One must surely defeat this little creature, for otherwise, one's dignity would be lost. Gradually, both individuals had resorted to using their hands and feet entirely, and the ground beneath them had transformed into a profound pit. After a considerable time, Piccolo leapt from beside Goku, his body battered and gasping for breath, a clear indication of his immense physical exertion. Goku, on the other hand, appeared somewhat better off. Piccolo had not managed to tear a single piece of his clothing, save for some injuries on his arms and face. It seemed that as long as Goku remained cautious, he could secure victory over the Demon King Piccolo, which was indeed delightful news. Master Roshi nodded in agreement. The reality was as such. What is the matter, Piccolo? Are you unable to continue? Goku stood before the gasping Demon King Piccolo. Damn it! Damn it! I will not let you escape. Piccolo roared, unleashing every ounce of energy within him. He clasped his hands together at his chest, a white energy rapidly coalescing in his palms. Oh, then I shall join you, Goku exclaimed enthusiastically, adopting the stance for the Kamehameha wave, concentrating his energy into his hands. Subsequently, the two beams of energy collided fiercely. Piccolo watched in despair as Goku's energy wave drew ever closer, and he roared once more, though it proved ineffective, leaving him helpless as it approached. Piccolo's energy wave could no longer withstand the onslaught and was consumed entirely, the brilliant energy surging forth. In a moment of desperation, he managed to shift his body, but at a grave cost. His left arm was obliterated. Breathing heavily, Piccolo clutched his left shoulder, gasping for breath. Lamenting the lack of strength to regenerate his arm, his eyes filled with furious disbelief as he glared at Goku. Demon King Piccolo, you have lost. Impossible. How could I lose? Die? Piccolo suddenly opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of white energy directly towards Goku's chest, the dazzling light enveloping him completely. Ha ha. This time you are finished. Goku. Upon witnessing the ambush on Goku, Master Roshi and the others rushed forward in alarm. As the blinding light gradually dissipated, Goku's form re-emerged unscathed. Piccolo's jaw dropped in utter disbelief. How can this be? Seeing Goku reappear, Master Roshi and the others finally exhaled in relief. Goku placed a hand on his chest, feeling the energy that had just surged towards him. Had it not been for his clothing, he would undoubtedly have sustained severe injuries. Perish. Kamehameha. Goku summoned all his strength to unleash the Kamehameha wave. The blue-white energy struck Piccolo's chest with a tremendous force, yet he could only watch helplessly. Unable to evade the attack. Staggering, Piccolo stood, a hole now gaping in his chest, and he let out a couple of feeble chuckles. His jaw suddenly bulged, and his mouth opened wide. What was he planning to do? Uncertain yet cautious, the scene unfolded as Piccolo expelled a white egg, launching it far into the distance. Alarmingly, the suddenness of the event caught Master Roshi and the others off guard. The egg's velocity was astonishing, prompting them to pursue it. At that moment, Piccolo chuckled ominously, urging, "Child, you must avenge me." His body began to swell rapidly. "This is bad. We must leave. He is about to self-destruct." "Ha ha. Too late. Perish." With a deafening roar, Piccolo's form erupted, creating a cataclysmic explosion that sent shockwaves through the ground, enveloping everything in dust and debris. "Cough, cough. Are you all unharmed?" "We are fine. Thankfully, Master Roshi warned us in time. The destructive force was immense." As the dust settled, they beheld a cavernous pit where the ground once lay intact. "Phew, although Piccolo has perished, it is regrettable that the egg escaped. It will be difficult to locate henceforth," sighed Master Roshi. "Fear not, dear elder, with diligent training. Should he return, our strength shall surpass his. Indeed, we must proceed. Bulma and Launch are likely awaiting us with great anticipation," he chuckled. The group then embarked on their departure. Chapter 24. Once again summoning the dragon. King Pilaf. They have departed. The trio exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the ground in relief. "Yet we still possess a Dragon Ball," exclaimed Pilaf, gleefully observing the glimmering orb in his hand. "Onward. Strive diligently. We shall gather all the Dragon Balls and rule the world. Long live King Pilaf." The trio closed their eyes, raising their hands in exuberance. "Might I acquire the Dragon Balls you hold?" "Huh?" The trio opened their eyes to behold a diminutive figure, its shiny head devoid of a nose. Recalling the fierce battle between Son Goku and the Demon King Piccolo, Pilaf trembled as he approached Krillin, reluctantly gazing at the Dragon Ball in his possession. "It is only right. Even if you do not come, I shall deliver it to you." After a moment of struggle, he placed the Dragon Ball into Krillin's hands and swiftly returned to embrace Mai and Shu, weeping bitterly. Accepting the Dragon Ball, Krillin glanced at the sobbing trio. "Thank you." "No need for thanks. It was the least we could do," they replied, tears streaming down their faces. Somehow touched by their plight, Krillin turned back to the aircraft, retrieved some snacks, and returned to offer them. "Consider these as compensation for the Dragon Ball I have taken from you." Having spoken, he departed. "King Pilaf, it is Sony." Upon seeing Sony, the trio ceased their weeping, their gazes fixated upon the shimmering currency. "Silence. I have seen it." "Wow, King Pilaf. Can we indulge in ice cream this time?" "Humph. Let us first purchase 3 to taste." "Long live King Pilaf." At Turtle Island, Yamcha gently guided the aircraft to the ground, and the occupants eagerly emerged to greet the sound. "Goku and Krillin, have you defeated the Dark Lord?" Bulma and the others gazed expectantly at the returning group. "We have vanquished him. Goku is truly remarkable. The Dark Lord stood no chance against him." "Ha ha." Goku, upon hearing the praise, scratched his head bashfully. "Indeed, Goku is splendid. Furthermore, we have gathered all the Dragon Balls. We can now summon the Eternal Dragon to make our wish." The 7 Dragon Balls lay upon the ground, and many who had never encountered the dragon looked forward with anticipation to its imminent appearance. "Bulma, are you wishing for the Eternal Dragon to grant you entry into the dream of Shabai this time?" After pondering, Bulma replied, "Let us forego that wish. We have seen many martial artists perish on television. Let us see if the dragon can resurrect them instead." "Well, Bulma, perhaps my sister can resolve your dilemma. If not, we can always wait for the next opportunity to wish upon the dragon. By then, Goku and Krillin shall assist you in retrieving the Dragon Balls. Arise, Eternal Dragon, and grant me my wish." 11 individuals, along with 2 pets, fixed their attentive gaze upon the heavens. As twilight descended, a golden light surged from the 7 Dragon Balls into the sky, and with a flicker of brilliance, a magnificent green dragon materialized. Tian Shinhan exclaimed, "The Eternal Dragon is truly colossal." Gently patting the dumpling's head, Tian Shinhan remained silent. Chi-Chi stood beside Goku, her face alight with astonishment. Goku, what an enormous dragon. Indeed, it is splendid to behold the eternal dragon once more. Is this truly the eternal dragon? I too wish to make a wish. Yajirobe gazed up at the immense dragon. Speak your wish, whatever it may be, I can fulfill it. Eternal dragon. Can you resurrect the martial artists who were slain by the minions of King Piccolo these past few days? After a moment of silence, the wish was deemed simple. The dragon's eyes glowed red, and streams of light shot forth in every direction. It is indeed possible. Splendid. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. The resounding hum signified the dragon's transformation into nothingness, as the 7 Dragon Balls scattered in all directions. With keen precision, Goku ascended into the air, reaching out to grasp the 4-star ball. Across the globe, martial artists, long since cooled in their coffins, suddenly rose, shattering the wooden panels with a forceful palm, sending those nearby into a frenzied retreat. Thus, this chapter drew to a close. Since the martial arts tournament, there had been no respite, but at last, they could convene. Lan Chi had prepared a sumptuous feast, and everyone gathered around the table to savor the delectable fare. Came Sanin, do you think the fortune teller will have a solution? Bulma inquired, her impatience growing after having left the Karin Tower for quite some time. I believe she might. I shall call her shortly, but if there are fees involved, it will be your responsibility, came the reply. No problem. After a satisfying meal, Ox King and Chi-Chi took their leave. Goku, remember to visit me, Chi-Chi reminded. I will, Chi-Chi. Farewell. Travel safely. They waved goodbye as Ox King and Chi-Chi departed in their flying vehicle. I have also encountered the dragon, Goku. I must take my leave now, Yajirobe said, bidding them farewell. Hey, Yajirobe. Huh. I see you are a martial artist as well. You could venture west to seek the Karin Tower, where deities can aid you in your quest for strength. Understood, Son Goku, I shall go. Goodbye. Farewell. Kame Sanin hurried to the side and placed a call to the fortune teller. What? This inquiry costs 10 million zenny? All right, I understand. Someone will compensate you. Oh, I see. It's a blue heart flower located on the southern Chocho Island, correct? Bulma and the others leaned in closely, intrigued. As it was indeed a curious matter, such a plant could enter the dreams of others. What does it look like? Ah, it's a blade of grass adorned with a blue flower. The entire island is covered with it, right? I comprehend. Upon hanging up, Bulma asked, Did you all hear that? I did. I shall go and gather every last one of them to cultivate, she declared, turning to Goku and Krillin with a pitiful expression. Understood, we shall accompany you. Krillin replied with resignation. I knew you wouldn't allow me to go alone. It can't be helped. Goku, let us depart and collect them all, shall we? Krillin inquired. Yes, indeed. Let the 2 of us go, and we shall swiftly gather the flowers and return to train. Are you both capable? Kame Sanin asked, observing them. As there was not much danger, they should be able to manage. Chapter 25. A new training ground. Goku and Krillin soared swiftly through the skies. For traveling by airplane felt far too sluggish. Below, Bulma shouted encouragement, urging them to bring everything back. We understand. They replied, and in an instant, the 2 transformed into streaks of light, vanishing from sight. Tien, Kaiatsu, Yamcha called out to them. Yamcha? It's time for us to begin our training as well. There lies an island not far to the east where you can practice and engage in combat. Just remember to return for meals. Master Roshi gestured towards the east. Thank you, Master Roshi. Do not forget to return for dinner, Lan Chi said, her hands clasped gently in front of her, smiling warmly at them. Tien's face flushed crimson as he quickly took off with Kaiatsu and Yamcha. Alas, they have all departed, Oolong sighed, idly swinging a pig's leg beside the table. Poir. Shall we play cards? But it's just the 2 of us. That isn't enough, Poir replied. Oh, but we still have Master Roshi and Lan Chi and Bulma. Oolong countered. Time passed, and at long last, Goku and Krillin returned, their faces and arms covered in swollen welts from countless bee stings. While picking flowers, they had inadvertently stirred a frenzy among the bees, who had relentlessly pursued them. Had it not been for Krillin's cleverness in leaving half the flowers unpicked, the swarm would surely have crossed oceans to chase them down. Ha ha, you have endured quite the ordeal, Bulma chuckled, her laughter escaping despite her attempts to stifle it upon seeing their swollen faces resembling sausages. Goku, Krillin, take a moment to rest before you resume your training. Yes, Master, they replied, wincing as they made their way to continue their training. With their robust physiques, they would endure, for any ordinary person would have succumbed to such a plight. Bulma, having devised a plan, hastily piloted the aircraft back to Karin Tower. At Karin Tower, the feline sage was perched by the water tank, peering with delight, his fluffy tail swaying joyfully. Ever since the defeat of Demon King Piccolo, his life of voyeurism had resumed. The roar of the aircraft echoed as Bulma arrived at Karin Tower. "Karin," she called out. "Ah, Bulma has arrived," the cat sage responded. Bulma produced a capsule and tossed it carelessly, releasing a stash of cat food that landed before the curious cat. Peering closely, the cat noticed not only ordinary fish, but also rare varieties, and even an alligator. "Well, an alligator is still a fish," he mused. As Bulma hurriedly made her way inside, the cat called out to her. "Bulma, wait a moment. Karin, is there a shortage of fish?" she inquired. Cough, cough. "Well, can you get in touch with Goku and the others?" "Certainly." Here is the situation. The cat stretched out a paw and delicately twirled its whiskers before speaking. "The celestial deity wishes to personally train son Wukong and the others. I need to inform you, and fortuitously, you have just arrived. So I must trouble you with this task." Bulma tilted her head, her large eyes fixed intently on the cat. "A deity?" "Indeed," the cat nodded. "Is there really a deity?" "Yes," the cat affirmed again with another nod. "Does it resemble you?" The cat nearly choked at that. "Not at all." "Hurry and notify them." "Shall I summon them all?" "Just call Wukong, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu." Bulma nodded and retrieved her communicator. "This is the Kame House. Who am I speaking to?" "It's launch. I am Bulma. Is Master Roshi there?" "Yes. Please hold on a moment, Bulma." "Bulma, aren't you at the Karin Tower? Are you thinking of returning?" "Please summon Wukong, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu to the Karin Tower. The deity wishes to personally train them." "A deity?" Bulma's brows furrowed. She felt she was beginning to understand the cat's earlier sentiments. "No questions. Just hurry and call them to the Karin Tower." "Haha, don't be angry, Bulma. I'll go call them right away." It seemed that this group of youngsters would be enhancing their abilities once more. I must not remain stagnant either. I shall quietly cultivate as well. Master Roshi sighed, summoned the turtle, and wobbled towards the island where Wukong and the others were training. "All right, cat sage. I have notified them." "Very well, let us wait. However, what do you gaze at by this water tank every day?" Bulma stealthily approached the tank, peering inside, only to find herself looking at the entire landscape of Earth. She had always been curious about its purpose. It turned out the cat was merely spying. "Cat, this is a foresight technique that only deities possess." "Oh, I see." Bulma decided to wait for Wukong and the others rather than rush to her room. Finally, Master Roshi arrived at the island where Wukong and the others were training. "Wukong, Krillin, come here." "Master Roshi, is there something happening?" they inquired as they approached. "Yes. The celestial deity of Earth wishes to personally guide your training." "A deity? I never knew there were deities on Earth." "You must first go to the Karin Tower. There, someone will direct you on how to find the deity. Hurry, and be diligent in your training." "Understood. Now off you go." The five said their farewells to Master Roshi and swiftly flew westward. Observing their departure, Master Roshi leisurely returned to the Kame House, enjoying the newfound tranquility now that everyone had left. Fortunately, Launch was still there to prepare meals. "Wukong, besides Brother Shiro at the Karin Tower, are there any other deities?" "Recently, I encountered Brother Xiaobai, who was still slumbering. However, there exists a cat at Karin Tower, known as the Cat Sage, which amusingly is shorter than I am." Speaking of Xiaobai, it has been 3 years since I last saw him. He was the champion of our inaugural martial arts tournament. Although both Goku and I have grown considerably stronger, the depths of his power remain unfathomable. Indeed, Krillin, the garments that Brother Xiaobai gifted us are remarkably resilient. Even my most vigorous attacks have failed to damage them. "Goku, why do you persistently think about destroying the clothes left by Brother Xiaobai?" "Remarkably, these clothes have safeguarded me on several occasions. During my battle with Piccolo, had it not been for the garment absorbing the surprise attack aimed at my chest, I would have been in grave danger. Furthermore, I have already consumed one of the Senzu beans. We have yet to use any. When did you consume yours, Goku?" "It was during the time when Uncle Ox King was gravely injured. I am now familiar with Brother Xiaobai. He is indeed powerful, but what exactly are Senzu beans?" Dumpling, equally curious, glanced over. Senzu beans are miraculous beans. No matter how severe your injuries or how much stamina you have expended, consuming just one will completely restore you. However, their production is scarce, and Brother Xiaobai obtained them from the Cat Sage, though I am uncertain how many remain. As they conversed while flying, they soon beheld Karin Tower. Chapter 26. The five ascend to the divine temple. They have arrived, the cat remarked, observing the radiant figures approaching Karin Tower. At that moment, Bulma spotted Goku and his companions, joyfully waving to greet them. Goku, over here. The five descended upon Karin Tower. Bulma, is that you? Have you used the heart flower yet? Not yet. Upon my arrival, the cat sage instructed me to summon you all. Cat sage, it has been a while. Indeed, Goku. It has been a long time. Krillin, Yamchu, Tien Shinhan, Dumpling, greetings to you all. Hello, cat sage. The cat had never experienced such exuberance, squinting with delight. Its whiskers perked up. Cat sage, you mentioned that the heavenly being is seeking us? Who is the heavenly being? Noticing the puzzled expressions among the group, the cat stepped forward, standing at the edge of Karin Tower, and explained, the heavenly being is the true deity of Earth. The dragon summoned by the Dragon Balls you use was created by the heavenly being. How impressive. Even the dragon can be created. But why would the heavenly being suddenly want to train us? Clint inquired. Well, during your battle with the Demon King Piccolo, both the Supreme Being and I were observing. The Supreme Being can sense the goodness within your hearts and believes you are capable of safeguarding the Earth. To enhance your strength, he has decided to train you. You should also be aware that the egg spat out by Piccolo at the end is indeed his progeny. To contend with him in the future, you will need to develop a more formidable power so as not to be caught off guard when he reappears. Yes, we are all aware, but unfortunately, we have been unable to locate him since then, another voice added. By the way, the Supreme Being must possess extraordinary strength, remarked Goku. Indeed. You must understand that your current might is merely brute force. You have yet to grasp how to wield your abilities effectively. Your fighting style is straightforward, with excessive, unnecessary movements. Thus, the Supreme Being will primarily focus on training you in these aspects. However, the specifics are best conveyed by him. Master Cat, where does the Supreme Being reside? One of them asked. The feline sage pointed to its own head, saying, the temple of the Supreme Being is located just beyond the Tower of Korin. At a higher elevation? They inquired as they gazed around, seeing nothing. Follow me, the cat said, leaning on its staff as it began to walk. Goku and the others followed suit, with Bulma curiously trailing behind. Upon reaching the summit of the Tower of Korin, the sage squinted and indicated a central cylindrical fixture at the top. Goku, take out your Ruibang. Receiving the red staff, the cat sage inserted it into the fixture. This staff was originally meant to connect the Tower of Korin to the Supreme Being's temple, fortuitously acquired by your grandfather, Sun Wukong. Now you must know how to proceed. Haha, I see now. I recall that your Ruibang can extend, correct, Goku? One of them remarked. Yes, we understand what to do now, Goku affirmed. Together, the five of them grasped the Ruibang, awaiting its elongation. Goku turned to Bulma and stated, when you see Brother Xiaobai, tell him that the next time we meet, I will surely defeat him. Thus, he said a bold declaration. I will definitely relay your message. You all must diligently train. Bulma encouraged, raising her hand in support. Indeed, we shall. Master Cat, we bid you farewell. Until we meet again, they chorused, waving their hands. You will surely be astonished when you meet the Supreme Being, Goku, the cat thought silently. Ruibang, extend. It seemed to truly comprehend Goku's command, rapidly elongating and lifting the five of them to greater heights. Goku, Clint, everyone, give it your all. Train hard. Bulma understood that they would not see each other for a long time, with their next meeting likely to occur at the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Sigh. It seems that only a boyfriend can accompany one for the longest duration. Approaching beside Xiaobai, Bulma glanced at his face, and her mood brightened considerably. Next, I should be able to enter your dreams, though I wonder what you might be doing in them. The cat remarked, this is my home, this is my home. Keep a smile on your face. It felt quite vexing, yet it was not the time to express such feelings, especially since both were nurturing themselves. Wow, Krillin. You are really tall. The Rui stick has grown for quite some time, yet we have yet to reach the Heavenly Temple. Patience, Goku after all. The Heavenly Temple is not a place one can visit casually. At this height, it shouldn't take too long, right? Haha. I never expected that one day I would meet the deity of Earth. I wonder what the deity looks like, said Yamcha. Indeed, as our powers grow stronger, we shall encounter more formidable beings. Now that even the deity has appeared, who knows when a cat might emerge claiming to be an angel. Tianjin Fan also made a light-hearted jest. Ha ha ha. Oh, I see something ahead. It seems we are nearing our destination. Yes, I see it too. Such a large island. It was truly astonishing to witness such a vast island floating so high. The Rui stick finally connected with the heavenly temple, stowing the stick away. The five of them swiftly climbed the ladder. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a vast circular arena, and before them stood a man of African descent, clad in white trousers and a red vest, with a white cloth wrapped around his head, his entire body enveloped in dark skin. Only his eyes and mouth were visible, rendering him quite distinctive. Goku approached Bobo and inquired, "Are you the deity? You must be Sun Wukong." "I am Bobo, a servant of the deity, responsible for many matters within the heavenly temple." "Where is the deity?" "I do not see him." "The deity is within the temple. Follow me. And remember to show respect upon meeting him." "Understood." They then followed Bobo toward the temple. Their curiosity piqued as they examined everything around them, as it was all quite novel to them. Aside from a structure on the side, the rest of the area was a meticulously leveled expanse, adorned with a few trees, creating a very pleasant atmosphere, undoubtedly an excellent location for cultivation. Upon reaching the front of the temple, Bobo halted and declared, "The deity is about to emerge." Sun Wukong and his companions stood behind Bobo, their curiosity piqued as they gazed upon the temple ahead, eagerly anticipating the imminent appearance of the celestial deity. With a soft thud, Kalinta and Bulma positioned themselves beside Xiaobai, the former clutching a heart flower. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Bulma laboriously dragged over a bed and gently reclined upon it. Tentatively, she reached out her hand, recalling the words of the cat sage, who had mentioned a protective barrier surrounding Xiaobai. However, after several attempts, she discovered no obstruction. Finally, with a shy resolve, she extended her hand, still holding the heart flower, and intertwined it with Xiaobai's warm and substantial palm. This was her initial impression upon grasping his hand. Turning to observe the peacefully slumbering Xiaobai, Bulma felt her mind gradually quiet, her myriad thoughts dissipating until only a pure tranquility remained. Slowly, her eyelids grew heavier, a testament to the heart flower's effect. The two of them, holding a single blossom, would expedite their slumber and allow them to enter the dreamscape of one another. Yet, the flower could be utilized but once, granting 4 hours of shared dreams, necessitating a new heart flower for subsequent journeys into slumber. Thus, Bulma diligently tended to her collection of heart flowers. As Bulma's eyes fluttered shut, she soon succumbed to a deep sleep. The cat approached, observing the pair with a thoughtful stroke of its whiskers, finding the arrangement quite fitting. It then extended a paw to cover Bulma with a blanket before departing, leaving the dimly lit Kalinta behind. With a sigh, it resolved to observe the world of mortals instead. Chapter 27. A meeting in dreams. Bulma sensed herself floating, enveloped in a sensation of lightness and joy, her body completely at ease. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself surrounded by darkness, yet her heart was imbued with an unparalleled serenity. A voice within her reassured her that she was entirely safe, devoid of fear or hesitation. She simply needed to follow the direction of her heart. Thus, Bulma drifted forward, losing track of time. Eventually, she perceived a radiant light ahead, which filled her with joy, prompting her to hasten towards it. As she drew nearer, Bulma sensed that the presence of Xiaobai awaited her there, and once she found him, her peace of mind would be restored. Upon reaching the source of the light, Bulma initially perceived it as small from a distance, yet discovered it to be quite substantial upon closer inspection. Tentatively, she reached out to touch the luminescent orb, finding her hand could effortlessly pass through it, and felt a comforting warmth emanating from the other side. Without further hesitation, she stepped forward and traversed the radiant sphere. In an instant, brilliant light flooded her vision. Before her lay a moderately sized planet, adorned with towering mountains, a vast sea, and expansive land dotted with vibrant flora. As she observed closely, she spotted rare and exotic creatures. Just as she wished to gaze further, a beautifully adorned bird alighted before her. Though small in stature, it was exquisitely delicate. Bulma instinctively extended her hand, and to her delight, the bird landed gently on her palm, cooing sweetly and pecking at her finger before soaring into the air. It flew a few paces ahead, glancing back at Bulma, and cooed again, seemingly beckoning her to follow. "Do you wish for me to accompany you?" Bulma whispered. To her surprise, the bird nodded in affirmation. Thus, she trailed behind the bird, which continued to flap its wings and ascend. As Bulma followed, she observed the enchanting little planet, enveloped in tranquility and serenity, feeling an extraordinary sense of comfort, akin to luxuriating in warm water after a long day. Given the planet's modest size, it wasn't too long before Bulma noticed the bird had come to a halt. Before her stood Xiaobai, his face beaming with a warm smile. Gazing at Xiaobai, Bulma was struck by his gentle demeanor, which, coupled with his ethereal aura, evoked the word celestial within her. Though uncertain of its origin, the term resonated beautifully, fitting Xiaobai perfectly, especially if his hair were just a tad longer. Typically fierce in the presence of Master Rashi and the others, Bulma felt her cheeks flush, and she lowered her gaze, approaching Xiaobai shyly, as if under the weight of an unspoken force. Noticing that Xiaobai was intently watching her, Bulma attempted to meet his gaze several times, her lips parting as she considered speaking, yet felt that any words might disrupt the enchanting atmosphere. Xiaobai extended a hand towards her, his gaze signaling Bulma to hold on. Although Bulma felt a tinge of shyness, she resolutely grasped his hand. Even within the confines of a dream, she could still sense the warmth and strength radiating from it. As long as she was tethered to this hand, she would fear nothing, even if the sky were to collapse and the earth were to quake. For she stood firmly behind him. Following Xiaobai's lead, the two arrived at the banks of a small stream, its waters crystal clear, teeming with fish that swam joyously within. Nearby, there stood an exquisite two-story cottage, not constructed of concrete and steel, but fashioned from bamboo, adorned with two vibrant red lanterns flanking the door. Though the interior remained hidden from view, Xiaobai approached the tranquil stream, extending his hand with a flourish, and a spacious sofa, ample enough for two, materialized before them. He gently guided her to sit, wrapping his left arm around her form. Bulma leaned in, resting her head on Xiaobai's shoulder. With a deft motion of his right hand, a fishing rod appeared. Thus he cradled beauty with one arm, while casting for shimmering scales with the other. Bulma tilted her head to gaze at Xiaobai and inquired, "Did you already know I was coming?" Xiaobai lowered his gaze into her eyes, murmuring that he had felt it the moment she clasped his hand. He had not anticipated that such flowers existed on Earth, capable of drawing her into his dreams. At the mention of this, Bulma burst into laughter, recounting the tale of Goku and Krillin who had helped her gather flowers but ended up with swollen faces after being stung by bees. Xiaobai could not help but chuckle. It was indeed typical of them, as if sharing an unspoken connection. Neither mentioned why Xiaobai had suddenly embraced her or why she rested her head on his shoulder. Bulma then shared the experiences she and Goku had endured during the 3 years Xiaobai had been away, recalling Bulma's wish for the most handsome boyfriend. Xiaobai felt a smile creeping upon his lips. When he had first traversed into this world, he had merely been pleasing to the eye. But after binding with Xiaobai and growing stronger, he sensed that he had become increasingly perfect, transcending the realm of mere mortals, which naturally caught Bulma's attention. By the time Xiaobai had spent 3 years in slumber, he was 22 years old. A sound from Xiaobai signaled that his age had been frozen, and the reward for being 22 was immortality. This meant that even in the Dragon Ball universe, the Omni King could not erase him. The rules held no sway. And this applied even beyond the Dragon Ball world. Xiaobai could not help but marvel at his invincibility. Estimating his current strength, he calculated his attributes to be 5. 6 times 10 raised to the power of 219. According to the combat power calculations of Dragon Ball, trillion equates to 2. And 2. PS. Data reference. Is 10 to the 8th power. Is 10 to the 12th power. Is 10 to the 16th power. Is 10 to the 20th power. Is 10 to the 24th power. Is 10 to the 28th power. Is 10 to the 32nd power. Is 10 to the 36th power. Is 10 to the 40th power. Thus, regardless of whether angels had powers in the range of 15 or if the Grand Priest could defeat an angel with a mere finger, he remained unconcerned. For they posed no threat to him. Listening quietly as Bulma recounted Goku's triumph at the World Martial Arts Tournament, she expressed her desire to gather the Dragon Balls to wish for the ability to learn dream techniques, only to be interrupted by the Demon King Piccolo, who used the wish to save someone. Bulma had to rely on the fortune teller for assistance, but fortune favored the diligent, and she eventually entered the dream realm. Xiaobai listened with delight, chiming in with her enthusiasm. He pondered how Goku and the others were faring now that they had reached the heavenly temple. Bulma nestled her head into Xiaobai's embrace, seeking a comfortable position. Rest assured, after their training, they will emerge significantly stronger, Xiaobai reassured her, gently stroking her head. The heart flower has a time limit, right? He inquired. Yes, for hours remain. Not much time left, Bulma whispered. You still need to go out and replenish your energy. There are more flowers, and when you sleep, just hold my hand, he added. Indeed, Bulma. Should the opportunity arise to gather the Dragon Balls once more, make your wish to preserve your youth. Ah, your cleverness is truly remarkable. I shall remain forever radiant. Bulma's sparkling eyes glimmered as she pondered why she had not considered this before. Chapter 28. The Temple of the Deities. Oh dear, time is fleeting. And there is so much more I wish to express, Bulma murmured with a slight furrow in her brow. Xiaobai extended his large hand to gently stroke Bulma's silky blue hair, softly murmuring, "There is still ample time ahead. Let us take our time." Bulma, feeling the warmth of his hand, comfortably squinted her eyes and declared, "This time, I shall speak for myself. Next time, it will be your turn." "What were you dreaming about, Humph?" "Very well, next time I shall tell you all about my dreams," he replied. Just as they were conversing, the fish in the stream stirred, and Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement as she pointed her delicate hand, exclaiming, "There's a fish on the hook. Haha, I see it. It's quite a large one." Watching Xiaobai reel in the fish, Bulma felt a surge of joy, even surpassing his own, as she nestled in his embrace. Her face lighting up with a radiant smile, her hands clapping together in delight. Soon, the fish they caught transformed into a golden hue, filling their bellies. Bulma was pleasantly surprised to discover that Xiaobai was quite adept at preparing food. It was delicious, making her feel like she had struck gold. After all, one must eat in dreams too. After a hearty meal, the two of them cuddled together, gazing at the gently flowing stream before them, observing the fish leaping from the water and the animals approaching the bank for a drink. "I must return now," Bulma said, lifting her head to speak. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai turned her head to gaze at him, suddenly reaching out to pull her entire self onto his lap, face to face. Bulma seemed to sense something amiss and anxiously closed her eyes. Meanwhile, the small creatures startled by the commotion raised their heads warily, their keen eyes fixed intently in this direction. As they drew closer, Bulma could feel the searing breath of Xiaobai, her body tensed, fists clenched tightly. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she became acutely aware of her heart racing, blood coursing through her veins with increasing fervor. Xiaobai gazed at the anxious Bulma, unable to suppress a chuckle. He leaned forward and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. "Come back soon. After all, I feel rather solitary here on my own." Still dazed from Xiaobai's kiss, Bulma nodded slowly, her figure gradually fading away. Xiaobai glanced back, then turned to resume his daily meditation, emptying his mind and attuning himself to the essence of all things. Meanwhile, Bulma stirred in bed, her vibrant complexion betraying her restless mood. After a prolonged moment, she finally opened her eyes and, noticing Xiaobai asleep across from her, shyly approached to plant a kiss on him, hoping he could feel it. "Ah, a splendid day is about to commence." Bulma tidied herself, changed her clothes, and stepped out of the room. Outside, she spotted a cat peacefully sleeping in its little bed, purring softly as a bubble formed at its nose, perhaps scratching its rear with a paw for a bit of relief. In high spirits, Bulma stood by the Kai's tower, basking in the morning sunlight, released her aircraft, glanced back once, and soared homeward, aware of the multitude of tasks awaiting her attention and some matters requiring her research. The aircraft swiftly vanishing from sight. In the divine temple, Goku and his companions curiously watched as the deity prepared to emerge. At last, the deity appeared before them. And upon seeing him, Goku and the others were taken aback by his green skin, pointed ears, and the two horns atop his head, indisputable markers of the Demon King Piccolo. Krillin and the others felt a tinge of anxiety as they beheld Piccolo's emergence. "Piccolo, I can't believe you're still alive," they exclaimed. Goku, unable to contain his eagerness, attempted to bypass Bobo and strike at Piccolo, but Bobo swiftly restrained him with a firm hand. Krillin urged Goku, "Calm down. We all witnessed you defeat the Demon King. There is surely more to this than we understand. Let us listen to what they have to say." "All right, but Bobo, your strength is impressive," Goku replied. Bobo cautioned, "This is a deity, show respect." At that moment, the deity approached them, standing firm. Nodding at Goku and the others before speaking, "I sense your confusion regarding my resemblance to the Demon King Piccolo." They nodded in agreement. The deity took a few steps forward, surveying the vast expanse of the divine temple, and continued, "Piccolo and I are one. Long ago, I too was a martial artist. Much like yourselves. Upon discovering the existence of the deities, I came here, but alas, even deities can perish. I aspired to become the successor of the deity. Yet I was rejected upon the revelation of a dark thought within my heart. However, I refused to surrender. Through arduous training, I succeeded in banishing that darkness. Thus, that malevolent thought manifested as the Demon King Piccolo. I deeply regret this, but he has been vanquished by you. I will train you for a while to enhance your strength in preparation for future threats. So that is how it is. I have witnessed your battles. Although your strength is formidable, it is primarily brute force, lacking in finesse. Henceforth, I urge you to dedicate your time to profound training within the temple of the divine. During this period, Bobo will guide you in mastering the art of harnessing your power with grace. I am confident that, through this practice, your abilities will experience remarkable enhancement. Turning towards Bobo, I express my gratitude. Thank you for your efforts, Bobo. Indeed, Divine One, Bobo replied. He then gathered a few individuals and addressed them. Let us engage in a collaborative assault. I shall assess your prowess and subsequently illuminate your deficiencies. Is that so, Bobo? We shall not hold back, they exclaimed. And in unison, the five rushed towards Bobo, launching their fists in a flurry of attacks. Bobo, with an impassive demeanor, observed the oncoming strikes until they were mere moments from contact, at which point he vanished from their sight, evading their reach entirely. The startled assailants found themselves colliding into one another, tumbling to the ground in a tangled heap. Springing to their feet, one exclaimed, Bobo, your speed is astonishing. Our eyes could scarcely track your movements. Bobo, addressing those who were eager to launch another offensive, remarked, combat transcends mere visual observation. It requires a deeper intuition. The eyes may deceive, but the heart remains steadfast. What do you mean? They asked, bewildered. You will comprehend once you have endured enough encounters. Are you prepared? Without further ado, Bobo plunged into the fray, delivering swift blows that sent Goku and Tien outside the combat zone before deftly countering Krillin and Yamcha's strikes. With a quick pivot, he evaded their punches and positioned himself behind Yamcha, delivering a precise chop to his neck, rendering him unconscious. Fear not, he is merely unconscious, Bobo assured, while deftly blocking the incoming punches from the returning Goku and his comrades, demonstrating remarkable resilience. After several minutes of engagement, it became evident that while Bobo remained composed and untroubled, his opponents were panting and weary, compelled to pause. Bobo addressed them, you rely solely on brute strength. Yet in battle, failing to connect with your adversary serves no purpose. You are now out of breath, and rightly so, for we are at a high altitude where the air is thin. Your foremost task is to acclimate to this environment. Only when you can maintain steady breathing during combat shall you seek my guidance again. For now, focus on your training. Chapter 29, Departure as time passes. Wukong and his companions diligently train within the heavenly temple, gradually acclimatizing to the ethereal environment, and their efforts yield increasingly notable results. Before long, they find themselves well adjusted to the temple's rarefied atmosphere. However, when they face Bobo once more, they are soundly defeated. To this day, they remain perplexed as to why they could not perceive Bobo's presence after he vanished. Their failure to engage in mindful observation has led them to rely solely on visual cues, resulting in a disorienting inability to react when sight is obscured. After the battle, Bobo imparts wisdom to them, advising that during combat, one must cultivate a mindset as tranquil as the sky and as swift as lightning, mastering the art of controlling one's own strength. He emphasizes the importance of being as steadfast as a mountain and as fluid as a dragon emerging from the sea. Observing the individuals before him, Bobo is uncertain whether the heavenly deity's judgment is sound, as they appear somewhat lacking in intellect. Nevertheless, he assigns each of them tasks designed to facilitate their understanding of his teachings, encouraging them to continually surmount various challenges and to cultivate patience. For true strength cannot be rapidly acquired in a matter of days or months, excluding, of course, any advantages conferred by lineage. As their training progresses, their powers gradually intensify, though their ability to perceive movements still leaves much to be desired. In response, Bobo crafts mannequins resembling their own strength using clay and the water of life for sparring, guiding them in mastering the art of concealing their own presence while discerning the movements of others. Meanwhile, the 5 individuals in the heavenly temple engage in rigorous trainings. While below the temple, Bulma concludes her daily research and returns to Karin Tower by aircraft. Each time, the briefs couple silently watches her departing figure from a distance. At Karin Tower, the once pampered cat, having never known hardship, now feels a twinge of sadness upon realizing its own weight gain. Once adorably plump, it now perceives itself as rather rounder than before. Every time I resolve to abstain from eating, I find myself salivating while gazing at the fish in the tank. However, I cannot resist, especially with Bulma's increasingly outrageous offerings. The fully automated fish grill transforms a mere fish into an irresistible delicacy within moments, showcasing a variety of preparations that Bulma's machine can conjure. The cat looks up at the moon, reminiscing about the times when it would go without meals for several years, particularly when summer white first arrived and the cat would even take the initiative to grill fish, although it no longer needs to wash the utensils. It seems that even the simple pleasure of grilling fish has been usurped by this peculiar machine, with no cooking or dishwashing responsibilities. It merely sustains itself on fish to pass the days. The cat, contemplating a kick to the machine, hesitates as it approaches, ultimately deciding against it. After all, a cat is a cat, roundness is roundness, and even Garfield is rather portly. Everyone is bustling about, and thus, 3 years have flown by, leading to the commencement of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament on Turtle Island after 3 springs and autumns. A closer inspection of Master Roshi reveals that his inner energy has deepened significantly, despite his outward appearance still resembling that of an elderly man. Lanchi, it is time to depart, Master Roshi announces. He waits beside the vehicle for Lanchi to emerge, and she does, but it is the blue-haired Lanchi. A silence envelopes the group. I won't be going. The city's air is detrimental to my skin, Lanchi states. Master Roshi gives Oolong a knowing glance, indicating that if she does not go, they will have no one to lead the way, and the crowd will be too large to secure a good view of the competition. Oolong nods gravely, understanding the implication. He stealthily approaches Lanchi, using a pig's trotter to dangle a blade of grass near her nose. As Lanchi, puzzled by the silence, suddenly feels an itch, she sneezes. Oolong promptly discards the grass, folding his arms and humming a tune as he steps back to Master Roshi's side, gesturing discreetly behind him. Master Roshi nods, his glasses glinting with a flash of light. The golden-haired Lanchi surveys her surroundings, then decisively announces, "Let us go, let us go. I adore visiting the city." The entire crew from Turtle Island sets off, accompanied by a lone sea turtle. At Karin Tower, 3 years have passed, yet the room remains unchanged, though the bed that Bulma once brought has mysteriously vanished. In the lavish bed adorned with soft linens, both individuals slumber peacefully, their hands intertwined, with a delicate flower symbolizing their connection resting between them. Within the realm of dreams, Xiaobai and Bulma are engaged in an exhilarating game, yet each defeat falls upon him. Despite his formidable skills, he remains a novice in this digital arena, perpetually shedding tears of frustration, trapped in the rank of bronze. Ha, I have triumphed once more. What shall I have you do upon awakening? Perhaps I shall let it linger for now. With a sigh, he sets down the game controller and reclines despondently upon the verdant grass. Bulma, following suit, nestles beside him, resting her head upon his chest, quietly attuned to the rhythm of his heartbeat. Is the martial arts tournament about to commence, Bulma? Indeed, they should be registering today, with the competition starting tomorrow. However, I suspect they will only arrive just before the registration closes. When do you intend to go? Oh, I shall linger for a while longer. Do you find me bothersome? Bulma lifts her head, gazing at Xiaobai as she speaks. Xiaobai sensed the impending storm, her mind swiftly whirring into action. Analyzing the situation, she realized that any words spoken at this moment would be misguided. She quickly recalled the myriad of responses from countless netizens, uncertain of their validity, yet she steeled herself to proceed regardless. Xiaobai's gaze instantly transformed into one of warmth and sincerity. How could I possibly be bothered by you? He wrapped his arms around Bulma's neck, applying a gentle pressure, and their lips brushed against one another. Bulma, catching her breath, lifted her head and playfully slapped him, exclaiming, "You're so infuriating. There are so many animals watching us." Xiaobai turned her head for a glance, and indeed, those little deer and puppies were gazing with their bright, lively eyes, engrossed in the spectacle. Xiaobai curled her lips, unbothered, skillfully diverting her attention. If successful, it would be splendid. If not, she would simply think of something else. At the Temple of the Gods, Wukong, Krillin, Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi concluded 3 years of arduous training, and the sharp air of intensity around them had dissipated, evidently. Their efforts bore fruit. With the martial arts tournament approaching, one could not help but wonder if formidable opponents would emerge this time. The anticipation was palpable. After 3 years, Wukong had grown significantly taller and spoke with enthusiasm about his fighting spirit. I wonder, Krillin mused, but our time was certainly not wasted. Wukong, why are you so much taller than me? He measured their heights, feeling a tinge of gloom. 3 years ago, Wukong was quite the little shorty. Who would have thought he would grow so much in such a short time? At the tournament, we can finally compete again. I need a haircut after this, Yamcha remarked, running his fingers through his long hair. Well, I don't know how much our strength has increased over these 3 years. It's been a while since we fought. We're just waiting for the tournament to start, Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi noted, exhibiting little change themselves. All right, let us set off. We can't afford to be late for registration. I bet Master Rashi, Bulma, Launch, Oolong, and Puya are waiting for us. It's been such a long time. Goodbye, Mr. Bobo, they called, as Bobo waved his chubby hand. Farewell, the deity smiled and nodded at them. The five soared into the sky, swiftly making their way to Papaya Island. Chapter 30. Let us get married on May 6th, at the registration desk for the Papaya Island Martial Arts Tournament. Master Rashi, Launch, Oolong, Puya, and Bulma awaited their arrival. Wukong and the others had not yet arrived, and time was running short. Oolong, Puya, prepare yourselves. If they don't show up soon, transform. Yes, Master Rashi. They always arrive at the last moment, showing no regard for my feelings. Huh, they will definitely make it. After 3 years of training at the Temple of the Gods, their strength must have increased considerably. Launch, how have you fared these past 3 years? Aside from dealing with that lecherous old man, Master Rashi, everything has been quite pleasant. Ahem, what a beautiful sunset. As the group conversed, 5 streaks of light raced toward the tournament venue at an astonishing speed. With only 2 minutes left until registration closes, all participants who have yet to register should do so promptly, announced the tournament staff through a loudspeaker. Time is running out, Puya, transform. Wait, they are here. The 5 streaks of light rapidly approached. Wukong, Krillin, over here. They waved to the incoming figures. Before long, the group landed beside them. Quick, go register first. The deadline is imminent. We can talk later. Yes, we're on it. Was that Wukong just now? It should be. However, it has only been 3 years. They have grown remarkably tall. Krillin has also grown taller, no longer the little boy he once was, as several individuals expressed their astonishment. Goku and his companions had already successfully registered their names and approached. Goku, Krillin, you both have grown. Haha, I feel taller myself. Master Rashi inquired curiously. What is the Heavenly Temple like? I have only heard of it, but never visited. Master Rashi, we were quite startled when we encountered the gods. We thought that Piccolo had been resurrected. Bulma and Launch listened with intrigue. It turned out that Piccolo and Thus. The group chatted amiably as they made their way into the restaurant. Upon entering, the owner immediately recognized them, joyfully ushering the group to their seats and exhibiting remarkable hospitality. Such esteemed customers, capable of dining on hundreds of thousands of zenny in one meal, were a rare sight indeed. As the feast was laid before them, Goku and his friends gazed at the sumptuous spread with gleaming eyes. The Heavenly Temple offered meals as well, though not as exquisite. After a lavish banquet, the group settled in for the night. The following day, the preliminaries commenced after the martial arts tournament concluded with a display of fireworks. Goku, Krillin, Yamcha, you all must do your best. Cheer up, Tien. I will be rooting for you from outside. Yes, we are aware. Do not worry. Outside. Master Rashi and the others enjoyed snacks while awaiting the conclusion of the preliminaries, confident that their friends would easily advance to the top 8. Inside the arena. As they entered, Goku was tapped on the shoulder by an adorable girl. Hey, Goku. Chi-Chi greeted him cheerfully. Who are you? You don't recognize me? I can't seem to recall who you are. Scratching his head, he pondered for a long time but could not remember. Humph. Chi-Chi huffed and walked away. Hey, Goku. When did you meet such a lovely girl? Krillin and the others looked at him enviously. I truly don't remember, but she seems somewhat familiar. Inside the arena, the atmosphere was electrifying. Goku's friend, Kaiatsu, successfully defeated the robot version of Tao Pai Pai and advanced to the top 8. Unfortunately, Yajirobe, who participated with a mask, was defeated by the god and did not qualify. Next to the martial arts tournament platform, a bustling crowd gathered. The host, standing on the stage with a microphone, announced, the final 8 competitors are Kaiatsu, Tien, Son Goku, the Unknown, Majin Buu, Krillin, the God, and Yamcha. Now, let the first match commence. Please welcome the 2 contestants to the arena. As they gazed at the arena, Gyoza and Tianjin Rice, along with Bulma, were taken aback by the unfolding situation, yet they cheered with enthusiasm. Although Gyoza exhibited considerable strength, he paled in comparison to Tianjin Rice. Ultimately, realizing he could not inflict any damage upon his opponent, he conceded defeat. Congratulations to our victor, Tianjin Rice, in this inaugural match. And let us not dishearten Gyoza, for he is still in his formative years. Now, let us welcome the champion, Son Goku, to the stage alongside the renowned contestant, No Name. With that, the announcer swiftly exited the arena, his movements deft and practiced. Kiki stood on the platform, her cheeks puffed in irritation as she regarded Son Goku. who appeared perplexed by her demeanor. "Why do you always look so angry?" he inquired, bewildered. "I'm upset because you don't recognize me." "And you've even forgotten our promise," she retorted. "Promise? I truly cannot recall who you are," he admitted. "You genuinely cannot remember?" "No," Kiki replied with exasperation. "Once you defeat me, I shall reveal my identity." "Ah, in that case, it seems straightforward," he mused. "But I am not easily defeated," Bulma remarked. "Does that girl seem familiar to Goku? I feel she looks somewhat recognizable too." Oolong, observing Kiki from the platform, remarked to Master Roshi and the others. "It's not just Goku who knows her, we all do." "We know her?" The group pondered for a while, but could not arrive at a conclusion. Ultimately deciding to wait for the revelation, Krillin gazed at the arena, envious of Goku for knowing such a charming girl. "Don't be impatient, Krillin. One day, you too shall meet a beautiful girl," Yamcha encouraged, patting his shoulder. With the knowledge that defeating Kiki would unveil her name, Goku felt a surge of motivation. He stood on the platform, gathering his strength, and launched a powerful punch towards Kiki, sending a formidable gust of wind that knocked her off the stage. A display both forceful and harmless. The second-generation demon, Piccolo, stood atop the platform, witnessing Goku's formidable punch, utterly astonished by his strength. A bead of cold sweat trickling down his green visage. Kiki, having sustained no significant injury, quickly regained her footing and leaped back onto the platform, exclaiming, "Indeed, you are the man I have admired. Your strength is truly remarkable." "Ah, you must reveal your name now," Kiki said, lowering her gaze. "I am Kiki, the daughter of the Ox King. Do you now recall our promise?" Kiki. Goku recalled from his childhood when she had proclaimed her desire for him to marry her upon growing up, to which he had agreed. "I can scarcely believe it, Kiki. You have grown." Those gathered beneath the arena, including Master Roshi, Bulma, Launch, Krillin, Yamcha, and Tianjin Rice, were all taken aback by the mention of Kiki's name, their expressions reflecting astonishment. No wonder she seemed familiar. She was indeed an acquaintance. Though they had not anticipated that the eccentrically dressed girl of yesteryears would blossom into someone so enchanting. "Goku, do you still remember our promise?" "Indeed. I initially thought the bride would be something delectable. However, since I have promised you, let us proceed with our marriage. We are now wed. Ladies and gentlemen, this marks the first occurrence of a wedding during a martial arts tournament. Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to the newlyweds." Applause resounds as the crowd celebrates this joyous union. Now, let us commence the third match, featuring the second-generation Meijin and contestant Krillin. Chapter 31. The Departure of Din. Goku remarked. "That individual is a descendant of Piccolo." Tien glanced at the second-generation Meijin on stage and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I see that. However, I have faith that Krillin will not succumb to him. Our diligent training in the Heavenly Temple has fortified us. The progeny of Piccolo shall not thwart our aspirations of conquering the world." Goku's gaze was fixed upon Krillin on stage. "Indeed, our current strength is sufficient to face any crisis," Tien asserted, his hands clenched tightly. On the arena, the match between the second-generation Meijin and Krillin had commenced. After several attempts to gauge the Meijin's abilities, Krillin realized he was indeed superior and thus felt at ease. He unleashed a flurry of rapid attacks upon the Meijin. Meanwhile, Din, positioned across from him, found himself in a difficult predicament. Beyond the crucial techniques he had yet to employ, he was acutely aware of being relentlessly pressured, particularly since his opponent was a diminutive bald figure, which vexed him greatly. Observing Krillin's seemingly effortless performance, Din resolved to summon his full strength. Should victory elude him, he would have no choice but to retreat for further training and await another opportunity. With this determination, Din stood firm on the arena, hands clenched, channeling all his energy. The aura surrounding him, coupled with a layer of ominous clouds drifting in the sky, rendered him even more formidable. As Din's imposing presence intensified, Krillin took note and steeled himself. Regardless of the tricks Din might employ, Krillin was confident that no challenge could withstand the might of a Kamehameha wave. If necessary, he would unleash two. Sensing Din's energy reaching its zenith, he extended both hands before him, concentrating all his power into them. With a mighty shout, an astonishing energy sphere surged toward Krillin at breakneck speed. Kamehameha. The two energy blasts collided, resulting in a stalemate for several moments before erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. The brilliance of the blast compelled the onlookers to shield their eyes, while the arena's center was utterly devastated. "Ugh, this is exceedingly challenging. I must return to train," Din thought, casting one final glance at the crowd before expending his remaining strength to flee. Goku, he has fled. I shall pursue him. Eliminating him will eradicate any threat to Earth. Yamcha rose, eager to give chase. However, Goku restrained him, saying, Yamcha, let him go. After all, if this world lacks adversaries, we may lose our drive. With Dend perpetually in pursuit, even if we wish to forego training, it would be difficult, as long as our strength exceeds his. The dream of world domination shall not evade us. Indeed, you make a valid point. Yamcha paused, pondering the situation, as the radiant light faded. The host, perplexed by the sudden disappearance of the stage, announced into the microphone, "Congratulations to Klin for winning the third match. Let us welcome the next contestants." Having distanced himself from the martial arts tournament, the Piccolo glanced back, realizing he was not being pursued, and silently vowed, "I shall return." He then soared towards his training grounds. The fourth match concluded swiftly. The celestial being, who had initially intended to confront the demon progeny with the Piccolo, found himself in solitude. The adversaries had been driven away, and he merely came to partake in the spectacle. Defeated by Yamcha, whose prowess far surpassed his own, he felt a sense of helplessness, yet maintained a commendable attitude. Congratulations to the contestant Yamcha for his victory. Next, let us have Tien Shinhan and Son Goku take the stage. At first, Tien Shinhan managed to exchange blows with Son Goku. However, when he believed he could best Goku with all his might, he was astounded to discover that Goku was fighting while burdened with a weight of 900 kilograms. Upon releasing his weight, even Tien's four-way punch could not grant him an advantage. He ultimately succumbed under the immense disparity in strength. I never imagined you could hold your ground while carrying such a load. Truly impressive, Son Goku. You have grown quite strong as well, Tien. Once Brother Sebai awakens, I shall request him to craft a suit that alters weight for you. You will become formidable in no time. Stand by. I eagerly anticipate our meeting. With Son Goku emerging victorious, the next match would feature Klin against Yamcha. Would the grand finale see Son Goku face Klin or Yamcha? Let us witness their enthralling contest. I shall be the one to triumph over Son Goku, haha. Prepare to concede. Yamcha brimmed with confidence in his abilities. Klin, you celebrate too soon. These past 3 years have not been in vain. Shall we remove the weight of our garments and continue our bout? Klin gazed at Yamcha, filled with anticipation. Very well. Let us forego the tentative exchanges and engage with our full strength. My clothing now weighs 500 kilograms, Klin. Surprised, are you? Haha, indeed. I did not foresee you bearing such a weight, Yamcha. Alas, I must reduce my own burden of 600 kilograms. It is quite heavy indeed, Klin remarked, bouncing slightly. Yamcha, who had just been elated, now felt an overwhelming sadness. The fragile vessel of camaraderie had been capsized by a mighty whale. Farewell. Can you imagine the scenario where one labors secretly to achieve a commendable result, only to flaunt it before another, who, with an innocent expression of admiration, inadvertently one-ups you without a hint of derision? Let us unleash our full power, Klin. Master Yamcha, you must prevail. Klin, defeat him. Go, little bald head. The shouts of the onlookers rose in a fervent cheer, each one rallying for their favored contender. Hey, you, step aside. The disparity in combat prowess between the two was not insurmountable. Yamcha was able to retaliate even while receiving blows. Before long, the two fighters disengaged, each nursing their wounds, intently observing the other's every move. Impressive, Yamcha. Despite taking so many hits, you still stand. You as well, Krillin. Ha ha ha. Let us not squander any more time. Let us settle this and face Goku in battle. Look at him, he can hardly contain his excitement. Krillin glanced at Goku, who was brimming with fighting spirit, while Chi-Chi held him close. Although feeling a twinge of sorrow, the little one did not weep. I share that sentiment, Krillin. The two faced each other and mirrored one another's stance. Are they about to unleash the Kamehameha? The audience was urged to protect themselves, as one proclaimed. I have brought my protective gear, the esteemed bulletproof shield, a worthy possession. With that, he erected a shield before himself. Bah! Shameless! Despicable! How much is it? Kamehameha! As the words echoed, two white energy waves collided fiercely, creating a chasm in the arena's floor, the air crackling with searing heat. Chapter 32. Kamehameha. The energy waves locked in a stalemate, resembling a tug of war, neither willing to yield. The center of their clash had utterly ravaged the arena's surface. Krillin and Yamcha strained, veins bulging, pouring all their might into the struggle, awaiting the moment when one would falter and surrender. The spectators watched in anxious anticipation, their hands instinctively clenching. They understood that the first to yield would meet defeat. Yamcha, keep fighting. Krillin, you must hold on. Their friends below the stage continuously encouraged them. Suddenly, Krillin broke into a grin. Yamcha, I will not lose to you. With that declaration, he intensified his energy output, manifesting immense power from his small frame. As Krillin surged with newfound energy, Yamcha found it increasingly difficult to maintain his stance. Gritting his teeth, he declared, Krillin, I will not give up so easily. Aya. Yamcha's energy wave grew slightly stronger, yet it still paled in comparison to Krillin's, and he sensed his strength waning. Helplessly, he watched as Krillin's energy wave rapidly consumed his own, drawing ever closer. Seeing this, Krillin felt a surge of elation. Seizing the moment while he still had strength left, he exerted all his energy, causing his wave to swell dramatically. Yamcha could only watch helplessly as Krillin's energy wave overwhelmed him, sending him tumbling off the stage. His body collapsing to the ground, utterly spent, with not even a finger left to move. Yamcha, Puyala flew over and helped the weakened Yamcha to his feet. Yamcha, are you unhurt? Krillin and his companions looked at him with concern. Yamcha chuckled. I'm fine, Krillin. You've truly become strong. Krillin, somewhat bashful, scratched his bald head. Yamcha landed, and the victor was declared to be Krillin. Gratitude was expressed for their thrilling match. Cheers erupted from the crowd, as the spectacular duel between the two undoubtedly provided them with unparalleled visual delight. Next, the staff began to rectify the arena, allowing Krillin a brief respite before he faced the reigning champion, Son Goku, in the finals. Who would emerge as the champion of this martial arts tournament? We shall soon find out. Just as the host concluded his announcement, he was bombarded by a deluge of fruit coins and even a bra. Before he could comprehend the situation, an assortment of objects buried him. Once he managed to extricate himself, he spotted a bald old man quickly concealing something. In no time, the host stood once again on the repaired stage, testing its sturdiness with his foot and nodding in satisfaction. Now, let us welcome contestants Son Goku and Krillin for the championship finals. Let us cheer them on. After participating in 3 tournaments, Krillin finally stood on the championship stage, ready to compete alongside Son Goku. The two faced each other, assuming their stances. Krillin observed how much taller Goku had grown over the past 3 years, a stark contrast to their previous similar heights. What irked him further was that Goku now had a lovely wife. Feeling the surge of power within him, Krillin felt an unusual confidence. He believed he could hold his own against Goku and had a chance at claiming the championship title. Master Roshi, watching from the sidelines, was filled with nostalgia as he recalled the days when he saw the small, determined Goku and Krillin training diligently on Kame House. He remembered their astonishment when they first moved to Small Mountain, and now, seeing them as grown men, he felt immense pride. Little did anyone know, Master Roshi had also been secretly training hard over the years, not for himself, but to ensure that when his disciples faced formidable foes, he could serve as their steadfast support. The match commenced, and as Krillin unleashed a series of powerful punches, Goku effortlessly evaded them with swift sidesteps, rendering Krillin's attacks futile. Seizing the opportunity during a brief opening, Goku landed a punch to Krillin's abdomen, sending him staggering back. Wiping a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, Krillin looked at Goku and said, Goku, I can't fathom how much you've grown in these 3 years. However, I am about to unleash my full power. Goku replied, Then give it your all, Krillin. I too wish to see the fruits of your hard work over these years. All right then, Goku, let us go. Krillin had shed all his burdensome clothing, his speed now significantly heightened. With clenched fists, he swiftly maneuvered to where Son Wukong stood, leaving behind a few afterimages to perplex him. Although he was aware that this tactic might not prove highly effective, he understood that in the realm of battle, no detail, no matter how minute, should be overlooked. Wukong, caught off guard, was struck by Krillin's punch and sent sprawling to the ground. Krillin is truly formidable, gasped his companions from the sidelines, astonished to see Wukong knocked down. Krillin held a strong confidence in his punch, believing that Wukong, having let his guard down, would surely sustain some injury. However, upon Wukong's rise, it became evident that he bore no signs of harm, and his energy remained undisturbed. With a hearty laugh, Wukong exclaimed, Krillin, your punch really does pack a wallop. It was merely a slight discomfort, yet Krillin found himself questioning whether Wukong was truly from Earth. That had been his full strength. Even Yamcha and Tenshinhan would not have appeared so unfazed. Nevertheless, after some contemplation, Krillin reconciled with the situation, for he had long understood Wukong's extraordinary resilience. Observing Wukong standing there, he remarked, Wukong, I genuinely suspect you might not be of this world. Your stamina is simply otherworldly. Ah, that is a thought I've pondered as well, Wukong replied with his characteristic innocence. After all, I see that none of you possess a tail, while I do. But that doesn't seem matter much. Krillin, readying himself, since Wukong was about to unleash an attack. In an instant, Wukong darted forward, swiftly slapping Krillin on the back. Krillin was taken aback by Wukong's speed, unable to brace himself in time. The force of the blow sent him staggering forward. Once steadied, Krillin turned to face Wukong, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and launched himself at Wukong with all his might. His swinging arms transformed into a multitude of afterimages, electrifying the audience below. Wukong, undeterred, expertly blocked all of Krillin's assaults while seeking opportunities to counterattack. Minutes later, Krillin, panting heavily, retreated from Wukong, his face marred with injuries, his eyes resembling those of a raccoon. In contrast, Wukong appeared to retain considerable stamina, effortlessly absorbing Krillin's onslaught. Come on, continue, Krillin. Wukong encouraged. Here I come, Wukong. Krillin quickly positioned his hands in a blossom shape. Kamehameha, he shouted, invoking the Turtle School's signature energy wave. It was evident that Krillin was serious this time. Wukong prepared himself to see if he could withstand the attack. As Krillin gestured, Sun Wukong felt a surge of eagerness, eager to see if he could intercept it. With Krillin's words fading, a wave of energy erupted from his hand, hurtling towards Sun Wukong with lightning speed. Chapter 33. I shall begin my craft. As the energy wave approached, Sun Wukong swiftly spread his arms, crossing them over his chest to withstand the force of the shockwave. The immense thrust of the wave propelled him backward, carving deep grooves into the arena floor beneath his feet. Finally, as he neared the edge of the stage, the power of the shockwave dissipated, and he came to a halt. Krillin, panting, gazed at Sun Wukong, who remained steadfast with crossed arms. Although pushed to the brink, he bore no significant injuries. Inspecting his own hands and clenching his fist in disbelief, Krillin exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Yamcha and Tien, watching from below, were equally astonished at Sun Wukong's seemingly unscathed state. They exchanged glances and lamented, "Is Sun Wukong truly this formidable? It seems we must redouble our training, otherwise we risk falling even further behind." "Huh, I really did block the Kamehameha," Sun Wukong declared, extending his left and right hands forward in an attacking stance. "All right. It's my turn, Krillin. I concede. I simply have no strength left," Krillin said decisively as he gracefully leaped off the stage. Seeing this, Wukong dashed over, saying, "Hey, Krillin. Why are you giving up? I haven't even had a proper go at you yet. At least let me land a few hits." The host surveyed the area, noting the absence of danger, and swiftly climbed onto the stage, microphone in hand. "Krillin has stepped down. Sun Wukong is the victor. Congratulations to Sun Wukong for winning the championship of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament." Applause erupted from the audience, who had witnessed this small figure rise from the runner-up of the 21st tournament to the champion of the 23rd, a testament to his growth that they might fondly reminisce about in years to come. Once the stage was cleared of all personnel, Sun Wukong and his companions gathered. "Wukong, congratulations. You were incredible. Krillin, you were great too." "Wukong," Chi-Chi exclaimed, wrapping her arms tightly around his. "I feel so proud of you. Wukong, I wish to appoint you as the next god of Earth. Your kindness and wisdom make you worthy of this title. And you and Chi-Chi could reside in the goddess palace together." The god approached Sun Wukong earnestly. Sun Wukong, perplexed, pointed at himself. "Me? Yes. I believe you are the only one qualified for this role. Don't jest. I would be dreadfully bored up there flying Nimbus." With that, he made a playful face at the god and took Chi-Chi's hand, soaring into the sky on his Nimbus. "Farewell, everyone." Wukong and Chi-Chi waved farewell as they ascended on the flying Nimbus. A month later, on a serene day, the once tranquil Bowsy Mountain erupted into a lively scene, adorned with an array of colorful aircraft and vehicles. This day marked the union of Wukong and Chi-Chi in matrimony, and Bulma made a special trip from the Karin Tower to attend. Master Roshi, Launch, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, Kaiatsu, Oolong, and Poor all journeyed by plane from Kame House to Bowsy Mountain. The once solitary Bowsy Mountain, formerly home to only Sun Wukong, was suddenly filled with joy and laughter as a gathering of friends came together to bless the couple. Indeed, fortune smiled upon Wukong, who not only possessed a pure heart but also a remarkable bride who effortlessly opened doors for him. As the joyous day swiftly came to a close, Wukong and Chi-Chi bid farewell to their guests from Kame House and Bulma before retreating to their abode. Bulma piloted her aircraft back to the Karin Tower, disregarding the cat sage, and immediately entered the dream of Shibata, her eyes sparkling as she recounted the details of Wukong's wedding and the exquisite wedding gown worn by Chi-Chi. Xiaobai gazed at Bulma, whose face was adorned with envy. With a graceful wave of his hand, a dazzling golden light materialized before her. Before Bulma could utter a word, Xiaobai gestured towards the gold and proclaimed, "When we marry, let us hurl a pile of gold against the doors of every television station, compelling them to broadcast our union. This will surely allow the entire world to witness our celebration." Bulma playfully nudged his arm, murmuring a dismissive comment. Indeed, it was somewhat pedestrian. Xiaobai was a rather ordinary fellow, yet his ability to transform was a source of pride, and he bore no regret in doing so. Xiaobai continued, speaking of their honeymoon, suggesting that after traversing the Earth, they could embark on a journey to distant planets, where he would introduce her to life forms entirely unlike those on Earth. Bulma, intrigued, inquired if extraterrestrial beings truly existed. Indeed, they do, he replied, offering 2 examples. Bulma, have you ever encountered the Supreme Kai? The Supreme Kai? I have not. Only seen him inhabit a mortal guise, she responded. Is the Supreme Kai similar in appearance to Piccolo? What? Bulma was genuinely unaware, as she had never witnessed the Supreme Kai herself. Yes, Piccolo is, in fact, the malevolent manifestation that emerged from the Supreme Kai's rigorous asceticism in his quest for divinity. Essentially, they're one and the same. Does that mean the Supreme Kai is also green? Bulma exclaimed with excitement. Xiaobai cast a glance at her, pondering the peculiarities of her thought process, yet deciding it prudent to refrain from contradiction. His memories remained vivid. Indeed, it was true that the celestial beings were extraterrestrial, as was Wukong. This revelation momentarily bewildered Bulma. But after a brief pause, as if having come to terms with it, she continued to inquire, how did you come to know this? Xiaobai, all right. Let us create an unsolvable problem. There is no other option. Xiaobai spoke in a tone of solitude, remarking that his prowess was so formidable that he could effortlessly perceive the essence of beings beyond the confines of Earth. He recalled his initial arrival at Kailanta, where he had encountered the verdant celestial being, sensing that its essence was fundamentally distinct from that of humans. The same could be said for Sun Wukong. Apart from these entities, there were no other life forms on Earth that resembled them. Bulma, with her wide eyes filled with curiosity, cast a glance back at Xiaobai, sending a shiver down his spine. If your strength is so immense, then you must not be an Earthling either, right? She inquired. Xiaobai felt a shiver run down her spine as she continued to weave her tale. With a sigh, she mused that she must be one of those fabled prodigies, destined for a life filled with grandeur and tumult. You've struck gold, Bulma, she remarked, casting a knowing glance at her companion. Humph, you insufferable brat. As if I couldn't decipher your thoughts. It's inconceivable. We shall speak of marriage only after you awaken. With that, she nestled herself comfortably in Xiaobai's embrace. Xiaobai silently grumbled, questioning why it had to take so long. A mere symbolic slumber of 3 to 5 years would suffice. Curse the author. May you find yourself with instant noodles devoid of seasoning and a restroom without toilet paper. Alas, replied Xiaobai, there's no other choice, dear host. Your power increases exponentially each day, and it is not even your own body. If you were to forego sleep, calamity would inevitably ensue. There is a purpose behind this 12-year slumber. 3 years to refine the heart, 3 years to hone the body, 3 years to cultivate the soul, and 3 years to unify the host's spirit in corporeal form. Besides, think of it, after this, you shall no longer face death. Isn't that a cause for joy? How profound your words are, Xiaobai. I understand now. It is best to obediently slumber. Chapter 34. Bulma and Chi-Chi's Wish. Xiaobai gently tousled Bulma's blue hair and inquired, have you made use of the Dragon Balls recently? Bulma pondered for a moment and replied, aside from the time I saved those martial artists, I haven't used them since. Why do you ask? What wish do you intend to make? After listening, Xiaobai remarked, Bulma, you must have seen my appearance outside. Have you noticed anything different? Bulma tilted her head in contemplation and replied, not really. Xiaobai pondered for a moment, realizing that it had only been 3 years since his appearance had crystallized, and he had not discovered anything beyond that. He winked at Bulma and said, since I turned 22, I shall never age. This means I will remain perpetually youthful. Do you now understand what wish I should make? Upon hearing this, Bulma gazed at him with a look of incredulity, questioning whether he was truly human. Xiao Baigon chuckled softly. Did I not mention that I am the pride of the heavens? Once you awaken, seek out the Dragon Balls to maintain your youth. I still have 6 years before I can awaken, and fortunately, I have your company. Otherwise, I would truly perish from boredom here. Bulma huffed, pressing a finger against Xiaobai's nose. Now you realize the significance of my presence, don't you? If you awaken and do not marry me, I shall dismember you. Humph. Xiaobai chuckled softly, embracing Bulma's petite head and gently kissing her lips. Reluctantly, he released her, taken aback by the unexpected sweetness of her presence even in dreams. Bulma, feeling shy, nestled deeper into his arms, playfully hitting him a few times without uttering a word. Xiaobai gazed at the small sphere before him, bathed in sunlight. And after a moment of contemplation, he said, Bulma, please close your eyes. Oh, Bulma obediently shut her eyes. Xiaobai waved her hand to command her dream. And soon enough, the little celestial sphere dimmed. A short distance away, an array of fireworks was set up. Once everything was in place, she gently leaned down and nibbled on Bulma's ear, whispering, You may open your eyes now. Bulma opened her eyes to find the sky darkened, and with curiosity, she inquired, What is happening? Xiaobai gently tilted her head skyward, and soon, Bulma heard a series of whooshing sounds. The once silent and dim sky was suddenly illuminated by a dazzling array of colorful fireworks. Bulma's violet-hued eyes were filled with the vibrant spectacle, and as she tenderly pressed her hand against her rapidly beating heart, she realized she had truly found her long-desired Prince Charming. The fireworks continued to bloom in the sky, until finally, they coalesced to form a few large characters that read, Bulma, I love you. Simultaneously, the voice of Xiaobai resonated beside her ear, Bulma, I love you. Even though this was but a dream, Bulma could not help but smile with happiness. As the fireworks faded, she turned and offered her crimson lips, and the two shared a passionate kiss. As dawn broke the next day, Bulma awoke and, after freshening up, left her room. She gazed at the little bed where her cat was still soundly asleep, finding it exceptionally adorable. She walked over to cover it with a blanket, then boarded a plane headed for Baozi Mountain. Upon disembarking, Bulma called out, Chi-Chi, are you there? Hearing her name, Chi-Chi rushed out of the house. Upon seeing Bulma, her face lit up with joy as she welcomed her inside. Bulma, it's been a while. How have you been? Chi-Chi warmly offered Bulma some tea and snacks. Chi-Chi, do you know Xiaobai? Bulma inquired. Well, I've heard Wukong mention him. Isn't he's supposed to be sleeping in the Karin Tower? Chi-Chi replied. Bulma looked at Chi-Chi and said, Chi-Chi, did you know that Wukong is not actually from Earth? He is a Saiyan. This is what Xiaobai told me. Oh, I didn't know that. But I did see Wukong with a tail once, haha, Chi-Chi laughed. Yes, that's the crux of it, Chi-Chi. What is the matter? Bulma pressed. Chi-Chi, Saiyans remain youthful until they are 80 years old. Think about us women. We gradually age after 30. By then, Wukong will still be young while we will have aged, Bulma explained. Ah, Chi-Chi exclaimed, accidentally knocking over a cup. Are you serious, Bulma? Of course, Chi-Chi. Why would I lie to you? Wukong will still be young, and I will grow old and unattractive. Bulma, you must have a plan, Chi-Chi urged, shaking Bulma's hands. Realizing she had never considered this before. Let us have Wukong gather the Dragon Balls and wish for us to maintain our youthful appearances. Bulma suggested joyfully. Dragon Balls? The green dragon, right? Chi-Chi asked. Yes. What do you think, Chi-Chi? It would be too dangerous for us women to collect the Dragon Balls. So let us leave it to Wukong. That makes sense. Wukong has gone out to train, but he should be back soon. Let us wait for him. Who would have thought that Wukong is a Saiyan? No wonder he always has such remarkable stamina. Indeed, I heard from Xiaobai that the Saiyans have been nearly exterminated, and Wukong is one of the few remaining. Ah, truly, poor Goku. Kiki, I have returned, and I am famished. Oh, Bulma, you are here too. Upon hearing Goku's voice, Kiki collapsed into his arms, sobbing. Kiki, what troubles you? Has someone wronged you? Goku inquired. Goku, Kiki lamented. Bulma just told me that you are a Saiyan. Before the age of 80, one remains youthful, and by then, I shall be old. Boo-hoo. Goku cast a puzzled glance at Bulma. Bulma, how did you ascertain that I am a Saiyan? I was unaware myself. Bulma approached him, saying, It was Xiaobai who informed me. He mentioned that aside from you, the heavenly god is also an extraterrestrial. Nanny? So I am a Saiyan. No wonder I possess a tail while you do not. And the heavenly god is also an alien. Ha ha ha. That explains his different complexion. Goku did not alter his demeanor simply because he was a Saiyan. Thus, Goku, Kiki and I wish to implore you to gather the Dragon Balls, for we have wishes to make. Wishes? Indeed, Kiki and I desire to maintain our youthful appearances. After all, aside from you, everyone before the age of 80 remains youthful, including Xiaobai. He told me that his appearance would forever be fixed at the age of 22. Alas, the thought of Kiki and me growing old while gazing at your youthful visage is disheartening. Goku, please collect the Dragon Balls. Bulma and I wish to make our wishes. Kiki looked at Sun Wukong with eager anticipation. Is that so? Do you have the Dragon Radar, Bulma? I do. Here, take it. Bulma retrieved the Dragon Radar from her pocket and handed it to Sun Wukong. Yash, Bulma, Kiki, wait for me. I shall return with the Dragon Balls shortly. Goku, grasping the Dragon Radar, prepared to set off. Good luck, Goku. We shall await your return. Goku, do take care. Sun Wukong smiled at them, summoned the flying Nimbus, and vanished before their eyes. Chapter 35. The strength can further evolve. Kiki, you did splendidly just now. Seeing you weep. Goku said nothing and dashed off to seek the Dragon Balls. Bulma, seated on the sofa, smiled at Kiki. Indeed, Goku cares deeply for me. But I was a bit hasty and simply burst into tears. Kiki replied, feeling somewhat bashful. It appears that the beauty of both of us can be preserved. Does it not, Kiki? Bulma remarked, playfully pinching Kiki's adorable face. Kiki retaliated by pinching Bulma's face, and a playful skirmish ensued, unnoticed by anyone else. As Bulma was rather feeble while Kiki possessed over 40 points of combat strength. Kiki, when do you think you will have a little one? I shall gift you a grand present. Bulma inquired, caressing Kiki's belly. I am uncertain. It has not been long since I married Goku. Bulma, when will you marry Xiaobai? Sigh, after waiting for him for 6 years, perhaps he will awaken from his slumber. I have never encountered someone who has slept for 12 years, were it not for his assertion of being an inhabitant of Earth. I would suspect he shares a kinship with celestial beings like Sun Wukong, an extraterrestrial. Bulma remarked with a hint of exasperation. Fortunately, you can still meet in your dreams. By the way, what do you both do in those dreams? Their conversation meandered for half the day, and by evening, Goku finally returned, appearing unscathed. Chi-Chi, I'm back. I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten all day. I have everything prepared for you. Goku, you can eat in a bit. Wait until you both make your wishes. I still need to keep the 4-star ball. Bulma gathered the 7 Dragon Balls into a pile, calling out, Come forth, Shenron, and grant my wish. As night fell, the dragon appeared. On Turtle Island, a gathering was enjoying dinner. Has someone collected the Dragon Balls to make a wish? It's been a long time since I've seen Shenron, but from this direction, it seems to be from Bowsy Mountain. It must be Goku's wish. I wonder if he has been diligent in his training. Tien, Yamcha, after dinner, shall we have another bout on the island? Certainly, I'm looking forward to it. Turtle Island was rather lively. Master Roshi gazed at the table full of people with a heart full of joy. For he had once only had the company of a turtle, and with the phoenix now gone, this was indeed a pleasant change. Bulma and Chi-Chi eagerly gazed at the magnificent Shenron before them. Speak your wishes. I can grant one, no matter what it is. Chi-Chi and I wish to maintain our current appearances forever. Is that possible, Shenron? That wish is quite simple. With that, Shenron's eyes glowed red, and an indescribable force surged into the bodies of the 2 women. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. Shenron mused. I thought I would have to rescue the suffering again, which would have made me quite happy. The 7 Dragon Balls scattered into the sky, while Goku intercepted the 4-star ball, allowing the others to drift away. All right. Our wish has been fulfilled. Chi-Chi. Thank you, Goku. Yes, indeed. This is wonderful. Bulma, why not stay and share a meal with us? Goku said, looking at Bulma. All right. I have some things to discuss with you. At Goku's home, Chi-Chi watched contentedly as Goku devoured his meal, for he always relished the dishes she prepared. Goku cleared a table full of food in large bites, wiped his mouth, and addressed Bulma. What is it, Bulma? Chi-Chi paused her tidying to listen intently. Xiaobai has tasked me with researching a machine that can enhance your combat abilities. I have made some progress and should be able to construct it soon, Bulma announced. Oh, what did Big Brother Xiaobai say? Really, what kind of machine is it? Goku cheerfully inquired of Bulma. Is this a machine that can amplify gravity? Training with it will enhance your abilities far more comprehensively than the attire that Xiaobai provided. Moreover, Xiaobai mentioned that your battles may soon take you to other planets, each with its own gravitational force. Some planets possess gravity tenfold, or even dozens of times that of Earth, which would put you at a significant disadvantage. Thus, I am researching this machine, which I shall name the Gravity Chamber. Indeed, I am immensely grateful, Bulma. I can hardly contain my eagerness to utilize it for my training, Goku exclaimed, feeling profoundly invigorated. Furthermore, Xiaobai cautioned not to become complacent merely because of your current strength. His power can effortlessly obliterate the entire universe, not just the Milky Way where Earth resides, but the cosmos as a whole. There are numerous beings from other planets that surpass your abilities, so remain vigilant. You are the ones tasked with safeguarding Earth and your companions. Yes, that is precisely what Xiaobai conveyed. Bulma nodded, ensuring nothing was overlooked. I am already brimming with excitement, Bulma. How long until the gravity chamber is operational? Based on the current progress, it should take about a month. Once it is ready, I will inform you and Krillin, who can come to collect it from me. I can't help but feel that Earth, under Xiaobai's watch, may become perilously dangerous. Goku mused. Xiaobai must be correct. Since both the Supreme Kai and I are extraterrestrials, it stands to reason that there exist exceedingly malevolent beings. If they were to take notice of Earth, it would spell disaster. Indeed, I believe I mentioned your Saiyan heritage to you, Goku, Bulma remarked. Yes, Bulma, what of it? Xiaobai has shared that Saiyans are an inherently fierce and ruthless race, known for invading and annihilating the life on entire planets before selling them off. However, most Saiyans have been eradicated, leaving only a handful aside from you. Is that so? I wonder if my brain injury from childhood has affected my memory, Goku pondered. Indeed. We must thank your impaired memory. Otherwise, given the rate at which your strength is escalating, Earth would be in grave peril. Haha, yet here I am, perfectly fine. Well then, I shall take my leave. Farewell, Chi-Chi, Goku, Bulma said, boarding her aircraft. Goodbye, Bulma. Travel safely. Farewell. Bulma waved as her aircraft swiftly ascended into the sky. I am truly exhilarated by the prospect of the gravity chamber, Goku declared. All right, Goku, Bulma has departed. Let us return indoors. Chapter 36. More powerful enemies ahead. Having left Bowsy Mountain, Bulma swiftly made her way back to Karin Tower. Is that Yachirobe? Upon nearing the tower, Bulma spotted a figure and realized it was Yachirobe, prompting her to steer her aircraft closer. Hello, Yachirobe. What brings you here? In the aircraft. Bulma greeted him as he struggled to ascend the tower. Oh, Bulma. It's been ages. I was just preparing to climb the Karin Tower. What made you think of climbing this? I heard there are celestial beings at the top, and if there are celestial beings, there must be plenty of delicious food. I would have gone sooner, but I got lost along the way. Oh, I see. Well, good luck. There truly is delectable food with the cat sage. Bulma stifled a few giggles, finding the plump Akirobe and the cat quite a fitting pair, both adorably round, and the solitary cat at the top must feel rather lonely. Hey, Bulma, give me a lift. Akirobe waved at her, feeling exhausted and famished. I can't do that. Climbing Karin Tower must be achieved through your own strength, and besides, there's tasty food at the top. Keep it up. Bulma raised her fist in encouragement. How can you fly a plane then? Humph. Akirobe huffed in displeasure. Well, there's nothing to be done. After all, I am a beautiful girl. Bulma winked at him. Good luck. You're almost there. I have to go now. Bye. With that, she swiftly piloted the aircraft away. How infuriating. This is truly unjust. I will make it to the top. Akirobe motivated himself with a determined cheer. Ah, how vexing. I must persevere. Driven by thoughts of the cat sage's delicacies, Akirobe began his arduous climb. Meanwhile, after landing the aircraft, Bulma turned to the cat, who was gazing downward. Hey, cat sage, it seems you're about to receive a rather interesting visitor. The cat twitched its whiskers and smirked slightly, pondering if perhaps a glutton was arriving. Glancing back at its cozy little bed and the spacious room beside it, then observing the climbing Akirobe, it stroked its whiskers, contemplating, is this truly my domain? It seemed as though things were not as they appeared. Bulma, outside, had set up a table and was deeply engrossed in her studies on how to construct the gravity chamber. Meanwhile, the cat, observing the large stack of blueprints beside her, cleared its throat and glanced over to see when Akirobe would finally arrive, feeling utterly perplexed by the intricate designs. As dusk fell, Akirobe finally made his way over, flipping onto his back and gasping for breath. The moment his nose twitched, he caught a whiff of delicious food wafting from the side. A powerful urge compelled him to rise and hasten to the dining table, where he beheld the cat and Bulma delighting in the culinary creations of the food machine. His stomach growled several times, and a blush crept onto Akirobe's face as he earnestly fixed his gaze upon the dining duo. Noticing the intensity of Akirobe's stare, the cat and Bulma paused mid-bite, their hands momentarily frozen in the act of serving themselves. Akirobe remarked, I can't help but watch you. How can you deny me food? The cat replied, honestly, I have no desire to share. Bulma interjected, perhaps we should let him have some. He looks rather pitiful. The cat shot Bulma a knowing look and suggested, How about giving him a Senzu bean? Bulma countered, Senzu beans are for emergencies, not for filling one's belly. The cat added, but we are running low on food. Bulma pointed out, isn't there a capable worker right in front of us? Whenever food runs low, we can send him out to hunt. Climbing the tower could also serve as training. The cat responded, Bulma, you are truly clever, from now on. If he wishes to stay, he must contribute to the food expenses. Thus, the duo swiftly outlined Akairobe's new role. Come and eat, Akairobe. Thank you, he exclaimed, promptly taking a seat at the table, producing his own utensils, and eagerly devouring the feast before him. The cat, initially preparing to fetch him some cutlery, quietly retreated. Realizing Bulma's assessment was correct, he was now merely a tool for their needs. After dinner, Bulma returned to her work on the gravity chamber, while the cat and Akairobe exchanged wide-eyed glances. So, you are not here to train, but rather to enjoy the delicacies provided by the immortal? The cat remarked, tapping the floor with its staff. Akairobe replied, do you not desire to grow stronger? The cat retorted, it sounds exhausting. I am not a combat enthusiast like Sun Wukong. You are welcome to stay here, should you wish, the cat stated, nodding its fluffy head. Akairobe inquired, what must I do? The cat responded, firstly, you must maintain cleanliness in this place. I can manage that, Akairobe agreed. Secondly, you must venture out each month to gather sufficient food, which Bulma's food machine will process. Akairobe pondered this. The depths below were perilous, and while preparing food was feasible, spending every day down there posed the risk of encountering something formidable that could spell his doom. He found that to be an acceptable risk. Lastly, you must bring your own bedding. I have prepared everything. Yachirobe tossed a capsule, and a myriad of everyday items emerged. Ah, this is indeed quite meticulous. Well, you may reside here. I shall also train you regularly. Later, Bulma entered a dream of Shabate, and upon entry, she discovered that the once diminutive planet had undergone a remarkable transformation. The area that was merely grassy now blossomed with a plethora of vibrant flowers, while butterflies of various hues danced gracefully in the air. Standing there, one could behold a vast sea of stars, and the formerly modest bamboo house had evolved into a luxurious abode. Although it appeared somewhat incongruous, Bulma felt a surge of joy within her heart. What do you think? Bulma? Is it beautiful? Bulma pouted, responding, it's just SOSO. It still requires some improvements. Xiaobai could discern that she was merely putting on a brave front, so he allowed her to pull him around, debating which appearance was less appealing or more charming. After completing a full circle and returning to their original spot, Bulma clung to Xiaobai's arm and declared, I have already made a wish to the dragon, and both Chi-Chi and I can maintain our current appearances. It's satisfactory. I will devise further plans in the future. You mentioned that Earth might face peril. Is that true? You seem quite anxious for Goku and the others to grow stronger. Indeed, I have an ominous premonition. As their strength increases, more formidable foes will inevitably take notice of Earth. That is why I wish for them to mature rapidly. Once I awaken, I shall train them. Their current training resembles mere child's play. Nanny? Bulma exclaimed, taken aback, for she perceived Goku and his friends to be immensely powerful. However, in Xiaobai's eyes, they were merely dabbling in the basics. But they are quite strong now. No, their combat prowess only allows them to dominate the current Earth. Without considering other planets, there are numerous enemies on Earth who surpass them significantly, though they have yet to reveal themselves. Then when you awaken, can't you just seek them out and eliminate them? After all, didn't you claim your strength is extraordinary? Bulma said, playfully shaking his arm. Xiaobai lowered his gaze and noticed a flicker of white light shimmering in his eyes. Cough, cough, Chapter 37. The gravity chamber filled with surprises. Bulma. This is not solely my burden. It is a trial for the entire Earth. The warriors of Earth must evolve to confront the impending challenges. Once I awaken, I cannot constantly monitor Earth's safety. I have a persistent feeling that there is something of utmost importance awaiting my attention. Xiaobai gazed up at the vast expanse of the starry sky. Ever since the acquisition of this extraordinary system, he sensed that easily obtained things are seldom truly simple, especially with such a powerful advantage. Even if he were to find himself in the primordial chaos, taking time to strategize would make dealing with the saints effortless. Hence, Xiaobai devoted his thoughts to contemplation, albeit with little success. His current focus should be on rapid development. It appeared that the hyperbolic time chamber might prove beneficial for him as well. Nevertheless, it felt inadequate. Perhaps he should take the time to gather the Super Dragon Balls. Wishing for a chamber that could optimize the flow of time, allowing him to seclude himself and grow exponentially, He felt a lingering sense of weakness. Bulma observed Xiaobai frowning in deep thought and instinctively nestled closer to him, falling silent. She quietly absorbed the warmth and security he provided, eventually closing her eyes and inhaling the fragrant air, drifting off to sleep. Xiaobai lowered his gaze to the slumbering Bulma, and as he did, he gently pressed his lips against her cheek, wrapping his arms around her waist in a tender embrace. They sat together in serene silence. A month later, in West City, after the diligent research efforts of Bulma and Dr. Briefs, the gravity chamber finally revealed its true form, a spacious circular structure. Once inside, it allowed for the adjustment of gravity levels, with the maximum currently set at 300 times Earth's gravity. This achievement had required considerable thought and effort from Bulma and her team. Observing the gravity chamber, Bulma clapped her hands, declaring the project a success. "This should suffice," she remarked. "Isn't it better without sound systems, Bulma? I believe it could use some audio enhancement. No need for speakers, they won't require them. I'll call them over." Before long, Goku, Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien Shinhan arrived, their curiosity piqued by the unassuming circular building. "Is this the gravity chamber, Bulma?" they inquired. "Yes, with the current materials on Earth, we can only achieve 300 times gravity, but it should be sufficient for your training. Let us step inside and give it a try," they responded eagerly, entering the chamber and surveying their surroundings. "The gravity adjustment button is right by the entrance. Go ahead and test it. I'll stay out." Krillin, intrigued, approached the control panel and set the gravity to 10 times. In an instant, the occupants felt their bodies being pressed down, as if the weight of the world bore down upon them. Goku, weighed down by his attire, nearly fell to his knees. "This is incredible. I can feel my strength increasing just from being here," he declared as he took a few cautious steps. "Wow. I can feel my cells vibrating with excitement," another exclaimed. "If 10 times feels like this, 300 might just crush us, especially with additional weights. If we train here for a while and gradually acclimate to 10 times, then increase to 20. I can only imagine how much stronger we'll become once we adapt to 300 times gravity. Xiaobai is truly a genius for devising such a training method." Another remarked. "Hey, Goku, isn't it true that Xiaobai will awaken in about 6 years? Yes, when he does, I must challenge him. I may not win, but I will never give up. Let us all go watch when the time comes. I'm sure he'll be astonished to see our progress. I hope that when Xiaobai awakens, he can gift me and Jiaozi each a piece of clothing that allows us to adjust our weight freely. That would be magical. It would save me from my current training with mountains. That's definitely possible. Xiaobai is a kind-hearted person." "Krillin, Yamcha, how much does your clothing weigh now? Have you continued your training since the martial arts tournament?" "Time has been short, so I've only added 100 kilograms to my weight." Krillin chuckled. "I too have added 100 kilograms. I wear it every day. And you, Yukong?" Yamcha inquired with curiosity. "Ah, the garments I currently don weigh a ton. Not too shabby, right?" "Haha, incredible, Yukong," they exclaimed. "Shall we step outside?" Upon seeing them emerge, Bulma asked, "How does it feel training under the gravitational pull exceeding that of Earth?" "Absolutely marvelous, Bulma. Your hard work has truly paid off in creating such an exceptional machine. Of course, I am a genius, after all. Currently, we have 3 gravity chambers, though the materials are rather scarce. You may distribute them accordingly. By the way, if you wish to engage in battle inside, be careful not to damage them. Some materials are still being sought, and if they break, repairs will be temporarily impossible." With that, Bulma produced another capsule. 3 is quite a lot. Possessing 3 of these devices that can rapidly enhance our strength is splendid. Then, let's take 2 to Kame House. 1 for Yukong and 2 should suffice for the rest of us. Yukong, you mustn't slack off, or we shall undoubtedly surpass you. Rest assured, I shall devote myself to rigorous training. I yearn to challenge Brother Xiaobai. 6 years is ample time for us to grow significantly. If necessary, we can all band together to confront him. Haha. After distributing the capsules, a few individuals remained with Bulma to enjoy a sumptuous feast, expressing their heartfelt gratitude before taking their leave. Once they departed, Bulma returned to her cozy abode, exhausted after a month of diligent work. Yet, come tomorrow morning, she would awaken once more as a vibrant and spirited young woman. Time flowed like a gentle stream. Since the 23rd martial arts tournament, Earth had remained in a state of tranquility. The inhabitants were blissfully unaware of the battles that could easily obliterate them. Nor did they know that the formidable King Piccolo was lurking perilously close. The martial arts tournament continued its tradition of being held every 3 years. But Goku and Krillin chose not to participate this time. The golden-haired host lamented this absence, and the once curious audience, who had held them in high regard, gradually shifted their attention toward the new champion, Satan. Though young and seemingly weak compared to those boasting powerful bloodlines, Satan's combat prowess was still noteworthy on Earth, and thus he rapidly rose to fame. Over the course of 5 years, several Dragon Ball warriors had gradually acclimatized to the 300-fold gravity training. With the exception of Yajirobe, the others began to add additional weight to their training regimens, honing their skills and surpassing their own expectations of strength. Throughout these 5 years, aside from her other commitments, Bulma flew to Karin Tower almost every evening, having even constructed a new aircraft that surpassed the speed of its predecessor by several folds. Chapter 38. The Gathering at Kame House. During these 5 years, Bulma, through Shiro's dreams, glimpsed a myriad of fantastical worlds. One such world was entirely comprised of oceans, where countless sailing ships embarked daily. Bulma noticed a young boy wearing a straw hat, shouting to the sea that he aspired to be the king of the pirates, which brought her such joy that she laughed heartily, clutching her belly. This bizarre world expanded Bulma's horizons. If Shiro's claims were true, she would have rushed to procure an array of treasures. Upon spotting a stunning beauty aboard a ship, she cast a curious glance at Shiro. She also encountered peculiar fruits, particularly the slippery fruit, which ignited a fervent desire within Bulma. She simply had to have it. In addition to this world, she witnessed many strange realms, including one inhabited by a monkey named Sun Wukong, who bore a tail and wielded a golden staff, smashing it down upon a place known as heaven. Bulma felt a surge of excitement as she observed this. She also beheld a ginseng fruit that could extend one's lifespan by thousands of years and peaches of immortality that promised eternal life. Her eyes sparkled with wonder. Furthermore, she glimpsed a serene palace where an extraordinarily beautiful fairy sat gracefully, draped in ethereal garments, exuding an otherworldly charm that captivated Bulma's heart. Finally, she began to regard Shiro with a scrutinizing gaze. Xiaobai noticed Bulma's gaze and turned her head, her expression serious as she looked at her, a hint of confusion evident in her eyes, showing no sign of anything amiss. "What's the matter, Bulma?" "Oh, nothing. I was just observing you." "All right then. Feel free to look. Am I not pleasing to the eye?" Bulma propped her chin and scrutinized Xiaobai for quite a while, ultimately failing to detect anything unusual. Xiaobai, however, quietly sighed in relief. In the end, it was still that little planet. Xiaobai and Bulma sat by the brook fishing. The crystalline surface of the water revealed fish attempting to nibble at the bait on the hooks, yet none were willing to bite. After all, this brook was small, and every fish was familiar with the 2 hooks. The wary ones had long since vanished, leaving behind only the more cunning ones that would consume the bait but avoid the hooks. Xiaobai and Bulma, watching from the shore, felt a sense of helplessness at the cleverness of the fish. "Hey, Xiaobai, are you almost awake?" Bulma, holding her fishing rod in one hand, playfully nudged Xiaobai's rod with the other. The startled fish scattered in a flurry, and Bulma revealed a mischievous smile akin to that of a little fox. Xiaobai felt a sense of helplessness. Bulma had performed various little gestures far too many times. Well, it seemed she was on the verge of awakening. The second day of the 21st martial arts tournament had passed, and if all went well, she would awaken by May of next year. At that time, "Wherever you wish to go, I shall accompany you." "Really?" Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Yes, you can travel to alien planets or even to other universes." "Other universes?" Bulma had not heard of such a thing. "In fact, there are a total of 12 universes. We belong to the 7th. The cosmos is vast, teeming with a myriad of beings. Promise me you'll take me to see it when you have the chance." "I remember when I was a child, there was a galactic patrolman who resembled a boiled egg. Haha, I wonder how my sister Ties is doing these days." Bulma also drifted into nostalgia. "Bulma, aside from Earth, there are Dragon Balls on Namek that can grant 3 wishes, and they are slightly larger than those on Earth. Do you have any wishes? When you awaken, I will take you there." "Really?" "At the moment, I do not have any particularly special wishes for the dragon to fulfill. Anyway, you will soon awaken, and when that time comes, my wishes will be yours to grant. If you cannot fulfill them, I shall tease you." "All right." Xiaobai controlled a fish that directly bit Bulma's hook, prompting an exuberant cheer from her as she hurriedly attempted to reel it in. Unfortunately, her strength was insufficient, and the fish, irate, thrashed about, cautiously avoiding the hook. Initially, it thought it could survive, but unexpectedly, an unscrupulous entity interfered. The fish, already struggling for survival, faced further deceit. Alas, it felt despondent, contemplating its imminent demise with one last desperate struggle. Ultimately, this fish could not escape its fateful transformation into a golden hue. Subjected to the mockery of countless others below, you disobeyed and bit the hook, now perish. The tale of this fish circulated among the school, and each retelling branded it a fool. Tomorrow, I shall visit Turtle Island, Bulma remarked to Xiaobai. It feels like ages since we last met, and I yearn to see how they have been. Tomorrow, indeed? It must be the day Raditz arrives on Earth. I wonder if he will be astonished by the combat prowess of these individuals. He is bound to realize the hardships of existence, Xiaobai mused with a smile. Then go, for you haven't seen them in quite some time. It would be beneficial to witness their current state. Turtle Island should be quite lively tomorrow. With more people. It will certainly be more vibrant. I find myself missing Lan Chi. I wonder how she is faring. Weren't you saying she wished to be with Tenshinhan? You shall find out tomorrow. Goku and Tenshinhan are both fervent cultivators, while Krillin and Yamcha are more moderate. Xiaobai, you mentioned that the gods and Goku are extraterrestrial beings. Surely Tenshinhan cannot be human as well, given his 3 eyes. That must indicate he is indeed an alien. After all, there are no 3-eyed races on Earth. Perhaps he is a wayward extraterrestrial. I had never noticed before, but now it seems Earth is populated with many extraterrestrials. It suddenly feels as though the world has transformed, Bulma expressed with a sense of nostalgia. For you, it all stems from that Dragon Ball at home. Indeed. It is the Dragon Ball that has intertwined our fates. Our journey to seek the Dragon Balls and forge friendships has spanned over a decade. It feels like a dream. Xiaobai chuckled and said, you are dreaming now as well. Humph. Bulma's small fist landed squarely on Xiaobai's chest. Dare to speak? I've been living in this dream for over a decade. I can scarcely fathom how I have endured these years. Xiaobai once held her close, gently soothing her until her emotions returned to normal, not releasing her embrace as they remained entwined. All right, I must take my leave now. The time has come. Humph. I'm off. Take care, Bulma. I will, Bulma replied, her figure gradually fading from view. That midday, the inhabitants of Kame House swiftly gathered. Bulma arrived piloting an aircraft, while Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien Shinhan returned from their training on another island, leaving only Goku and his companions yet to arrive. Launch busily prepared an opulent feast, eagerly awaiting their arrival. In front of Kame House, they gazed toward the horizon. Goku hasn't arrived yet. He should be here soon. Let us wait a little longer. Chapter 39, You Are Such a Weakling. As they awaited Goku, in the distance, a circular spacecraft streaked across the sky and landed in a nearby farm, creating a massive crater. A farmer, armed and curious about the commotion, sped towards the crash site, pondering whether it was a meteor or something else entirely, perhaps a drop of supplies. Upon disembarking, he hurried to the edge of the crater and peered down, spotting a round, egg-like object. What on earth is this? He wondered. At that moment, the hatch of the spacecraft opened, revealing an imposing figure with long hair and a muscular build, complete with a tail. The startled farmer stumbled back, only to be noticed by the Saiyan Raditz. He flew before the farmer, glancing at the combat power scouter on his wrist, which registered a paltry 5. Humph, a combat power of merely 5, what a worthless specimen. In a panic, the farmer raised his gun and pulled the trigger, but Raditz effortlessly caught the speeding bullet in one hand, inspected it, and then flicked it back, striking the farmer with his own shot. The farmer fell, lifeless on the ground. Raditz regarded him expressionlessly, then surveyed the intact surroundings. Kakarot failed his mission. What a disappointment. He tapped his scouter again, detecting a high combat power reading over 4,000 kilometers away. Kakarot, is that you? I came house. Goku finally arrived with his family in tow. Not just Gohan, but Chi-Chi had come to seek Bulma as well. The 3 women, Chi-Chi, Bulma, and Launch, gathered together. Oh, is this your child, Goku? Krillin inquired, glancing at Gohan, while Master Roshi and the others looked on with curiosity. Yes, his name is Son Gohan. He is my and Chi-Chi's son. Ah, named after your grandfather, I see. Gohan, too, bore a tail. A group of individuals joyfully gathered together, discussing the art of cultivation and the weight of burdens. Yukong, we have already conquered 300 times the force of gravity and are now increasing the weight in our training. You haven't lagged behind in your practice, have you? It's a rare occasion for us to be together. Let's warm up over there shortly. Sure, Krillin, no problem. I've been itching to get started. Haha, so have we. Upon hearing Bulma and the others wish upon the Dragon Balls to maintain their youthful appearance, Launch swiftly pulled Tien Shinhan aside. Tien, I too wish to preserve my youthful visage. I want to make a wish to the Eternal Dragon. Will you help me gather the Dragon Balls? Tien's face turned as red as the sunset, eliciting laughter from Goku, Krillin, and the others nearby. All right, I'll borrow a dragon radar from Bulma and help you find them. Muah, Tien, you are truly wonderful. Goku remarked, I have 3 of them. You just need to find the other 4. I don't understand why they all desire to retain their youthful looks. A few years ago, I sought the Dragon Balls, and Chi-Chi and Bulma made their wishes. Meanwhile, Raditz flew towards a desolate mountain following the direction indicated by his scouter. At that moment, Piccolo was training in the wilderness when he suddenly sensed an overwhelming and malevolent energy approaching swiftly. Cautiously, he looked up to see a long-tailed figure arriving in his vicinity. Not Kakarot, but with a decent power level of 800. Still, he is no match for me. The scouter is reacting again. This must be you, Kakarot. Without further concern for the weakling before him, Raditz propelled himself towards Kame House. Piccolo stood there, momentarily bewildered, but decided to follow stealthily. The emergence of someone slightly stronger than himself on Earth surely indicated something significant was afoot, potentially obstructing his ambitions of world domination. Yet, little did he know that witnessing Goku's current strength would likely shatter his mindset. At Kame House, Tien and Goku engaged in a tentative sparring match, neither unleashing their full power. The others sat on small stools, enjoying fruits and watching the spectacle. Go Goku! Chi-Chi shouted from below. Goten mimicked his mother, cheering for Goku. Launch and Kairatsu also joined in supporting Tien, while the rest simply observed the unfolding drama. Tien, wait a moment. Goku was the first to halt his assault. What is it, Goku? Tien queried, looking at the stationary warrior. An evil presence is approaching. Although it is not strong, we should pause and ascertain who it is. Goku landed on Kame House and added, Indeed, I sense it too, but the energy feels quite weak. Nanny. Bulma and the others were watching with joy when suddenly they came to a halt. Krillin turned to explain to the group of weak fighters. Soon, they witnessed a streak of light swiftly descending before them. As they scrutinized the figure before them, they noted the brown battle attire, long hair, a robust physique, and a monocle, accompanied by a tail. Hey, Goku, could he possibly be a Saiyan like you? Bulma whispered to Sun Wukong. It's a possibility, he replied. Raditz, observing the lineup of individuals, immediately recognized Kakarot. He swaggered over and declared, Kakarot, I have finally found you, though you have grown. You are the spitting image of our father. Kakarot, why have the people of this planet not been exterminated yet? Have you forgotten your mission? Kakarot, are you calling me? My name is Sun Wukong, not Kakarot. Sun Wukong replied, puzzled. Have you forgotten your own name? No wonder this planet's inhabitants remain unscathed. Did you sustain a head injury? Yes, I had an incident in my childhood. I see. Let me enlighten you, Kakarot. We are the mightiest warrior race in the universe. The Saiyans. Our purpose is to locate suitable planets, annihilate their life forms, and sell them at a high price. You were sent here as a child to eliminate these Earthlings. I am your elder brother, Raditz. Most of our kin perished in the explosion of our planet, leaving only a few of us. We are currently attacking a planet that will fetch a good price, which is why I have come to find you. Kakarot, swiftly eradicate these Earthlings and come with me. No, I grew up on Earth and will not destroy humanity. Furthermore, I will not accompany you to invade other planets. Leave now. Indeed, Goku-san will not accompany you, Chi-Chi said, holding Goten. Yes, Goku will not partake in your nefarious deeds. I have been observing that little brat for a while. He must be your son, Kakarot. I shall take your son with me. You have one day to reconsider. If you do not annihilate humanity, I will kill your son. With that, Raditz prepared to seize son Goten. Chapter 40. The Perplexed Piccolo. Raditz laughed maniacally, his wicked hands reaching towards Goten, who was nestled in Chi-Chi's embrace. Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Launch watched anxiously as Raditz approached. That simply won't do, Raditz. Just as Raditz's hand was about to grasp Goten, Sun Wukong swiftly flickered and seized Raditz's wrist. Although Raditz was taken aback, he dismissed it, however. When he attempted to free his wrist from Sun Wukong's grip, he found it ensnared as if bound by steel, rendering him immobile. Raditz's forehead veins bulged as he strained to free his wrist, yet to no avail. TCH, truly pathetic, Yamcha mocked from the sidelines. Indeed. We have never slackened our training over the past 5 years, Tien and Kaiatsu concurred, shaking hands. Krillin glanced at Raditz and remarked, fortunately, we heeded Brother Xiaobai's advice and utilized the gravity chamber and weighted clothing for our training. Otherwise, our prowess might not have been as formidable. And dealing with Raditz would not have been so effortless. It seems danger still lurks. You speak wisely, Krillin. I can scarcely imagine the peril we would face had we not committed ourselves to rigorous training. Today might have been dire, Goku added, gripping Raditz' hands tightly. How infuriating. How could this be? Your strength is unfathomable. I refuse to believe it. You, a low-class warrior born with a battle power of merely 2, cannot possibly surpass me. Raditz exclaimed, incredulous at his inability to break free, his entire being radiating a fierce energy in his fury. Father is amazing. Gohan gazed at Goku with wide-eyed admiration. Goku-san. Just now, Chi-Chi was startled when Raditz grabbed Gohan from her arms. Upon seeing Raditz ensnared, she quickly leaped back with Gohan. Krillin recounted. I have no interest in invading other planets, nor will I allow you to harm Earth. Depart, and do not return. Goku declared, releasing Raditz and sending him tumbling away. The moment Goku loosened his grip, Raditz sprang forth, rubbing his now red wrist. Without needing a scouter, he comprehended that Goku's combat power far surpassed his own, for otherwise he would not have been rendered so powerless. Haha. Raditz laughed bitterly at the group before him, realizing he could not overcome them today and must devise another plan. Summoning his spaceship, Krillin and the others remained vigilant, aware that despite their strength, they must be cautious of any underhanded tactics from their foe. Goku, should we let him go? Yes, with us here on Earth, Raditz can do nothing. Do you not have faith in your current strength, Krillin? Well, you have a point. His power is vastly inferior to ours. We can protect the Earth, Krillin replied. Raditz, now aboard his approaching spaceship, called out from the sky, Kakarot. Do not become too complacent. I have 2 companions whose strength far exceeds mine. This beautiful Earth shall be ours. We will return in a year. Let us see what you can do to safeguard it. Haha. With that, the spaceship zipped away. Goku, I await their return. Do not let us down. My blood is already boiling with excitement. Sun Wukong gazed intently in the direction where Raditz had departed. Ha 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 indeed. Wukong, I too feel an urge for a thrilling battle. Come, let us commence and see if your skills have diminished over the years. Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien looked at Sun Wukong, their faces brimming with eagerness. Nanny? Such an overwhelming aura. Is this the same Sun Wukong from the past, alongside those individuals? How infuriating. How could he have grown so powerful? In the distance, Piccolo, who had stealthily followed Raditz, observed Sun Wukong and his companions. Not only Sun Wukong, but the strength of those others far surpasses my own. How vexing. I have trained tirelessly over the years to defeat them. Why must they be so much stronger than I? Piccolo's expression turned pale with despair. What to do? I can hardly discern their movements as they begin to showcase their prowess on Kame House. Is the reign of the formidable Demon King destined to end here? Raditz, aboard his spacecraft, swiftly distanced himself from Earth. Beep, beep, beep. What is wrong, Raditz? Could you not summon Kakarot? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Raditz's face. Vegeta. Kakarot is now far stronger than I. I fear he may even surpass you. I had to escape. TCH, what a useless fool, Nappa remarked disdainfully. Humph. I am a genius warrior. How could a low-class soldier like Kakarot possibly exceed my combat power? You must be the weak one. Vegeta scoffed. However, Vegeta, although Earth is remote, it is indeed a beautiful planet. I believe it could fetch a handsome price. Moreover, I have encountered that Namekian. Did we not hear a legend about Namek having 7 Dragon Balls that grant wishes? If we capture that Namekian after acquiring Earth, we could inquire about the truth of the matter. You actually believe in that useless legend, Raditz. Yet, I too am curious to see if Kakarot is indeed stronger than I, the genius among Saiyans. Suddenly, I find myself intrigued. I hope you are not deceiving me, Raditz. For you know the consequences. Vegeta took a bite of fruit. Rest assured, Vegeta, how could I ever deceive you? Very well. Then you shall remain around Earth while Nappa and I prepare to join you. Understood, Vegeta. As Raditz concluded the communication, he gazed at the starry sky, pondering, Kakarot. Though I am not your match, you will surely be unable to contend with Prince Vegeta. After all, you are merely a low-class warrior. The Saiyans hold no concept of brotherly affection. Just wait. On a distant planet, having finished his meal, Vegeta rose to his feet. Nappa inquired, Vegeta, do you truly wish to go to Earth? Raditz is a burden. We should abandon him. No, Nappa, Raditz holds no significance for me. What matters is his assertion that Kakarot possesses greater strength than I do. Although I find this hard to believe, a flicker of curiosity stirs within me. An insignificant lower-class warrior, thriving in that desolate corner of Earth, has somehow surpassed Raditz in power. That planet must be quite intriguing. Do you not wish to see it for yourself, Nappa? Vegeta crossed his arms and gazed into the distance. Sigh. You do make a valid point, Vegeta. I too find myself intrigued. Let us prepare for our departure. We shall once again succumb to a year of slumber. However, it has been quite a while since we last rested, so perhaps a brief respite is in order. The two entered their spacecraft, and as the doors sealed behind them, the two circular vessels swiftly soared toward Earth. Chapter 41. The emergence of Dend in the distance. Dend observed secretly, his gaze fixed upon Goku engaged in battle with Tien. A tumult of conflicting emotions churned within him, as the desire for strength battled against an overwhelming sense of pride. This internal struggle left Dend at a crossroads, yearning to step forward and beseech them for the secrets to power. He was acutely aware that when the moment came, his green visage would undoubtedly flush crimson, a stark contrast to the pride he bore as a formidable demon king. To retreat would be a bitter pill to swallow, especially when faced with individuals whose prowess far exceeded his own. Dend held an unwavering confidence in his innate talents. Even if one or two had surpassed him through years of training, he could begrudgingly accept that. Yet, the fact that even that diminutive figure, the one they called Dumpling, possessed greater strength than he did was a hard truth to stomach. Dend could only conclude that they had either encountered extraordinary fortunes or possessed tools that significantly accelerated their power. Watching the fierce skirmish unfold upon the ocean's surface, Dend's countenance twisted in turmoil. At long last, his desire for strength overpowered his pride. The mighty demon king found himself humbling to seek wisdom from those humans, a plight that was nearly unbearable. The arrow was drawn, and it could no longer be retracted. Dend revealed himself, soaring toward Goku and the others, his form slightly unsteady in flight. The moment he became visible, Goku and his comrades took notice, halting their battle to await Dend's arrival. Unlike Raditz, they were familiar with Dend. Despite the aura of malevolence surrounding him, he bore no overt malice, and their confidence in their own abilities led them to wonder what Dend sought. The inhabitants of Kame House also spotted Dend's approach. Having previously repelled him with relative ease, they felt little trepidation. As Dend drew nearer, the warriors discerned a flush upon his face. Once Dend stood before them, his white cloak billowing in the wind, Goku inquired with genuine curiosity, "Dend, what brings you here so suddenly? Is there something amiss? Or do you wish to engage in battle with us once more?" "I arrived here alongside the Saiyan Raditz, and upon my arrival, I sensed a significant enhancement in your strength. It is quite overwhelming to witness how Raditz, whom I found challenging to contend with, was effortlessly subdued by you in a single move. Thus, I feel as though Dend has sealed my lips with a great barrier, preventing me from expressing my thoughts. What is on your mind, Dend?" Goku scratched his head, looking at him with confusion, his innocence preventing him from grasping the situation. "Dend, are you perhaps curious about how we have rapidly increased our power?" Krillin inquired. "Is that so, Krillin? You are indeed perceptive. You guessed it even before Dend could articulate it. Haha. Yes, I would like to beseech you to share the method by which you have all become so powerful, please." Dend's face flushed crimson, yet he spoke earnestly. "That's no trouble at all," Goku replied, gazing at Dend. "Really, I am immensely grateful." Dend hadn't anticipated Goku's immediate agreement, expecting them to impose certain conditions. "Goku? It's perfectly fine. After all, Dend is not a malevolent individual. Moreover, the stronger Dend becomes, the greater the safety of Earth. He is a natural warrior, wouldn't you agree, Krillin?" "Well, that is true, but Dend, you must promise us that you will refrain from harming ordinary people." After some contemplation, Krillin and the others acknowledged Goku's reasoning, albeit with a slight unease. Yet they had faith that if Dend were to stray, they could intervene. "I seek strength solely to surpass you. I would never stoop to the level of those weaklings." "Oh, well, all right. What are they discussing? I can't quite hear." It seems that Dend wishes to learn their methods for rapidly increasing strength, so he approached them, Master Roshi observed. There shouldn't be any issues. After all, he is the son of King Piccolo. It appears to be fine. We need not worry, just leave it to them." Master Roshi comfortably basked in the sun nearby. "Is this what you refer to as the gravity chamber?" Dend curiously surveyed the circular structure. "Indeed. We are currently training under gravitational conditions surpassing that of Earth, and it is quite arduous. However, we have now acclimated to 300 times Earth's gravity. Let us enter." Dend. Once inside the chamber, Goku adjusted the gravity to 10 times that of Earth. Dend immediately felt the weight pressing down on him, yet he persevered to stand firm. Observing how effortlessly the others maintained their stance, which only heightened his sense of disparity in power, he silently vowed to catch up with them. After spending some time inside, Goku asked, "So, Dend, Do you feel it is effective? Din assessed his body and nodded. If he were to train regularly within, gradually adapting to the conditions, his strength would undoubtedly increase. He couldn't help but envy them for having access to such an extraordinary resource. Oh, it is entrusted to us by someone formidable enough to instill a sense of despair, Krillin, reflecting on our current strength. It still pales in comparison to the prowess of Brother Xiaobai from 12 years ago. Upon hearing this, Krillin nodded solemnly. Although we were young and unaware of Brother Xiaobai's true might at that time, our heightened abilities now allow us to appreciate it profoundly. Even if we were to face Brother Xiaobai from 12 years past, we would still be unable to defeat him. Surely, he has grown even stronger over the years. Krillin lamented. Now, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Piccolo, I heard from Bulma that Brother Xiaobai requested her to relay a message to us. During one of Bulma's wishes, she mentioned that Brother Xiaobai could effortlessly obliterate the entire universe, not merely the Milky Way, but the cosmos in its entirety. Goku addressed them. Effortlessly destroy the entire universe. Krillin and the others were utterly astonished. While they could easily annihilate a planet, to obliterate the universe with such ease seemed to require a staggering level of combat strength. Indeed, we still fall short by a considerable margin. Goku. Yes, Tien. I believe you have chosen your opponent poorly. The universe contains countless planets, and they are separated by vast distances. The notion of instantaneously destroying the entire universe leaves me feeling utterly devoid of confidence in comparison to him. I feel the same way, Goku. Well, it's merely a matter of setting goals. There's no need to rush. By the way, Brother Xiaobai should awaken on May 8th of next year. Let us convene at Karin Tower then, so we can witness our current strength. We have certainly not been idle over the years, and we might also request Brother Xiaobai to guide our training. Haha, I can hardly wait, Goku remarked, adjusting his clothing. Indeed, let us gather at Karin Tower next year. I believe Brother Xiaobai will take great delight in witnessing our growth, Krillin and Yamcha concurred, glancing at their own garments. Piccolo, upon hearing these words, was still in shock, grappling with the idea of such an immensely powerful being, which felt almost legendary. The thought of this only intensified the pressure he felt. By the way, Piccolo, there are only 3 gravity chambers, so during your training, it would be best not to stray too far. It would be ideal for you to reside nearby, on that distant island where we train. That is where the gravity chamber will be placed. Clint pointed towards the distant island and spoke. Short silently nodded. He had yet to process the immense flow of information. He had previously believed himself to be the most powerful Dark Lord in the world, only to encounter an array of formidable opponents, each one slightly stronger than himself. Just as he began to glimpse the hope of a turnaround, a colossal mountain seemed to descend upon him, immobilizing him in its weight. Upon observing Short's nod, Clint and the others felt reassured. After all, Bulma had constructed 3 gravity chambers, and none had been made in recent years. 2 would barely suffice for the needs of Kame House. Wukong, there is but a year until the 2 stronger Saiyans arrive. Do not allow yourself to become too complacent, lest you be surpassed by us, Tianjin Fan cautioned. Rest assured, Tianjin Fan, I shall diligently train every single day, Wukong replied. Clint wondered aloud about the strength of the 2 Saiyans mentioned by Raditz. Clint, have you forgotten? Elder Brother Xiaobai will awaken even before they arrive. So there is no need to worry about potential dangers. We must focus on our training and combat, Short reassured him. Ah, yes, Wukong, I had forgotten, Clint chuckled. Chapter 42, a grand scene in the evening. Wukong and his family bid farewell and departed from Kame House, riding on the flying Nimbus back to Bowsy Mountain. Kame Sennin observed the trio's ability to ride the Nimbus, uncertain of what expression to wear. Bulma also produced her aircraft and waved goodbye. Hey everyone. See you at Karin Tower next year. Don't forget. Bye-bye. Goodbye, Bulma. She called out, and in a flash, she soared away at remarkable speed. Kame House returned to its original state. So much had transpired on this day. First, a Saiyan sought out Wukong, followed by Short's desire to train. Yet there was no opportunity for a complete battle with Wukong. Tianjin Fan remarked as he watched Wukong's departing figure. Haha, Tianjin Fan, if you wish to battle, you still have me and Clint, right? What is the matter? Do you feel that after training, Clint and I are no longer your match? Yamcha said, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Hiki, Tianjin Fan, receive my attack. Spirit Sphere Slash. Clint declared. Upon seeing the spherical energy in Clint's hands, Tianjin Fan instantly leaped away from the spot. He had witnessed the power of this technique alongside Yamcha on that island, and avoiding it was imperative to prevent injury. Clint, are you serious? Then let me counter with my own technique, Kamehameha. The three individuals swiftly engaged in a fierce battle, while Dumpling observed from the sidelines, clapping and cheering them on. The intensity of their clash attracted the attention of Master Roshi and Lanchi, who, although they had not fully satisfied their curiosity during the day, were eager to witness the action now. Nearby, Piccolo watched for a moment before turning to enter the gravity chamber. Time was of the essence, and he needed to accelerate his training, lest the gap between him and the others widen. During his training in the desolate mountains, he had felt invincible, only to be confronted by a Saiyan. Upon arriving at Master Roshi's island, he realized his previous assumptions were misguided. He cast aside the arrogance of the Dark Lord, reminding himself that he was not here for mere amusement. The gravity chamber would undoubtedly bolster his strength significantly. Raditz had seemingly vanished on some distant planet, as no one on Earth was actively searching for him, appearing to have been forgotten. In the vastness of space, Vegeta and Nappa were in slumber aboard their spacecraft, awaiting the arrival of a year's time, when Earth would be met with the surprises they would bring. The three Saiyans had never considered the possibility of defeat. Vegeta held unwavering confidence in his own power. As time flowed swiftly, May 8th, 762, arrived. Goku's family had reached Karin Tower, and the small summit soon became lively. Little Gohan was immensely curious about the cat sage, chasing it around in playful excitement, while the cat sage, unbothered, indulged Gohan's antics. Before long, Master Roshi appeared with Lanchi, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, Dumpling, Oolong, and Puar, followed by the stoic Piccolo, making a total of 12 individuals and one cat at the tower. The cat observed the bustling crowd, occasionally pausing to tease Gohan, clearly enjoying the lively atmosphere. Although Siobai was present in the tower, he remained silent and unresponsive. While Bulma acted primarily as a provider of sustenance, only Yajirobe, a true glutton, seemed fully engaged. The cat, squinting with delight and twitching its whiskers, took pleasure in the numerous visitors who came to greet the cat sage. "Hey, Bulma, do you know when Siobai will awaken?" Master Roshi inquired. All eyes turned to Bulma, who was busy setting a lavish feast with the help of Lanchi. Glancing at her watch, which read 11:55, she replied, "Xiaobai informed me it would be at 12 o'clock sharp. He said he would be very happy to see you all." With just 5 minutes remaining, Master Roshi, Goku, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Dumpling lined up near Xiaobai's door, eagerly awaiting his emergence. "Ah, I'm so excited, Krillin. It's been 12 years, and we'll finally see big brother Xiaobai again. He must be astonished by how strong we've become." Goku exclaimed, "Haha, I'm thrilled too. Every time I see this outfit, it reminds me of big brother Xiaobai. Hey, it's still in perfect condition, no matter how fierce our battles have been. It continues to protect us." The turtle sage smiled gently, recalling the box of magazines gifted to him by Xiaobai. Although he had finished reading them, they had transformed into cherished memories, and now he leisurely flipped through their pages. Meanwhile, those who had not yet met Xiaobai eagerly gazed toward the entrance. It was 1 minute to 11, and then it struck 12. In the chamber of Xiaobai, as he lay upon a sumptuous bed, he gradually opened the eyes that had remained closed for 12 long years, savoring the newfound roundness of his form. He stifled a yawn and subtly released a fragment of his mental energy to perceive the external world. In that fleeting moment, the warriors outside sensed an overwhelming pressure descending upon them, rendering their bodies as heavy as lead. They unleashed their full aura, managing to remain upright against the crushing force. Yet, this was not the end. All combat-capable beings surrounding the Earth succumbed to this incomprehensible and immense mental energy, collapsing to the ground. Indeed, on this day, they referred to it as the Day of Divine Descent, leaving behind a multitude of legends for future generations. This mental energy rapidly expanded outward, reaching distant planets. On one such world, Frisia, seated in his exclusive cradle, commanded his subordinates to obliterate the enemies of the planet. Suddenly, he found himself pinned to the ground by an overwhelmingly powerful force, tasting the earth beneath him. In a desperate attempt to resist, he transformed into his final form, yet could not even move a finger, left to helplessly gaze at the soil before him. On planet Vegeta, Broly and his father were consuming the planet's unpalatable insects when they too were instantaneously flattened by the pressure. This force provoked Broly to transform into a Super Saiyan in a futile rebellion. Witnessing his son's failure, Paragus lost all motivation and simply lay down, ceasing any attempts to rise. On King Kai's planet, in the realm of the Supreme Kai, all deities felt the weight of this mental pressure with solemn expressions. Fortunately, the energy bore no malice, it merely caused their forms to stoop. In the realm of destruction, the angel was hummed a tune while tending to the flora outside, and Beerus was deep in slumber when the sudden surge of mental energy pressed upon them. Whis' expression tightened, and he unleashed his angelic power. However, all efforts to resist proved futile, leaving him to dangle his hands in a resigned stance. Beerus tumbled from his bed and, enraged, unleashed his formidable strength in an attempt to counter this mental force. Yet, upon observing Whis struggling to maintain his stance, he too relinquished his resistance, simply lying back down. The initial impact was felt by the 7th universe, followed by the 6th, 5th, and 8th, as all beings and deities across 12 universes experienced this mental pressure. Any resistance was in vain, leading the angels of these 12 universes into deep contemplation. In the palace of Zeno, the young Zeno played games with the Grand Minister when they suddenly sensed the unknown mental pressure. Fortunately, being the supreme beings they were, Xiaobai's mental energy afforded them some leniency, merely imposing a modest weight upon them. Though this mental emanation spanned across 12 universes, Xiaobai's influence dissipated in mere moments. After a minute, he retracted his mental energy, restoring normalcy to all beings who had been subdued. However, this act ignited a tempest of commotion as deities engaged in discussions, exchanging inquiries about whether they too had been pressed down by that formidable force. On this day, all corners of existence buzzed with the question, "Were you overpowered by that force today?" However, this matter does not concern Xiaobai, as this thread of spiritual energy is merely a fleeting acknowledgement of one's own strength, devoid of any ulterior motives or intent to intimidate Frisia or Beerus. Even the recent playful tap on the back of the heads of the Omni King and the Grand Priest held no malice. It was simply an impulsive act. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your slumber has concluded. You are awarded a seed of spatial essence. Ah, that's it. Ding. Indeed, that is all. Well, it is prudent to be content. For one is alive, and well, what more could one desire? Upon retrieving the seed of spatial essence, it is worth noting that it bears little resemblance to a seed. Rather, it is a perfectly round, colorless orb that shimmers in the palm, causing the surrounding space to ripple. Once familiar with its application, Xiaobai opened his mouth and swallowed it, feeling it gradually integrate into his entire being. Time to rise. After all, there are many awaiting outside. As Xiaobai rose from his slumber, he tidied his attire and cast a satisfied glance at his reflection, nodding appreciatively. Subsequently, he sauntered towards the door, stifling a yawn, and reached out to pull it open. Expecting to find his companions waiting eagerly outside, he was taken aback to discover them sprawled on the ground, panting for breath. Upon noticing Xiaobai's emergence, everyone waved enthusiastically. "Hello, big brother Xiaobai. You have finally graced us with your presence." Sun Wukong waved his hand weakly. "Brother Xiaobai, it has been ages." "Indeed, it has been quite a while. What brings you all to the ground?" Xiaobai inquired curiously as he stood among them. "Xiaobai, wasn't he that wave of pressure just now released by you?" "Pressure? Oh, I merely exuded a slight aura upon awakening to glance outside." "Ah well, we ought to rest for a moment. We intended to welcome you at the door." "Ha ha ha, it's a trivial matter," Xiaobai replied with a smile. And with a flick of his wrist, he conjured 10 magical beans before each individual, including the pets. Wukong gazed in astonishment at the beans and asked, "Brother Xiaobai, aren't these magical beans quite precious? How come you have so many?" Xiaobai chuckled softly, seated on the sofa, basking in the warm sunlight. With a cheerful tone, he remarked, "The cat immortal has gathered a jar, and I have taken most of it, fearing that some of you might unwittingly consume it and waste too much. Now, eat up and restore your strength. There is plenty left, and as long as it is not wasted, it will be more than sufficient for you all. This pressure you have experienced is invaluable, though it is merely mental strain. However, I have intentionally solidified the spirits of each of you as I pass by. So you will be a tad more astute in the future, and your reactions during battle will be swifter." Upon hearing Xiaobai's words, everyone eagerly began to consume the celestial beans before them, saving the remainder for later. Chapter 43. The Pinnacle of the Tower. "Hey, Xiaobai, you must be hungry. It has been ages since you last ate. Let us have our meal first, and we can converse afterward," Bulma said, clinging to Xiaobai's arm. "Indeed. Let us dine first," Xiaobai replied with a laugh. "After sleeping for 12 years, I have almost forgotten the taste of food. However, Bulma, the spread you have prepared is truly lavish." He glanced at the large round table, piled high with an abundance of dishes. "Haha, I am also quite hungry." "I was just holding back from eating," Sun Wukong remarked, rubbing his belly as he gazed hungrily at the feast laid out before them. Yachirobe had already discreetly taken a seat at the table and was enjoying his meal. "Then let us begin our feast. We can discuss matters afterward. Dig in. The round table quickly filled with people, elders, youth, children, and women, who joyously savored the delectable spread. Bulma placed numerous dishes before Xiaobai, watching as he relished each bite. Only Piccolo sat nearby, slowly sipping water, curiously observing Xiaobai. After a considerable time, everyone finally felt satisfied, contentedly patting their bellies. Once the dishes had all been cleared away by the cat to be washed, they settled into a blissful silence. Xiaobai gently caressed his already full belly, let out a burp, and remarked, "The feeling of being satiated is truly blissful. Haha, I absolutely adore dining. Perhaps I am akin to Goku." Sun Wukong, cradling Gohan in his lap, responded, "These are Yachirobe, Chi-Chi, Tien, Kaiatsu, Piccolo, and Launch, as Bulma has informed me." Xiaobai gazed at the unfamiliar faces before him and mused, "The pinnacle of deception. I believed I truly did not recognize them, yet I spoke nothing but the truth." The group nodded in acknowledgement of their identities. "Indeed, these are companions we have come to know over the past few years. By the way, Brother Xiaobai, Tien Kaiatsu and Piccolo wish to request your assistance in creating garments that can adjust their weight," Sun Wukong said, looking at Xiaobai. That is quite simple. However, speaking of clothing, I have just recalled something." Xiaobai pondered for a moment before continuing. Tien and Kairatsu were both exceedingly delighted. For a garment capable of regulating weight would prove immensely convenient, considering the cumbersome nature of heavy objects on Earth. The task of lifting mountains during their training had become overwhelmingly arduous. Piccolo's lips curled into a fleeting smile, almost imperceptible, unnoticed by anyone. Over the past year, he had spent nearly all his time in the gravity chamber, witnessing a remarkable surge in his strength and appreciating the benefits of such training. He finally understood why Goku and the others had advanced so rapidly. "What is the issue, Big Brother Xiaobai?" Sun Wukong inquired, adjusting his clothing. "This attire is quite remarkable. It can modify weight and possesses protective capabilities," Krillin remarked, perplexed. "Indeed, but there is a concern regarding its protective qualities," Xiaobai nodded. "Is that so?" Master Roshi's mind sparked with insight. The protective capacity was so heightened that over time, they might unconsciously develop a habit of neglecting to safeguard themselves in areas covered by the clothing, potentially leading to severe repercussions in the future. "Precisely. Thus, I intend to diminish the protective capabilities of your garments, ensuring they remain intact while requiring you to readjust to your surroundings." We had not considered these issues, however. During combat, it is true that we may become somewhat lax in protecting certain parts of our bodies, Krillin observed, glancing at his crimson martial arts uniform. "Well, that is easily remedied." Xiaobai gestured towards the clothing of Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Yamcha, then with a swift motion of his hand, conjured 3 new outfits, crafted in the likeness of what Tien, Kairatsu, and Piccolo currently wore. "The garments you requested are now ready. You may change into them." The 3 were filled with joy and hurried to a secluded area to change out of their previous attire. Upon their return, one exclaimed, "Ah, I can hardly wait to adjust the weight." Xiaobai remarked with a smile, "I have redesigned the clothing for all of you. The weight limit remains at 10,000 tons, which should suffice for quite some time. The current garments are remarkably resilient. It would be quite challenging to damage them without exceeding my current strength. However, they no longer possess protective capabilities, so the force of an opponent can still penetrate and directly strike you. Thus, you must adapt swiftly. 10,000 tons, plus the gravity chamber. We cannot ascertain how long it will take for us to acclimatize," Clint expressed with a hint of despair. "In my 300 times gravity chamber, my clothing can only be adjusted to less than a ton." "Haha, Clint, just focus on your training. Isn't it wonderful to grow stronger? You all are true training enthusiasts," Clint retorted with a smirk. At this point, Xiaobai turned to son Gohan and said, "You are Goku's son, aren't you? Come over and let me take a look." Gohan, hiding behind Chi-Chi, peeked at Xiaobai, feeling quite bashful, yet showing no signs of fear. "Gohan, let your brother Xiaobai see you. Do not be afraid." Son Gohan approached Xiaobai and politely greeted, "Uncle Xiaobai." "Ah, what a courteous child," Xiaobai commented, placing his hand gently on Gohan's head. "Haha. All thanks to Chi-Chi's guidance," Goku chuckled as he scratched his head. "Indeed, Gohan is the most polite," Chi-Chi said with a smile, her eyes narrowing in delight. Xiaobai extended his hand to sense Gohan's head, releasing a trace of mental energy to guide a portion of his power. In the next moment, Gohan's aura surged explosively, the overwhelming energy causing debris from the tower's pinnacle to tumble down. Gohan clenched his fists. eyes tightly shut as he exerted all his effort to control this tremendous power. Is this truly Gohan? Such formidable energy. Sun Wukong and Krillin observed curiously as Gohan elevated his aura. Once it seemed sufficiently potent, Xiaobai withdrew his hand and entrusted Gohan to Sun Wukong, remarking, "Indeed, as a half-Saiyan, the energy within him is remarkably profound." Gohan glanced at his own body, sensing the immense strength within him. "Haha, no doubt he is my son. He is truly powerful," Sun Wukong said, gazing at Gohan. Master Roshi, Krillin, and Tianjin looked on with intrigue, equally fascinated by the incredible power residing within Gohan. "If he trains diligently, he won't fall short of you in the future, Wukong." "Really?" Wukong blinked, staring at the still youthful Gohan. "Brother Xiaobai, would you be able to guide Gohan in his training?" Wukong inquired of Xiaobai. "Humph, Sun Wukong. Do not think to have Gohan train. He is destined to become a scholar," Chi-Chi interjected, rushing over to embrace Gohan. Xiaobai gazed at Sun Wukong and remarked that occasional guidance was permissible, yet assuming the role of a teacher was out of the question. "Why Brother Xiaobai?" asked Goku's son, Gohan, with a hint of disbelief reflected in the eyes of Krillin and the others. Xiaobai, perceiving their misunderstanding, clarified. "Gohan possesses certain character traits that necessitate a stern mentor to endure hardships, thereby refining his disposition and nurturing him into a true warrior. My temperament is simply not suited for this task." Realizing the situation, Goku chuckled helplessly. "Let us discuss this later. Chi-Chi won't permit me to train him." It is indeed a complex matter, as Xiaobai found himself unable to intervene, except by embracing the role of a villain, which was beyond his capacity. Moreover, it was entirely reasonable for Chi-Chi, as a mother, to shield Gohan from harm. "Now, allow me to assess your current combat prowess," Xiaobai said, a smile illuminating his face as he addressed the group of warriors. "Can combat power be quantified into specific values?" Master Roshi inquired, his expression one of curiosity. Xiaobai nodded and remarked that he could only discern a general outline, as combat prowess is influenced by numerous factors such as stamina and techniques. He added that their potential remains substantial, and their strength can still be enhanced. 12 years prior, when he last observed them, their combat powers were merely around 100. Master Roshi possessed a strength of 139, Goku around 80, Krillin slightly over 60, and Yamcha just above 50. Upon hearing Xiaobai's words, Goku, with an inquisitive gaze, inquired, "Brother Xiaobai, what was your combat power back then? Surely you could have easily defeated us." The other warriors turned their curious eyes towards Xiaobai, awaiting his response. Xiaobai hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "Do you truly wish to hear this? It may be somewhat disheartening for you." "Disheartening us? Are you suggesting that your combat prowess at that time was already exceptionally high?" "Speak freely, Brother Xiaobai. We shall strive to surpass you," Sun Wukong replied, brimming with eagerness. Xiaobai glanced at them and said, "Since you wish to hear, I shall tell you. At that time, my battle power was 13 million. Upon hearing this, everyone perked up, listening intently, and even the short pipe twitched its pointed ears. As the words settled in the air, Xiaobai perceived several gasps, as if the very air had been siphoned away. 13 million, exclaimed Turtle Sage, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, and Short Pipe, their eyes wide with astonishment. Only Sun Wukong seemed somewhat oblivious to the significance of that number. After a moment of silence, Turtle Sage regained his composure. "No wonder you claimed you could effortlessly annihilate the Earth. It seems your assertion about there being beings stronger than you on other planets holds true as well. Thankfully, we are all diligently training. Indeed, what I said was true. There are indeed beings on other planets more formidable than I." Xiaobai nodded in affirmation. 13 million. How formidable. Yet, I too shall reach that level, Sun Wukong declared, clenching his fist. Brother Xiaobai, do our current powers surpass your former strength?" Krillin inquired, looking up, somewhat disadvantaged by his stature. Chapter 44. Battle Power. "Let me take a closer look," Xiaobai said as he carefully sensed the energy within them. Turtle Sage and the others awaited his response with eager curiosity. Turtle Sage, your battle power is approximately 900,000. Krillin, 2,600,000. Yamcha, 2,300,000. Wukong, 4,800,000. Tien Shinhan, 2,900,000. Kaiatsu, 800,000. And Short Pipe currently stands at 1,700,000. In explosive state or using techniques, your battle power should be even greater, Xiaobai concluded, nodding. Over the years, your training has not waned, although lacking the pressure of life and death battles may have diminished your motivation somewhat. Nonetheless, You are still in the growth phase, while not extraordinarily high. It is certainly not low. Have we truly become this strong? Haha. Turtle Sage and Krillin laughed heartily. The others also clenched their fists, feeling the power coursing through them. Short Pipe grumbled. Darn it, there are still several who surpass me. Yet it seems I still do not match Brother Xiaobai's battle power from 12 years ago. It appears my training has been too complacent. Wukong expressed his dissatisfaction. Yukong. We have far exceeded our previous limits over these years. You ought to be content, Krillin advised, observing son Wukong's discontent. Indeed, Wukong, Turtle Sage echoed. But Brother Xiaobai mentioned that there are even stronger foes beyond Earth, correct? Sun Wukong gazed earnestly at Xiaobai. Yes. What you now possess in battle power can merely suffice for play on Earth and some nearby planets. You all sensed that spiritual pressure just now, did you not? Xiaobai inquired, observing them. Yes, it was incredibly difficult to endure. Haha, it is truly overwhelming. Krillin chuckled. Xiaobai rose to her feet and walked to the edge of the tower, gazing at the sun radiating its resplendent light and the billowing clouds beneath. Wukong and the others, intrigued by Xiaobai's focus, followed her. After a brief moment, Xiaobai finally spoke. It is merely a trivial fragment of my spiritual energy. A trivial fragment of power. Just that. I recall that under such immense pressure, we found it challenging to even stand. Brother Xiaobai, are you jesting with us? No. I am not jesting, Xiaobai replied. I was merely surveying the state of the entire universe. Surveying the entire universe? Indeed. There are many more formidable beings than you can imagine. There are always those stronger than yourself. Do you feel content with your current state? Xiaobai inquired. Looking at them. While I may ensure your safety while on Earth, what will happen if I were to leave one day? What if I am not on Earth? Xiaobai questioned. Only by strengthening your own powers can you confront all crises. Your current abilities are wholly insufficient. Xiaobai's remarks left them in a cold sweat. Ever since he had previously cautioned them, they had indeed devoted themselves to earnest training for a period. However, the subsequent tranquility of life had dulled their aspirations for improvement. The 300-fold gravity chamber and the adjustable weight clothing provided optimal conditions, yet the better the circumstances, the easier it was to lose one's drive. Do you wish for me to inform you of the recent crisis? I can perceive that their gaze is already shifting in this direction. Would you like me to disclose his combat prowess, so you may experience the pressure? Xiaobai smiled as he regarded them. Xiaobai, is he truly formidable? The turtle hermit inquired. No, he is rather weak, Xiaobai replied. The turtle hermit let out a sigh of relief. Of course, that is merely in relation to me. He is the sort of opponent I could dispatch with a mere breath. Brother Xiaobai, please do not jest with us. Just tell us directly, Krillin said. A bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, feeling that Xiaobai was merely toying with him. Very well, I shall reveal it. Are you prepared to listen? Please do. Brother Xiaobai, we are ready and will strive to protect this world, they urged. The Cosmic Emperor possesses a combat power of 120 million. 120 million? This figure caused even Demon King Piccolo to break into a sweat. That is 100 times my current strength and several times yours. Such a formidable foe. Indeed, the reason you are still able to train diligently is that Earth is merely a remote planet of little interest to them. However, with the arrival of Raditz, their attention will soon be drawn here. Shall I provide you with a brief explanation about this Cosmic Emperor? Would you like to hear it? Xiaobai asked with a smile that felt somewhat devilish to the turtle hermit and Krillin. Please, Brother Xiaobai, I feel a surge of excitement. I had no idea such powerful adversaries existed in the universe, laughed Sun Wukong. Soon, the others joined in laughter as well. After all, they were martial artists and could quickly adjust their mindset. Regardless of whether he is the Cosmic Emperor or not, we shall not be defeated by him, nor will we allow him to slay our comrades or threaten our Earth. Moreover, we have you, Brother Xiaobai, to train us, correct? Xiaobai glanced at each individual's gaze and nodded. The Cosmic Emperor, known as Frisia, commanded countless armies, though they were merely expendable. Frisia's mission was to locate suitable planets, eradicate their indigenous inhabitants, and subsequently sell them to others. Oh, by the way, Goku, the Saiyans from your original planet were engaged in such endeavors, exterminating all native life for Frisia before selling the planet. Is it true that the Saiyans originally performed such tasks? Well, that's irrelevant to me. I was raised on Earth. The planet Vegeta, inhabited by the Saiyans, was obliterated by Frisia, leaving only a few Saiyans alive aside from you. Among them, aside from you and Gohan, there might be one more, while the rest are ruthless and warlike, for whom the annihilation of planets is merely a trivial matter. Xiaobai, I have a question. Speak. Master Roshi. Why did the Saiyan serve Frieza, only to be exterminated by him? Ah, this brings us to a Saiyan legend. The group turned their attention to Son Goku, who innocently remarked, "Don't look at me. I have no knowledge of any Saiyan legends. After all, I only learned I was a Saiyan from Brother Xiaobai." Well, Goku suffered a head injury in his childhood. Otherwise, he would not be your companion now. According to legend, the warrior race of Saiyans produces a Super Saiyan every millennium, a being of unimaginable strength, potentially a threat to Frieza, which is why Frieza annihilated them. A Super Saiyan. The group circled around Son Goku, unable to perceive that he was a Super Saiyan. Goku's potential exceeds yours, as his lineage remains. A Super Saiyan emerges when one's battle power reaches a certain threshold, triggered by intense emotional changes, resulting in a transformation that can amplify their strength 50-fold. 50-fold. Thus, if Goku transforms, his battle power would exceed 200 million. I, Super Saiyan Son Goku, clench my fists. Krillin, do not forget, there are conditions. Becoming a Super Saiyan is not easily attained. Indeed, but Goku has already reached the foundational battle power. Before confronting Frieza, no amount of training will elevate you to 100 million battle power, considering it took you 5 years to reach your current level. So, we need Goku to transform into a Super Saiyan to confront Frieza? Precisely, unless you prefer to avoid battle and allow me to eliminate Frieza directly. Is that an option? No, please, Brother Xiaobai, leave Frieza to me. I can do it. Goku. Klin, dear grandfather, Xiaobai Gij is indeed correct. We can rely on him once, twice, or even thrice, but inevitably there will come a day when he departs. What shall we do then? Should we expect him to eradicate all the wicked souls for us? Such a notion is rather unrealistic. Therefore, it is imperative that we cultivate our own strength. Moreover, with the guidance of Xiaobai Gij, do you not perceive how fortunate we are? Indeed, that is a valid point. Well, Wukong is right. I cannot single-handedly vanquish every malevolent being. The universe operates under its own principles, and there are those stronger than Frieza who have chosen not to eliminate him. Where there is good, there must also be evil. Thus, it is essential for you to diligently train and acquire sufficient power to confront all dangers that may arise. Xiaobai Gij, when shall you commence our training? The time is not yet ripe. However, there exists a certain place quite suitable for you. There, you shall acquire valuable knowledge. Xiaobai narrowed his eyes with a smile, reflecting that even though he had spared Wukong's life and thus missed the opportunity to learn the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb, it did not preclude him from imparting these techniques. In fact, it would be better to teach several at once. I am certain the KO would not mind. Ha ha ha. Once you are prepared, I shall escort you there. First, tend to your current affairs, and return to the Karin Tower by noon tomorrow. Chapter 45. Step by step. With only a few months remaining before Vegeta arrives on Earth, sending a few individuals to learn from the KO is entirely sufficient. Xiaobai mused. At that moment, he felt a tug on his sleeve and turned to see Master Roshi, resembling a thief, pulling him aside. Xiaobai squinted his eyes, immediately discerning the old man's intentions, and followed him over. Master Roshi stealthily led Xiaobai to a secluded corner, where he finally halted his steps. Teacher Wutian, is there something you need? Xiaobai inquired. Coughing lightly, Master Roshi replied, Xiaobai, I too desire one of those outfits. Currently, Wukong and the others surpass me significantly. Perhaps I ought to exert myself further. By the way, do you still have that magazine? His voice was low, and the lenses of his sunglasses glinted with a hint of light. Ah, that's quite simple. To be frank, I hadn't anticipated this. Your current prowess far exceeds that of your earlier days. Truly, you are the god of martial arts, Master Wutian, Xiaobai remarked, extending his hand to transform Master Roshi's attire while simultaneously leaving him some magazines on the spot. Master Roshi, quick-witted, swiftly stored them in his capsule, clearing his throat softly. He sauntered out with an air of nonchalance. Who among you wishes to visit the King of the Worlds tomorrow? Xiaobai asked. The King of the Worlds? Ah, a deity of even higher standing than the Supreme Kai. He possesses techniques that I believe you would find intriguing, he continued. Upon hearing this, the cat perked up its whiskers, genuinely intrigued, as it had never encountered such a being. One could only imagine the immense power of this deity. In the cat's mind, an image of the King of the Worlds materialized, tall, imposing, and with a stern countenance. A vivid portrait formed in its imagination. Fortunately, Xiaobai remained oblivious. Otherwise, he might have found it utterly amusing. I'll go. So will I. Xiaobai nodded, gazing at the 5 individuals before him, uncertain as to how many of them would master the techniques. for he did not wish for Sun Wukong to lose his formidable moves, the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb. Din had no intention of attending. He deemed that his time would be better spent training in the gravity chamber, where he still had ample opportunity to overcome greater gravitational forces. Well, let's reconvene tomorrow at noon. I shall escort you there. It would be splendid if you could learn. If not, it is of little consequence. Merely consider it an augmentation of your own capabilities. Upon your return from the Kaishin, I shall train you, he declared. That sounds wonderful. The sun was nearing the horizon, and the inhabitants of Karin Tower began to dwindle. Sun Wukong's family departed, as did the group from Kame House, leaving behind only Cat Sage, Yajirobe, Xiao Bai, and Bulma. Thank you, Cat Sage, for your care over the years. I shall be heading to Bulma's residence next. But with Yajirobe around, you surely won't feel lonely. Haha, he remarked. Indeed, Cat Sage nodded, though Yajirobe was somewhat clumsy and fond of food. At least he could engage in conversation. Well then, I bid you farewell. I shall visit you often, Cat Sage, and I will bring gifts. Xiao Bai said with a smile. Cat Sage's ears perked up at the mention of gifts. It seemed he had never had a taste of the fish from the deep sea. All right, take care on your journey, Cat Sage, and Yajirobe called out to them. Farewell, Xiao Bai replied. Are we to fly back? Bulma asked, clinging to his arm. After 12 years, we have finally made it. No need, Xiao Bai responded. Then sensed the location of Bulma's home. With a swift motion, he carved through the fabric of space, creating a shimmering tunnel. Bulma peered curiously into the portal, which was not dark at all, but rather a bright, misty passage, and she could even glimpse West City on the other side. Xiao Bai grasped Bulma's hand and ventured inside. The cat and Achi Luobe stood frozen in place, momentarily forgetting to wield their claws. What had they just said about the path? Was this even considered a road? Regardless of the cat's thoughts, Xiao Bai and Bulma took several strides and emerged from the spatial tunnel into the expanse of Shidu. Before Bulma could fully comprehend her surroundings, they had already arrived in Shidu. Have we arrived in Shidu? Bulma gazed at the familiar scenery below. Yes, we have, Xiao Bai replied, casting a nostalgic glance at the place, as it had been 12 years since she first opened her eyes and looked out the window to see Shidu. She wondered about the state of her former residence, but dismissed the thought, recognizing that it held little significance in her memories. Bulma felt an intangible force enabling her to stand in midair, releasing Xiao Bai's hand. She took a few tentative steps forward and discovered that she could indeed move freely. With exhilaration, she began to run through the air. Haha, I can fly too. How delightful. Xiao Bai, look at me, I'm flying. Bulma exclaimed joyfully, soaring through the air without a hint of fear. Xiao Bai hovered in the air, following closely behind her. As long as I am by your side, you may soar whenever your heart desires. In the past, Bulma could only traverse the skies aboard an aircraft, never having experienced the sensation of standing amidst the heavens on her own. She walked along, gazing down at the throngs of people and bustling streets beneath her, akin to a fledgling bird reveling in its newfound ability to fly. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Bulma finally felt the weariness in her legs. She approached Xiao Bai and softly uttered, I am tired, my legs ache. I can go no further. Xiao Bai pondered whether she could be any more explicit, yet he still bent down. In an instant, Bulma wrapped her arms around his neck, resting against him, enveloped by the warmth emanating from his back, and she too fell into a tranquil silence. Xiao Bai supported Bulma's legs as they commenced their journey to her home. It was my first experience of being carried by another. The sensation of a man's back was indeed novel to me. In the future, when my legs grow weary, you must carry me, Bulma remarked playfully. Very well. I shall carry you, Bulma. Now, do regale me with the tale of your first quest for the Dragon Balls, he encouraged. Ah, that was during my school days. Bulma began. She recounted her initial adventure in search of the Dragon Balls, detailing the discovery of the two-star ball, the creation of her radar, and her encounter with Sun Wukong at Mount Bowsy. When her monetary persuasion for the Dragon Ball failed, she reluctantly agreed to lend it to Sun Wukong, promising to provide him with food in return. Thus, she found herself under the protection of an extraordinary warrior. She then exchanged a considerable sum with Master Roshi for a Dragon Ball, followed by encounters with Yamcha, Puar, Oolong, and the Pilaf gang. Ultimately, her wishes remained unfulfilled. In summary, although the journey was fraught with challenges, it was filled with joy, and Bulma had forged many friendships along the way. Xiao Bai listened intently as she recounted her tale, ultimately lifting her into a princess embrace. Bulma's cheeks flushed deeper in hue. Xiaobai gently pressed his lips against Bulma's. Although it was through the dragon that she found him, for 12 long years, Bulma had taken flights to Karin Tower nearly every day to see him. And they met in dreams night after night. 12 years had elapsed, and now Bulma was 29, her splendid youth entwined with thoughts of him. How could Xiaobai remain unmoved by such devotion? Thus, although he could traverse countless distances in a single stride to reach Bulma's doorstep, he chose instead to savor the moment, strolling through the air with her, allowing her to soar when she wished, and to run freely, taking each step back together. At last, Xiaobai arrived at her doorstep, cradling Bulma in his arms. Chapter 46. Xiaobai's new home. Ah, you must set me down. We have arrived, Bulma exclaimed, noticing they had reached her home, while Xiaobai continued to hold her. Xiaobai smiled and said, there will be no issues. I believe your parents will be quite pleased. How utterly vexing. Bulma struggled with all her might, but to no avail. She could only bury her head in Xiaobai's chest, choosing to act like an ostrich. As Xiaobai entered the courtyard while cradling Bulma in his arms, he observed her parents already present within the premises. Dr. Briefs was merrily circling the yard on a newly devised contraption, while his wife leisurely sat nearby, sipping tea. Upon Xiaobai's arrival, the couple noticed him and approached on the small vehicle. After Xiaobai and his companion introduced themselves, they were promptly seized by Mrs. Brevis, who exclaimed, what charming young men! Is he your boyfriend, Bulma? How fortunate you are to have found such a wonderful partner. Would you like some tea? No, thank you. I'm not thirsty, Xiaobai replied, bemused as he noticed Bulma's expression darken at their indifference towards her. Bulma sprang from Xiaobai's embrace, standing before them and declaring loudly, did you not see me? Only then did they glance at her, surprised. Oh, Bulma, you're here too. Is he your boyfriend? Will you be staying here? I'll prepare something for you. With a frown, Bulma lowered her head and pulled Xiaobai into the room. The two in the yard exchanged glances, realizing their daughter was still in her rebellious phase. Once inside, Bulma sulkily sank onto the sofa, though her mood quickly shifted. She glanced at Xiaobai beside her and asked, are you hungry? I can have someone prepare dinner. Yes, a little. Your parents are somewhat different from what I imagined. Xiaobai pretended not to know. Really? They are the best parents ever. Did you think they were fierce and hard to deal with? Bulma inquired. How could they be? Especially with such a wonderful daughter? I'm sure they are quite approachable, Xiaobai replied, wrapping his arms around her. Humph, you're quite the charmer. Though she feigned annoyance. Bulma was secretly pleased. Let us head to the living room. The robot cooks swiftly, and dinner will be ready shortly. I've already notified them. Blushing, Bulma took his hand and led him out of the room. In her haste, she had pulled Xiaobai into her room, but thankfully, he had not noticed. Upon descending the stairs, Bulma spotted her parents smiling at her, causing her to redden and fall silent in her chair. Dr. Brevis was a mechanical genius, and Bulma shared his brilliance. Mrs. Brevis was a gentle homemaker, content with her daily pursuits. Fortunately, Bulma had mentioned her parents' interests prior to his arrival. Otherwise, Xiaobai would have struggled to find common ground during their first meeting, which naturally brought him some pressure. Thankfully, her parents posed few questions, and dinner unfolded in a relatively harmonious atmosphere. Although the initial encounter was slightly awkward, time would surely ease their interactions, especially since Xiaobai planned to reside there. He had little interest in returning to his old home across the street, preferring the comfort of his current situation. After dinner and a brief conversation, Bulma guided him upstairs. The Brevis couple exchanged knowing glances, acknowledging their daughter had matured. Here, this room is yours, directly across from mine. If you need anything, just call me. But please do not enter my room uninvited, Bulma instructed, pointing to the room opposite hers. I understand, rest assured, Xiaobai replied. Xiaobai glanced at Bulma, let out a soft hum, and returned to his room. Upon opening the door, he surveyed the space that now belonged to him. Meticulously arranged and seemingly prepared in advance by Bulma, with all the necessary amenities readily available. However, Xiaobai paid little mind to it. After freshening up, he lay down on the bed for a brief respite. As time gradually slipped away, he awoke from his short slumber to find that it was already 11 o'clock. Quietly, he opened his bedroom door. Bulma lay in her bed, unable to find sleep. For 12 years at the Karin Tower, she had grown accustomed to falling asleep beside Xiaobai every night. Although she had returned to her original room, a sense of unfamiliarity lingered. Staring blankly at the ceiling, she found herself pondering whether he was sleeping well in his room. A wave of memories washed over her, filled with concern. Just as Bulma was lost in thought, a faint sound emanated from the door, startling her momentarily. However, As her mind raced, she reassured herself that with Xiaobai around, there was no danger. The sound could only have been made by that mischievous rascal. Contemplating the potential scenarios that could unfold, Bulma quickly covered her face with the blanket. Xiaobai stealthily sensed the atmosphere at Bulma's door and discovered it to be quite tranquil. Slowly, he opened the door, creating a bit of noise to avoid startling her with his sudden appearance. Like a thief, he gently closed the room door behind him, deliberately making a slight sound on the floor to alert Bulma of his presence. As she listened to the increasingly approaching footsteps, her heartbeat quickened, and she instinctively curled up. Feeling more bashful than she ever had even in the presence of Karin Tower, her cheeks flushed crimson. In the darkness, as the footsteps drew nearer to the bed, Bulma felt an exhilarating tension. At last, Xiaobai reached out and lifted a corner of the blanket, covering his mouth as he gazed at the curled-up Bulma, carefully sliding his entire body beneath the covers. Bulma's body tensed, feeling the rush of blood coursing through her veins, warmth enveloping her. When Xiaobai's mischievous hands encircled her waist, it seemed as if both of them released a sigh of relief. Bulma turned to face him, her large eyes meeting his, and asked, "Did you already know I wasn't asleep?" Xiaobai nodded in acknowledgement. "Humph, how annoying, deliberately trying to frighten me." After Bulma finished speaking, she playfully tapped Xiaobai on the chest and nestled herself into his embrace. Feeling the warmth radiating from Bulma, Xiaobai planted a gentle kiss on her forehead, experiencing a profound sense of contentment. "Let us sleep," he murmured softly. The world gradually succumbed to tranquility, and the two drifted into slumber. Chapter 47. The delightful dinosaur. The following day, as dawn broke, the morning sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows and illuminated the bed. The two restless sleepers, having tossed their blankets to who knows where, were in quite a disarray. The once orderly positions they had taken before sleeping had now transformed, leaving only Bulma sprawled across the bed while Xiaobai lay unceremoniously on the floor, having either rolled off or been kicked down. As the sunlight bathed them, both yawned simultaneously, rubbing their eyes and awakening in a state of confusion. Bulma glanced over at the bed and asked, "Where's Xiaobai?" "He came in here last night." Just then, Xiaobai, pondering why he found himself on the floor, met Bulma's sharp gaze. I suppose I was rather restless in my sleep and ended up on the floor," he stammered. Get up quickly, it's time for breakfast. Today, I want to go out and you will take me flying." Bulma responded, a satisfied nod accompanying her words as she began to rise and freshen up. Xiaobai gently touched his nose, feeling a sense of resignation, and ultimately stood up. To be honest, after sleeping for over a decade, how could one still desire slumber? Had it become a habit? Before long, the two who had already enjoyed breakfast stepped out the door, while the bereaved couple waved from behind, urging them to return early. "We understand," they replied. Finally, Bulma had a boyfriend, and he seemed remarkably compatible with her. "Well said," Bulma's mother, Brevis, remarked, patting the black cat on his shoulder. "Bulma, where would you like to go for fun?" "Anywhere is fine," Xiaobai turned to ask Bulma, who had clambered onto his back. Bulma pondered, tapping her forehead. "Aren't we supposed to go to Kalinta for lunch? It has been ages since I replenished the cat food. Let us find a pleasant place to fish. Although I often dream of fishing, it somehow lacks a sense of reality. I have longed for the day we could fish together once you awaken. Fishing sounds wonderful. Let us set off. But before we fly, you should come to the front." Xiaobai chuckled as he lifted Bulma from his back into his embrace, soaring into the sky. Slow down a bit. Flying too fast makes me dizzy. How's the speed?" Xiaobai adjusted his pace. "Hey, why do I see Wukong and the others flying horizontally while you are standing upright?" Bulma curiously pointed at his chest. Perhaps it's to reduce air resistance." Xiaobai replied, somewhat unsure of the reasoning, but he felt that flying upright appeared more aesthetically pleasing. "Is that so? Never mind, let us go." Bulma clapped her hands, excitedly shaking her little fist at the horizon. "All right, we're off." Xiaobai tightened his hold on Bulma, heading towards a distant lake. Not long after, they descended beside a lake, landing amidst lush green grass. They cautiously approached the water's edge, careful not to trample the nearby flowers. As for the grass, there was little that could be done, but at least it was resilient. Just as Xiaobai set Bulma down, he noticed her darting away like a little butterfly. At her age, she still possessed the heart of a child, always seeking adventure, or else she wouldn't have ventured alone in search of the Dragon Balls. As Xiaobai conjured fishing gear, he cautioned Bulma, "Do not wander too far, Bulma." "I understand," she replied. "The scenery here is simply exquisite." Xiaobai watched as Bulma dashed away, shaking his head in disbelief. He could not fathom anyone being able to harm her while he maintained a semblance of awareness, closely trailing her. Thus, in no time, Xiaobai conjured all the necessary items, placing the fishing rod aside without a second thought, for ultimately, he intended to summon the fish using his extraordinary abilities. The pretense of fishing was merely an excuse to accompany Bulma to this place for enjoyment. After finishing her tasks, Xiaobai lay directly on the grass. Plucking a blade of green grass and placing it in her mouth, she gazed up at the clouds drifting lazily across the sky, reflecting upon herself with the thought, have I triumphed today? Am I floating? What shall I do next? Xiaobai pondered whether there existed anything or anyone he ought to fear. His strength was formidable. Even if the Omni King's rules were applied to him, he would remain unperturbed. The Grand Priest's power now seemed trivial in comparison to his own. This was not meant as mockery, but merely an honest assessment. Presently, his strength could be quantified as 6. For multiplied by 10 to the power of over 1,300. Even the most powerful of Omni Kings and Grand Priests would prove inconsequential in his presence. However, he felt an overwhelming surplus of battle prowess. Was the combat power in Dragon Ball truly so limited? The Omni King appeared to be but a child, while the Grand Priest merely served as a caretaker. What could possibly compel the Grand Priest to willingly assist such a diminutive child as the Omni King? It seemed illogical to him. Could it be that the small Omni King was merely one of many offspring? Did he create universes for his children to play in at their leisure? Would he fear magic or the constraints of seals? After considerable reflection, Xiaobai concluded that attempting to control him with magic would be tantamount to courting death, given his current mental fortitude. As for sealing, he recognized that he still needed to master his spatial proficiency. He felt confident that he could tear open a spatial tunnel to reach all 12 universes. Sealing should pose no challenge. After much contemplation, Xiaobai affirmed to himself that he was not in a state of euphoria today. Suddenly, he sensed an unexpected presence near Bulma. With a swift movement, he appeared before her. Oh, it turned out to be a dinosaur. Bulma, in the midst of turning to flee, unexpectedly collided with Xiaobai. Xiaobai extended his hand and gently embraced her waist, patting her shoulder to reassure her that all was well. As Bulma recognized the person before her, her anxiety subsided, and she instinctively patted her chest in relief. Bulma, I said, there's no need for fear. You possess a protective shield that will automatically activate in the face of danger. As long as your adversary does not surpass my strength, they cannot breach it. So, when you accompany me, feel free to play as you wish. Is that truly the case? Bulma inquired with curiosity. Indeed, Xiaobai affirmed with a nod. Well, I trust you. With that, Bulma boldly approached the dinosaur. Bulma, what are you doing? Xiaobai asked, intrigued by her actions. Haha, I'm going to feed the dinosaur. Bulma grinned playfully as she approached the creature. The dinosaur mused. I just spotted a humanoid morsel and am preparing to charge after it. It should be just enough to satisfy my hunger, considering its size. However, suddenly a humanoid food appeared right before me. Though it materialized unexpectedly, I am unafraid. It must be a magic trick. With my jaws agape and drool dripping, I gazed at them, chuckling to myself. Surely they must be terrified. But wait, I must exhibit gentleness. I've heard that those who are overly frightened taste sour, which is unpalatable. Thus, I donned a cheerful smile, and indeed, the smaller one was drawn in by my grin and came rushing toward me. Heeding the dragon's advice, I prepared for a feast. I truly am the cleverest little darling. Lowering my head and opening my mouth, I awaited their approach. Reveling in my fortune as a blissful dragon, blessed by the heavens, with food coming right to me, a delightful indulgence. Xiaobai gazed in bewilderment at the dinosaur before him, which appeared to be grinning. He was utterly perplexed by its thoughts. With a sigh, he raised a hand to his forehead. Bulma and this dinosaur were undoubtedly two extraordinary beings in this world, and he couldn't fathom why it seemed so joyous. Chapter 48. The journey to King Kai's planet. The dinosaur happily opened its mouth, eagerly anticipating the arrival of its meal. It had decided that when the humanoid food approached its mouth, it would chew gently, ensuring not to frighten them. Here they come. Bulma, filled with confidence in Xiaobai, stepped into the dinosaur's mouth. Though anxiety coursed through her, she firmly believed in her safety. Would there truly be a protective barrier? She glanced back at Xiaobai, who walked beside her, smiling and nodding reassuringly. Xiaobai found himself increasingly perplexed by Bulma's thought process. Why must she venture into the jaws of a dinosaur to test the protective shield? Is her reasoning truly so distorted? After all, one must forge ahead. Even in the face of tears, the dinosaur, with its large eyes, noticed food entering its mouth and gently closed its massive jaws, chewing thoughtfully. However, a sharp pain shot through its teeth. As it chewed again with more force, one of its exceptionally sturdy teeth flew out, followed by an intense ache radiating through its simple mind. Bulma felt a surge of anxiety as she observed the dinosaur's jaws clamping shut, its enormous teeth threatening to bite down on her. Fear not, she reassured herself, mustering courage. Just as she began to consider calling out to Xiaobai for help, she saw a radiant, multicolored protective shield rise around her. The dinosaur's teeth collided with the barrier and were deflected away. It was true, Xiaobai had not deceived her. Filled with joy, Bulma emerged from the harrowing experiment, standing tall and proud. Approaching Xiaobai, she pointed accusingly at the sobbing dinosaur, exclaiming, "Xiaobai, it just tried to eat me. I, too, have a desire for dinosaur meat." An eerie silence enveloped the air as the dinosaur interjected, "I may not be human, but you certainly are the true predators." Xiaobai cast a sympathetic glance at the dinosaur before turning to Bulma and saying, "The leg meat is exquisite. Let us spare its life. It seems rather pitiful. A single leg would suffice." Bulma nodded, feeling somewhat remorseful for her earlier intentions. As Xiaobai stood before the creature, the dinosaur sensed an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon it. An instinctive sense of danger compelled it to flee, but to no avail. It was rendered helpless, collapsing to the ground, its large eyes brimming with sorrowful tears as it gazed up at the shameless duo before it. Xiaobai waved his hand and took a leg from the dinosaur. Observing the creature's tearful expression, he gestured lightly, and a metallic leg was affixed to the dinosaur's body. Subsequently, he withdrew the pressure he had exerted on it. The dinosaur, with its large eyes blinking, watched the two individuals dragging away its former limb and attempted to rise, lowering its head to inspect its new prosthetic leg. It then darted away in a flash. Later, during a skirmish with other dragons, this dinosaur fortuitously discovered the remarkable utility of its new leg. It began to kick the Dragon King and other ordinary dragons, unwittingly ascending to the pinnacle of dragonhood. It became known for its prowess, vanquishing formidable opponents and acquiring 36 dragon consorts. All dragons aspired to emulate its greatness. There existed a legend that whoever possessed that dragon's leg would reign supreme over the dragon clan, prompting countless young dragons to embark on a quest for the leg. Some even penned a tome entitled The Rise of the Rogue Dragon. Unbeknownst to Xiaobai, his seemingly trivial action had sparked such an epic tale, and the leg he provided was but a crude imitation of quality. Meanwhile, as Xiaobai returned to the lakeside to fish, Bulma found it difficult to remain composed. Observing the slightest movement of Xiaobai's fishing bobber, she decided to create mischief. By midday, Bulma's small fish basket was brimming, while Xiaobai's contained only a solitary, pitiful inch-long fish. Upon witnessing this outcome, Bulma nodded in satisfaction, declaring the fishing contest concluded. She had triumphed, leaving Xiaobai indebted to her for another wish. Xiaobai lamented, "Who am I? Where am I? When did this competition even begin?" As noon approached, Xiaobai suggested, "Let us head to Karin Tower, Bulma." He stood, stretching languidly. "All right, let us depart," Bulma replied eagerly, lifting her bountiful basket of fish. Glancing at Xiaobai's solitary inch-long fish, she stifled a giggle, her delight reminiscent of a mischievous little fox. Xiaobai cast a glance at the lake, his immense spiritual energy enveloping the entire body of water, effortlessly lifting a portion of the large fish into the water suspended behind him. Bulma, in a state of admiration, rushed into Xiaobai's embrace, clutching a small fish basket. With one arm holding Bulma and the other tearing open a spatial passage, he transported them both, along with the fish, to the Karin Tower. Upon their arrival, the inhabitants of Karin Tower, a person and a cat, were sprawled on the ground, devoid of food. Jackalope had no desire to descend, while the cat yearned for the taste of fish. Just then, a spatial rift appeared, and the cat's eyes gleamed brightly at the sight of Xiaobai, Bulma, and the school of fish behind them. "So, you two are both longing for a meal while neglecting the search for provisions?" Xiaobai and Bulma exchanged silent glances, bemused by the absurdity of the combination before them. After they had enjoyed their lunch, Xiaobai noted that the time was drawing near and glanced in the direction of Wukong and the others, observing that they had just set out and were still on the road. There was no need for haste, so he engaged in a card game with them while waiting. The prodigious Bulma played cards, while Jackalope and the cat could only utter 3 words, too difficult. If they continued to lose, they would soon find themselves working for Bulma. Fortunately, at a critical moment, Wukong and his companions arrived at Karin Tower, prompting the cat and Jackalope to abandon their cards and rush forward to greet them. "Brother Xiaobai, we have all arrived," Sun Wukong greeted with a smile. Ah, just in time. Here, each of you take one. Xiaobai casually tossed a booklet to each of them. Is this a cultivation manual? Krillin inquired with curiosity as he opened it. A collection of cold jokes. Tian Shinhan remarked, feeling quite bewildered. Indeed, the king of the universe enjoys telling jokes. This booklet serves as your key to gaining his attention. It should be sufficient to entice him into teaching you some techniques. However, do keep track of time. There are, let me see, less than 6 months until those 2 Saiyans arrive on Earth. I hope you will acquire some knowledge before then, Xiaobai explained. The group tucked their booklets away. And Yamucha asked, what kind of techniques does the king of the universe possess? Well, they are quite intriguing techniques that can temporarily enhance your strength severfold, though they are not to be underestimated. However, you will need to earn the king's approval first, Xiaobai elaborated. Enhancing our strength severfold? Not to be underestimated. How impressive. We will surely earn the king's approval. Very well, focus on your training there. When the 2 Saiyans approach Earth, I will come to retrieve you. Are you prepared? Xiaobai inquired. Ready. Haha. To see a deity more advanced than the Supreme Kai, his power must be extraordinary. Xiaobai sensed the location of the king of the lower realm and, indeed, found it right there. With a swift motion, he opened a passageway in the air. The others gazed curiously at the white passage before them, and before they could inquire further, Xiaobai spoke up. This is a spatial passage. It will lead us directly to King Kai's planet. Let us proceed. All right, then we shall go. Goodbye, everyone. Goku exclaimed, leading the way into the passage, followed by Krillin and the others as they bid their farewells and stepped inside. As they entered the passage, they marveled at the endless white expanse before them. Goku. Look over there. It seems there is a planet. Krillin pointed out, gazing toward the far end of the passage. That must be King Kai's planet. Let us move forward. Noticing the group's hesitation, Xiaobai gave a gentle push, and the 5 of them found themselves at the entrance of the passage, tumbling down with a thud. Satisfied, Xiaobai nodded and closed the passage, pleased with the outcome of their journey. Chapter 49. The arrival on King Kai's planet. King Kai's planet was a diminutive sphere, once larger in size, but after several repairs by the god of destruction, Beerus, it had shrunk to its current state. It was inhabited by King Kai of the North and his pets, Beerus the gorilla and Gyurejali the grasshopper. The North Kai, characterized by his blue skin and short, stout stature, had a rather comical appearance and found joy in sharing corny jokes with his pets. One day, as the North Kai sought amusement in his monotonous life, telling his pets yet another joke, he suddenly noticed a fissure appearing on his planet, causing him to instinctively hide behind his small car in fright. After observing cautiously for a moment and realizing there was no immediate danger, he crept closer to the fissure, preparing to peer inside. Before he could properly position himself to look within, Xiaobai and his companions tumbled onto King Kai's planet, landing squarely atop the North Kai, who, after a few flailing attempts with his short legs, lay still. Beerus and Gyurejali, witnessing the commotion, rushed forward to confront the bewildered newcomers, shouting loudly. As Goku and the others were thrust out, they had yet to take in the surroundings of King Kai's planet when they were met with the sight of a gorilla and a grasshopper shouting at them. Is that the King Kai? He looks quite peculiar, Goku remarked, eyeing the gorilla and grasshopper. The rest exchanged bemused glances at Goku's observation. I believe those are his pets. Goku. However, this planet is rather small, and the gravity here is 10 times that of Earth. Thankfully, we have acclimated to this increased gravity. Otherwise, we would be in quite the predicament, Krillin noted as he scanned the area. Yet it seems these 2 pets are trying to convey something. Though we cannot comprehend their words, Yamucha said, approaching them. They appear to be pointing at us. Perhaps they wish to communicate something, he added. As I stood before the few individuals who could not comprehend my Babarusu and Girigiri, I had no choice but to closely approach these strangers and extract the king of the worlds from beneath their feet. At that moment, Xiaobai, together with Bulma and Kellen, who were observing the situation on King Kai's planet, couldn't help but chuckle. To monitor the conditions on King Kai's planet, Xiaobai had ingeniously crafted a large mirror that projected the sensations he sensed, allowing Bulma, the cat, and the others to take a glimpse. To their astonishment, they witnessed Goku and his companions trampling the king beneath them. Xiaobai could swear he had no prior knowledge of this. The mere thought of nudging Goku and the others seemed to him a mere whim, never once contemplating the idea of having Goku step on the king. He vowed that if he truly intended to do so, he would forego sleep for an entire day. Hey, Xiaobai, is that the king of the worlds? He looks so intriguing, Bulma remarked, playfully nudging Xiaobai. Indeed, That rotund blue figure is the king, and those two beside him are his pets. Though they may not possess striking appearances, they are undeniably of a higher caliber than the deities we are accustomed to, Xiaobai replied. Haha. I wonder how Goku and the others will handle this situation, considering they have the king beneath their feet. Bulma giggled, stifling her laughter. She felt emboldened after Xiaobai awoke, relishing the freedom to go wherever her whims took her. While the group observed with delight, Goku and his companions found themselves in a rather awkward predicament on King Kai's planet, as Babarusu and Guriguri struggled to drag the king from beneath their feet. It was as if time had frozen for them, exchanging glances of disbelief. Had they truly come to learn, only to find themselves trampling the king? If only time could rewind, they would never have mistaken the soft surface beneath their feet for mere grass. Seeing the gorilla and the grasshopper seemingly administering first aid to the king, the group hurriedly gathered to assess his condition, just as anxiety mounted over the king's unresponsiveness. He suddenly sprang to his feet, declaring, "I pretended to be dead." He then turned his head away, stifling laughter. Upon witnessing the king's revival, the group exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Though his words were perplexing, they deemed it inconsequential. Just as Goku was about to approach the king to speak, Krillin swiftly restrained him, recognizing that Goku had a tendency to speak without filter. At that moment, it seemed prudent to hold him back. Noticing the absence of laughter from the group, the king glanced back at them, inquiring, "Is my joke not amusing?" At that, they recalled Xiaobai's description of the king's character, exchanged knowing looks, and erupted into hearty laughter, clutching their stomachs. Seeing them thoroughly entertained by his jest, the king nodded in satisfaction. Dusting off the dirt that clung to him, the king regarded them and asked, "What brings you to King Kai's planet? You appear to be Earthlings. Have Earthlings grown so formidable?" He sensed their presence with keen interest. "Great king, we have come to request your guidance in our training," they replied earnestly. Klin spoke first, "However, your prowess far exceeds my own. There is no need for instruction. You may return." The king of the worlds turned away and replied, "My lord, I have a delightful gift specifically for you." Klin stealthily approached and produced a compilation of humorous anecdotes from his pocket, placing it into the hands of the king. A gift just for me?" The king opened the booklet and read the first line. "Pants, the waistband has fallen." He felt a sudden jolt throughout his body, stepping back a few paces while clutching the booklet, before bursting into laughter. After a considerable while, he managed to compose himself and addressed Klin. "You wish for me to train you, do you? I shall oblige. If you can make me, a connoisseur of humor, laugh, I concede that you all possess considerable talent." Klin noted the effectiveness of his approach and exchanged glances with Tien, Goku, and the others. Subsequently, the four took turns presenting the collection of jokes to the king, successfully amusing him and ensuring that their journey would not be in vain. The king carefully tucked away the little books and then inquired, "Why do you wish to train?" "We seek to grow stronger, to protect the earth, and to safeguard our friends from harm," the group declared, their fists clenched and spirits high, their voices unified in response. "How did you come to know of King Kai's planet and arrive here? The deities of Earth have not introduced you to me. And you should not be aware of my existence," the king questioned, puzzled. "It was my brother, Xiaobai, who brought us here." "Xiaobai?" The king pondered, having never heard that name before. "Is it inappropriate to mention Xiaobai's name directly?" Klin whispered cautiously. "Of course not," came the reply just as Xiaobai appeared beside them, as if he had been standing there all along. "Xiaobai, what a surprise to see you here." Goku and Klin exclaimed in astonishment. The king was equally startled by Xiaobai's sudden entrance. "I hadn't intended to move, but since you asked, I thought it wouldn't hurt to come." "Is that a problem, my lord?" Xiaobai said, subtly exerting a slight pressure of psychic energy upon the king. The king felt as if his body was weighed down by 1,000 pounds, cold sweat beading on his forehead. This familiar sensation reminded him of the mental strain he had experienced the previous day. Moreover, he had learned through secret channels that higher deities and angels were cautiously investigating the source of the unexpected pressure from yesterday, having been warned not to disturb until they could ascertain the identity, after which they were to report immediately. The king had not anticipated that his casual inquiry would provoke the appearance of a great deity. Fortunately, Xiaobai did not apply excessive pressure. He merely allowed the king to experience a familiar sensation. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing for him to kneel before them. The king stammered, hesitating to speak. "Are you inquiring whether I may reveal my identity?" Upon casting a glance at him, Xiaobai instantly discerned his thoughts. No, that is not my intention." The round-faced boy felt as though he had expended every drop of sweat in his lifetime. You needn't be so apprehensive. I harbor no ill will toward you. As for my identity, feel free to speak of it. They will inevitably learn in due course. For now, concentrate on training them. And the techniques you have developed can also be imparted to them. Whether or not they grasp it is inconsequential, Xiaobai remarked with a cheerful smile. The king of the realm interjected, if you do not instruct me, I shall surely meet my demise. You certainly possess a way with words. Are you casting aspersions upon me? Xiaobai inquired, still grinning as he regarded the round-faced boy. No, not at all. Allow me to share a joke with you. I am quite the comedic genius. Would you care for a meal? My culinary skills are exceptional, the king of the realm chuckled, rubbing his hands together. Pass. Just ensure you train them well, Xiaobai replied. Rest assured, I shall diligently train them, he assured. Wukong and the others observed the king of the realm with puzzled expressions, entirely bewildered by the profound respect he exhibited towards Xiaobai. Very well. It shall be as you wish. This is a gift for you. Enjoy it, Xiaobai said, waving his hand as a large stack of joke compilations materialized before the king of the realm. I shall take my leave now. Focus on your cultivation. And feel free to seek the king's advice regarding your training. Xiaobai waved his hand and departed from King Kai's planet. As King Kai watched Xiaobai finally leave, he collapsed onto the ground, exhaling heavily. However, upon glancing at the towering stack of compilations before him, he felt an overwhelming sense of futility, realizing that in the end, the celestial dog had indeed left him with everything. Observing the puzzled expressions of Goku and the others, King Kai could not help but feel a twinge of irritation. He had innocently inquired about the identity of the sender, only to be handed a piping hot potato. To report or not to report, alas. What a miserable predicament I find myself in. Chapter 50. The blue chubby's tears flow like a river. The chubby blue creature struggled to crouch down, feeling the weight of an undue burden for one of his age. Distress enveloped him, a desire to weep welling up inside. Perhaps it would be best to postpone such emotions for another time. Goku and the others, completely oblivious to the myriad thoughts racing through King Kai's mind in such a short span, merely watched as he repeatedly stood up, crouched down, and paced anxiously. King Kai, are you all right? Krillin inquired. Cough. I'm fine. King Kai paused in his movements, reflecting on the necessity of training them, determined to confine his sorrow to a hidden place where tears could flow freely. You have all successfully passed my assessment, so I will now proceed to train you. However, your abilities are rather formidable, thus I can only offer you some advice for your cultivation and impart techniques that may enhance your combat prowess. Yes, King Kai. Upon returning to Kanlinta, Xiaobai observed the engrossing discussion between two individuals and a cat regarding Goku's exploits on King Kai's planet. Soon, he too embraced the soft Bulma, settling in to watch the unfolding drama. The King Kai, eager to assess their prowess, sensed their formidable strength yet remained uncertain of its true extent. Moments later, his pet gorilla Baburus and grasshopper Gyurejali, appearing rather disheveled, landed beside him. Fortunately, Goku and his companions had not struck too severely, leaving only minor bumps on their heads, which rendered the once boisterous Baburus and Gyurejali quite reticent. Indeed, your strength is quite remarkable. It seems that Lord Xiaobai has sent you here to learn from my experience and the techniques I have developed, King Kai remarked thoughtfully. Why do you refer to Lord Xiaobai as Big Brother? Goku inquired with curiosity. Ahem, that's something you need not concern yourselves with. Now, let me impart to you the techniques I have meticulously researched, King Kai stated, his demeanor shifting to one of gravity. Upon hearing this, Goku, Krillin, Yamcha, Tan, and Kairatsu straightened their postures, their expressions turning serious as they prepared to listen intently. First, let us have a meal. I am quite famished, King Kai declared, making his way to his small abode. With a resounding thud, Goku and the others stumbled to the ground in a heap. After King Kai stared in bewilderment at the voracious group, having witnessed their insatiable appetites, he quickly ushered them out of the room, astonished by their capacity for consumption. In terms of training, I trust you have all been engaging in weighted exercises. This is essential as it enhances your physical strength, stamina, power, and speed. You should train according to your own adaptability. There is little more to say on that matter. The remaining aspect is the cultivation of your mindset. During training, one must maintain a tranquil disposition and focus intently, dismissing all extraneous distractions. When you commit to training, your mind must be wholly dedicated. Achieving a balanced mindset will enable you to better control your physical power, allowing for its effortless application. I trust your previous instructors have imparted this wisdom to you. Now, I shall teach you the technique I have developed, known as the King Kai Fist. King Kai Fist. Indeed, the King Kai Fist is a technique that channels all of one's energy into the body, temporarily multiplying one's combat power, including strength, speed, and defense. However, such an increase comes with significant consequences. The strain on the body is considerable. Thus, mastering this technique demands rigorous physical conditioning, King Kai explained. Detailing the intricacies of his creation. Do you still wish to learn? He inquired. To multiply our combat power. How extraordinary. Yet it imposes strict demands on the body. And the greater the multiplication, the more substantial the potential harm, they acknowledged. Certainly, we wish to learn. Please teach us, Lord King Kai, they implored. Very well. I shall impart this unique technique to you, though I cannot predict how many of you will succeed in mastering it. The king of the realm nodded. Although the realm King Fist is indeed powerful, it imposes a stringent requirement that one's physical body must be exceptionally strong. Xiaobai observed several individuals intent on mastering the Kaioken technique. To him, it was not imperative that they all reach the extraordinary levels of 10 or 20 times Kaioken like Sun Wukong. Achieving a modest enhancement of 1 or 2 times would suffice. As for whether Sun Wukong could learn the Spirit Bomb, that would depend on his own fortuity. The Spirit Bomb is undeniably powerful, yet it comes with significant limitations. Once they have acquired the Kaioken from the King Kai, Xiaobai would personally oversee their training. If one were to inquire about Xiaobai's understanding of training, he would merely chuckle. He was not well versed in such matters, as his own strength had been bestowed upon him rather than earned through rigorous cultivation. However, he was acutely aware of one truth. With an ample supply of Senzu beans at his disposal, defeating them would be a straightforward task. Combat serves as the finest instructor. Engaging with the weak only leads to stagnation, while battling the strong fosters unintentional growth. Xiaobai epitomized that strength, and he harbored no fears that Wukong and the others would diminish his prowess. After leaving them with the King Kai, Xiaobai, apart from a brief visit to the Karin Tower on the first day, paid them no further heed. Instead, he spent his days frolicking around Earth with Bulma, who was not engaged in any research at the moment. Xiaobai, equally idle, had forgotten all about the angelic beings the King Kai had mentioned. For a full 2 months, after sleeping for 12 years, Xiaobai reveled in his freedom, leaving traces of his and Bulma's adventures all over the planet. During this time, he even caught sight of Dr. Gero's laboratory belonging to the Red Ribbon Army and the egg that sealed Majin Buu, but after a mere glance, he moved on. Having no intention of getting involved, he was content to enjoy his time with Bulma. Bulma expressed a desire to visit the lookout, and so Xiaobai took her to see the Guardian, who resembled a long and slender Piccolo, as well as the dark and mysterious Popo. Xiaobai had always been curious about the Guardian and Popo's apparent busyness, yet he could not discern what they were preoccupied with. Was it the operation of the Earth? That seemed unnecessary, for they were not required to manage earthly affairs. Were they busy with the weather? That too fell outside their jurisdiction. After a day of curious observation, Xiaobai ultimately surrendered to his confusion. While embracing Bulma as they soared through the skies, Xiaobai spoke to her, in due time. I shall take you to see the Dragon Balls of Namek, including those colossal ones capable of summoning the eternal dragon. You can contemplate your wishes during this period. And once I have gathered them all, you may make your wishes. Colossal Dragon Balls? Bulma blinked her bright eyes at Xiaobai, inquiring further. Indeed, immense Dragon Balls, capable of granting any wish. Then I shall contemplate my desires. When shall we go to see those Dragon Balls? Bulma was already brimming with anticipation. Perhaps after a while. We have been enjoying ourselves for 2 months now, and those 2 Saiyans are likely to arrive on Earth soon. A break would be just right, allowing us to enjoy the show. That sounds reasonable. I too feel somewhat fatigued. Very well, let us return home. I find myself yearning for your spacious bed. How rude. Suddenly, as Xiaobai and Bulma arrived home, he heard the call of the King Kai. King Kai, is there something you need? Xiaobai glanced in the direction of King Kai's planet. How remarkable, Xiaobai. He can be heard from such a distance, Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, that is part of his ability. Have you not noticed his head with the 2 antennae? That is their function. Ah, so do Piccolo's 2 protrusions also serve as antennas? Those are merely his natural appendages. Their training has concluded, and there is nothing further for me to teach them, so they may return now, King Kai announced, standing with several individuals behind him. Is it already time for their return? Indeed, their talents are commendable. They are capable of utilizing the Kaioken technique at 1 or 2 times its normal strength. They have also mastered the Spirit Bomb, although its potency varies among them. Ah, I see. That is of little concern. for I did not intend for them to achieve complete proficiency. My aim was merely to have you guide them in their training for the time being. I shall retrieve them now." After Xiaobai spoke, a spatial passageway appeared beside the king of the realm. Observing the passageway before him, which appeared more stable than before, Xiaobai nodded with satisfaction. Although he had been indulging in leisure during this time, he had not neglected the refinement and application of the spatial seed, and it had indeed grown significantly over the past 2 months. The king of the realm, along with Goku and the others, gazed at the spatial passageway ahead and bid farewell to the king and his companions. Over the course of 2 months, their relationship had blossomed. "Well then, my lord king, until we meet again." The king, wearing sunglasses, looked back at the ravaged planet, pockmarked and littered with the remnants of their playful destruction, as well as his beloved little car, which had seen better days. With their farewells concluded, the group stepped through the spatial passageway, emerging right at Bulma's home. "You're learning quite rapidly," Xiaobai remarked as he took a seat and observed them. The King's Fist and Spirit Bomb possess incredible power. Although they impose a significant strain on the body, they provide a multitude of options during combat. Increasing one's strength by even 1 or 2-fold can alter the outcome of a battle. Indeed, beyond just the King's Fist, our Lord King has offered us valuable insights into the manipulation of energy. With diligent practice, I believe our control and expenditure of energy during combat will become far more agile." Xiaobai nodded in agreement, noting that due to their lineage, the combat capabilities of individuals like Dumpling, Yamcha, and Krillin could not escalate as wildly as those of the Saiyans. They would need to employ their intellect to study techniques more diligently. With less than 4 months until the Saiyans' arrival on Earth, Xiaobai inquired, "What are your plans?" Goku and the others settled down in the living room, and Goku turned to Xiaobai, asking, "Are those 2 Saiyans really strong, brother Xiaobai?" Xiaobai observed their gazes upon him, smiled gently, and remarked that, in comparison to their current abilities, the 2 individuals in question were rather weak. Even Jiaozi could defeat them. "What? I can defeat them too?" Jiaozi pointed at himself, incredulous. "Haha, Jiaozi, you have indeed grown quite strong," Yamcha said, affectionately ruffling Jiaozi's hair. "If that is the case, then those 2 Saiyans are certainly not terrifying at all. I can rest easy now," Krillin stated, patting his chest. "Brother Xiaobai, is there something else you wish to convey?" "Well, among those 2 Saiyans, one is a Saiyan prince, exceedingly proud, the son of King Vegeta. His temperament is quite cruel. Yet he possesses immense potential. With diligent training, he could reach your level, Goku. In the future, he may even transform into a Super Saiyan." Xiaobai added, "Considering that if Vegeta were to arrive and be swiftly defeated by Krillin and the others, it would diminish the enjoyment of the Dragon Balls. The perennial second best still held a certain charm. Are you suggesting he will indeed grow stronger? Perhaps even a Super Saiyan? Should we eliminate him outright?" Krillin and the others pondered. "No. Krillin, don't you find it intriguing to have a rival who strives tirelessly to match us? This will motivate us to continue our training and prevent us from becoming complacent." "But Goku, did you not hear Brother Xiaobai mention that the Saiyans' nature is quite ruthless?" "Krillin, is that your concern? As long as we are here, those Saiyans will not be able to harm Earth. Moreover, have you forgotten that Brother Xiaobai resides here as well?" "That is a valid point." Krillin scratched his head, chuckling lightly. "Though I truly do not wish to dishearten you, Krillin and Yamcha, it is a fact that Saiyans are a naturally combative race. Their lineage is undeniable. In the future, it may prove challenging for you to surpass Goku. If you can gradually win over that Saiyan named Vegeta to join your ranks, it would be a boon for Earth, as Saiyans possess extraordinary potential for growth." Though reluctant to say it, Xiaobai understood that Krillin and Yamcha could still keep pace with Goku for now, but that gap would only widen with time. Is that so? It is evident that, as time passes, Krillin and the others have noticed the growing disparity between themselves and Goku. "Do not be disheartened, Krillin. Brother Xiaobai never said you could not continue to grow stronger, and the enemy has yet to arrive. How can we allow ourselves to feel defeated?" Goku encouraged, patting Krillin on the shoulder. "Indeed, and besides, Brother Xiaobai has yet to commence our training. It is merely talk for now. We cannot simply give up like this. Goku, we still wish to fight alongside you." "Ha ha, indeed. However, I must warn you that the training I have in store for you will be quite arduous. Prepare yourselves. By the way, Brother Xiaobai, are you an alien as well?" "Oh, no, I am just a pure earthling." Xiaobai gazed at the puzzled expressions of Klin and the others and remarked, "Are you curious as to why I surpassed Goku in strength?" A few of them nodded eagerly, awaiting his response. "Although I am of earthly origin, my body possesses a peculiar power, the source of which remains a mystery to me. While you may not have witnessed my training, I assure you that I grow stronger each day. Xiaobai clenched his fist, feeling that this was the best explanation he could offer. I become more powerful daily, without the need for traditional training. Xiaobai sensed the room was suffused with the fragrance of lemons. Do not ponder too much. Rather, consider yourselves fortunate that I am on Earth and not your adversary. Indeed, should such power manifest in the hands of an enemy, we would find ourselves in utter despair. Klin and the others can comprehend this, thankfully. Xiaobai is not an enemy. You have just returned from the realm of the king. Allow me to commence your training in a week's time. So you may rest a while. Yes, brother Xiaobai. You may return for now. At the appropriate moment, we shall seek an uninhabited island near Kame House. I hope you can endure. There are less than 4 months until Vegeta's arrival. Chapter 52. The Siege on the Uninhabited Island a week later. On an uninhabited island near Kame House, Xiaobai gazed upon the 6 individuals standing before him, perfectly aligned. Ah, Jiaozi, come forth and stand by my side. Merely observe their training, he beckoned, pulling Jiaozi from the crowd to his side. The others, witnessing this, remained silent, understanding that Jiaozi might struggle to keep pace with their rigorous training, which could easily lead to injury. Thus, Jiaozi obediently stood beside Xiaobai, offering encouragement. Behind Xiaobai stood Master Rashi and the others. In the past, you have merely trained within the confines of the gravity chamber. The numerous limitations of that environment have hindered your ability to engage in direct combat. Today, I shall grant you an opportunity. I will enhance this island to a gravity level 300 times that of normal, fortified for your use. Here, you are free to engage in combat. Whether in groups or one-on-one, unleash your full potential without fear of death. I am here, and with an abundance of Senzu beans and even Shinran at our disposal. Should any of you feel apprehensive, you are welcome to withdraw. Xiaobai gazed at the determined warriors before him, nodding in satisfaction. If, despite all these safeguards, anyone dared to retreat, it would indeed be a disappointment. I shall construct a viewing platform beyond the island. The island is shielded, so there is no need for concern regarding harm to the earth or to Master Rashi. Fear not for your lives. In fact, you may all converge to mount an assault against me. Only through combat can one truly learn. It will unveil your shortcomings and enhance your mastery over your powers. Now, let us commence. What are you waiting for? Xiaobai waved his hand, directing a group of onlookers to the newly erected viewing platform, calling out to Sun Wukong and his companions. As Xiaobai's words echoed in the air, the 5 warriors exchanged glances and nodded. Such an opportunity to battle Xiaobai was rare, and to let it slip away would indeed be regrettable. Are you all preparing to besiege me? Your audacity is commendable. Very well, let me witness your current prowess, Xiaobai remarked, shaking his head and stretching his body. As long as he restrained himself from delivering fatal blows, he deemed injuries inconsequential. Brother Xiaobai, we are about to launch our attack. Brace yourself. It appeared that the 5 intended to encircle Xiaobai, and I too was eager to see how formidable they had become. It promised to be an exhilarating battle. Master Rashi chuckled with his eyes narrowed in amusement. Xiaobai, give it your all. Knock them all down. Bulma cheered from the sidelines, raising her fist in encouragement. Tien, you must prevail. Yamcha, strive to defeat brother Xiaobai. Xiaobai soon found himself surrounded by the 5 warriors. Although this was the first confrontation for Chaos, their coordination was impeccable. Without uttering a word, they seamlessly formed a circle around him. They had acclimated to the 300-fold gravity. Yet the immense weight hindered them from unleashing their full potential in battle. However, this was precisely the effect desired. Combat in a normal state could greatly enhance their fighting capabilities. Observing their encirclement, Xiaobai extended his right hand, curling 4 fingers into his palm, leaving only his index finger pointed at them. In today's training, should you manage to force me to use my second finger, or even my left hand, you shall be deemed victorious. Whether through energy waves or hand-to-hand combat, commence. Wukong and the others exchanged glances, promptly preparing their techniques. Though Xiaobai was formidable, they harbored doubts that he could withstand their onslaught with but a single finger, especially since 2 fists could hardly contend with 4 hands. They unleashed their full energy, their bodies radiating white light, causing the air around the island to grow sweltering and sending fragments of earth scattering in their wake. Yash, we. Uncertain who initiated the call, the 5 individuals lunged forward simultaneously. 2 approached directly from the front while 1 each flanked the sides and rear, all converging upon Xiaobai. In a mere instant, they were upon him, and only the turtle sage and dumpling in the audience could discern the unfolding scene. The rest could only see Goku and his companions vanish in the blink of an eye, as fate would have it. Just as their fists were about to strike Xiaobai, he narrowed his eyes, and time seemed to freeze. With a mere flick of his finger, he swiftly tapped each of their fists, his body remaining utterly still. The 5 adversaries perceived no movement from Xiaobai. Their bodies halted beside him for less than half a second before they were sent flying, utterly powerless, crashing onto the ground dozens of meters away and rolling several times. Then came the sudden, intense pain radiating from their fists. Xiaobai had not exerted excessive force, merely a slight touch, as they struggled to rise. Their gazes turned grave as they regarded Xiaobai. "Hey, Goku, did you see how Brother Xiaobai struck us?" one queried. "I did not," came the reply. "Nor I. And it was only after we were sent flying that I felt the pain of the blow." It seemed evident that Brother Xiaobai's speed surpassed the limits of their vision, rendering mere observation ineffective. They would have to rely on their senses in hopes of capturing his movements. "So, have you all strategized your next attack?" "Anything goes. Close combat, your ultimate techniques. The solar flare, the Kaioken, and you, Piccolo, your special beam cannon, turtle destruction wave, Yamcha's spirit ball. Use whatever you wish." "Haha, Brother Xiaobai. Don't blame us for being ungracious," Tien Shinhan declared, preparing his solar flare. "I've brought sunglasses. This time, we shall seize the opportunity. Your preparations are rather thorough." Xiaobai remarked, somewhat speechless. How could we not be ready for a battle with Brother Xiaobai? "Excellent work, Krillin. Strategy is vital in combat. Even the slightest chance of victory must be meticulously prepared for." "Indeed," Krillin replied. "Solar flare." Tien Shinhan placed his hands at his temples, channeling his energy into a blinding radiance. The entire island was enveloped in a brilliant white light, leaving only Xiaobai unaffected, while the others donned their sunglasses. The spectators and their pets were also equipped with sunglasses, leaving Xiaobai blissfully unaware. Kamehameha. As Tien Shinhan unleashed the solar fist, both Sun Wukong and Krillin assumed the stance for the Kamehameha. In that fleeting moment of the solar fist release, they concentrated their energy into their hands, and the Kamehameha surged forth with astonishing speed. Similarly, Yamcha's spirit ball and Piccolo's special beam cannon followed suit. In an instant, the entire island erupted with activity, as a myriad of techniques soared toward Xiaobai. Chapter 52. Battle in the Snow and Ice. Xiaobai observed the array of techniques poised to erupt around him, stroking his chin thoughtfully. If he were to conjure a protective shield, would it not contravene the rules? Yet, refraining might result in soiling the garments custom-made by Bulma. He had no intention of manifesting attire that would not require laundering. Ultimately, he decided to redirect the energy instead. As he regarded the imminent energy spheres, Xiaobai curled his index finger, flicking them back with the same finesse one would employ in playing marbles. The onlookers, who had been keenly observing his reaction, soon realized that the energy waves they had unleashed were now hurtling back towards them at an accelerated pace. By the time they attempted to evade, it was far too late. They could only brace themselves for impact. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive sounds reverberated rapidly, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust and debris. After a considerable interval, as the haze dissipated, the figures of the individuals emerged, their once pristine attire now tattered and torn, each gasping for breath, evidently having exerted themselves to defend against the energy waves they had unleashed. "If your assaults are of such a meager caliber, then I shall be compelled to retaliate," Xiaobai remarked, observing their disheveled appearances. "Damn it, we didn't even discern how he deflected our attacks. The solar fist had no effect on him whatsoever," they muttered in frustration. Resignedly, they acknowledged that Xiaobai's prowess far exceeded their own, and thus, they resolved to extract as much experience as possible from this encounter. It was a rare opportunity to witness the might of a true master. With renewed determination, the 5 once again surged forward, eschewing energy waves in favor of a more direct confrontation. "Ah, so you wish to engage in close combat? Very well, I shall indulge you for a while. After all, I did promise to assist in your training," Xiaobai said, eyeing the group as they charged towards him once more. Xiaobai slightly tilted her body to evade the oncoming assault from Sun Wukong, then extended her finger to deftly send Krillin's entire form sprawling. In a flash, she appeared behind Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and Piccolo, and with a swift motion, struck them on the heads. The sound of impact resonated as they were struck with immense force, collapsing to the ground, each sporting a significant bump on their foreheads. Observing this, Sun Wukong and Krillin rushed forward, attempting to exploit what seemed to be an opening in Xiaobai's defense. However, as they approached, they met with the same fate as their companions. Consequently, the 5 of them found themselves on the ground, transformed into an exceedingly thick sandwich. Xiaobai descended gracefully before them, observing as they each clutched their foreheads. Swollen like dumplings. With arms crossed over her chest, she inquired, "Have you sensed the disparity in strength? There are many skilled fighters, thus the need for diligent cultivation remains. However, do not despair. Individuals like me are indeed rare." As the group reassembled, the battle concluded without any attempts at the Kaioken. They merely experienced the magnitude of Xiaobai's prowess and the sensation of facing a formidable opponent. Now, engage in combat amongst yourselves, treating it as a life and death struggle. For I shall be watching from the sidelines without interference. Whether it be a free-for-all or a duel, fight in whatever manner you believe will enhance your abilities. Additionally, while you engage in battle, I may alter the environment of this island at any moment, so stay vigilant. Begin. After delivering her instructions, Xiaobai gracefully took her place beside Bulma at the observation platform, comfortably crossing her legs and retrieving a drink. Opting to observe rather than participate in battles that seemed trivial, as it would merely amount to bullying the weaker. As Xiaobai's strength grew, so too did her insights. "Xiaobai, you are truly impressive," Bulma remarked upon her arrival. "Indeed, Xiaobai possesses remarkable strength. Although Goku and the others are formidable, they still fall significantly short in comparison to you," Master Roshi commented, observing the chaos unfolding on the island. "Master Wutian, do you have any recommendations regarding this method of training?" Xiaobai inquired humbly. "Ah, you are correct. Combat is indeed the finest teacher. While Goku and his companions are powerful, they have yet to encounter an opponent capable of pushing them to the brink of life and death, which may not bode well for their development. However, there is little we can do but continue to refine them, and fortunately, their characters are resilient, so they do not require a complete re-education. This reminds me of Gohan. The latent power within him is considerable. Regrettably, I am not a stern enough teacher. Otherwise, Gohan could become an invaluable ally." Xiaobai reminisced about Gohan's journey in Dragon Ball, from his initial struggles against Raditz, to the Saiyans, subsequently facing Frieza and Namek, and ultimately confronting Cell. Over the years, through numerous life and death experiences, he gradually evolved. Regarding Gohan, I have sensed his strength as well. Unfortunately, Chi-Chi and Goku have overly sheltered him since childhood. Should there be a desire for change, it will require time. Nonetheless, he is undeniably of Saiyan lineage, a bloodline that does not permit the existence of those who shy away from battle. Therefore, we shall patiently await his growth. Gohan's heritage will not be squandered. Xiaobai pondered for a moment and conceded that it was true. The Saiyan lineage destined Gohan not to remain a mere scholar as Chi-Chi envisioned. When the time for battle arrived, his blood would inevitably surge. With that thought, he set his mind at ease. Observing Goku besieged by several opponents, Xiaobai smirked and addressed Master Roshi. "Master, what do you think of transforming the entire island into a winter wonderland? The ground would be slippery, and snowflakes would drift down. I believe it would offer quite an exhilarating experience for them." Roshi's eyes sparkled with approval as he nodded in agreement. "I find this scenario rather appealing. It could help them improve their bodily control, and we might even draw some historical parallels." Bulma and the others observed Xiaobai and Roshi engage in lively debate, their expressions a mixture of bemusement and intrigue. Although the reasoning seemed sound, Bulma sensed that Xiaobai and Roshi were merely indulging in the spectacle, wishing to heighten the stakes. Nonetheless, they secretly delighted in the prospect of a slip-up amidst the chaos, finding humor in the potential for mishaps. Thus, the fates of those on the island were whimsically decided by the banter of an elder and a youth. Xiaobai observed that, apart from the short flute player, everyone else had already unleashed their Kaioken technique and was engaged in increasingly intense combat. Nodding in satisfaction, he felt ready to proceed. Although the frigid landscape seemed harsh for Goku and his companions, the benefits of adapting to such an environment could not be overstated. In addition to this icy setting, Xiaobai had prepared numerous other scenarios which, while not elaborated here, would undoubtedly inflict considerable hardship upon Goku and the others. The icy terrain was merely a child's play in comparison. At this juncture, he felt compelled to express gratitude for the system's remarkable ability to conjure the impossible, rendering the alteration of an island's weather a simple and joyous endeavor. "I shall commence now," Xiaobai declared. "This is excessive, yet we relish it." After Xiaobai spoke, he extended his right hand and struck the entire island, transforming it in an instant. The lush green expanse of the small island was swiftly enveloped in a realm of ice and snow, the ground beneath their feet rendered into a slick surface. Without careful control of their footing, they would easily slip away, while large snowflakes drifted through the air, significantly obstructing their vision. Done, Xiaobai proclaimed, clapping his hands together. The effect appears quite satisfactory. The individuals who had been engaged in combat moments ago now moved with caution. This would serve as an excellent exercise in controlling their bodies. The snowflakes would force them to rely on their instincts to locate their opponents. As vision could often be limited, the turtle sage, observing from the side, summarized, "That is indeed true." Xiaobai nodded in agreement. "It is truly beautiful," Bulma remarked, gazing at the large snowflakes before her. "I shall create a snowman on the observation platform. Oolong, Puyalu, come and assist me." Nanny, the two pets, who had been joyfully watching the spectacle, were momentarily bewildered. They realized that the flames could indeed reach them, yet they reluctantly agreed to help. Chapter 53. The blooming fireworks. The fierce battle that had been unfolding was invigorated by the 300-fold gravity. Although Piccolo struggled slightly to adjust, the others adapted remarkably well. They surrounded Sun Wukong, engaging in one-on-one and two-on-two battles, all while fully exerting themselves on this undisturbed island. Having trained in the gravity chamber for 5 years, they were eager for a thrilling fight to match their burgeoning strength. However, those outside the island were not content to let them engage in such uncomplicated combat. They abruptly transformed the previously warm and sunny island into a winter wonderland. The fighters were caught off guard by Xiaobai's rapid alteration of the environment, leading several of them to tumble unceremoniously onto the ground. Except for Piccolo, none of the others possessed a resistance to the cold, and they soon felt a chill penetrating through their thin garments. Before long, the sounds of sneezing filled the air. "TCH, you people really are a handful," Piccolo scoffed, crossing his arms. "Achoo. Brother Xiaobai is far too direct. And he didn't even notify us," Sun Wukong remarked, eyeing the glassy ice surface before him. As he attempted to take a step, he fell with a resounding thud. Seeing Wukong slip, Krillin and the others curiously stood up to take a step as well, only to meet the same fate, landing in a heap on the ground. Xiaobai observed their cessation of combat and called out to the island, attempting to rise and adapt. "You are all super soldiers. This ice and snow cannot hinder you. When engaged in battle, the cold will soon dissipate." "Understood, Brother Xiaobai. But it is indeed quite chilly," they replied, rubbing their hands together for warmth. "Never mind, we mustn't allow ourselves to succumb to illness." Xiaobai then placed a set of exceptionally thick winter attire before each of them. They eagerly donned the garments, only to realize they had become rather bulky. "Brother Xiaobai, this clothing certainly impedes our combat efficiency." "Xiaobai, the thickness of these garments is designed to enhance your control and reaction abilities during combat. Can thicker clothing hinder your fighting capabilities? Let us commence swiftly. We have already delayed for too long, and even Krillin has grown impatient." After a brief pause, the group resumed their battle. Despite the initial challenge posed by the icy ground, they quickly adapted to the environment, for they are among the most formidable warriors on Earth. As dusk settled, the 5 combatants finally ceased their skirmish and approached Xiaobai and Master Rashi, their bodies bearing the marks of their efforts. Xiaobai nodded in acknowledgement. At least today had yielded some results. It was indeed true that combat serves as the finest teacher. Initially, Goku and the others seemed to forget that their garments no longer provided any defense, resulting in some setbacks. Fortunately, Xiaobai had the foresight to remove their protective gear early on, averting potential calamities in the future. "How did today's battle feel?" Xiaobai inquired. "It was more fruitful than my solitary training, though we did waste some Senzu beans today. As long as we use them judiciously, we should have enough." "It's not a concern," replied Goku. "I believe the 300 times gravity is insufficient now, Brother Xiaobai. I require a greater gravitational multiplier," Goku asserted. 300 times is ample for your current needs. Remember, your garments can also adjust their weight. If you find the multiplier lacking, you can increase your burden, and the effects will be similar. Do you have any further questions? No, we wish to engage in mutual combat for a short period to enhance our fighting prowess swiftly. Indeed, especially for Saiyans. After life and death battles, Goku's strength will increase even more rapidly. Goku, do you feel as though you've reached a plateau? I sense that I have reached a new pinnacle. My body feels remarkably light, and my strength is formidable. Let us seize this moment. I will explain Super Saiyan to you, Xiaobai remarked, glancing at the darkening sky. Upon hearing this, the group perked up with curiosity. Although they had heard about it once in the Karin Tower, it had not been elaborated upon in detail. Goku, you have already met the foundational requirements for Super Saiyan. The essential condition I mentioned is a profound emotional upheaval. It requires you to become overwhelmingly angry, to the point of exploding with rage. Once you transform into a Super Saiyan, your power will be 50 times your current strength. You should recall that I have mentioned this before. Yes, we all remember. And we also recall Frieza. He was incredibly powerful, Goku responded, gazing at Xiaobai. However, it is quite difficult to provoke Goku's anger, Krillin remarked, observing the carefree Goku. Haha, I find it equally challenging to become angry myself, brother Xiaobai, Goku chuckled, scratching his head. We truly need to devise a plan for this. In the depths of his mind, Xiaobai contemplated that merely inciting Wukong's emotions by imagining the demise of his companions at the hands of foes was insufficient. Moreover, given that he was still by Wukong's side, it was evident that although Wukong was innocent, he was not foolish enough to bypass Xiaobai and directly eliminate Krillin and the others. What a colossal leap of imagination that would require. Thus, Xiaobai resolved to devise another approach. For success or failure, one must at least attempt it. Very well, let us conclude today's endeavors. We shall head to Kame House. I presume Lan Chi has prepared dinner, remarked Master Roshi, gazing at the twilight sky. Indeed, let us depart. Haha, at last, it is time to feast. I have been quite hungry for ages, and it has been so long since I savored Lan Chi's cooking. I truly miss it. I Kame House. A group of friends gathered around the dining table. Bulma sat beside Xiaobai, joyfully observing him as he relished his meal. While Lan Chi attended to Tianshan Han and Jiaozi, eliciting envy from Krillin, who could only eat in silent despondency. After the meal, with ample time before slumber, Xiaobai decided to set up a row of rocking chairs outside Kame House, one for each person. Embracing Bulma, he reclined in a rocking chair, quietly gazing at the starry sky while the others engaged in their own conversations. By the way, Bulma, let us light some fireworks, Xiaobai suddenly exclaimed, realizing that such a splendid night demanded a display of pyrotechnics. Sure, that sounds fantastic. Bulma clapped her hands in excitement. Hey everyone, come watch the fireworks. Xiaobai called out to those nearby. Huh, it's about to begin, he said, waving his hand toward the distant sea, and instantly, a splendid array of fireworks erupted into the night sky. Does anyone enjoy fireworks? Jiaozi. Poor? Xiaobai inquired. I want to set some off. Jiaozi replied, glancing at Tianshan Han, who nodded in agreement. I'll join you, Jiaozi. Master Yamcha, I'm coming too, Poor exclaimed, flying after Jiaozi as they dashed toward the fireworks. Before long, the sky was ablaze with a kaleidoscope of colors, harmoniously mingling with the countless stars above. After some time, Jiaozi and Poor returned, exhausted from their playful antics, and Xiaobai waved his hand to ignite the majority of the fireworks. I truly wish this life could persist indefinitely, Master Roshi sighed wistfully. It certainly can. By the way, Wukong. Next time let us invite Chi-Chi and Gohan to join us for a day of fun. Gohan is a Saiyan after all, and his blood is infused with the spirit of battle. Understood, Brother Xiaobai, Wukong replied. Now, let me snap a photo for everyone. When Chi-Chi and Gohan arrive, we shall take a few more and keep a copy at Kame House for all of us, Bulma announced, rising from Xiaobai's lap. Yes, that sounds wonderful. It will be even better when Chi-Chi and Gohan are here, Xiaobai agreed. There's a camera here. Lan Chi dashed into Kame House, retrieving the camera and placing it in front of the group. After setting the timer, she hurried back to Tianshan Han's side. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 cheese. With the click of the shutter, the joyful faces of 10 individuals and 2 pets were forever captured in this photograph. Chapter 54. Summer White enters the dream in the following period. Summer White relentlessly increased the gravity of the island, subjecting the surroundings to increasingly harsh conditions. The relentless gales often rendered them unable to open their eyes, while the scorching flames and sporadic bolts of lightning sent shivers through their bodies. The enveloping darkness obscured all sight, and every conceivable scene that Summer White could imagine was unleashed upon them in turn. The onlookers silently prayed for those battling on the island, acknowledging the torment of enduring such a brutal environment. Nonetheless, their prayers did not hinder their desire to spectate. At times, they even found themselves cheering for Summer White, eagerly sharing any clever ideas that arose. Thus, they trained on this island for nearly 4 months, witnessing significant advancements in their prowess. On November 2nd, just a day before the arrival of the Saiyans on Kame House, Summer White observed Son Goku, who had succumbed to slumber due to his interventions. Glancing at the gathered spectators, he remarked, in order for Goku to transform into a Saiyan, he requires an overwhelming surge of rage. Yet, My presence makes it difficult for you to perish, thereby stifling Goku's anger. Thus, I must resort to this approach. Whether it succeeds or not, it is worth a try. Is this truly without risk? He pondered. It should be fine, as long as he recalls that feeling. Once he transforms once, the subsequent transformations will be much simpler. I truly wish to witness the might of a Super Saiyan. Very well, I shall commence. Fortunately, Bulma has plenty of heart flowers. Otherwise, I would be in quite a predicament. I shall begin now, and you all need only to wait. Upon finishing his words, Summer White seated himself beside Son Goku, holding a heart flower and gently tapping it onto Goku's palm, subsequently drifting into a state of slumber. Bulma, watching anxiously nearby, cast a worried glance. Although Summer White was formidable, she was still apprehensive given the dreamlike context. Do not worry, Bulma. With Summer White's strength, there will be no issues. We shall await their awakening. All awaited in anticipation to see if he would succeed. If so, the combat capabilities of Earth would be enhanced. Ah, is this Goku's dream? Even in slumber, he does not forget to feast. Summer White silently entered Goku's dreamscape and found him engaged in a picnic with Chi-Chi and Goten. Marveling at the colossal fish before them, Summer White felt somewhat bemused, realizing that even in dreams, the fish had not escaped his grasp. Well, it is time to begin. As long as he transforms into a Saiyan once, the rest will follow smoothly, he mused internally. With a slight movement, Bulma's image appeared beside him. Observing Bulma, who bore an uncanny resemblance to her real self, Summer White nodded in satisfaction and led her directly before Goku's family. Ah, Summer White, brother, what brings you here? Would you like to eat fish? Chi-Chi's cooking is quite exceptional. Xiaobai gazed at the fish that Sun Wukong had handed to her, gently touching her forehead. Wukong, Bulma and I are departing from Earth to seek the Super Dragon Balls. We will be away for a while, and during this time, my attention will not be focused here, so you all must do your best. The Super Dragon Balls? Wukong inquired. Indeed. They are the Dragon Balls that can summon a colossal divine dragon. In the future, you may have the opportunity to witness them as well. Now, we must take our leave. Farewell. Xiaobai departed with Bulma, bidding farewell. Oh, goodbye. Sun Wukong waved towards the direction where Xiaobai had left. Entirely unaware of any peculiarities, blissfully indulging in a feast with Chi-Chi and the others. After an indeterminate lapse of time, perhaps an hour, or possibly two, when Sun Wukong's family had concluded their picnic and were preparing to return home, Wukong sensed an overwhelmingly malevolent and colossal presence descending upon the earth. Xiaobai gazed at the unfolding scene in his dream, nodding in satisfaction. To enhance the authenticity, he reinforced the dreamscape of Sun Wukong, meticulously crafting an identical Frieza, albeit one that was not restrained in power. Rather, it was a character unleashed from the very beginning, accompanied by a host of minions. Kiki, Gohan, you must return first, Wukong declared, his expression grave. He sensed that this looming presence was significantly stronger than his own. After speaking, he soared towards the source of this formidable energy. Wukong, where are you going? Kiki called out, watching him take flight. Daddy, the young Gohan cried from Kiki's embrace, reaching out towards Wukong. This was indeed a perilous situation. It was unexpected that mere moments after Xiaobai had departed, they were already under scrutiny. Yet, Xiaobai's focus was far from Earth, and trouble was brewing. Wukong pondered as he flew. Along the way, he encountered Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha, with Piccolo joining them as well. Thus, the five of them hastily made their way to the location where Frieza had landed. In a bustling city, the atmosphere abruptly darkened. All eyes turned skyward to witness a circular spaceship hovering above. Coincidentally, Wukong and his companions arrived at the outskirts of the city at that very moment. As the hatch of the circular spaceship opened, they beheld a diminutive figure emerging, followed closely by a rotund pink creature and a green silhouette. Hey, Wukong. What an impressive energy. Where is Xiaobai? Krillin inquired. Well, Xiaobai took Bulma into space. I'm uncertain if they can return in time. It seems we must rely on ourselves this time, Wukong replied. Frieza, stepping out of the spacecraft, glanced at the curious humans below and chuckled menacingly. So this is the Earth where Saiyan survivors dwell? What a splendid planet. If I were to eliminate these worthless humans, perhaps I could sell it at a handsome price. However, let us rid ourselves of this trash. Dodoria, Frieza commanded, turning to the pink creature beside him. Yes, Lord Frieza, watch me closely. Soon they shall no longer pollute your sight, Dodoria sneered, his malevolent gaze sweeping over the crowd below as he conjured a colossal energy sphere and hurled it towards the throngs of people. You fiend, Wukong. Noticing the red energy sphere soaring towards the city, realized the imminent danger. He urgently accelerated, striving to intercept Dodoria, but the distance was too great. When the energy sphere detonated within the city, it unleashed a cataclysmic explosion, obliterating the panicked crowd and transforming the vibrant city into a desolate crater. Lord Frisia. It is done, Dodoria declared, bowing with one hand on his chest. Excellent work, Dodoria, Frisia replied, nodding in satisfaction as he felt a sense of relief. Thank you for your praise, Lord Frisia. As they gazed upon the desolate city, ravaged by the recent explosion, Sun Wukong and his companions ceased their flight, fixing their eyes on Frisia and his entourage standing before them. The diminutive figure, clad in a skin of white interspersed with purple hues, had a tail that flicked about with a languid grace, while his crimson eyes radiated an icy demeanor. Chapter 55. Frisia, this insufferable stench of a wretched monkey is quite bothersome. It seems the existence of surviving Saiyans on Earth is indeed accurate, Frisia remarked, pinching his nose as he addressed Sun Wukong. Who are you? Why have you slain innocent humans? How do you know of the Saiyans? Sun Wukong glared furiously at Frisia. Ah, Dodoria, aren't all Saiyans cold-blooded savages? How peculiar that one should emerge who possesses such compassion and speaks in such a nauseating manner, Frisia queried Dodoria, who stood beside him. Ha, Lord Frisia, perhaps this Saiyan has been softened by these lowly humans, Dodoria replied, then turned his attention to Sun Wukong and his allies. This is the mighty Lord Frisia, ruler of the entire universe. Foolish Saiyans and Earthlings, you should kneel and pledge your fealty to Lord Frisia. Perhaps it might spare your lives. Indeed, Dodoria, do not liken them to dogs. Canines are far superior to them, Frisia remarked, casting a casual glance at the rotund figure to his left. Yes, my Lord Frisia, I misspoke, Dodoria acknowledged, laughter echoing as Frisia's tail lashed through the air, creating a series of sonic booms. Frisia, is that the Frisia that Brother Xiaobai spoke of? Such a terrifying aura. Wukong, do you feel confident? It appears the situation may not bode well, Krillin said, tense, his fists clenched as he observed the movements of Frisia's group. How could Frisia arrive on Earth so swiftly? Did Xiaobai miscalculate? This is truly formidable, Sun Wukong replied, his fists tightening. I do not know, but it seems matters will not resolve easily. Prepare for battle. Ah, it seems we merely dispatched some lowly humans, and now they are incensed. Wouldn't you agree? Zabo? Zabo assessed their combat abilities with a scouter. Such weak power levels, 5,000, 3,000, 3,500, 6,000, and a formidable 7,000. Lord Frisia, leave these to Dodoria and me. We shall dispose of them swiftly. Is that so? Then I shall entrust this to you. However, the Saiyan shall be dealt with last. It is difficult to come across another monkey aside from Vegeta. How could I deny him the taste of despair? Frisia observed them nonchalantly, inhaling deeply. The air on Earth is quite agreeable. Perhaps it could be sold to some affluent developer on a remote planet. All right, Dodoria. Let us proceed and eliminate those minions beside the Saiyan. Wukong. Indeed, those two possess little strength. Thus, exercise caution, and I shall keep a vigilant watch over Frisia. Oh, Dodoria, it appears we are being looked down upon by a group of insignificant beings. Let us bestow upon them the true essence of suffering. I am certain they will be immensely grateful for our generosity. As for the words of Son Goku, they are met with indifference, akin to being insulted by a mere cockroach beneath one's feet. Who would feel anger? Certainly not. For Zabo and Dodoria, these lowly humans, whose combat prowess barely reaches a few thousand, are no more than cockroaches. Not only do they feel no ire, but they also harbor a desire to crush them. Xiaobai observed Sun Wukong's dreamscape from outside, nodding slightly. This animosity was indeed palpable. However, it barely sufficed to provoke Sun Wukong. Moreover, Sabo and Dodoria were merely appetizers in this grand scheme. It was time to proceed with his own plans. Sabo and Dodoria soared ahead of Sun Wukong and his companions. Having exchanged enough trivialities, their singular aim now was to eliminate the insignificant pest before them. Tianjin Fan surveyed the individuals arrayed before him and declared, "There is no need for mercy. This lot has already claimed countless souls. We must dispose of them without hesitation. Indeed, we harbor no intentions of sparing them. Yet, they seem rather feeble. Shall we confront them together? Together it is. Let us conclude this swiftly. We must remain vigilant, for Frisia awaits us." Agreed. A mere energy blast will suffice to obliterate these worthless foes. Dodoria unleashed a crimson energy wave from his mouth, which hurtled toward Krillin and the others. How effortless this is, Sabo. Look at them. They lack even the courage to evade. As the energy wave collided, A cloud of dust erupted. Yet Krillin and his companions remained unscathed, their expressions cold and unyielding. How can this be? It appears you have grown weaker, Dodoria, unable to dispatch even these wretches. You bring shame to Lord Frieza. TCH, that was merely a fluke. Let us try again. You two have run out of chances. Nanny, Sabo and Dodoria gasped, witnessing three figures suddenly in their midst. Prepare to perish. Kamehameha, Spirit Bomb, Ki Blast. Without granting the duo a moment to react, Krillin and his allies launched a swift assault upon the hapless Sabo and Dodoria, who fell without defense. Remarkable. They turned out to possess a modicum of strength. I misjudged them. Sabo and Dodoria demise is inconsequential, yet perishing at your hands incites my ire. Frieza regarded the fallen duo with a hint of surprise, though it was quickly replaced by indifference. Krillin, Tianjin Fan, Yamchu, Piccolo, stand aside and be cautious. Frieza is not to be underestimated. Sun Wukong broke from the ranks, confronting Frieza directly. We understand, Wukong. Exercise caution. How vexing. Even Xiaobai is absent. Sun Wukong, do not meet your end. I have set aside my pride to train here, to triumph over you. If you perish, none shall stand against me. Without Xiaobai's return, I shall reign over this world. Piccolo remarked, arms crossed, standing in the background. Haha. I assure you, I will not perish, Piccolo. It seems our time together has fostered a bond. TCH, who would develop feelings for you? I merely wish to lower your guard. Ah, Frieza, leave Earth now, and I shall pretend you never came. Goku floated before the diminutive figure of Frieza, gazing intently. Oh, it seems this filthy monkey possesses quite the confidence. Who bestowed such audacity upon you? Those two worthless beings you just dispatched? Frieza, your eradication of the Saiyan planet bears no relevance to me. However, you should not have set foot on Earth. How do you know it was I who annihilated the Saiyan planet? Never mind, it matters not, for you shall soon meet your demise. I hope this planet is worth the lives of those two wretches. Frieza, will you truly not leave? TSK, enough with the dilly-dallying. Let me rid myself of you swiftly. Your very presence nauseates me. Death Ray. Frieza's right hand coalesced into a crimson beam, hurtling towards Goku at an alarming speed. Chapter 56. Resolution. Feeling the oppressive weight of the Death Ray, Goku dared not underestimate the threat. He understood that a moment's carelessness could result in his ruin. Five-fold Kaioken, he silently declared, unleashing the Kaioken technique he had mastered over the past 3 months. His combat power, initially at 5 million, surged to an astonishing 25 million, allowing him to evade Frieza's lethal assault. Goku regarded the seemingly nonchalant Frieza with trepidation, acutely aware that even the five-fold Kaioken was insufficient to challenge Frieza. Only the 20-fold would stand a chance in this confrontation. Well, the filthy monkey managed to evade my strike. It seems I have underestimated you, Frieza remarked, astonished as he observed Goku's swift maneuver. Underestimating me will cost you dearly, Frieza, Goku replied, his expression grave. Who would have thought you could utter such words, filthy monkey? Allow me to reveal my strength, lest you perish in ignorance. Are you certain you will not join my ranks? I have always welcomed those of great power. Despite your odious ancestry, Frieza inquired with anticipation. I will not join your ranks, Frieza. What a pity. Let me inform you, that was merely a casual strike. And I currently wield only half of my energy. I am well aware of your prowess, Frieza. Let us engage, if you wish to annihilate all. You must first overcome me. Frieza, observing Goku's unwavering demeanor, scowled in distaste. I loathe the feigned calmness of you Saiyans. I recall a band of Saiyans who similarly defied me, yet they all perished. Your fate shall be no different. Die, insect. Frieza flicked his tail, his body instantly appearing before Goku, leaving behind a spectral afterimage, a sinister grin adorning his visage as he delivered a crushing blow towards Goku's chest. As Sun Wukong beheld Frieza, who had abruptly vanished from sight, he recognized that his current strength was inadequate to confront him. Reluctantly, he unleashed the Kaioken multiplied tenfold, a fierce crimson aura enveloping him. Sun Wukong felt an immense surge of power coursing through him, far surpassing his previous state. Frieza, confident in his ability to withstand the impending blow, sensed a twinge of pain in his body. He's so fast, I can barely catch a glimpse of Frieza, remarked a few of the androids created by Dr. Gero, watching in anxious anticipation. As they spoke, Frieza's formidable fist reached Sun Wukong, imbued with the wrath of its wielder, poised to send him to the depths of despair. Yet, fortified by the tenfold Kaioken, Sun Wukong felt a relentless strength surging within him, instilling confidence that he could endure this strike. Ha! Sun Wukong roared, bending his left leg slightly while extending his right leg backward, raising his fist to meet Frisia's assault. The two fists collided with a thunderous roar, the resulting shockwaves stirring the air violently, creating a devastating vortex that swept away the surrounding debris and structures. The earth quaked beneath them, unable to withstand the force, cracking open to reveal a deep chasm. To see Sun Wukong withstand my punch infuriates me further, Frisia seethed. This insect could simply perish at my hands, yet he chooses to resist. Your defiance is futile, Sun Wukong. Accept your demise, haha, with renewed vigor. Frisia pressed his fist harder against Sun Wukong, akin to a raging bull. Frisia, I will not allow you to pass. Sun Wukong thought of his beloved Chi-Chi and Gohan waiting at home, as well as Krillin and the others behind him. A surge of strength enveloped him, flowing into his fist, causing the ground beneath him to crack under the pressure. Realizing that his single punch, though advantageous, could not easily subdue Sun Wukong, Frisia's forehead bulged with veins as he extended his other hand towards Sun Wukong's face. I anticipated this, Frisia. Sun Wukong raised his fist to block the incoming attack. After a brief standoff, Frisia recognized the futility of his approach. At best, he could only deplete Sun Wukong's energy. He swiftly withdrew, leaping out of Sun Wukong's range. Rubbing his reddened hands, Frisia observed Sun Wukong's composed demeanor with disdain, as if he were dismissing him entirely. How infuriating. You shall perish. Frisia concentrated a crimson energy sphere in his right hand and hurled it at Sun Wukong with alarming speed. Let us see how you handle this. Even if you can withstand my strength, this energy will not be so easily countered. The energy blast surged forth with astounding speed, arriving before Sun Wukong in the blink of an eye. Faced with the imminent threat, Sun Wukong braced himself with both hands, resolutely preventing it from descending upon Earth, and summoned all his strength to hurl it skyward. Frisia, witnessing his attack thwarted once more, struck the ground with his tail in frustration, reducing stones to dust and causing fissures to radiate outward. Yet, the fury etched upon his face vanished almost instantaneously, replaced by a disingenuous chuckle. Very well. I shall no longer indulge in this play. It is time to eliminate you directly. He then slightly parted his legs, clasped his hands at his waist, and inclined his head. I will unleash my full might to swiftly resolve this matter. This insignificant planet is hardly worth my time. With a low growl, Frisia's aura erupted like boiling water, intensifying with each passing moment. The surrounding air quivered under the pressure of his energy, producing waves of distortion, and the sheer force caused lightning to crackle around him. The clouds in the sky were violently dispersed, and those nearby sensed the very earth trembling beneath them. Wukong, now is your chance to strike, exclaimed Krillin, feeling the overwhelming pressure. What a terrifying force. Despite their attempts to unleash their ultimate techniques against Frisia, it seemed he was shielded by an invisible barrier, leaving them helpless as they watched his power escalate further. Sun Wukong, observing Frisia's rapidly intensifying energy, wore an impassive expression. Get angry, Wukong, just like Brother Xiaobai said. Yet, no sign of rage manifested within him, despite his inner pleas. There's no choice left. I must resort to the 20-fold Kaioken. My body, you must endure, he declared, addressing Frisia, who had reached the pinnacle of his power. Such immense strength. Though I seldom tap into it, invoking it occasionally is truly invigorating. Stinky monkey, and you worthless trash, your end is nigh. Frisia strode across the ground, producing a creaking sound, his tail swaying casually. Approaching Sun Wukong, he crossed his arms and proclaimed, This is my full power. Feel despair, Wukong. Once I have rid the world of you, I shall execute every inhabitant. There will be a handsome reward for such a feat, Sun Wukong. Gazing at the crackling figure of Frisia before him, offered a faint smile. Frisia, you are celebrating too soon. 20-fold Kaioken, you must endure. As he summoned his power, his muscles trembled, enveloped in a radiant crimson glow. The sheer magnitude of his aura even caught Frisia off guard. It appears to be a method for temporarily enhancing combat prowess. However, it seems to inflict considerable harm on the body. Very well, I shall wait. No one has ever compelled me to unleash my full strength. You're the first. Consider this a privilege. Upon finishing his words, Frisia bestowed a subtle smile, his violet lips curving with an air of malevolence as he stood before Son Goku, arms crossed, observing him quietly without interference. Chapter 57, Transformation at Last. Son Goku successfully unleashed the 20-fold Kaioken. Gazing at Frisia standing before him, he declared, My apologies for the wait, Frisia, I am eager to witness the full extent of my combat prowess. It is rare to encounter an opponent capable of exchanging blows with me. Indulging in this thrill is quite welcome. Ha ha ha. Let us commence, Frisia. Are you so eager to meet your demise? Frisia retorted. Since you have so earnestly requested it, this king shall graciously oblige. Bang, bang, bang. The two warriors swiftly engaged in battle, their fists and feet colliding with ferocity. The ground beneath them rapidly succumbed to their might, forming deep craters from the shockwaves of their assaults. A palpable aura surged around them, radiating outward, while Krillin and the others, spectating from a distance, were caught in the tempestuous winds and debris, forced to shield their eyes with their arms in a desperate attempt to witness the clash. As Xiaobai observed the beleaguered Sun Wukong, he realized that it was imperative to conclude the battle swiftly. Otherwise, the 4 hours would swiftly elapse, rendering the Heartflower ineffective. After all, orchestrating such a spectacle was no small feat, and exceeding the time limit would be disastrous. Frisia intensified his onslaught against Sun Wukong, who was already struggling to defend himself. With Frisia's relentless attacks, Wukong's injuries multiplied, and to make matters worse, his 20-fold Kaioken was on the verge of collapse. Kamehameha. After swiftly evading Frisia, Sun Wukong unleashed the Kamehameha wave, his final strike. The white energy wave propelled Frisia into the air, while Wukong, panting heavily below, assessed the situation. The surrounding crimson glow had vanished, and he felt an agonizing pain with even the slightest movement. Wukong, Krillin and the others are flying toward you. Don't come over. Frisia is not dead. Cursed be it. Frisia, having evaded Wukong's full force attack, observed the severed portion of his tail and his own disheveled appearance. Floating in midair, he let out a furious howl. You shall perish. I will first make you witness the agonizing demise of your companions, and then it will be your turn. You have thoroughly enraged me, Sun Wukong. Frisia's crimson gaze fixated on Wukong as he conjured a death beam aimed at Krillin and the others. Frisia, cease this at once. Krillin, run. Sun Wukong shouted, but the excruciating pain rendered him powerless, forcing him to watch helplessly as Krillin and Yamcha were struck in the head, collapsing to the ground. As he gazed at the fallen Krillin and Yamcha, time seemed to freeze for him. He stared blankly at the outstretched hands of Krillin and Yamcha, their mouths seemingly voicelessly calling his name. One was a companion from their training under Master Roshi, their bond forged through years of shared experiences, while the other was Yamcha, a friend from their childhood adventures. Now, they lay helpless before him, their vacant eyes seemingly still attempting to convey something to him. As Frisia prepared another death beam aimed at Tien and Piccolo, Wukong's fury erupted within him. Lightning began to crackle around him, and his hair seemed to subtly shift. Watching Frisia's death beam target Tien and Piccolo, who were still laughing maniacally, Wukong's anger surged. I command you to cease, Frisia, once barely able to stand. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, leaning back and unleashing a roar that echoed to the heavens. The lightning around him intensified, and a golden aura enveloped him, transforming his once black hair into a brilliant gold. Nanny? Frisia was taken aback as he turned to glance at the transformed Goku, halting the deadly beam he had been poised to unleash. Goku, with a serene demeanor, cast a brief look at Frisia before proceeding towards Krillin and Yamcha. Ah, success. Xiaobai observed the now transformed Goku with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Though he had nearly run out of time, the outcome was gratifying, and his efforts had not been in vain. With time permitting, Xiaobai erased all traces of the transformation he had conjured. Goku, now standing before Krillin and the others, gazed in bewilderment at the slowly vanishing figures. Just as he was engulfed in confusion, Xiaobai appeared before him. Brother Xiaobai? What is happening? Goku inquired. Well, this is but a dream. However, Goku, you must remember this feeling. It is this profound anger that can transform you into a Super Saiyan. Xiaobai felt compelled to remind him, fearing he would forget upon awakening. Ah, it was merely a dream, yet so vivid, Goku murmured, blinking and pinching his own hand. Well then, I must take my leave. Farewell, brother Xiaobai. As Xiaobai sat beside Goku, his eyes fluttered open, and he glanced at Bulma nearby, while Master Roshi had long since engrossed himself in watching aerobics on television. Oh, Xiaobai, you're awake. How did it go? Bulma asked eagerly. Yes, quite well. I succeeded, Xiaobai replied. Xiaobai immediately rushed to the table for a drink of water, eagerly awaiting Sun Wukong's awakening. Beside him, Bulma was gently massaging his shoulders, and Xiaobai comfortably closed his eyes, resting on Bulma's lap. Before long, Sun Wukong stirred awake, taking a deep breath as he glanced at Krillin, Yamcha, and Tian Shinhan beside him. With excitement, he leaped up, realizing it had indeed been just a dream. Krillin, Yamcha, how wonderful. You're all alive. Wukong thought back to the distressing events of his dream and felt a lingering apprehension. Although Xiaobai had declared it a dream, seeing the real safe Krillin upon waking brought him immense joy. Wukong, do you remember the feeling from just now? Xiaobai inquired. I do. With more practice, I'll transform effortlessly in no time, Wukong replied. That is reassuring. I was worried that you, a single-celled organism, might forget after waking up, haha. Son Wukong sheepishly scratched his head. By the way, the Saiyans will arrive tomorrow. You all should rest early. Handle tomorrow's matters yourselves. Bulma and I are off on a cosmic journey. Ah, Brother Xiaobai, are you really leaving Earth? Bulma asked. Yes, for now, you have the capability to protect Earth, and I've provided you with the necessary training facilities. I'll repair that island shortly, so you can train there with peace of mind. Brother Xiaobai, how do you plan to repair the island? The group inquired curiously. I'll leave a few sets of clothing behind, for gravity. I'll set it to a maximum of 1,000 times, plus you can adjust the weight of your clothing as needed. That should suffice for quite a while. Well then, we wish you a pleasant journey. Haha, perhaps when you return, Bulma will have a little baby to play with Gohan. A baby? Bulma's face flushed crimson at the thought. Chapter 58. Namek. The next day, Xiaobai and Bulma set off. As for the Saiyans arriving on Earth, they would manage it well. Given Wukong's character, it was likely that Vegeta would survive. They packed some essentials into capsules and arrived at Namek empty-handed. Xiaobai had two wishes to fulfill: to grant Bulma a long lifespan for fun and to master the language of the gods, which would aid him in gathering the Super Dragon Balls. Before long, they reached Namek. Bulma gazed at the verdant planet and asked Xiaobai, is this Namek? The homeland of Piccolo? The environment is quite pleasant. I thought the air here would differ from Earth. Bulma, would you prefer to explore this planet first? Or shall we proceed with collecting the Dragon Balls? Let us collect the Dragon Balls directly. There is not much to see on this planet. And didn't you mention that Namekians are scarce? It seems there are no other intriguing places to explore. We might as well seek the Dragon Balls directly. I am curious to see what the Dragon Balls look like here. Bulma curiously stepped on the ground, feeling that apart from the Namekian, there was little of interest. Well then, let us search for the Dragon Balls first. However, they are kept in various villages, and searching one by one would be quite troublesome. It would be more efficient to go directly to their elder and request them to bring the Dragon Balls to us. Have you thought about your wish? Ah. I have pondered for quite some time and cannot come up with a wish that I hope the Eternal Dragon could fulfill, Bulma remarked, pinching her chin and gazing upwards. I have actually thought of a wish for you, Xiaobai said with a smile, glancing at Bulma. What is it? I am all ears. Although you made a wish on Earth to retain your youthful appearance, your body will still age. So, how about wishing for eternal youth here? Really? That sounds appealing. But wouldn't he living for too long become tiresome? At first, Bulma thought it was a good idea, but upon deeper reflection, she wondered how one would pass such an extensive amount of time without growing weary of it. Xiaobai turned Bulma's head to face him, asking, Bulma, have you forgotten that I am impervious to death? Do you not wish to remain by my side forever? He pondered aloud, indeed, since I made my wish on Earth. I have not given this matter much thought. Your question has reminded me. Are you truly a being of Earth? I have yet to witness you seeking a wish from the Eternal Dragon. Bulma gazed at Xiaobai with curiosity. Well, this comes as part of my inherent nature. There is nothing I can do about it. Now, let us proceed to find the Dragon Balls, Xiaobai replied, not allowing Bulma to pose further inquiries as he embraced her and soared towards the elder's location. Humph, I knew it would be like this, always shrouded in vague explanations. Bulma huffed, nestling quietly in Xiaobai's arms. Xiaobai let out an awkward chuckle, for he could not articulate his thoughts clearly. He clutched Bulma tightly and soared towards the residence of the Grand Elder. Before long, they arrived at the dwelling of the Grand Elder on Namek, where they were greeted by a warrior-like Namekian named Nairo, who awaited their arrival. Yes, the Grand Elder requests your presence, Nairo informed them, gesturing for them to follow. Thank you, Xiaobai replied, trailing behind Nairo with Bulma in tow. Indeed, it is true. He bears a striking resemblance to Piccolo. They are both green-skinned. When I first encountered them, I mistakenly thought they were unwell, Bulma whispered into Xiaobai's ear, observing Nairo's likeness to Piccolo. Yes, they are of the same kind. Hence their similar appearance, Xiaobai responded. Nairo's pointed ears twitched slightly, indicating that Bulma's hushed remarks had not gone unnoticed by his keen senses. However, oblivious to the underlying tension, he continued to lead the way. Such a formidable presence, Bulma remarked, glancing at the imposing figure of the Grand Elder ahead. Feeling a twinge of fear as she sought refuge behind Xiaobai. The sheer magnitude of his stature was indeed intimidating. Xiaobai gently patted her shoulder, signaling her to relax. In the distance, the guest coughed, inquiring about the purpose of their visit to Namek. I am Xiaobai, and this is Bulma from Earth. We have come to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls to make a wish. I kindly ask for your consent. Elder, Xiaobai spoke earnestly, for he was no villain who would resort to violence over a disagreement. While I sense no malice from you, I still wish to clarify a few matters. I hope you understand, the elder replied, clearing his throat. Of course, feel free to ask any questions. Xiaobai nodded in agreement. It was only natural to inquire about the intentions of visitors. After all, one could not simply borrow another's possessions without assurance of their return. May I come a bit closer, child? I wish to sense your energy. I apologize, but I am not fond of others touching my head. Please, feel free to ask any questions directly. If you wish to know how I learned about the Dragon Balls, I can tell you clearly, it is due to a deity from Earth, much like your Namekian kin. As for how I discovered Namek, it was a few months ago when I sensed your presence while navigating the cosmos. Interestingly, upon sensing your energy, all of you knelt down, which piqued my curiosity. I happened to have some wishes that needed to be fulfilled by the eternal dragon. So here I am, Xiaobai concluded, effortlessly tearing open a spatial portal. And thus, I arrived. Xiaobai spoke candidly, devoid of any intention to boast. When confronted by someone eager to pat his head, he felt he had been rather amiable. After all, he was no villain, was he? The elder from Namek, feeling a tad awkward, cleared his throat and began to ponder how to maintain a semblance of dignity while pleading for mercy in the presence of such a formidable being. He regarded Xiaobai with a calm gaze, sensing no malice, yet recalling the day several months prior when the entire populace of Namek had cowered under an overwhelming pressure, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Nairu, swiftly prepare seats for Mr. Xiaobai and Miss Bulma. We must accord our esteemed guests the proper respect, the elder instructed Nairu, who stood nearby, bewildered. I have already notified the other elders to bring the remaining 6 Dragon Balls. Please bear with us a moment. The elder's aged visage cracked a smile as he turned to Xiaobai, recognizing that no gesture of respect could be deemed excessive in the presence of such strength. For one could never predict their temperament. Well then, I entrust the arrangements to you, Elder, Xiaobai replied, nodding. Though he was unaware of the elder's recent thoughts, he had little desire to delve further, especially since acquiring the Dragon Balls seemed effortless. He took a seat beside Bulma, in the chair that Nairo had just delivered, still looking perplexed. Hey, Xiaobai, what did you just say? How did he suddenly agree to bring the Dragon Balls? Bulma inquired, glancing at the smiling elder. Ah, didn't you hear? I didn't say anything significant, Xiaobai responded, internally reflecting that he had never threatened the elder. It was merely a conversation. Well, never mind. Soon enough, we shall witness the Dragon Balls of Namek and the authentic Shenron. I am quite eager, Bulma remarked, sipping from the local beverage. Chapter 59, Returning to Earth that evening. The elder felt the atmosphere tense and exhilarating as he communicated urgently with the other elders to hasten their delivery of the Dragon Balls. What wish does Mr. Xiaobai intend to make? If it exceeds Shenron's capabilities, it may go unfulfilled, the elder chuckled, his face blooming with delight. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaobai articulated. First, I wish for Bulma to remain youthful and possess a long life. That should be feasible, right? Shenron ought to be able to grant that. Indeed. That wish is within Shenron's power, the elder mused, considering the request. My second wish is to master the divine language. And my third wish is for a radar that can locate the Super Dragon Balls. Those shouldn't pose any challenge, right? Xiaobai inquired, looking at the elder. Yes, those wishes should be realizable. The elders will soon arrive with the Dragon Balls. Please be patient. Could Mr. Xiaobai share with me some details about that child from Earth? The elder asked with keen interest. The elder gradually felt a surge of courage within himself. Well, that is no issue. However, my understanding of the situation is rather vague, he remarked. Thus, Xiaobai recounted what he knew about the celestial beings. After listening attentively, the elder nodded and shared some stories from the past. At that moment, several elders hurriedly arrived, carrying the Dragon Balls, appearing quite weary from their journey. Mr. Xiaobai, the Dragon Balls have arrived. You may now make your wishes, the elder said with a warm smile. Thank you for your efforts. I shall make the 3 wishes we discussed earlier, Xiaobai replied. Very well, I shall summon the dragon now. These Dragon Balls are truly impressive. Significantly larger than those on Earth, Bulma exclaimed, gazing in awe at the orbs cradled by the elders. Indeed, they are the pseudo-authentic Dragon Balls capable of granting 3 wishes. In due time, I will show you even larger ones, Xiaobai said, wrapping his arm around Bulma's slender waist. I am genuinely curious. Such enormous Dragon Balls must possess extraordinary power, she mused. The elder then spoke a series of incantations in a language Xiaobai could not comprehend, and soon, the dragon of planet Namek, Purunga, emerged, showcasing its well-defined physique. How peculiar it looks, Bulma commented. Indeed, it is rather strange. The dragon on Earth at least resembles a dragon, while this one appears to be a mutated species. The elder entrusted the 3 wishes to the other elders to convey to the dragon. Before long, Xiaobai felt as though he had mastered the language of the gods. And a grand machine materialized in his hands, accompanied by a generous user manual from the dragon. Upon the fulfillment of the 3 wishes, the dragon vanished. Xiaobai turned to Bulma and asked, "How do you feel, Bulma?" "My body feels lighter, but beyond that, I sense nothing else," she replied. "That must mean we have succeeded. I will find ways to address our needs in the future. Wishing upon the dragon is merely a temporary measure. Yes, I am already quite content." After conversing with Bulma, Xiaobai turned to the elder, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for summoning the dragon to grant our wishes. As a token of my appreciation, I shall establish a protective barrier with a radius of 10 miles centered around your residence, lasting for 200 years, ensuring your safety." "Thank you, Mr. Xiaobai," the elder said sincerely. Even if Xiaobai had not offered anything in return for the dragon's wishes, they harbored no objections. They understood the significance of his offer. For 200 years, they would be free from the threat of annihilation. If an enemy were to target them for that duration, they would accept it, knowing this endeavor was not in vain. With that, Xiaobai extended his left hand, and his face was soon illuminated by a radiant white light. He traced a circle around the mountain where the elder resided, and a transparent protective barrier appeared. Xiaobai nodded after reading, affirming completion. "Only those granted permission may enter. Given the current hour, it would be prudent for you to rest here before embarking on the quest for the Dragon Balls," suggested the Grand Elder. "There is no need to trouble the Grand Elder further. We shall return directly to Earth," Xiaobai replied, glancing at the 3 sons of Namek. He felt that remaining here would yield little rest, and returning seemed more favorable, especially since opening a space portal to Earth posed no difficulty. "Farewell, Grand Elder," Xiaobai declared as he prepared to depart with Bulma. "Thank you, Grand Elder," Bulma added with a smile and a wave. "Farewell, Mr. Xiaobai." "Yes, goodbye," replied Xiaobai as he took Bulma through the space portal back to their home on Earth. "Ah, we are leaving. It appears communication was not as challenging as anticipated," sighed the Grand Elder deeply. "Grand Elder, what is the matter? Do you recall a few months ago when you..." As Xiaobai and Bulma returned home, they found themselves preparing dinner, a serendipitous timing indeed. Sitting languidly on the sofa while cradling Bulma, Xiaobai felt a tinge of peculiarity. Was this truly the cosmic journey they had envisioned? It bore little resemblance to his imagination. Although they merely intended to make a wish today, the convenience of Earth seemed almost absurd. To venture into outer space for a day and return in time for dinner? Such a notion was undeniably strange. "Hey Xiaobai, is this what you call a cosmic journey?" Bulma inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. "It feels peculiar. We don't even seem to have a spaceship. Just as if we were playing on Earth." "Well, who can blame me for being impressive? We got home quickly," Xiaobai retorted. "If you fancy a spaceship, perhaps we could procure one from a planet tomorrow? That sounds feasible. Imagine bringing a few spaceships home. I'm sure my father would be intrigued. With enough research, we could even sell them. There must be many who wish to leave Earth and explore," Bulma mused, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "It seems you found a new source of income for the family. Quite resourceful of you." She bestowed a soft kiss upon him. "What are we witnessing?" The Breves couple entered just in time to observe Bulma's affectionate gesture. Realizing her parents had arrived, Bulma hastily extricated herself from Xiaobai's embrace, her cheeks tinged with crimson. "Father, Xiaobai and I plan to venture to outer space tomorrow to acquire a few spaceships. Are you interested?" Bulma posed the question to Dr. Breves. "Extraterrestrial technology?" "Indeed. I find it fascinating. The technology on Earth still faces challenges for space travel. If we can obtain ready-made spaceships for research, we might easily make breakthroughs. I'm feeling quite eager about this." He chuckled. "Well, we'll also bring back some blueprints," Xiaobai added. "Excellent. Now let's eat." "I eagerly await your return with the spaceships tomorrow," Dr. Breves replied. Chapter 60, The Awakened Beerus. The following day, as dawn broke, Xiaobai and Bulma sluggishly arose, preparing to embark on their quest for the Super Dragon Balls. Standing in the courtyard, Xiaobai examined the location indicated by the Super Dragon Ball radar. Turning to Bulma beside him, "It's quite a distance away, let us set off." "Absolutely. I've been curious about the Super Dragon Balls for ages. Let us go?" Bulma exclaimed, raising her fist to the sky. Onward. Xiaobai enveloped them in a protective shield and effortlessly opened a rift in space, stepping through. Observing their departing figures and the rift that had been torn open, Dr. Breves watched for a moment, adjusting the black cat on his shoulder, perplexed by the emergence of this spatial passage. On a remote, desolate planet in the 7th universe, a bright spatial rift appeared, from which Xiaobai and Bulma emerged. They surveyed their surroundings, noting that the planet was devoid of life, characterized solely by soil and small hills. "Be cautious, Bulma. Don't wander too far. The air outside may not be suitable for you, so it's best to remain within the protective shield for a while," he advised. Xiaobai glanced at the radar in his hand, which brightly displayed their location. "What is wrong, Xiaobai?" Bulma inquired as she observed him studying the device intently. "The radar indicates that the Dragon Ball is here, yet I see none around this planet. Is that so? Let me take a look." Bulma took the radar and confirmed the presence of the Dragon Ball in the vicinity. "Surely the Eternal Dragon wouldn't have bestowed upon me a counterfeit," she mused, casting her gaze skyward before shifting her attention to the barren landscape beneath their feet, comprised solely of dirt and small hills. With a swift tap on Xiaobai's head, she exclaimed, "You fool. This desolate planet must be the very Dragon Ball." Suddenly enlightened by Bulma's words, Xiaobai realized he had overlooked the obvious, having looked up at the sky and convinced himself that they were on a planet devoid of life. "Haha, Bulma, you truly are the clever one. Otherwise, I would have wasted more time figuring this out. Of course, I am a genius. I've safeguarded this Dragon Ball radar," Bulma declared, holding the device while gazing at the lifeless planet below. "Now, Bulma, allow me to show you what a true Dragon Ball looks like," Xiaobai chuckled. After ascending from the planet, he gently stomped his foot downward, and both he and Bulma observed the ensuing commotion below. The immense force Xiaobai exerted caused the barren planet to tremble, dislodging the dust and stones that enveloped its surface, casting them adrift into space. Once everything had cleared, the magnificent form of the Super Dragon Ball was revealed, radiating a brilliant golden hue adorned with 3 colossal stars, clearly visible to Xiaobai and Bulma from their vantage point. "It's a 3-star ball, Xiaobai. It's truly enormous. But how do we retrieve it?" Bulma was initially astonished by the sheer size of the Dragon Ball, but soon pondered the dilemma of its retrieval. Xiaobai contemplated, initially planning to store it in his dimensional space, but then reconsidered, realizing it would suffice to simply levitate it with telekinesis since it was not particularly heavy. Imagining a singular Dragon Ball floating behind him like a whimsical game of Snake, he envisioned the spectacle of 7 Dragon Balls trailing him in a grand parade. "We can just take it along. It's quite simple," he affirmed. Bulma checked the radar for the next Dragon Ball's location. "Let us head over there." "All right. I see it's to the east. We shall fly that way," Bulma instructed. "Very well, let us set forth." Xiaobai ensured that the protective shield surrounding him and Bulma was intact. With his extraordinary ability guiding the Super Dragon Ball, the two appeared to vanish instantaneously from their original position, only to re-emerge at a considerable distance. After a few swift movements, they beheld the next Dragon Ball before them. "This is the second one, a 5-star ball. The next location lies to the south. Let us depart." Bulma glanced back at the 2 Dragon Balls silently trailing behind her and felt a surge of joy. Although they had not lingered on other planets, this could certainly be deemed an adventure. The commotion created by the 2 of them naturally attracted the attention of Whis, the Angel of Universe 7. Upon sensing the disturbance, Whis utilized his angelic staff to observe the scene involving Xiaobai and Bulma. "Oh, what is this?" Whis furrowed his brow as he witnessed Xiaobai and Bulma swiftly approaching the 3rd Dragon Ball, the speed of their movement astonishing even him. Not even his own dimensional travel could match such rapidity. Reflecting on his own capabilities, he realized they too fell short of this remarkable speed. When had such formidable individuals emerged in Universe 7? Whis tilted his head in contemplation, noting that the Supreme Kai had not reported anything concerning Xiaobai, and those aware of his strength were evidently of lesser stature. Should he awaken Beerus? Whis had never anticipated that such a powerful being would manifest in Universe 7 mere months prior. It seemed an implausible notion that humanity could possess such power, a belief deeply ingrained in their understanding. Contemplating Beerus' notorious temperament, Whis deemed it wiser to refrain from unnecessary disturbances, deciding it would be best to rouse him only if circumstances warranted, as that individual was in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. It was likely he would venture into Universe 6. Musing on the potential developments, Whis contentedly watered the flowers, a smile gracing his face. Xiaobai also sensed Weiss's gaze, yet chose to ignore it. At present, the two of them had already gathered 4 Dragon Balls, with 3 remaining in the 6th universe. Xiaobai and Bulma gazed at the apparent barrier before them, curiosity piquing Bulma's interest as she inquired about this unusual phenomenon, for she had never encountered such a barrier before. After providing a brief explanation of the 6th and 7th universes, Xiaobai tore a rift in the barrier, allowing both to step into the 6th universe. Weiss, startled, dropped the water jug he was holding. This is intolerable. This is no longer merely border crossing. You have torn the boundary itself. Regardless of how indifferent one may be, it is now clear that the strength of this individual is extraordinary. In countless years, I have never witnessed such brazen defiance of cosmic boundaries. This situation necessitates alerting the god of destruction. Weiss glanced towards the 6th universe, reasoning that his sister, Beerus, would surely be aware of this. Given her penchant for instigating trouble, the rotund feline would also be informed. Clearing his throat, Weiss entered Beerus's chamber, surveying the devices designed to awaken him. With a flourish of his staff, he covered his ears as all the alarm clocks detonated, filling the room with a deafening cacophony. Startled from his slumber by the sudden explosions, Beerus jolted upright, his feline form twitching before he let out a furious roar. Weiss. He instinctively hurled several destructive orbs in response. Chapter 61. We are surrounded. Weiss extinguished a few of the destructive orbs with a wave of his hand. Regarding the disheveled Beerus, who was swaying slightly in his pajamas. Lord Beerus, we have a situation. I've barely slept for months. What could possibly be amiss? If you don't provide a reasonable explanation, I shall obliterate you, Beerus grumbled, rubbing his eyes and stifling a yawn. Lord Beerus, you stand no chance against me. Weiss replied, offering a cup of water with a smile. Cut to the chase. What is it? Beerus rolled his eyes. Someone is gathering the Super Dragon Balls. I cannot ascertain their strength, but their speed is remarkable. They have already collected 4 and have just breached the cosmic barrier into the 6th universe. Super Dragon Balls? What purpose do they serve? Humans cannot comprehend the language of the gods. Even if gathered, they may not fulfill their desires. Yet to traverse the universe without so much as a greeting shows a blatant disregard for my authority. I detest those who lack respect, Beerus retorted, changing his attire. Come, Weiss, we shall venture to the 6th universe, but let us remain concealed for now. Kampa likely knows of this already. We shall observe how this fool manages the situation. Given your description, this individual's speed should prevent an immediate demise at Kampa's hands, Beerus said, his head lowered, clearly still groggy. As you wish, Lord Beerus. With a tap of his staff upon the ground, Kampa was enveloped by a shimmering cube, propelling them swiftly towards Universe 6. In the realm of the destroyers, Kampa eagerly indulged in the delectable dishes prepared by Beerus's attendant, Whis, while attentively listening to Whis recount the recent news of a trespasser from Universe 7. This intruder had reportedly discovered a Super Dragon Ball in Universe 6, bringing the total to 5 collected thus far. How ineptly that fool Beerus governs his domain. The Super Dragon Balls are not trifles to be trifled with by mortals. They dare to venture here. I doubt even Beerus would utter a word if I were to eliminate him. Come, Whis. Kampa relished the last drop of broth in his bowl, rising contentedly to wipe his mouth. Beerus has surely never savored such exquisite cuisine. Once I deal with that mortal, we shall pay a visit to Universe 7. Lord Kampa, you have been rather inactive of late and have gained some weight, Whis remarked, dabbing the corners of his eyes, devoid of tears. First, I shall locate that mortal. I'll handle him carefully and bring him before Beerus. It will count as exercise, wouldn't it? Indeed, Lord Kampa, your foresight is commendable. Now, let us depart forthwith. Xiaobai and Bulma were leisurely flying through the skies, 6 Dragon Balls trailing behind them, with the 7th not far off. He sensed the movements of Beerus and Kampa, and it was likely that Kampa would arrive at the 7th Dragon Ball just as he did. Xiaobai was uncertain of their thoughts, only hoping that the Eternal Dragon would grant him a sanctuary capable of significantly altering the flow of time, though he was unsure of the extent to which the dragon could adjust it. Xiaobai, why are you flying so slowly all of a sudden? Shouldn't you gather the Dragon Balls sooner? Bulma inquired, playfully tapping his head as she reclined against his back. Having stood for too long, she felt fatigued and preferred to rest on him. There's no rush, We still have the god and the angel to find, Xiaobai replied, planting a gentle kiss on Bulma's cheek. The god and the angel? Are we in danger, Xiaobai? Perhaps we should turn back, Bulma said. Her eyes filled with concern as she glanced at him. Do not worry, Bulma, they cannot harm me. I will not allow anyone to lay a finger on you. Trust in me, I will not act recklessly if I lack the strength, Xiaobai reassured her, pulling Bulma closer and gazing into her eyes. Well, I hope so. If we were to perish, at least I would be with you. Though it is regrettable that we do not yet have a little one, Bulma sighed, placing a hand on her belly, suddenly reminded that they had yet to consummate their relationship. This thought stirred further frustration within her, prompting her to give Xiaobai a playful smack on the head. Xiaobai was utterly perplexed, merely assuming that she was concerned about potential dangers. He could only offer her a few words of comfort, only to receive a playful tap on the head in return, leaving him genuinely bewildered. Ah, it seems that my moment of vengeance has arrived. Xiaobai glanced at the multitude of spaceships obstructing their path, realizing he had inadvertently drawn attention while conversing with Bulma, and now found himself encircled. Bulma, observing the numerous ships before them, cast a nervous glance at Xiaobai. Fear not, they are merely a pack of minions. Xiaobai reassured her, even finding the time to gently kiss Bulma on the lips. For some inexplicable reason, Bulma felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. What was there to worry about? If she were truly weak, how had she managed to navigate the past few days? Those surrounding them would need to pilot their ships, while she and Xiaobai could effortlessly stand in the void of space. Thus, from a superficial perspective, their adversaries did not seem particularly formidable. Stay strong, Xiaobai. They must have spotted the Dragon Balls behind us, Bulma remarked, stepping out of Xiaobai's embrace and positioning herself beside him. Indeed, we have not concealed them well. We are boldly flying about, and those Dragon Balls certainly appear valuable. It is only natural that we would attract the attention of these cosmic pirates, Xiaobai replied, holding Bulma's hand. Absolutely, they possess remarkable audacity. Although Bulma's sudden surge of confidence was a mystery to Xiaobai, he found it quite agreeable. They stood in quiet anticipation, waiting for their adversaries to speak, as Xiaobai mused that one must exchange a few words before engaging in conflict. From the vessels encircling them emerged a ship resembling a predatory creature, which glided toward them. As its hatch opened, a humanoid entity with a tail, accompanied by a throng of lackeys, approached them. Ah, this is Frost from the 6th universe, if memory serves. I believe he feigned benevolence, yet here he is, revealing himself so brazenly, Xiaobai thought, glancing around. Oh right, if he were to eliminate us, no one would be the wiser. After all, there are no witnesses. I suppose passing the time here isn't so bad while waiting for Pa and the others to arrive. 15 minutes earlier, at the headquarters of the Cosmic Pirates, a technician named Lu Renjia reported to Frost, who sat regally on his throne. Lord Frost, we have spotted something that appears rather intriguing. You might find it of great interest. Oh, pray tell, what is this fascinating trinket? Should I find it captivating, I shall reward you. If not, you may very well meet your demise, Frost replied, flicking his tail with a menacing air, his blood-red eyes glancing down at the trembling technician. Lu Renjia hastily presented the footage he had just captured. What is this? It appears rather intriguing, Frost observed as he gazed upon the Dragon Balls arranged in a line, soaring through the cosmos. Lord Frost, this is undoubtedly a precious item. We might consider approaching those two and inquiring about what they possess. It could prove to be something of great utility. Lu Renjia's face was drenched in cold sweat, an overwhelming desire for survival compelling him to fervently hope that Frost would take an interest in his discovery. Well, your life is temporarily in your hands. Notify everyone. We are preparing to set off. Yes, Lord Frost. Lu Renjia exhaled deeply, and upon noticing Frost glance his way, he immediately stood at attention, his hands pressed straight against his body, utterly motionless. Thus, the massive fleet encircled both Xiaobai and his companion. Chapter 62. Let us all act together. Frost gestured for the two to descend upon an uninhabited planet, and Xiaobai complied. Gazing at the multitude of helmeted pirates that had disembarked from their ship, Xiaobai remained silent. Frost halted before the two, scrutinizing them and the string of Dragon Balls behind them, and with a smile, he introduced himself. Greetings, I am Frost, the guardian of cosmic peace. Do not be afraid. I have merely observed that you possess something that appears to be quite valuable. My subordinates, who communicate among the cosmic pirates, have informed me of your presence and expressed great interest in the golden sphere behind you. Therefore, I have come to escort you. To ensure you are not harmed by cosmic pirates, please trust in us, My name is known throughout the universe. Xiaobai, are they good people? Bulma inquired. Casting a questioning glance at Xiaobai, Xiaobai conveyed to Bulma that Frost was a villain disguised as a benevolent individual, one capable of unspeakable misdeeds. But with him present, no one could harm her. Upon receiving Xiaobai's message, Bulma was utterly astonished. How could such a courteous person be a rogue? Nevertheless, her expression remained unchanged, and her playful spirit ignited. After all, with someone to clean up after her, it mattered little how she chose to engage. Frost turned to Bulma, extending his right hand across his chest in a courteous gesture. Esteemed and beautiful lady, I beg your pardon for my earlier rudeness in neglecting your presence. I shall prepare some gifts shortly to express my sincere apologies. Bulma's large eyes blinked in surprise, her face illuminating with a mixture of curiosity and delight. But I am quite eager to know what gifts you have in store. May I have a glimpse? I can only imagine how precious they must be, Frost. You are truly thoughtful. It is no wonder that everyone in the universe adores you. How very charming. Xiaobai maintained an impassive expression, though inner turmoil brewed within him. He communicated silently with Bulma, offering her encouragement and vowing to be her staunchest support. Frost was utterly bewildered. This was not how the game was meant to unfold. Wasn't she supposed to refuse? He had merely extended a polite gesture. Did she truly underestimate him? He vowed to uncover the nature of the mysterious orbs behind them and promised that when he did, there would be consequences. Bulma, observing Frost's silence, adopted a woeful demeanor and spoke with feigned sorrow, expressing her dismay that Lord Frost had perhaps not been truthful, lamenting the deception. She then leaned against Xiaobai's back, pretending to be on the verge of tears. Frost felt as though a heavy stone lodged in his heart, making him uncomfortable, yet he endured, forcing a smile. What could possibly compliment such a beautiful lady? He called out for his servants to fetch some exquisite gemstones from his vault, instructing them to select only the most precious. As a gesture of his apology, "Yes, my Lord Frost," came the reply. Frost smiled at Bulma, assuring her that the forthcoming gift would surely please her. Inwardly, he mused that in the end, everything would still belong to him. Their lives, too, were ultimately his to command. An unexpected silence enveloped the room. Each individual lost in their own thoughts, while Xiaobai conversed animatedly with Bulma. Shortly thereafter, one of Frost's subordinates emerged carrying a chest, standing beside Frost. "Do not delay. Present this to the lady," Frost commanded. "Yes, my Lord Frost." Bulma eagerly opened the chest, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the dazzling treasures within, gems of various hues. Pearls, necklaces, and ornate headpieces. She beamed at Frost, nodding her thanks. These were now hers. What a fortunate outing to discover such bounty. She could certainly share some with Chi-Chi and Lan-Chi. After all, it was unexpected fortune. Frost's gaze darkened as he glanced back at his subordinate, incredulous that they had indeed procured such valuable items. Did they not realize the gravity of their actions? Seeing the perplexed expressions on his men, Frost felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. It was all trivial in the end, as it would still revert to him. At that moment, an irritating voice broke the silence, further draining Frost's energy. "Lord Frost, did you not mention that cosmic pirates were intent on robbing us? I seem to see none," Xiaobai remarked, eyeing Bulma, who was now trying on various accessories. Frost noted Xiaobai's patience was commendable and decided to prolong the charade, as there was still time. "What is it? Should I stage another encounter with imaginary cosmic pirates and then battle myself?" Frost pondered. "Very well, I shall continue the performance. But we must hasten our pace. My men have just risked their lives to report that they are en route and will arrive shortly, albeit wary of my strength. They are summoning reinforcements from elsewhere. Mr. Xiaobai, may I be so bold as to inquire about the nature of the golden orbs behind you?" "Oh, regarding the Dragon Balls you mentioned." "Dragon Balls?" "Frost's adversaries are deceased, as is Xiaobai. Therefore, it matters not if they are informed. Let us proceed with our task efficiently and obliterate his entire headquarters, thus preventing anyone from emerging to seek the Dragon Balls to resurrect Frost, which would only complicate matters further. Yes, indeed, these are the Super Dragon Balls. Collecting all 7 allows one to summon the Eternal Dragon to grant a wish. Any wish can be fulfilled. However, this must be a mere fabrication. How could Mr. Xiaobai ever place faith in such ephemeral notions?" Upon hearing this, Frost felt a twinge of disappointment. These aesthetically pleasing orbs appear to hold little value after all. Xiaobai displayed an expression of desperate urgency, exclaiming, "Lord Frost, you must believe me. What I say is true. I was fortunate enough to visit an omniscient individual and heard it with my own ears." He took the Dragon Ball radar from Bulma, presenting it as evidence. This is the radar used to locate the Dragon Balls, and the last one is not far ahead. Is that truly the case? If we gather all 7, will the dragon emerge without any additional requirements? Indeed, a spell is also necessary. May I hear it? Of course, Lord Frost has gifted my lady so many precious items. It is certainly worthy of belief. The incantation is to gather the 7 Dragon Balls together and then call out to them, "Come forth, dragon, and grant my wish." I desire to. Is that all there is to it? Are you certain no further words are needed? Frost's expression began to darken. Yes, I am certain. That is all. Ha! I never imagined such a wondrous thing existed. I am indeed fortunate. Frost threw back his head in a wild laugh. And soon his subordinates joined in, laughing along with him. Although they were unaware of the reason for their lord's mirth, they felt compelled to join in. Laughter was expected. For if one did not smile, it would be remembered unfavorably. Chapter 63. The most awkward situation unfolds. Lord Frost. What is so amusing? Xiaobai and Bulma exchanged puzzled glances. Ha! I have never encountered fools such as you who genuinely believe me to be a good person. Thank you for bringing me the Dragon Balls. They are now mine. Lord Frost, were you just deceiving us? How could you? We trusted you so. Xiaobai's face reflected disbelief. Lord Frost, how can you act in such a manner? Bulma chimed in. Humph. 2 naive fools. We are the cosmic pirates I spoke of. Ha! And you, vile woman, to think you could take treasures from me. How absurd. Wait, your time is nearly up. As a parting gift, I advise you not to be so naive in your next life. Frost and his subordinates regarded the two, who now displayed signs of distress, with the playful demeanor of cats toying with mice. Yet, contrary to their expectations, the pair remained remarkably composed, gazing back at them with calmness. Oh, is this a facade of composure? How utterly amusing. Xiaobai cast a cold glance at Frost and remarked, I had intended to indulge you in a little theatrical performance to amuse Bulma, but your foul tongue has crossed a line. How dare you insult her? I have never uttered a word against her. You have truly taken the first step towards your own demise. Upon hearing Xiaobai's words, Frost turned to his subordinates and inquired, Did he just imply that I am courting death? Am I mistaken? Lord Frost, you must have misheard. Lu Rinjiao replied with utmost respect. Indeed, I too believe I must have misheard. Now surrender the Dragon Balls, and I shall grant you a complete corpse. Frost commanded with a sweeping gesture of his hand. He pondered internally, contemplating what wish would be most prudent, immortality or everlasting life. Alas, such a dilemma. Bulma, are you afraid? Xiaobai asked, blocking her with his left hand. I trust you, Bulma replied, undeterred by the gazes around her, her eyes fixed intently on Xiaobai. Rest assured, Bulma, you shall not place your trust in the wrong person, Xiaobai assured her with a gentle kiss on her lips. Oh? Are you two bidding farewell? How delightful, to think that they might die together, Frost mused, finding the two before him rather amusing. Ha! Frost, you will not be laughing for long, Xiaobai declared, extending his right hand towards Frost's subordinates. Frost, witnessing Xiaobai's gesture, found himself laughing even more. For no one had ever made such a jest before. He perceived Xiaobai as rather amiable, with a pleasant manner of speaking, and he found himself rather fond of him, to the extent that he hesitated to take his life. However, in an instant, Frost's smile froze in place. Xiaobai concentrated a fragment of his energy into his right hand, conjuring an immense white energy orb that hovered before him. Turning to Bulma, he inquired, Should I close my eyes? It might get a bit intense. No need. With you by my side, I fear nothing. Wonderful. As the two exchanged words, Frost felt a surge of anxiety within him. He sensed that should this energy orb be unleashed upon him, it would surely herald his demise. Was it too late to kneel and beg for mercy? No, he thought, I must flee. Frost attempted to propel his body into a swift escape, disregarding his subordinates entirely. If he could just get away, he would hide in a secluded ravine and never emerge again. This was utterly perilous. Was this truly the act of a human? It dawned on him that while he believed he was orchestrating the game, he was, in fact, the one being played. Desperate to escape, he felt as if his body were encased in lead, utterly immobile. Run! Move! Frost shouted inwardly, consumed by panic. Xiaobai cast a cold glance at him, and Frost felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, a chill seeping into his heart. He could only stare blankly, devoid of spirit. At Xiaobai's subsequent actions, Xiaobai summoned a surge of energy from his hand, instantly releasing a multitude of energy orbs that raced towards Frost's minions with astonishing speed. In a fleeting moment, These indefinable energy projectiles reached the warriors before Frost, who could only watch in helplessness as the orbs pierced through their bodies, causing them to collapse lifelessly onto the ground. The world around fell into a profound silence. Frost gazed vacantly at his subordinates, who had moments ago shared laughter with him, now completely annihilated. He felt no sorrow for their demise, only an overwhelming dread emanating from the depths of his being. "Frost," Xiaobai called out to him. Frost stiffly turned to face the demon before him, not expecting a response. Xiaobai gestured towards a direction, saying, "That must be your stronghold, Frost." Frost numbly nodded in acknowledgement. "Well, it is no more." Xiaobai hurled the remaining energy orbs towards that direction and, after a brief clap of his hands, turned away. Returning to Bulma's side. "Monster, you are the true demon. I am utterly incomparable to you." "Ha. You are the demon. You are the demon," Bulma exclaimed. As Xiaobai embraced her, "How could that be? You are the kindest person. He is the demon," she reassured him. "Indeed, let us depart," Xiaobai replied, cradling Bulma as they soared into the cosmos, clutching 6 Dragon Balls. "Oh, I nearly forgot to dispose of the remnants." Xiaobai glanced down at the desolate planet below, where Frost stood frozen in place, and casually launched an energy orb. As he observed the planet erupt in a magnificent explosion, illuminating the void and witnessing Frost's complete disappearance, Xiaobai nodded in satisfaction, appreciating his control over the Force. "What a spectacle," Bulma remarked, captivated by the sight of the planet's destruction. "Yes, it is indeed quite magnificent." "Bulma, are you enjoying this? It is a pity about those jewels. We have none left on Earth." Bulma lamented, recalling her desire for them, which Xiaobai had denied. "What value do such trinkets hold? They have been touched by others. When we return home, I shall procure something far superior for you," Xiaobai assured her, holding Bulma close. "Humph, you promised me you'd give it to me upon our return. Otherwise, I shall be quite upset." Bulma playfully pouted in his embrace. "Rest assured, I will not forget. Now, let us make our way to the 7th Dragon Ball. Yoshi, off we go." Synopsis: on a certain year, on a specific day, during a particular night, a child of Earth lay in slumber, perhaps due to the chill of winter, instinctively tightening the blanket around him. Unbeknownst to him, he dreamt of something wondrous as a smile danced upon his lips. Suddenly, a foot kicked him, causing the blanket to slip away, and the boy fell silently to the ground, leaving behind nothing but an empty shell upon closer inspection.